every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. You lose track a little bit when you got a 2-hour time difference and you're up at 4 a.m. local time. But happy 6 a.m. back in Houston to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne, and we are live on Radio Row. Thanks to Yuengling Flight for presenting us here, and we thank the Lotte Center as well for getting us here to Las Vegas on Radio Row. Good morning, my friend. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm getting over the feeling I felt when I found out that there's no chance of us going to Sao Paulo, Brazil, to watch a Texans game next year. No. I devoted a lot of time and energy into thinking about possibly learning Portuguese, Sean.
Right.
And I feel like that was all energy wasted now. Now that my dream of being Brazil's NFL guy,
as your
the gringo in Houston for Brazilian football.
For those who don't know what Seth's talking about, it was announced that Roger Goodell's State of the NFL yesterday that the Philadelphia Eagles would indeed be hosting the Sao Paulo, Brazil opener. The first game ever in Brazil, the first NFL game ever in Brazil. And, as your co-host, as somebody who – look, the amount of energy you expended on thinking about learning Portuguese.
Right,
I mean, I had to muscle my way through that because at times it was noticeable, your energy level, because of how much you thought about learning Portuguese to go to Brazil.
I downloaded Duolingo and got halfway through the registration process.
That's a lot of effort, man.
And then I talked to Lopez about it, and I figured Lopez is a fluent Spanish speaker.
Dude.
I said, "Hey, it's easy to learn Spanish. It's easy to learn Portuguese once you know Spanish, right?" He said, "Oh no, it's probably harder if you already know Spanish because it's so much different."
He made it sound like it was like putting together the Hubble telescope or something. he's like, "Oh God, no!"
Can you imagine Lopez working on the Hubble telescope?
Yes, and I laugh.
So day 2 at Radio Row.
Yep.
There's going to be more people here. There are a lot more people in a normal Monday, and it's not called Radio Row anymore because we're streamers. Damn it! It's
Streamer Row.
There's more cameras here than there are microphones.
Islands in the stream.
Yes, we are, and I think there actually might be more cameras than microphones because most of the setups have like four cameras for a couple of hosts.
There's a lot more cameras than there were the last time we were on Streamer Row.
We're on Streamers Row.
Yep.
And two things. One, there were more people here yesterday than there typically are on a Monday, and I think that's directly because of the fact that we're in Las Vegas.
Yes, way more than Minneapolis.
A lot of people decided they had to be super committed this year. Like, boy, we really got to cover this thing.
Like us.
For those that Niners team and that Chiefs team or whatever.
Right.
And then also just that, and because there aren't as many people here, every time we go to Radio Row, I hate how loud my voice is and how much it carries.
You can't do anything about it.
But it's like even as I'm speaking at like a quarter tone.
Right.
And I can see people looking over and be like, where's that sound coming from?
You just got to let it go, man. You got to let it go.
It feels conspicuous. It feels like I'm the loud guy in a library.
That's okay.
All right.
But then once they meet you, you're a lovable character, so it's all good, man. Nobody's mad at you for being loud. It's just that's your voice.
There's a few more booths set up today. The Athletic is here.
Oh.
I feel like the Athletic has been offering a lot of juicy content with Diana Rossini.
Oh,
so I might want to try to get Diana Rossini on here.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
You should do that.
And
I
then
would
also,
love to have her on.
They have a couple of guys like Robert Mays and Nate Tice are football bloggers of theirs who would do a podcast. But Nate Tice is the son of Mike Tice.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they're really good.
Okay.
So I'm kind of starting to nerd out over some of the football people that are starting to show up.
Did you see that the Newhouse School of Public Communications has a table about 10 feet from us?
The Syracuse
Broadcasting School.
It used to be a pipeline to Sports Radio 610.
It did. And I'm told it's a great broadcasting school. It took 4 of them to put up that sign yesterday.
They were the old Far Side cartoon of the school for gifted children, where the gifted kid is pushing in on the door that says pull.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
It took them 15 minutes to get that tablecloth assembled the right way.
And you said to them trying to pull up the sign.
The sign, yeah.
People that have ever been to a convention, they have those stand-up signs that are like 6 foot tall.
If you're watching on the stream right now on YouTube or Twitch, it's the same type of sign as the Yuengling Flight sign right there, like the pull-up sign.
And they just couldn't manage that.
It took a good 7 minutes for them to get that thing
Aaron's
put up.
showing it on the stream.
Oh, there you go. Oh, good job, Aaron. Look at that. Aaron Raybold, our engineer out here, going the extra mile.
We have 3 cameras, 2 microphones.
We do.
You know, like it's a board. There are more cameras than microphones.
We are here.
On Streaming Row.
Yep.
Well, yeah. There's 2 microphones on right now, Aaron.
Yeah.
Don't get technical with me, okay?
Yeah.
It's 4:04 in the morning.
All right. So you broke the seal on the cake machine last night before you went up.
Yeah.
How was
it? Was good. It was good. I had all these people trying to scare me off of it.
We have a cake vending machine next to our elevator.
Yeah, those are frozen and they're loaded with preservatives. I looked at the ingredient list beforehand, and it actually, I almost felt like it was too few ingredients for a delicious cake. And it tasted fresh and succulent and juicy.
Yeah.
It was really good. And it wasn't, I was a little bit disappointed given the price tag, and yet at the same time grateful that it's not as big as it looks. They show you the whole face of the cake.
Yeah.
You know, and you get the sense that you're about to get a quarter of a cake or something. It was a
perfect amount.
It was a reasonable size.
$8.95, right? Is I think what the price was.
Look, I paid like $78 for a bottle of water the day before in the casino.
It all balances out.
So I figure for a succulent cake, that's okay. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was the best cake vending machine I've ever had.
That's and you went red velvet, right?
Yeah, because you're kind of anticipating like some kind of hostess experience or something.
For sure.
And it's definitely not that.
No. Dude, Carlo the baker is not going to put his name on crappy cake.
The worst part of the experience was Carlo the baker coming on the video as soon as I pressed the touch screen loud.
Yeah.
Like my voice on Streaming Row.
Yes.
And like, hey, how are you doing? Like, I don't know. What the f-?
I just want red velvet cake. I just want red velvet cake, Carlo.
I'm being Me Too'd here. I'm trying to buy a piece of cake.
Carlo, I just got cleaned out at the blackjack tables. Just give me my cake.
I've heard about these Italian guys.
Just give me my cake. So we're on Radio Row, and I'm warning you right now, Seth, the same way that that as you expended all that energy thinking about learning Portuguese.
Yeah.
My nights are starting to slowly, hour by hour, work towards probably by Thursday, where I will be up all night.
Okay.
I was up a little later last night playing blackjack.
The only thing I worry about is
10:30 I went to bed.
Usually I'm the person that needs to be corrected on the little things. Like, yesterday I was trying to say Titus Howard and I said Derek Newton.
Right.
Which is an understanding.
Yeah. They're both
almost
right
understandable.
Both right tackles for the Texans in the last 15 years.
The problem yesterday was that I said Derek Newton and refused to understand why I was wrong. Like, in my mind, Derek Newton was still the starting right tackle.
I said Kenyon Green and then ducked under the table.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense at all. That was dumb. I can't be in charge of correcting your minor errors like that.
Okay.
Like when you say, this is a problem with football coaches. Because football coaches all believe that they need to operate on 3 hours of sleep.
Uh-huh.
And not all of them anymore, but that used to be the thing. And during training camp especially, you get to the point where your coach, it would be like week 2 of training camp, and your coach is trying to get a drill set up, and he says, everybody line up to the left, so everybody gets over to the right. I said line up. Or he said everybody lines up to the left, but I said line up to the right. Yeah. And you're like, no, you didn't. You definitely said left, but he'll flip out and refuse to acknowledge it. I don't want you to turn into that old football coach.
I'm just letting you know. Like, the first night in bed by 9 o'clock local time.
Yeah.
Last night, 10:30 local time. I did win $175 at the blackjack table.
Oh, good job.
So it was worth it, yeah.
What's your limit? Like, if you sit down at the table, do you have a set limit for how much you're allowed to lose before you have to pack it in?
I took out $400 yesterday.
Okay.
I sat down and cashed. I got $200 worth of chips.
Okay.
So I had a $200 reserve in my pocket in case the drinks started really flowing.
Mm-hmm.
But $200, and I sit at a $15 table. And I go $15, and then if I win, I leave 20 out there. And if I win again, I leave 25, and 25 is my max bet.
25 is your max bet. Okay, so you put a max on it.
Yeah.
Right.
So if I'm really on a roll, I'll go 30 for a minute, and then just ride it out until I lose. But that's kind of how I do it, like sort of progressive like that.
It's weird how separated I am from the whole casino experience.
Yeah.
I've got no taste for gambling in a casino whatsoever.
Do you play any of the games?
No, in college I went to a casino once and ended up maxing out a credit card, and I committed because I've got a binging personality.
Yeah.
I committed myself right then. I'm not allowed to gamble ever again.
That's good. You have a binging personality, but you have a lot of self-awareness at the same time.
Like I told you, I'm like a werewolf, a disciplined werewolf. Like I know that when there's a full moon out, I need to be locked in a room.
Yes.
Like lock me in a room and don't let me out no matter what.
A disciplined werewolf.
So that's what I do with gambling, various substances.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not allowed. It's complete abstinence.
That's smart.
I try to pull the old reverse psychology with Brandy with that one, too, and I say that for sex, too. I'm like, no
good.
sex for me.
I'm good.
I'll just have too much of it.
Is that working for you?
It's hit or miss. Yeah. It's pretty much at her discretion.
She's the one with the real self-awareness.
She's on to me.
Yeah, she's got the real self-awareness.
She calls my bluff immediately. She says, "Yeah, me too." Yeah. Oh, damn it! Damn.
All right, so we had opening night last night. We're going to hear some of the audio in just a little bit. A lot of Texan flavor last night at opening night. We got a little Justin Reed action we're going to hear.
Justin Reed is playing for the Kansas City Chiefs, obviously.
Yeah.
As is Charles Omenihu.
Yep.
And the 49ers are just a pipeline to a lot of current Texans personnel and players. So, some good stuff.
Some good stuff, yeah. Fred Warner on D'Amico Ryans we're going to have for you. Kyle Shanahan on D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick. Brock Purdy does not have the type of QB personality that Seth Payne would look for in his quarterback. Way too much perspective.
He's got perspective on life.
Level-headedness.
He's well-rounded.
Yeah.
His identity is not wrapped up in being a football player.
Yeah, that's a big problem. It's affecting my handicap on this game.
This obsession with work-life balance and mental health and what have you. Right. Like, look, man. No, not for my football coaches and not for my quarterbacks. Be obsessed. Yes. Be maniacally obsessed. Be driven towards. Have your entire identity wrapped up in your worth as a football player. My God, what are you even in this for?
Where is CJ on that spectrum of
I worry sometimes that he's drifting a little bit more to.
That's why I asked.
No, but CJ, you can tell. This is why I like CJ.
Yeah.
I like somebody where you can tell there's a little bit of a struggle.
Okay.
There's a conscious effort. Because sometimes in life, if you naturally, let's say you're naturally even-keeled,
mm-hmm.
Like, all right, there's no push and pull there. You can kind of just cruise on through life in middle management, where, and you never necessarily address the things that cause adversity.
Right.
Where with CJ's been through a lot in his life for a young man already, and he's had to wrestle with all of the things that come with adversity.
Mm-hmm.
And so when it hits you as a pro, you're better prepared for it.
Yeah.
So I think CJ's like he knows how to find that line and walk it.
Yeah.
But I feel like he's got tendencies to where he might be so maniacally driven and obsessed that it would destroy him. But he knows how to pull it back a little.
Yeah,
bit.
I think if you had football removed from his life, it would affect him greatly. Brock Purdy, I'm not getting that same sense.
Yeah, Brock could be like, "Oh, I'll go be a youth minister. That's cool."
Right.
Like,
right. A gym teacher or something.
You're
gonna go coach the Cuyahoga Rams or something like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Too many good people in football these days.
Yeah. We got to really.
This generation, they're too good.
Yeah.
They're too good.
Yeah. Be worse. Younger generation, be worse.
Yeah,
that's the Payne and Pendergast advice.
Everybody whines about
worse.
Everybody whines about Gen Z, and I'm like, are you kidding?
Yeah.
These kids are awesome.
Yeah,
and that's their problem.
Right.
Yeah, it's
be worse.
Like, what do you? You can't assert dominance in the world as an awesome human being.
All right, Fred Warner on D'Amico Ryans, Kyle Shanahan on D'Amico and Slowick. We're going to hear from Justin Reed and Brock Purdy as well. It was opening night last night here in Las Vegas at the Super Bowl on Radio Row. It's Payne and Pendergast. Stay tuned for that. But first,
you want to talk about perfectly balanced, Sean? Daisy French onion dip and Daisy Ranch.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we are localizing opening night here at the Super Bowl, at Super Bowl 58. All the Chiefs and the 49ers met with the media last night. All the big topics out there, all the big names, the stars were out last night. And we're going to localize it a little bit because there are ties to the Texans with both of these teams. As we welcome you back in here on a Tuesday, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610, presented by Yingling Flight, bringing us out here for Radio Row this week. And you can watch us on the YouTube and Twitch streams as well. Those are up and running. Same way they are when we're in studio. They're up and running, and you're getting all the behind-the-scenes out here in Las Vegas. All right, so Seth, let's start with Fred Warner, who is a pupil of D'Amico Ryans for a number of years, both as when D'Amico's a linebackers coach and the defensive coordinator for the 49ers.
Yeah, and those two kind of just emerged as coach and player at the same time because D'Amico had Fred Warner as a rookie head coach. He had Fred Warner when Fred Warner was a rookie.
Yep.
And Fred Warner has multiple times really credited D'Amico for teaching him how to be as smart as he is. It ends up looking instinctive when you watch it, but so much of it is the little tricks of the trade you learn about how to diagnose formations and tendencies. And everything else to where he looks like he knows beforehand where the play is going.
He's one of the best in the game.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. All right, and I guess we should put maybe a slight warning label on the audio. It's not up like close microphone. It's Brandon Scott kind of going back and forth with Fred Warner a little bit here. So here's Fred Warner and our Brandon Scott at opening night last night asking Fred Warner about DeMeco Ryans.
DeMeco Ryans' coaching have on your game, and what did you make of the success that he was able to have in his first year as a head coach?
I'm not the Fred Warner you see up here today without DeMeco Ryans. He's everything. He's truly everything to my development as a player, as a man, and I'm forever indebted to him. I'm not surprised by the way that they had the success that they had over in Houston this year because I knew he was going to build a culture right away of them doing the right stuff the right way. They drafted a really talented quarterback who is going to be their leader of the future, and I'm really happy for him.
So that audio is fine. So when I hear stuff like that, I like for me, Seth, for the Texans, and especially this offseason with all the cap space and the needs that they have at that position too, at linebacker, I always think, man, like the infomercial continues for DeMeco Ryans. You know, when you hear Fred Warner, one of the best in the game, saying he's indebted to him for how good he is.
That was one thing about DeMeco last year and the things that the various 49ers defensive players would say about DeMeco. You know, everybody's going to say nice things about anybody they're asked about. You know, even if they despise the person, they're going to say nice things. So you kind of have to run it through the filter of, okay, is this different than what you normally hear?
Right.
And I mean, Nick Bosa just flat out said he was the best defensive coordinator he'd ever had. Fred Warner multiple times has had praise just like he gave right there.
Indebted is big.
Yeah. I guess the biggest thing, if you're gonna be as nervous as possible about every little thing, which every football fan should be in the offseason, the huge question is always, okay, over time, you know, is DeMeco going to be able to devote enough time to the defense that you still get that effect? Or because I saw this with Dom Capers. Dom Capers kind of always had to fight a fight between helping out on defense versus being an actual head coach.
Yeah.
And if you don't balance that properly, both sides suffer.
Right.
You know, you just end up trying to be a jack of all trades and a master of none. So with DeMeco, I always wonder, he only knew Matt Burke last year. They were getting to know each other on the fly. And DeMeco ended up, I think DeMeco was very open. My read on it is that DeMeco at the beginning was very open to not calling plays, but it was going to have to be the perfect situation. And it ended up being DeMeco calling plays. I would love at some point for DeMeco to be able to pass it off to Matt Burke or somebody else. Because I think, like, all of DeMeco's actual head coaching skills are just, he's such a rare personality that I think as long as DeMeco has to focus as much as he does on the defense, you're not necessarily going to get the full benefit of DeMeco, the head coach.
Of all those presidential qualities that he has.
Presidential
CEO types.
There you go.
All right, let's get
CEO, except that unlike CEOs, he would not lie about his golf score.
Right. And his friendly demeanor is actually indicative of who he is, as opposed to my CEO qualities, where my friendly demeanor is masking some sort of nefariousness, according to the personality test that we did last week.
Your personality assessment, which was basically like, he's a hell of a guy, but watch your back.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, let's get to Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers. Of course, DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick both used to work for Kyle Shanahan last season. Here's Kyle Shanahan on the Texans head coach and OC.
I mean, being offensive coordinator for Houston was so good because I got it at a young age, and I got put with a real good team that people didn't realize was good yet, with Matt Schaub and Owen Daniels and Andre Johnson and Kevin Walter. We had so many good players, people weren't ready to be at it. For me to get in that gave us some success, and then for me to learn how different everything else is when you go to different players and stuff, and how you got to always adjust. So it was cool to realize how you can succeed with one group and how you got to change it up for another.
What was it that made what is it that you think made DeMeco Ryans a good head coach this first year?
Because he knows what he's talking about when it comes to football, and in terms of his character and how he is as a man, it's right on.
What about Bobby?
Same thing.
Ditto. You had two lines right below DeMeco's name. It's the same thing.
I mean, that sounds basic when he said because he knows what he's talking about. Look, that's a big deal. Just competence. Charisma's great, but without competence, you get found out real quick in the NFL.
Aaron, watch this. This is where I asked Seth the question I already know the answer to. So, Seth, have you played for any coaches that didn't know what they were talking about?
Well, for one, I mean, Richard Smith is a defensive coordinator who was just a mess.
Yeah.
And he knows enough about football. He just shouldn't have been a defensive coordinator.
Right.
He's a linebackers coach with the Colts now, and that's where he should always be. But I think the other guy, Gary Moeller, is the one that popped into my mind, honestly, because Gary Moeller was our defensive coordinator 1 year in Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. So Gary Moeller, former head coach of the University of Michigan. And I know exactly why he got the job, because he, at least my opinion on it is, I think there was a year we had trouble stopping the run, and Gary Moeller gives a hell of a pep talk about we're gonna get in there, and we're gonna hear the helmet smash.
He's a salesman.
Yeah, and I think he gave that speech to Coughlin, and Coughlin thought this is exactly what we need.
Hook, line, and sinker.
And you get about 2 days into meetings with Gary Moeller, and you're like, this, because he'd only been in the NFL for a couple years at that point. He'd had his incident at University of Michigan.
That's right.
A little bit of a vehicular issue.
Yes.
And he ends up getting a job in the NFL. He didn't know anything.
Oh, boy.
He was lost. Like, we'd be watching film, and he's misidentifying formations and stuff, and everybody. And our position coach at the time was just like doing everything he could, just seething to not badmouth the defensive coordinator.
No.
So it was ugly.
Oof.
And that was right from the very beginning. But I enjoyed his pep talks.
Yeah.
He gave awesome pep talks on the Saturday nights before the game and everything.
He was entertaining.
But I'm like, I will go out and die for this guy, and I definitely will die. He's definitely going to run us into like an artillery round or something.
That is great.
Like, Command's going to get on the radio to Captain Moeller, and he's going to tell, like, hey, go left. And Moeller's going to be like, all right, fellas, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
We're going to go right like hell. We're like crazy. And I'm like, yeah.
We're going to do the wrong things with great gusto. And that first part of Kyle Shanahan's answer, I didn't set that up totally properly. He was talking about his time in Houston as the OC back during the Kubiak era. You forget Kyle Shanahan was an OC for over a decade in the NFL before he was. There's a young man's aspect to him, but he was a coach for a long, long time.
Honestly, if you took him and transplanted him to right now, he would have gotten a head coaching job a lot earlier.
For sure.
Because now coaches have gotten to that motive. They're willing to take a risk on a guy like Kyle Shanahan, who doesn't seem to kind of have the classic personality or what have you of a head coach. And they just want to get that offense in there. They just want to go.
Yep.
This is why I wonder and worry about Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer, who's interviewing with the Cowboys right now.
Yep.
Mike McCarthy would be able to hire him. I worry about some of these nouveau head coaches who might be afraid to stand up to a grumpy old man like Mike Zimmer. Because he's an actual football coach.
Yep.
He's almost always had awesome defenses until the end there at Minnesota. If the Dallas Cowboys are serious about football, they'll hire Mike Zimmer and never let him go. He'll be their Dick LeBeau.
That's it's nice to get a guy that you feel like isn't going to leave for a head coaching job.
I think there's a song in the 1990s, Will You Be My Dick LeBeau?
There should have been.
Will you be my Dick LeBeau?
There should have been. We'll come up with the lyrics. All right, hey, Ben.
Be my. What song is that? Oh, go ahead.
Text in 713-572-4610. Ben, let's skip to Justin Reed, too. Justin Reed, of course, 2 years ago was a Houston Texan in one of the worst seasons in the history of the franchise. Very publicly, at least rumored, there were dust-ups behind the scenes with Justin Reed where he was sat down for a game because he got into it with some of the coaches. He's gone to Kansas City, and it's gone great for him. He's making a lot of money, and he's been to 2 Super Bowls. He's been watching the Texans from afar. Here's Justin Reed, former Texan safety, on C.J. Stroud and the Texans.
What would you say is kind of that secret sauce to go from here to there, take that next step to be that kind of team?
First is culture, and part of that culture equation is your best players being great leaders, being great people, great leaders. Nobody's on a pedestal. Nobody feels better than the man next to them. It doesn't matter if you're a starter or a practice squad player. Everybody is treated the same. Everybody works the same way. And we have trust in everyone to make the play whenever your name is called. So that culture being built and a worker's mentality to come in and put in the work is the secret sauce, man.
So that was Brandon Scott asking the question, like, what's it take for the Texans to get to the next step to where you guys are right now?
Yeah.
Culture's a big thing.
Yeah, and look, Justin Reed was here when everything was all askew.
Bad.
Yeah, and then he goes up to a place in Kansas City where Andy Reid's much tougher than people realize. He's way stricter than people realize, but he has a way of doing it where I think kind of like D'Amico without all the extra BS.
Yeah.
So you just you set high standards and expectations, and sometimes the great thing about that is, as you've seen in Kansas City, you can take on guys who are character risks or whatever you might call them, and maybe they lack maturity at times. Justin Reed's not one of those guys.
No.
But you can take on a lot of maybe problematic guys, and all of a sudden, lo and behold, it's like sending them to military school.
Yeah.
Like, oh, wow. You give them some high expectations and a little bit of support, and they thrive.
That's a great analogy. Military school. That is a really good analogy. All right, I wanted to get to Brock Purdy this segment. As we know, if you listen to this show, Seth, I'll let you articulate it. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but how do you like your quarterbacks to be wired, your quarterbacks and your head coaches?
I like them to lack perspective on life.
Right.
I like them to be dismissive of the work-life balance.
Right.
I like to have their entire identities tied up in being a quarterback.
Yeah. Hey, Ben, let's skip to the second one on Brock Purdy because I think that addresses perspective a little bit better. Here's Brock Purdy on his – this is not from last night. This is actually from a podcast earlier in the week. Here is Brock Purdy on his perspective.
Yeah, exactly. Just my identity, not being in this football – this life, the things that can come with it. And it's all, such a blessing. I'm very thankful for it, and I'm not taking it for granted. But honestly, my mindset is I try to hold this all loosely, not try to hold on to, I need to be the guy, the starter in the NFL, this and that. And I think the more you think like that, the more you start comparing yourself to guys like that, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen or whatever, and those guys are great. But I'm not them, and they're not me. Like, I know who I am, and God, if you want me to do great with this, great. If not, all right, let's go do something else wherever you need me. And that's allowed me to not put all this pressure on myself. It's allowed me to play free. It's allowed me to live my life and keep things simple.
Okay, enough perspective, Ben. Enough of this.
This is what I always tell guys. This is where sometimes, as a coach, somebody asked if I would ever go into coaching. Tell me if this is who you want as your kid's coach. If a young kid comes off to the sideline and says, well, I guess God just didn't want us to win today, I say, what if God wanted you to win and you let him down?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So how about that? Huh? You're going to hell, kid.
In fact, God
you heathen wretch. You're like, what the hell? So, yeah, I'm not buying it, Brock Purdy. God doesn't want you to take half measures in your life.
No, He wants you to hold on to that starting job. Listen to this. This is from last night. Brock Purdy. If I were Mr. Irrelevant and I was a quarterback, I'd be walking around with the list in my back pocket, earn my brain.
Yeah, be petty.
Of all the guys drafted in front of me. Here's Brock Purdy being asked if he can name the 13 quarterbacks taken ahead of him in the draft 2 years ago.
Well, 8 quarterbacks that got drafted before you. Can you name them and which school they went to?
No, I'm not. Yeah, honestly, I'm not that kind of guy. I know a couple of the guys that got drafted before me, but I've never held a grudge for it or anything. I'm a believer that God has a plan for everybody, and I fell last for a reason. And so I haven't held any grudges against other teams. It all happened how it needed to, and I'm blessed to be part of the 49ers.
No, it's obviously I'm mostly joking about lacking perspective completely.
Yeah.
But there is a little bit of Tom Brady, he's petty and vindictive.
Yes. Yeah.
Peyton Manning was obsessive about that stuff.
If you're asking me which personality type I feel like is going to win a Super Bowl first, I would say the petty, vindictive Tom Brady types.
Yeah.
As long as they got the skills to go with it.
This is the thing. These are mistakes people make sometimes. That they think that they're going to have an incredibly well-balanced and perfect life while also being at the apex of their profession.
Right.
Something's got to give. No, likely not. You're aiming for too much right there.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I'm still trying to process you telling a kid that he let God down.
He really did. And it happens all the time. And then the other thing, this happens in football a lot. People mistake what's best for athletic performance versus what's actually good for a healthy lifestyle.
Right.
Football's not a healthy lifestyle.
At all.
There's nothing about football and the way you train or anything that's actually good for your longevity.
No. There's a reason the commissioner has to address things like concussions and player safety every every year at a State of the NFL press conference.
I have this talk with guys after they retire a lot. I'm like, dude, you're like, honestly, what you're doing right now is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Like, you're still training like you're trying to get ready to play a football game. You're actively damaging your joints right now.
Oh my God! All right, let's get to some headlines. Seth's dreams of a trip to Brazil to cover the Texans, at least for this season, are over.
They put up a wall.
We'll get to that figuratively. We'll get to that. Bill O'Brien might be on the move as well.
Bill O'Brien.
We'll have that. We'll have that in headlines coming up next.
Wait till you hear this about Bill O'Brien, everybody.
Oh my God!
Unbelievable.
Yep. We'll get to that in headlines coming up next. At Berkeley.
855.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
We got some good headlines today. We're live on Radio Row thanks to Yingling Flight, our presenting sponsor here, as well as the Low T Center getting us out here. Big thanks to Bull Shirts for these nice shirts that you guys are seeing on the YouTube and Twitch
quality
streams.
Polos.
So much better quality than the polos we used to have, man.
This is my key for a good polo. I think it actually makes me look like I'm in better shape than I am.
Absolutely.
It's tough.
Yes.
Especially like with the dry fit
you're an
material.
Adonis.
Yeah,
dude, how long?
No, I didn't mean it that way. It's hard to improve on what I already have.
Well, I was just saying that offhandedly.
Okay.
How long do you work out for when you work out?
Yesterday it was I felt good, so I did 2 hours of cardio.
Okay. I got into the gym. I'm going to get to headlines, I promise. But as long as we're talking about you being an Adonis, me talking about you being an Adonis, I walk into the gym and you're up on one of the ellipticals. And you've clearly been working out for a while. You got a towel. You're drenched in sweat. This and that. I get up. I get on the ellipticals. They're not the type of elliptical I like.
I didn't know you were in there. There was the janky. You should have been on my side.
Okay,
of the gym.
I thought yours looked very
tried
smooth.
yours first, but I didn't realize you were in there.
Okay, so I'm not a wuss for jumping off of that and just getting on a treadmill.
It was like trying to simulate running.
Yeah,
or something.
they suck. Those are terrible. Okay, so they have real ellipticals. That's good to know. Well, if you wouldn't monopolize them for 2 hours, I would have been able to use
there
it.
There were 2 empty ones next to me.
But I felt like such a lazy ass. When I get in there, you've already been working out. I'm on the treadmill for like 30, 45 minutes. Running and walking and this and that, and I get off, and you're still working out over there. And I'm like, oh, my God.
I had a lot of demons to exercise.
And that you do it via elliptical.
Exercise via exercise.
That's it. Yeah. I like that. All right, let's get to headlines. The big headline from the Super Bowl so far, there have been 2 of them. Patrick Mahomes' dad getting a DUI. That was Monday's headline. This is a pretty tame Super Bowl. The big headline yesterday was the 49ers don't like their practice field.
Yeah. But they're going to go out and practice anyway.
We're going to do it anyway.
And then the Chiefs had the option of not practicing outside, but they said, no, give me all the weather.
Right.
We want to be tough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that was the adversity that they faced. There's so far no deer antler velvet stories or anything like that.
Nothing. The Niners practice field is a little too mushy right now.
I apologize, but I did not see. Was Mahomes asked about his father's situation?
I did not see
nothing
either.
Headline worthy, I suppose.
No, we would have seen it.
I'm guessing whatever he said was probably pretty bland and just no comment-ish.
I would think so. So Niners don't like their practice field. So there you go. Roger Goodell met with the media yesterday, his State of the NFL, doing it on a Monday this time around. Had the thing, as far as topics around the league, he had answers, I think, that nothing unexpected. A lot of questions about gambling, especially given the fact the Super Bowl is here in Las Vegas. Questions about player safety and surfaces. They're looking into maybe a hybrid of grass and field turf that could be safer for players. Officiating was a big topic, and they're looking at ways to improve officiating. The big thing that's actually just something factual and newsy is the fact that they've picked their team to go to Brazil, and unfortunately it is not a team that is on the Texans schedule. So Seth will not get his long-desired trip to Sao Paulo for an NFL game. It will be the Philadelphia Eagles hosting somebody in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Somebody undeserving.
Yeah.
Somebody whose local streaming hosts probably don't give a damn about becoming the voice of Brazilian football.
Right. And thinking about learning Portuguese.
Yeah.
You put so much thought, you put so much effort into thinking about learning Portuguese.
Nobody else is even committed to possibly learning Portuguese like I did.
Not like you.
I mean,
it was really.
I got more excited when I found out that when Lopez told me that it's like even if you know Spanish, it's hard to learn Portuguese. I thought, okay, because at first I thought like, all right, some actual native Spanish speaker is going to slide in and take what's rightfully mine by learning Portuguese, in a weekend or something. But it turns out it's not so easy. Yeah. I feel like I got my old teammate Jason Bell from the Texans. He's like one of the voices of NFL Europe.
Oh, wow.
Because he and, the old defensive end from the Giants from that Super Bowl era. Jason was...
O.C. Umenyiora?
O.C. Umenyiora. Those guys are on all that content over there.
Yeah.
And, Jason Bell was usually, he was kind of a backup type player. Awesome dude. Awesome personality.
Yeah.
And it's worked out very well for him.
Okay.
I think he's big in Europe. Like, I wanted to be huge in Brazil.
Yeah.
Which is a very big country. I wanted to take over the rainforest in a way that, like, that we've tried, but no, I was gonna finish the job on the rainforests.
Watching you on the elliptical for part of your 2-hour workout is only the second most inspirational thing I've watched up close. First being you thinking so hard about wanting to learn Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to tell you face to face, it's been very inspirational for me to watch you thinking about learning something.
The one thing that I kept, the negative thought that I had to keep working out of my mind was the fact that I had an endorsement with Chama Gaúcha for 3 years and I still can't pronounce it correctly. But, like, workshops with the people at Chama Gaúcha trying to pronounce the name of that Brazilian steakhouse properly.
Landry butchered it the other day when we were talking about Brazilian steakhouses.
Oh, yeah.
He's like the one on Westheimer. I'm like, Chama Gaúcha? It's Chama, and I'm like, no, Chama Gaúcha, Landry. That's the one you're thinking of.
No, but the hardest thing about speaking for Chama Gaúcha was the fact that all these Spanish speakers think they know how to speak Portuguese, and they're, like, correcting my pronunciations.
Oh, yeah, so they're not even right either.
You're messing me up here, man.
Let's not bury the lead. Let's get to what we teased for the people. Yeah, it's headlines. Headline, Ohio State's Bill O'Brien reportedly leading candidate for the Boston College head coaching job.
He's putting Bobby Petrino to shame on this one here,
Ohio
man.
State's been the Ohio State OC for like 3 weeks.
He called Josh McDaniels up, and I was like, hey, how do I accept something and then bail on it?
So if you were Ryan Day...
Not to mention Bill Belichick.
Honestly, like, given how the Ohio State fan base feels about the hire of Bill O'Brien might be doing Ryan Day a favor here. Let Ryan Day just take over the offense as the head coach.
People weren't happy about that.
I don't think so, no.
I could see this being a situation, though, too, where Ohio State fans might not have been happy about Bill O'Brien being the offensive coordinator because he's never, like, going back into, like, since Georgia Tech, he's never actually taken over and improved an offense.
Right.
I think that Ohio State fans may not have wanted Bill O'Brien, but once Bill O'Brien jilts them, they will be deeply offended by it. I saw this happen.
I see.
My brother was engaged once to a nice young woman, but they were not a match for each other. They fought all the time. It was bad. They were young, and I was one of the people that helped convince them to finally pull the trigger and bail
Good job,
on it.
Seth.
But, like, even her parents did not want them to get married. Like, they disapproved of my brother. But as soon as my brother bailed on the marriage, like, all of a sudden, how could you do this to our daughter? You're the worst person who ever lived.
Yeah.
So I think that's how the Ohio State fans will feel about
Who did she end up with? Because your brother ended up being quite a catch, right? Isn't he like a captain of industry?
Yeah. He was. He's basically he went back. He was a captain of industry long enough that now he's, like, working, but not. He took a job specifically because it doesn't have the same demands.
Yeah. He just likes it.
He's kind of
Okay.
But she ended up marrying like a. She was, like, living in Manhattan. My brother was still. This is my issue with her.
Yeah.
He was like finance. My brother was a finance major and everything. Really good student.
Yeah.
And would end up going to use that. But at the time, he was still wrestling like competitively, like with an eye towards the Olympics. And she basically felt like he was wasting his time.
Oh,
he needed to get back to
someone. You can't be with someone who poops all over your dreams.
No, but it's like she basically damaged it. He allowed her to ruin his dreams. I think. Well, because he felt like she kind of, like, had mind control over him to where, like, she made him feel like he wasn't like going after the right thing. So, like, to prove it to her. Yeah. So he broke up with her, and then, like, to prove it to her, got his MBA, started, all that stuff.
So in this analogy, your brother is Bill O'Brien.
Oh.
You just
worst analogy
compared
ever.
your brother to Bill O'Brien.
Oh.
He's Bill O'Brien. I actually I'll say this. I think that's a good hire for BC. Like, BC is a downtrodden Power 5 program. Bill O'Brien's from the area up there.
Yeah.
He's had some decent success as a college head coach. I don't know how he's going to operate in the age of NIL, if indeed he gets this job at Boston College. But, I mean, it's not like Boston College is shopping at the Dior store for head coaches. I mean,
wonder, though,
their coach left to take a DC job with the Green Bay Packers.
They look at, if you go back to Tom Coughlin when he was the coach at BC for just a few years, and a couple of the guys they've had, they kind of were cut from the same cloth. Like, Coughlin was a Catholic guy who was an old school hard ass.
Yes.
Like, and Bill O'Brien, Catholic guy from that area,
Central
old
casting.
school hard ass. Yeah. And I think in this age of transfer portal, especially, I think you might be able to get kids that'll stick around more.
Yeah.
If there's like kind of a family pressure or push to go to a place like BC.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live here on Radio Row in Vegas. With you till Friday here in Vegas, taking you up to the Super Bowl later this week. Up next, more Saquon love out there, Seth. More Saquon love. 3 different places loving on Saquon Barkley for the Houston Texans. We will hear about it next. But first, I want you to hear about West Point Lincoln. And
32. Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, presented by Yingling Flight. Flight by Yingling. Awesome light beer. That's how we got to Radio Row here in Las Vegas. Fueled by the greatest light beer on the planet, Yingling Flight. And if you're watching on the YouTube and Twitch stream, you see I'm sitting right next to our big Yingling Flight poster right here, so we love that. As we welcome you back in, Ross Tucker is going to join us live here on Radio Row in the next segment. So he joins us every Tuesday.
Yeah,
we get to sit down with him. He gets to sit in the hot seat here.
He's over sitting in his fancy DraftKings set right now, recording his podcast.
Yeah.
I kept waiting for a commercial break, and then I remembered he does like 3 podcasts,
right?
And he just rolls through all of them. With
he's a machine.
Breaks.
Yeah, he's a machine. So we'll sit down with him. We'll get his thoughts on the game and get his thoughts on Radio Row here. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, is going to join us in about 20 minutes or so. All right, Seth, I don't want you to shoot the messenger here. I know that you've got your preference when it comes to how the Texans spend their money in free agency, particularly at the running back position. And you sold me on Derrick Henry. I want you to know that.
Mm-hmm.
But if there were, like the exercise Drew Doherty does with the mock drafts, where he takes like 30 mock drafts and does a composite and says, hey, this is what the mockers think the Texans are going to do. There's 9 of them of the 30. If there were one for free agency, I feel like if you were doing a composite, I feel like Saquon Barkley might be the most free agented player to the Houston Texans.
The most mocked to
the most mock free agented running back to the Houston Texans.
I think that it would make a lot more sense for Josh Jacobs to come to the Texans. I'd be very, very surprised if the Texans were targeting Saquon Barkley and wanted him, because he's not the type of runner that typically coaches in this system really want. Like, they want guys that are going to churn out yardage on every snap as much as possible. That it's at least 3 yards.
He's a high variance guy.
You're 3, and if you get hit at 2 yards, then you go down with 4 yards gained.
Yep.
Yeah, he's very boomer bust, and also like does not necessarily seek out the physical aspect of the game.
Yeah.
So I think that's Saquon Barkley.
Right.
Josh Jacobs has no problem with physicality.
No, he does not.
And I think it gets vertical and wants to get there. Saquon Barkley, I mean, going back to college, that's why some people were skeptical of Saquon Barkley, because yes, he'd have these magnificent runs when things were good, but not so much when things were bad. It's funny because Derrick Henry was kind of like that his first couple of years in the league. It really took him getting into Arthur Smith's scheme and getting really good at the outside zone. I know a lot of people don't think that. They don't realize that Derrick Henry has thrived in an outside zone running scheme before under Arthur Smith. They kind of envision him as this old school, running power and counter and everything type of guy. So, Josh Jacobs would make more sense. I don't, frankly, like you got to be durable as hell to sell me on paying big money to a running back on a second contract. We just know now. It's been over a decade of guys getting their second contract and then just being nothing but a litany of injuries and failed expectations, except for a precious few like Derrick Henry.
We like third contracts.
I like a third contract.
Because it means you're probably past the point where you're going to hit that 27 or 28-year-old wall.
I was trying to think of an analogy the other day, and I was thinking about like how cars used to be. Like, remember, like, these kids wouldn't understand this today. Kids, you used to go on a road trip with no real confidence that your car was going to make it the entire road trip.
Yeah, cars are way more reliable.
If you were going to drive like 1,500 miles, you had to like have it in your mind that like, oh, we might get stuck next to a road, and I might have to perform favors for somebody, and to get out of there, depending on where we are.
Yeah.
So but if you got one that was reliable and like it proved that it was out of that lemon phase, then by all means, hold on to that vehicle. That's where Derrick Henry is. He's gotten out of the lemon phase.
I'm just a messenger here again, but these are the people that are bringing up Saquon's name. Kevin Patra of NFL, he's part of the Around the NFL guys.
Yeah.
He has one piece of advice for all the AFC teams for this offseason. His piece of advice for the Texans, go big game hunting. and he talks about how a fantastic story they were last season. Hang on one second.
Okay.
They've got a bunch of free agents that they can still bring back with their cap space here. Dalton Schultz, Blake Cashman, Jonathan Grenard, Steven Nelson, he names. Adding the likes of a Daniil Hunter or L'Jarius Sneed would make DeMeco Ryans' defense exponentially more formidable. On offense, how might Saquon Barkley look next to C.J. Stroud?
The first two recommendations, awesome.
Yeah.
But there's two things that drive me insane around free agency. One is that, the A-list free agents, the majority of the time are abject busts. So to go big game hunting, it's really almost like, hey, prove you're serious by doing something really stupid. Mm-hmm. Be the lottery winner who goes out and blows all of his lottery winnings. Be that cautionary tale. But double down by doing it with a running back.
Yeah.
Hey, Texans, it's time. Go be stupid with your money.
Is it weird that the fact that I'm in Vegas right now gives me a bigger stomach for the Texans going big game hunting? Like when I'm in Houston, I feel more conservative with Nick Caserio and Cal McNair's money. But just being here in Vegas, I'm like, this Saquon Barkley thing sounds pretty good.
You've forgotten all your vows.
And allow me to double down on this 12 right here, Mr. Dealer.
I don't even know now. And free agency signings do work out, and it's worth spending the money at times. Just with running backs, the running backs, your chance of success just wipes out any amount of money, if it's above and beyond what you think is a reasonable deal.
Pro Football Focus has Saquon Barkley as their top-rated running back in the free agent class this year, 29th rated free agent overall. Potential landing spots? Dallas Cowboys, Houston Texans.
Yeah, I just don't see it.
Yeah.
I honestly don't see DeMeco looking at Saquon Barkley.
Okay.
Looking at those three guys, if you were to look at Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, and Derrick Henry, I think that in terms of if you took all of the age and everything out of it, I think he would rank it Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley.
Who, Nick? Or DeMeco?
DeMeco.
Would rank it? Okay.
Yeah, would rank it that way.
Yeah. I agree with you on that. Can you be sold to by Marcus Spears?
Yeah, Marcus Spears pays attention to the Texans. Going back to, he actually watched the games 2 years ago. I remember watching Marcus Spears and some of his opinions. I was like, oh, he's actually watching these Texans games.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Okay, well, here's Marcus Spears saying the Texans should go get Saquon Barkley.
Go get Saquon.
Ooh.
Is what this says on my page. Because this is the time that we've talked about. This is the time that we've talked about finding out if you really have a guy at the quarterback spot with a young rookie. Dan, you brought up the run game, but not only in the run game, we see how much a dynamic back changes how people have to defend you. Think Jahmyr Gibbs in Detroit. Think CMC in San Francisco.
Buddy, I was just going to say, he would be there. Yes, he would be their Christian McCaffrey.
And that's exactly what came to my mind. So now we got a rookie quarterback going into the second year who's proven that he can play at a very high level, even the level higher than most people thought a rookie could play at. Now you start adding these pieces before payday has to come, right? And see how close you can get. I think Saquon would be a great fit.
Yeah, I'm glad he brought up Christian McCaffrey because, again, Christian McCaffrey is a lot more like Josh Jacobs than he is Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I think that,
stylistically.
and look, the 49ers went out on a limb bringing in McCaffrey because they viewed him as kind of that last little keystone piece to really complete.
They give him draft capital and they're paying.
Yeah, except that Carolina paid for a huge chunk of that.
But he's
contract.
still pretty high up for a running back. Yeah.
So, but he's that. All right, get vertical, and if I get hit, I don't care. I'm going to get some kind of positive yardage out of this, and is a receiving threat as well. That's the part too. Josh Jacobs is a receiving threat compared to Derrick Henry.
Yep.
There's a difference there, but I don't. Personally, I don't want the Texans spending a boatload on running backs.
Yeah.
I don't know if the league has it in them to pay. Are there two teams out there that are going to pay, one pay Saquon Barkley and one pay Josh Jacobs?
Right.
I don't know. I just don't want to be in a competition with those two teams if they exist.
Yeah. You brought this to my attention yesterday. This Diana Rossini quote about Mike Vrabel on the Athletic Football Show. Mike Vrabel, who, of course, let go by the Tennessee Titans, was a candidate for several different jobs this cycle and ended up not getting one of them.
Right.
My feeling is I think he's the number one candidate right now for whatever openings exist in 2025. That's neither here nor there. It might be neither here nor there if there's owners out there that feel the way Diana Rossini is outlining right here. She says this about Mike Vrabel. I don't think there was a fit for him. I don't think he sat in front of any owner who thought that his style was going to work for what they were looking for. I had a GM at the Senior Bowl who mentioned to me Vrabel's physical build.
Yeah.
That he's a very large human being and can be very intimidating to people in an organization that are going to be part of these decisions. And that is a factor. End quote.
That was what a scout told him, or
a GM at the Senior Bowl. Yeah. That it might, Mike Vrabel just might be too big, literally too big a human being. To be a head coach.
Who were the owners and or GMs that were too scared of Mike Vrabel to hire him? Which teams thought like, oh, he's big and scared? That's the jock. He reminds me of the jock that used to give me swirlies. I don't want Mike Vrabel in this organization.
Okay, I don't think it would have been the owners of the Commanders because they've been around NBA players who are very large human beings.
I don't think it was the Chargers, the Spanos family, because they hired Jim Harbaugh, who himself has kind of got some scary tendencies.
Yeah. What about Arthur Blank in Atlanta? Shied away from Belichick, who's an intimidating human being.
Was he intimidated by both Belichick and Vrabel?
I think it's a possibility.
He's hired some beta males like Mike Smith.
He has, yeah.
And Bobby Petrino, kind of a beta, right?
Yeah. What's Arthur Smith these last couple
of years? Just a big oaf, I guess. A Nepo baby.
Right.
He hired a Nepo baby. He's like, you remind me of my own spoiled son. I like the...
Yes.
I've got grandkids like you.
Okay. Was Vrabel interviewed with Carolina? Was Dave Tepper scared off by gargantuan human being Mike Vrabel?
I think they fought.
Okay.
I think Dave Tepper and Mike Vrabel fought, and then Vrabel. I think Vrabel. Never mind.
Swirlied him, or
I could see. Never mind.
I'm just going to let you use your discretion. I don't know where you're going. Okay.
I think. What if Vrabel cuckolded Dave Tepper?
Right. I knew whatever it was you were going to say eventually.
I could see it. I could totally see it.
Yeah.
Dave Tepper doesn't stand for that. He's old school. Listen, there's two things I know about modern football. Your coach has to be your quarterback has to be like a point guard, and your coach can't have cuckolded you.
No. Yeah. Two immutable truths.
Yes.
I'm trying to go through the other Seattle.
She seems like, okay, if there's one thing I know about the owners who actually have a set of gonads to hire, the football bully,
gonads.
It's Martha Ford's granddaughter there in
hired
Detroit.
Dan Campbell.
She hired Dan Campbell.
Large alpha
and Amy
male.
Adams Strunk hired Mike Vrabel, who apparently is too scary for any of these other half men to hire.
Hired and fired Mike Vrabel.
She sat Mike Vrabel down and put him in his place.
Gave him a talking to and said, beat it, get out of here.
Called him Buster.
Yeah, scram.
She said, listen, Buster, I'm not into for these shenanigans.
Scram.
Get your ass out of here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Go embarrass Dave Tepper for me.
This is like one of the weirdest reports I've ever seen. Like Mike Vrabel's physical build might be a reason he didn't get a job.
I feel like we got to go over there and grab Rossini today and get her out. That GM had to have been joking.
You think? And she took it seriously?
Okay, how about this? Maybe if he was speaking kind of colorfully, but maybe there's like I could see an owner kind of like maybe it happened with Belichick being like, listen, look, I don't need. I want to own this team and I want to run it my way. I don't need some guy like Belichick coming in and treating me like I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
And maybe they felt the same way about Vrabel, but I don't know how much the physical stature had to do with it.
No, but there were a lot of stories in the end, like that last year of Vrabel really wanting to take control of things in the building.
Yeah.
So I could see where he would be intimidating, and you just conflate his actual physical size with the intimidation.
It's bad news for Dave Zimmer or Mike Zimmer. I mean.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Mike Zimmer's intimidating.
He is intimidating. He's not big like Mike Vrabel is, but he is intimidating.
True. He's scarier than Vrabel, though.
Is he?
Yeah. I think Zimmer would still fight you.
Yeah.
Vrabel knows enough. He's been arrested at a convenience store. Yeah. He had his purse snatched in West University. He knows he's got to be careful about being. So I think Vrabel knows, because he's been the big guy his whole life. He knows how to avoid the fight.
Yeah.
I feel like Mike Zimmer's probably been in 3 fist fights in the last decade already.
Maybe. Might be one right now as we speak. The Cleveland Browns introduced Ken Dorsey as their new offensive coordinator. Yeah.
Everybody, this is the most unbelievable audio you'll hear in the next decade.
Yes. Here is Ken Dorsey when he was asked about his new pupil, quarterback Deshaun Watson.
He's one of the premier quarterbacks in this league, and from everything I've heard about him, a really quality human being. So I'm just excited about that opportunity.
Okay.
What? How can you say it like that?
Ken doesn't have the internet. What do you do?
From all that I've heard about him. Okay, see, if he had just said, I've talked to people that are close to him and I feel really good about him and he's a good person or whatever, that's going to raise some eyebrows.
Yeah.
He said, from everything I've heard about him.
Right.
What does he say?
He's a quality human. It's 8 seconds. Play it one more time.
He's one of the premier quarterbacks in this league, and from everything I've heard about him, a really quality human being. So I'm just excited about that opportunity.
Also, and then he took it. Then the owner's wife there gave him the eyes, and he was like, he's a very quality human, except he's also still very much in therapy, working on these issues.
D. Haslam's giving lessons on therapy.
I talked to D. Haslam about him for a while, and D said that he's a quality human being who's in 7 hours of therapy per day to work on all of the things that are wrong with him.
Hey, Ben, play that. Get it queued up one more time, and pause when I tell you to pause. As I'm listening to that cut, hit play, Ben.
He's one of the premier quarterbacks in this league. And
all right, hit pause. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know about that anymore. Boy, that's a bad take right now. I don't know how Ken Dorsey could possibly have a worse take than that one about Deshaun Watson being one of the premier quarterbacks in the league. Ben, continue.
From everything I've heard about him, a really quality human being. So I'm just excited about it.
He came up with an even worse take 2 seconds later. Wow. That is a bad 8 seconds for you, Ken Dorsey.
A lot of people might not remember or realize that. If you remember a couple of years ago, there was a huge tantrum by an offensive coordinator in the box.
Yes,
that was Ken Dorsey.
Ken Dorsey.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't know it at the time. He had that huge tantrum. Every time you look at I honestly, I thought that the coach cam was really bad for Ken Dorsey. I didn't think he was – not just that tantrum. He's got kind of a dorky look to him.
Yeah.
And he looks kind of lost and confused every time they zoom to him on that OC cam.
It's a bad look.
And he's definitely not going to be a head coach. That's if I'm grading his podium presence, that was a really dumb thing to say.
He should be happy he got an offensive coordinator's job again.
You know who cringed when he said that?
Who?
Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, probably.
Because Deshaun Watson sees that, he's like, great.
Yeah.
There comes another round of,
You're looking at his push notifications at Deshaun Watson getting pepper. I didn't do anything. What? It's morons calling me a good human being.
I haven't done anything, but trust me, I'm in therapy for the thing I didn't do.
I haven't done anything that I've had to settle a lawsuit for in 3 years.
I'm very much in therapy and working on these things that aren't actually an issue at all. So don't worry.
Yeah, that's the best.
Nobody has to worry about hiring, me hiring them because I'm in therapy for something that isn't a problem at all.
Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, is going to join us here on set here on Radio Row coming up next. Before we get to Ross, I want to tell you about Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sinus and Snoring. If you suffer from any sleep issues, this I can tell you. The sleep issues I was having back in February of 2018, ironically, when I went and saw Dr. Ben Salento, it was when I got back from the big game, our trip up to Minneapolis. There's no way I could do this Las Vegas schedule with
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. If you listen to this show, you know that at this time, each and every Tuesday, we get a chance to talk to our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin, too. This particular episode with Ross Tucker, we get to do live and in person here on Radio Row. And, of course, our Radio Row trip is presented by Yingling Flight, the greatest light beer on the planet, which Ross got a big smile on his face when he saw our Yingling placard here.
Okay, so, I mean,
be careful.
Everybody just needs to relax right now because I'm about to take over the segment. All right, so first of all, I love hanging out with Sean and Seth 5:25 a.m.
Hell
in
yeah.
Vegas.
That's right.
Yeah, baby.
They make you walk through the casino to get here.
You've got a very, this is who I woke up in bed with type of feel to you right now. Like, oh, boy. Well, I've made choices in my life.
I will say this, and hopefully the listeners can relate to this. It's so awesome to see people in person after you talk to them all year like I do with you guys. And I walked through the casino, 4:22 a.m. There's a guy at a slot machine just getting a head massage at a slot machine. And I asked the massage therapist, how much does this cost? I thought maybe there was a chance, it was free as long as you're, at a slot machine.
Yeah.
And she's like, $2 per minute.
It's $2. Okay,
a minute.
They were this same. It was probably a different lady, but same service. I was playing blackjack last night at the Link where we're staying. I'd never seen this before. She's walking up to people sitting playing blackjack, asking if you want a massage. She's holding a big foam torso shaped thing. She's like, do you want a massage? And I'm like, no. It sounds delightful.
Sounds like a great way to spread lice.
$2.
Let me put my hands in Seth's hair.
Did you have some sanitizer or anything?
Put my hands in Ross's hair. My wife would freak out.
$2 a minute.
Speaking, by the way, of my wife, we got to talk about Yingling for a second.
Yes.
First of all, year over year, I just saw they're up over 70%. And I don't know how much of that they directly relate to 610 and Sean and Seth.
Sounds like it coincides.
Yeah.
But you know, okay, I grew up 30 minutes south of Yingling.
Yeah.
Okay, it's Pottsville. It's the start of the coal region, and I'm in Reading, 30 minutes south. So we take a lot of pride in it, right? It's America's oldest brewery, and I'm a big brewery tour guy.
Mm-hmm.
So most of them are pretty similar. Literally caves. Literally caves in the mountain. That's where they used to keep the beer cold.
Yeah.
So Pottsville's on a mountain, and that's how they kept the beer cold back in the 1800s. Caves. It's incredible. And also, my wife has a family propane business, and they just recently got the Yingling account because that's where the propane business is.
It sounds like
right
they probably
near
use
Yingling.
a lot of propane.
Well, I don't know about that. I know this, though. It tastes even better since they've been using my wife's propane.
I noticed a shift.
I am directly relating all 70% increase in sales.
Yeah.
You can taste the Cuppy's propane.
You're like the Peggy Hill of the coal region. This is, this is good. I didn't know this about
It's so funny, too, because, I don't know, maybe 14, 15 years old? It was
so you got some good memories.
You had a sip.
Some good memories.
By the way, you like my Battle Red
Army?
Is that what you guys call
it's
it?
Battle Red.
Red
it was good of you to show up with that at the to sit with the two.
What was the big takeaway for you guys from the Ravens Chiefs game? Because it directly relates to the Texans moving forward. Did you kind of want the Ravens to beat the Chiefs' brains in?
Yes.
And feel okay?
Yeah, that was a feeling. After you lost the Ravens game, there was this feeling of well, this is just an unstoppable force. This is, I don't know who's going to beat Lamar Jackson.
And we've never said this before about Lamar Jackson.
And I still feel that way. I just wonder why they didn't. I wonder why it seems like they took the Texans more seriously than the Chiefs. They just okay, what did the Ravens do at halftime? They modified their game plan because the Texans were blitzing with some success. The Ravens had 3 straight 3-and-outs before the half, and they realized, okay, we're going to have to shorten some things up, not take any chances. And they didn't do that against the Chiefs. They just thought that somehow their greatness was going to roll over them somehow.
I would love to go through every year of NFL Super Bowl history and try to determine how many years I don't think the best team won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because I thought the Ravens were the best team this year. I thought the Eagles were the best team last year.
Mm-hmm.
And the Chiefs beat them both. I think, because there's a bunch of years where the team that was the best the whole season does not win it.
Yeah.
I think we like that. I feel like that doesn't happen as much like in the NBA.
I do think this is where our angle from being in Houston comes in. I think I never quite bought into this before, but now I totally see the value of playoff experience.
Oh, yeah.
And that in these moments, in these critical moments, the team that has – I don't want to say the team that doesn't blink because it all comes down to individuals, but the Chiefs just simply have more guys on their team who don't blink.
Well,
they've been there before.
And I wonder how much of that is playoff pedigree and experience and how much of it is just Mahomes as your quarterback.
Yeah,
because when I was in New England, I'm just telling you guys, like, no matter what the score was, like down 17 in the third quarter – there was no panic. And it was almost like, how is Brady going to win this one for us? And I think that's what the Chiefs are at with Mahomes. They came out in that game and they punched the Ravens right in the mouth. But to your point about playoff experience, Ravens had 3 stupid turnovers, the dumb penalties, and then the Lions. I have never seen a team pee down their leg like the Lions did. That was hard. I'm not a Lions fan. I'm from Eastern Pennsylvania. That was hard to watch. Mm-hmm. That was hard to watch those guys, just professional players just dropping passes like that.
Yeah, and I think you're exactly right when it comes to, what do you do in crucial situations? And with the Chiefs in that AFC Championship game, okay, they did what they had to do in the first couple drives. And, Mahomes wasn't magnificent the rest of the game at all, but he also knew where they were in the game. And that it was about not making mistakes as much as it was producing. And I feel like Monken, first time with that, first year with that team, kind of peed down his leg and realized that being down 10 isn't that big a deal when you've got this offense.
Yeah.
Why did they
If
panic?
I were a Ravens fan, or especially a Ravens offensive lineman, I'd be furious.
Yeah.
I'm okay losing as long as I feel like we went down doing what we do.
Yeah.
1 design run for Lamar Jackson, 6 runs by the running back, 3 runs for Gus Edwards. And against the Chiefs, who the Bills had just run it right down their throat the week before.
Yeah.
Very frustrating. I will say this. One of my big takeaways for you guys is C.J. Stroud going to be a Mahomes in the playoffs, or is he going to be more a Lamar in the playoffs? We don't, he's only had 2.
Yeah.
I would say the early results were very encouraging because he played awesome against Cleveland and even against Baltimore. I never felt like the moment was too big for him. He didn't take any sacks. He was poised. He was calm. I think I told you guys this week, but that one play where he was mic'd up, or Roquan Smith's mic'd up, and he goes out of bounds, and he says to Roquan, "You want to hit me so bad?" Who says that?
Yeah.
Who's calm and relaxed and confident enough to say that?
There were moments from the TV copy where I thought maybe the porous protection had gotten to him and he was fleeing the pocket too often. When you go back and you watch the end zone copy, man, there was usually somebody coming up.
Yeah.
There was a Matabike or somebody else like that coming free, and it was probably appropriate to flee when he did. So I don't think he lost composure. I think the offense was just not there to go up against the defense.
In hindsight, what was a bad look is the Texans jump false starting so much.
Yeah, that was bad.
When you compare it to the next week where the Chiefs didn't once.
Yeah,
right. I don't know if that's
a team that's notorious for
I don't know if that's a playoff experience thing or what.
It felt like the moment was too big for them.
And the noise. The noise got to him where it didn't get to the Chiefs.
Yep.
Well, also in fairness, the Chiefs kind of took the crowd out of the game, right? You go
right
on 2 80-yard drives and right down the Ravens fans were all like, you could tell at the start of the game, the energy, the Ravens fans, I was on the sideline, they thought they were going to the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
First conference championship game in over 50 years. After those first 2 drives, everybody's faces changed.
Oh, yeah.
Their expression was it was like Rocky IV, where it's like, oh, man, nobody told this guy that this isn't a real fight.
Yeah.
And you got to remember, too, it comes after an entire season of them beating their chests about how Lamar Jackson is different this time. And these are all stupid old narratives about him failing in the playoffs.
Well, he was great in the second half against the Texans.
Right.
Sure was. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, but after that game, it turns into – and honestly, he was great if Zay Flowers had held onto the ball going into the end zone.
Two bad turnovers.
It's just the way we remember things is, there was no touchdown there.
The flip side is, for the Texans' perspective, like, the Chiefs aren't going to win 3 in a row. So maybe on some level it's good if the Chiefs win this one, because it's like that next year.
Open? Yeah.
Then next year, something's going to happen. They're not going to win 3 in a row.
Right.
They probably won't even get to 3 in a row. So the Chiefs winning, I guess, leaves a little something for everybody else maybe next year.
Travis Kelce getting 10 receptions in the first half last week just pissed me off.
That was a little depressing. That was a little depressing.
That's where, playoff Gronk was still playoff Gronk, even after he had long lost a lot of his athleticism and regular season power.
Ross Tucker's our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin, too. Hey, we've been discussing the Texans in free agency, and I'm curious to get your thoughts. Running back is a position of need for them for sure. Where are you on Saquon Barkley as far as in general, but also as a possibility for the Texans in free agency?
Love Saquon Barkley as a player.
Mm-hmm.
Has a decent injury history.
Mm-hmm.
And my issue with him, going back to Penn State, I've watched a lot of Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, that's why I ask.
He's kind of feast or famine.
Yep.
He's still probably the most explosive. Oh, no, the Gibbs guy for the Lions is
right.
crazy. But Saquon, for 230 pounds, is the most explosive guy, and he's good out of the backfield. He can give you big plays. But I don't think all running backs that average 4.5 yards a carry are created equal.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is if you average 4.5, but it's a lot of 0, 0, -1, 1, and 30. The 30's great, but the 0 and 1, those really hurt those drives. On the one hand, I feel like it would be out of character for Caserio to spend that much on a running back. On the other hand, I was in New England when they brought Corey Dillon in.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't remember what his contract was, and they got him for peanuts, right? So that's probably they traded him for the Bengals for peanuts, so maybe that was part of it. They value that position, I feel like, more than others, but it's just such a young person's position. And I'm also not convinced that Saquon's a great zone runner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think he's more of a gap scheme guy like Dameon Pierce, hit it downhill.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to draft a guy that they think is a zone runner to pair with Singletary.
Let me ask you this. This is my pet theory. Tell me if it's crazy or if there's something to this. When it comes to running backs now, I'm actually more inclined to like a guy who's on his 3rd contract.
I am shocked that Seth can cross his legs, by the way.
Like this?
He's very flexible.
But, dude, you have big legs.
Yeah.
First of all, there's no way I could ever do that.
Yeah.
Secondly, I'm convinced I could have been a better player. I didn't realize until after I was in the NFL, I have the world's tightest glutes. Mm-hmm. And this is what people driving to work in Houston, Texas right now
need to know. Yeah.
Sounds like a humble brag to me.
Part of it, too, is I've sprayed so much of that desensitizing spray on my genitalia over the years. It doesn't
everything
bother
slides
me one
around
bit.
down there. Yeah.
I've increased my endurance
but
5 minutes
all
or so.
People,
and just,
look how big his legs
He's
are.
very
still,
flexible.
And you still sit there with your legs crossed.
Like he should have a
dainty English gentleman.
Like a cup of tea with his pinky out? Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, so my pet theory.
Yeah.
Now remember, I'm sitting like this, which looks intelligent.
It does. It looks smarter when you say that.
So I tend to think that I actually prefer a running back who's endured and made it through his 2nd contract, because I feel like he's closer to being Frank Gore status at that point. Where Derrick Henry, he did get injured a couple years ago, but for the most part, he earned his 2nd contract. I trust him more going into his 3rd contract than I do almost any running back at all going into his 2nd contract, because we know the history of these guys that get their 2nd contract and fall apart.
They're just going to draft one.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but
let's say it's a non-Texans team, and you're just looking at those. There's a part of me that just trusts Derrick Henry more than I trust Josh Jacobs or Saquon Barkley or anybody else.
You know what I will say about that? The market for running backs is getting so depressed that they're almost undervalued now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I look at some of these guys and, what they get, I'm like, you're going to tell me that guy's not worth $6 million a year for your team?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I guarantee he is.
Yeah.
Or even these guys that got franchised, Josh Jacobs and all those guys, they were worth it.
Ross Tucker's our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have
trying to cross his legs.
Skin too. I know. This is is that the other leg now? I lost track.
No,
okay.
I have really tight glutes.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is a way to help that.
Yeah. Isn't this your time of year, like Valentine's Day?
That's why I'm wearing the red.
Right.
We're a week away from Valentine's. Oh, now Seth's taking a picture of me.
Yeah.
To put on social media.
You don't look fat.
At least tag at Ross Tucker NFL. No, you know what? This is how pathetic. Well, you guys know I have that business, myfrontpagestory.com.
That's why I say it.
Yeah, which is by far the best Valentine's Day gift I've ever heard of. They literally write a story about your significant other. Looks like on over the cover of the newspaper, Houston Chronicle framed, myfrontpagestory.com. It's amazing. But I'm part owner of the company, so I can't give that to my wife.
Yeah.
I literally said to her before I left for this trip, "What are you thinking for Valentine's Day?" She's like, "I don't know. I don't care." I said, "What? Do you want to use one of those gift cards I got you for Christmas?" Like, tell me that's not pathetic. No, that's pathetic. I got her like 4 gift cards for Christmas, and I'm trying to like utilize one of those.
But you call pathetic
on February 14th.
That's efficiency
for Valentine's Day.
You're peak James Harden right here. With
anyway, don't be like me. Don't be like Seth.
Front page.
Go to myfrontpagestory.com. Myfrontpagestory.com. Seriously, I mean, do your wives listen to the show?
My wife does.
Yeah, mine
okay,
does
so
too.
you can't say right now what you got.
Yeah, no, I
So
can't.
after we go to commercial, you can like tell me. Okay, let's be honest. We're in the trust tree right here.
Right.
Nobody's listening. Have you already gotten something for your wife for Valentine's Day?
I got a restaurant reservation. That's what I got. For her. Yeah, we're going out.
I've got
to
something
eat.
in the works that's going to be a big surprise to her.
So myfrontpagestory.com.
Yeah,
I love it, she's expecting it now.
Yeah,
it honestly is very, very much like that. It's very similar.
Great. He's supporting our competitor.
Nothing.
Thank you, Seth.
It's something I'm doing on my own, but it's in that same.
Let me
vein.
hop on the other Houston radio station. Where are those guys at?
Where are they? They're not here. Damn it. We are. Thanks to Yingling Flight, it all comes back.
That's amazing. I didn't even know they had Yingling.
I actually hired.
Yeah, they just got it in Texas a couple years ago.
Dude, anybody listening, I can't even emphasize enough. Yingling is incredible.
Yes.
I grew up on it. Many will tell you that I would not have made the NFL without keg after keg of Yingling over my childhood.
I love that. Greatest library of all time.
That should actually be their slogan. And, I should be their endorser. Like, if you want to make the NFL, you need to start drinking Yingling when you're 15 years old. I'm just kidding.
I don't need the Pendergast money over to Tucker in the endorsement department. You got enough scuttle coming in. All right, Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Ross, great to see you, man.
Always. Yeah. Awesome to see you guys in person.
All right, good stuff. Ross Tucker, at Ross Tucker NFL. On Twitter if you want to get him there. All right, we're going to get to headlines, top of the hour. Okay, our colleague Figgy Fig had a take yesterday on In the Loop that is one of the craziest takes that I've ever heard about one of the greatest musicians of all time. A conspiracy theory from Figgy is coming up next. But first I want to tell you guys, if you're watching on the YouTube,
Free Network.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, at top of the hour, we'll do our 8 at 8, the Ocho, our 8 stories to get your day going. We got some good ones here from the Super Bowl. Live on Radio Row, Yingling Flight. Ross Tucker, I'm getting texts from my Yingling people. They really like Ross's de facto live read for Yingling Flight that he did. His infomercial for Yingling Flight.
Oh, yeah, they got excited about that.
They got excited about that,
Your Yingling guys are actual listeners.
They are.
They're huge Sean Pendergast
Big
fans.
supporters of the show. Big Payne and Pendergast
Sometimes
fans.
I worry they're going to hire you away from us.
to move beer?
Just to come and sit and talk sports with them, like at the company cafeteria.
I'll do it as an appearance, but I will not let it interfere with the show. You have my commitment on that. So I'm listening.
We can do it from their cafeteria.
We can both go, yeah.
Their dining room, excuse me.
Mm-hmm. So I'm listening to In the Loop yesterday, and as I'm eating lunch over in the food court over here, and the guys are just sort of chopping it up about, I think the Grammys they were talking about. This is how they got on the topic, because Taylor Swift won. He's won a bunch of Grammys, and they were talking about who's won the most Grammys for Album of the Year, and Stevie Wonder's name comes up.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, I hear one of the wildest conspiracy theories from the person on In the Loop who I would say would be least prone to conspiracy theories, in my opinion. The most level-headed person on that show is the producer, Figgy Fig. When it comes to Landry, Lopez, and Figgy Fig, I would think he'd be the one least inclined for this. But here's what happened yesterday on In the Loop when the guys got on the topic of Stevie Wonder.
That was literally the blind leading the blind to go find the bathroom.
So do you think he's blind?
I think he is. I think he just knew where the bathroom was and said, "Here, I'll show you."
They show him like catching microphones.
But they were like I don't know if it was Bruce Springsteen or something that said.
Well, maybe he knows his steps.
That's what I'm saying. He already knew where it was. But it kind of fed into that whole narrative of, is he really that blind?
Figgy, is he blind?
I don't think so.
Oh, he is.
Come on. We got a conspiracy theorist
I don't think so, but I think that's his whole brand, so he got to roll with it.
Oh, wow. Blindness is a brand.
So do you think
that was his brand, man?
No, it is.
A blind person playing the piano and singing and all that stuff.
So how did he develop this? Like, you think when he goes home, like, did they have, like, pictures of, when did they say he became blind? You think when he goes home, he's just like playing video games?
I could just see his agent. All right, so hear me out on this. We want you to be blind.
We want you to be blind. Here's your shades.
I think he was blind at one point, but I think it got better along the years, and now he's just rolling with it.
Age-related macular regeneration.
I know it was a long way to get to that last money shot right there. I think he was blind and then he got better.
The whole thing about Stevie Wonder
off the top rope.
Like Stevie Wonder was a child prodigy.
Right.
Like for him to have faked blindness, it goes back to when he was first signed by Motown at age 11.
Okay.
So somewhere all of
presumably blind, right?
The school children. He was born 6 weeks premature.
Okay.
Had some kind of eye disorder, and so he would have had to fake it from infancy onward.
Boy, that's commitment to the bit right there.
Shaq had a story at one point. It was like the first time I had heard about this was in 2019.
Okay.
When Shaq, which everybody should always take with 100% literal interpretation when he's saying this on Inside the NBA, of course. He said that he got on an elevator, and Stevie Wonder, according to Shaq, recognized the NBA player immediately. He comes in, says, "What's up, Shaq?" Presses the button. It's a true story. Presses the button, gets off on the floor by himself, goes to his room. I read that, and immediately I think, okay, it was a Stevie Wonder impersonator. Like 100%.
Right?
Like, what the hell? Like, that's obviously a Stevie Wonder impersonator. And
Shaq's selling it like it's the real Stevie Wonder?
Does Shaq think that Stevie Wonder, if he had spent a lifetime faking blindness, would be dumb enough to get on an elevator and basically blow his cover? This is when I choose to blow my cover, is on an elevator with Shaq.
With one of the most famous people on the face of the earth with a huge following who will tell this story to everybody he knows.
He goes, I went and and called every person I knew and told the story. They didn't believe me. And then I guess there's a bunch of other video out there. I've seen a couple of the clips. Let me tell you this honestly. I don't trust a single damn video I see anymore.
Yeah.
If it's any kind of a conspiracy.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm very highly skeptical of this theory that Stevie Wonder is not indeed blind.
I am too. I just thought the last part was funny where Figgy said he was blind, but he got better. Like he started out blind, and then at some point he's like, I'm going to keep being blind.
Did he go through some kind of medical thing where maybe he could have gotten better?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't even know he was a premature baby. I just learned that from you just now.
Do you think it would help Stevie Wonder's career or hurt it if he did all of a sudden have his sight restored through some medical procedure?
I think. No, I don't think it would hurt his career at all. His music. I don't. When I hear Stevie Wonder music, it doesn't pop in my head like, "Oh, this is blind Stevie Wonder."
It's not like some gimmick that helps him or anything.
Yeah, his music sounds the same. Who cares? I would be happy for him.
There used to be way more blind singers that were popular in America, though.
Ronnie Millsap.
Roy Orbison.
Was Roy Orbison blind, or did he just wear shades?
He was blind at AF.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know
that was his whole deal.
Okay. Roy Orbison. I'm getting him mixed up with Rick Ocasek from the Cars.
Okay.
Who was married to Paulina Poroscope. He wears the dark shades. Yeah. I got him mixed up. Same initials. Kind of the same look.
They told Roy Orbison he was married to Paulina Poroscope. Oh, yeah, she's hot as hell.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, sure, Roy. She's hot.
She doesn't
don't worry.
feel hot.
So, no, there were way more. I can't think of a single really famous blind singer right now.
Right now, no.
Maybe it was a gimmick that helped. Of all the blind singers, who was most likely to not be blind? Ray Charles was definitely blind.
Ray Charles, for sure, was definitely blind.
There's at least a conspiracy theory about it.
I guess I have to answer by definition Roy Orbison because I wasn't really well aware.
You didn't know that he was blind.
Yeah. I just knew he's saying anything you want.
That seems like an odd thing not to know. Unless I'm completely wrong and he's actually sighted.
Yeah, my bad. Hey, did you hear? I know you heard because I think I showed it to you. My daughter's boyfriend is going to be on Survivor this year.
By the way, yeah.
Charlie's going to be on Survivor this year.
Yeah.
I've got the audio of his. You look like you looked something up over there. You got to.
Sorry, I got a Roy Orbison thing going on here. I don't know if he's blind or just incredibly poor eyesight.
Okay, see, maybe I'm not such a dummy.
I think I am the dumb one.
Yeah.
I think I always assumed he was blind.
Might have the turntables.
Who would have thought that I was the dumb one? Derek Newton.
Derek Newton. That's our safe word for Seth's dumminess. So you know what? I'll save this because I've got the audio. We're about to get to the 8 o'clock. But yeah, my daughter's boyfriend is going to be on this season of Survivor. They unveiled his video yesterday. They unveiled the cast yesterday. So I'll save that for the 8 o'clock hour. I didn't realize how close we were to 8 o'clock.
I feel like we can play it. I want everybody. Yeah, I'm very interested in our listeners' analysis of how he's going to do on Survivor.
Based on the video?
Based on the audio from that video.
Okay, well, let's make sure we play it where we got a little bit of runway. So we'll do that in the 8 o'clock hour. But yeah, he's one of the 18 contestants on there. So we've got the audio of his introductory video, and we'll get the assessment from the listeners as to how we think he does.
And we'll also castigate Roy Orbison for faking his blindness. Even though he never actually faked it.
Seth, he was faking it for an audience of one.
So everybody, listen to me. Stevie Wonder is definitely blind, and that comes from a guy who thought Roy Orbison was blind even when he wasn't. So if anybody knows for sure that Stevie Wonder is blind, it's got to be me. You can trust me on this.
I like how you thought I was the biggest idiot in the world that I thought Roy Orbison could see.
I still think you're dumb for other reasons.
No, for sure. There's definitely several other things that you could get me for. For sure.
I can't wait to check the text line after this.
Let's get to the 8 at 8. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station.
One.
All right, number one, let's start Super Bowl. We're not flush with storylines other than you got two really good football teams. One looking to kind of continue its Patriots of the 2020s vibe with the Kansas City Chiefs. The other one, San Francisco, looking to win their first Super Bowl since 1994. They've been a couple of times since then, but they've not won a Super Bowl in 30 years. That feels weird to say that the San Francisco 49ers are about to be. Am I right on that? They're 30 years between Super Bowl wins right now, I think.
Poverty franchise.
Yeah. I mean, they've been a couple times.
Poverty franchise.
They've been a couple times. They're still viewed as a blue blood franchise.
No, you know what they are in a lot of ways.
Cowboys have actually won one more recently than they have.
Oh, disgusting.
Yep.
So,
you heard me.
No, not obviously. I'm joking about the poverty franchise part of it. No, it illustrates how hard it is to win a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Just like it was for the Eagles for a long, long, long time.
Indeed. The Niners practice field is not up to snuff.
Yeah, what's going on with this?
I don't know. It looks like they're going to tough it out and practice on this soft field that they've got over at UNLV. I would feel like, if I were the Niners, I would feel like the Chiefs are getting preferential treatment. They get to use the stadium, Allegiant Stadium. They got the Niners over at, I wonder if they flip a coin for something like that.
Yeah.
They got the Niners over at UNLV. Not even a Power 5 school.
Is this a Pro Bowl victory type of thing or something?
Maybe.
Who won the Pro Bowl games?
NFC.
Okay, so that would so it should have been the 49ers getting that.
Can you imagine if that was the prize for winning the Pro Bowl? The Super Bowl participant gets to pick where they practice that
That's the ultimate football guy thing.
Yeah, for sure. So Niners practice field, that's a big storyline right now in a Super Bowl that does not have a ton of big storylines.
I would honestly, I wouldn't worry about that from a performance perspective, but I would worry about it from a possible injury perspective or something.
Right.
You know?
Yep.
You're out there practicing on soft mud, chance of injury, chance of leg fatigue, all that stuff.
Yep.
2.
International games. That was one of the subjects of Roger Goodell's State of the NFL press conference yesterday. Talked about gambling, talked about player safety, officiating, gave, I think, all the answers we could have predicted. The one bit of information he did give and unveil in that press conference was that the last international game, they've already unveiled who the hosts are going to be for the 3 London games and the Germany game. There's going to be a game in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and the host team will be the Philadelphia Eagles, who are not on the Texans schedule, and thus Seth will not get to realize his dream, at least this year, of covering a game in Sao Paulo, Brazil, involving the Houston Texans.
I somehow thought that was actually going to happen. I feel like, in my mind, it's kind of like when you have a lottery ticket and you start almost feeling like, oh, yeah, I'm definitely winning this thing. You start making your plans. Am I the only one who's like that? And
I dream when I buy a lottery ticket. I do tend to dream. I don't make plans.
I don't dream, but I tend to almost take it as a reality or a given. And in my mind that the Texans were going to play in Brazil. I was going to learn Portuguese between now and then, and I was going to become the voice of Brazilian-American football.
It was going to be a really good niche for you, I think, too.
There probably should be. I should team up with one of these Gracie brothers or something. And yeah. There's got to be some kind of jiu-jitsu/football tie-in
for
here
sure
that we could capitalize on.
I bet the Texans get one of those London games. I don't feel Seth Payne Brazil confident level about it, but the Vikings and the Jags both are hosting a London game this year, and those are both road teams on the Texans schedule.
I feel like I've got a better chance of understanding Portuguese than understanding some of these Brits in the way they talk.
Yeah.
I don't have a damn clue what they're saying.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
You go over there and you're expecting, like you're watching an episode of The Crown or something. And no, it's more Kadarius Toney than it is The Crown.
I watch The Crown to learn English.
I'm going to. I love the Queen.
Give me the 3 again, Ben.
3.
All right, there we go. We know Mike Vrabel did not get a head coaching job this go-around. He got fired from the Tennessee Titans. He interviewed for a few of the jobs that were open. Ultimately did not wind up with one of those jobs. Interesting theory being floated to Diana Rossini of The Athletic by a random GM at the Senior Bowl. She said this on the Athletic football show earlier this week, quote, "I don't think there was a fit for Vrabel. I don't think he sat in front of any owner who thought that his style was going to work for what they were looking for. I had a GM at the Senior Bowl who mentioned to me Vrabel's physical build, that he's a very large human being and can be very intimidating to people in an organization that are going to be part of these decisions, and that is a factor," end quote. I got to be honest. I read this a second and a third time,
and
I feel like you could play a game like, is this a real quote or is this Front Porch Sports or Facts Sports News or one of those fake news sites?
That or just, okay, is this a – I have no doubt it's a real quote, but like in what spirit was that quote uttered?
Right.
Oh, because this guy just joking around, or was there something more to the element of that he's a very he is alpha as hell, and it maybe can come off as kind of like bullying, or that somebody might feel like, all right, just like with Belichick, this guy's going to want to come in and have everything done his way, and he's not going to bend at all, and then the physical stature only adds to that.
Yeah.
It's just ironic because I felt like one of the reasons Vrabel got the job with the Titans was that they said he was so charming with the interviews, and Amy Adams Strunk just loved him.
Yeah. I could see, though, where, like, you mentioned the owner of the Lions, the Ford granddaughter, and Amy Adams Strunk. I could see where this may come off as misogynistic. I don't know if it will or not. I could see where maybe to a female owner he'd come off as charming and he would intimidate the hell out of some guys.
It's not misogynistic because it would be that Vrabel acts differently. Kind of like a stereotypical mob boss. Where around women, he's like, oh, he's a perfect gentleman and everything. So but then charming. He goes in and he's dealing with a man and he breaks his knuckles, you know? I could totally see Vrabel like that.
Yes.
4.
Okay. Bill O'Brien. Last we saw Bill O'Brien, he was getting hired by Ohio State as their offensive coordinator. Reading a headline here from Fox Sports and several other outlets. Bill O'Brien, Ohio State's Bill O'Brien, reportedly leading candidate for the Boston College head coaching job. So it doesn't say he's taking the job.
Yeah.
It doesn't say he's deep in conversations with them, although he may very well be. If Bill O'Brien leaves for the BC head coaching job mere weeks after taking the Ohio State offensive coordinator job, is that a bad look for Bill O'Brien?
I don't think it's I think in this situation, you have to remember that Ryan Day is the play caller, and that maybe Ryan Day wanted, Ryan Day hoped that Bill O'Brien could take over play calling duties so he could focus more on being the head coach. I don't know, but it's not necessarily going to be as big a displacement of their normal operating procedure.
Sure.
Like Brian Hartline Brian Hartline has been the offensive coordinator, then back to receivers coach and all this other stuff. I think this isn't as disruptive as if Ryan Day were a defensive-minded head coach and he hired a guy to come in and put his offense in.
Yeah. I think if it goes through, if Bill O'Brien winds up at BC, and I know I've been super critical of Bill O'Brien, rightfully so. He was a horrible GM. He was an average head coach here for the Texans, not here in Vegas, but for the Texans. I think as far as college hires go, I think Boston College is on a level where Bill O'Brien is a good hire for them. It's not a premier job. That's not a team that's shopping in the expensive aisles at a department store. They're shopping for Bill O'Brien, who at this stage of his career is kind of a retread.
Had you thought originally that the best place for O'Brien to be a head coach was going to be college?
I did when he got fired by the Texans. That was pre-transfer portal and NIL. Yeah. I should point that out because I do think I could see Bill O'Brien struggling some with the NIL and all the gaga that comes with it, the empowerment of the kids and all the agents and all the extra that comes with that.
Yeah.
The transfer portal thing is interesting because, as you pointed out many times, he actually did a really good job of keeping Penn State together as a program.
When all those kids were granted the right to transfer without any restrictions whatsoever,
after Sandusky,
he managed to talk most of those guys into staying.
Yeah, so I could see the portal being less of an issue for him. The NIL I could see being an issue for Bill O'Brien, just because it puts the kids in the position of power, and I think that might be something uncomfortable for him.
It's uncomfortable. It's interesting to see how different coaches react to it because a lot of times it's against their personality type. Like I thought Saban did a great job in handling the transfer portal. Like you never saw him express any frustration or anything over guys leaving in the transfer portal because he knew that that's what he needed to do to make it look like a welcoming place. When, in reality, I'm guessing it just drove him absolutely insane.
Yeah.
But he knew how to manage it. And I think I don't know if O'Brien will be as good at suppressing his inner rage as Nick Saban was.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
5.
I'm going to skip to this story just because it's a good build off of talking about what we're talking about with NIL and player empowerment. And I don't know if this is something that's going to set a precedent where this is, the canary in the coal mine kind of thing. But Dartmouth men's basketball players are employees and can unionize, according to a National Labor Relations Board regional director up in that part of the country.
I don't like where this is headed for the Ivy League whatsoever.
A regional director for the NLRB ruled Monday that Dartmouth men's basketball players are employees and can move forward with an election to unionize. 15 Dartmouth men's players in September filed a petition to the board to unionize through the Service Employees International Union Local 560. The sides held a hearing in October.
I wonder, the double-sided blade here is that's cool and all, and it probably, might give them more leverage in some respects. But for the guys who aren't going to get big-time NIL money, which I'm guessing Dartmouth basketball players fall into the category of not big-time NIL money,
I would agree.
That means all of a sudden that you might be paying taxes on your $75,000 a year tuition. That's now all of a sudden considered pay.
You might be paying union dues.
I mean, let's remember, too, at a lot of the Ivy League schools now, too, if your parents make less than like $130,000 household income, you're going for free.
That's right.
As a normal student.
Yeah.
So, okay, you know what? They don't get scholarships at Ivy League schools, so this actually won't affect them.
They give a lot of financial aid, though.
They do, but this won't. But it's not technically. It's not
a scholarship.
It's not technically a scholarship, so this actually won't affect them. If this were another school that was giving scholarships, then all of a sudden that's pay, not just a scholarship.
Yep.
6.
This is a story I think that I think Astro fans might be interested in. Just that anytime a long-term deal like this gets signed up, I think Astro fans immediately start thinking about Kyle Tucker and Framber Valdez, and maybe even some younger guys like Jeremy Pena, people like that, and maybe Pena more so than anything here. Now, Pena ain't in the category of Bobby Witt Jr. at all right now, but Bobby Witt Jr., phenom shortstop for the Kansas City Royals, who's heading into his third year, just signed an 11-year, $288 million deal with the Royals. He signed a contract extension with them. It's got a bunch of terms in here. There's a player opt-out after several years. There's a team option 3 years in where they can extend him for 3 more years and tack on another $100 million. It's an intricate contract. The bottom line is, for me, like my biggest takeaway isn't even Astros related. It's like, okay, if the Royals are giving out 11-year, $288 million deals, business is probably pretty good with baseball right now.
It's pretty good with baseball.
Yeah.
There's new revenue streams coming in all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I think when it comes to the Astros, obviously Jim Crane is unlikely to ever relent on his refusal to sign long-term contracts. There is a possibility, though, that maybe they start getting a little bit more sophisticated in the various options that are built in, and it seems that's where baseball is headed. There's more, we saw it with Correa, multiple options every single year on his deal. So with the Twins, and so maybe that's where the Astros can be a bit more competitive in either retaining guys or being aggressive is flashing a bunch of cash up front, but it's not technically a long-term contract.
Yeah, maybe. This would be this just popped into my head because I mentioned Pena. If this contract had been signed a year ago, this would have been a huge story in Houston just because Pena would have been coming off the offseason, or he'd be in the offseason where he's coming off being MVP of the World Series and the ALCS. As it is right now, and a Gold Glove, by the way, as it is right now, he's in an offseason where he hasn't hit a home run since the early part of July.
And this is why I try to latch on to the nerds as life raft. There's a lifeboat and there's a bunch of nerds at the helm, and their little arms can't oar or anything, but they're floating and I'm not. So I'm holding on and hoping they're trying to lift me up into it, but they're too weak and feeble. But they're trying to lift me up. Like, the analytics bros are still pretty positive on Pena.
Yeah. And,
the futures on Pena recognize the potential and the upside. So you figure if you can work your way through this stuff, as painful as it is for us as stupid drowning fans, the nerds are still optimistic about it.
I'm still bullish on Pena.
Yeah.
That is a long home run drought, man. That's a long home run drought.
He's due, Sean.
He's due.
Regression to the mean and so forth. Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
I use that term now.
That's good. I like that.
7.
All right, 7. Jim Harbaugh had this article in the rundown for a couple of days. New head coach for the Los Angeles Chargers said in an interview that he plans to live possibly in an RV for the first few months he's coaching the Chargers. I don't know if it's because he isn't going to buy a house, but he said he's planning on driving down and maybe parking it at an RV park or maybe Disneyland and living out of his RV for the first few months he's there.
That is very California wealthy of him. There's that's very Silicon Valley of him. He's going back to a Silicon Valley route.
Okay.
Like a lot of tech bros just are very much into minimalism and everything.
Yeah.
So they'll go and they live in they're minimalists, and yet they live in an incredibly exclusive Airstream community.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be in an Airstream. You can be a minimalist, but it's got to be in a super expensive Airstream.
Right.
But they're not living in mansions.
Right.
So I can see Jim
Bougie minimalism.
Bougie minimalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, like those people that go to Burning Man and have an air-conditioned tent and everything. You know?
Yeah. Glamping.
So they can love humanity. Just don't get close to me. That time, I used to do that. John Riggins lived in an RV for a year or two, season or two, outside he just parked it next to the practice field.
How nice would the RV need to be for you to live in it for a few months?
Oh, not that nice at all.
Yeah,
I could.
I think you'd do well.
Yeah. I like when it comes to RVs. I like smaller is better because you tend to actually get outside more.
Yeah, that's
like if you're thinking, I'm going to live in an RV and I'm going to live a life where I see things. If you have a big cushy one, you tend to realize how comfortable it is. And you spend a lot of time inside.
Yeah.
I've rented a bunch of RVs. I've just never plunked down
for a long period.
I know
of time.
I wouldn't be good with the maintenance, and it'd end up being a mess. You got to seal them and everything.
Oh, really?
You got to reseal it.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah,
okay, I was going to give it a go, but if there's work involved, no chance.
They're awesome, though. I would like to live in one.
I'm always jealous when I drive by one on the road. I'm like, that looks like it would be fun drive because I like driving cross country. You know what I mean? I like doing that.
No, it's nice.
Yeah.
It's really nice. It's just you do get to sit out by campfires a lot more than you would when you're just sitting at home watching a Seinfeld episode for the 28th time.
You'd be
but
surprised.
now you can watch that Seinfeld episode by your campfire with the TV on your RV.
Oftentimes I like to go outside after watching Seinfeld and lighting a nice campfire in the middle of Kirby. That's what I do. 8. Did you know that there's a series coming out, I believe on Apple TV, I'll look and see where it's coming out, where it's an 8-episode miniseries where Michael Douglas is playing Benjamin Franklin. Did you know this?
No.
He's playing. It's called Franklin.
I was thinking of Kirk Douglas. I'm like, that's not going to work.
No, but Michael looks more and more like Kirk every day.
Yeah, he's getting old. He got old.
He's getting old. But
marriage stuck together though. Him and what's her name? Right?
Was he with Catherine Zeta-Jones?
Yeah.
Are they still together?
But he went and got the oral cancer from the oral other activity, and I didn't know if that was going to be the end of that, but I think they worked it out.
He's 78 years old, and they dropped video yesterday, like a preview of this Franklin thing.
Yeah.
And the transformation he undergoes, physically, I'm sure with plenty of makeup and special effects, is remarkable. The 78-year-old actor, virtually unrecognizable, sports a tricolored longer hairstyle and dons full 1770s attire, including Franklin's signature colonial tricorn hat and large overcoat. I will watch this. I am interested in colonial times.
I love the the most impressive part that we should mention specifically about this makeup is a tri-corner hat and a big coat. How do they do it?
Yeah.
How do they figure these
things out? He fits
in
perfectly
Hollywood?
into it. Yeah, he fits perfectly into it. I'm going to show it to the stream right now. Hey, look at that.
Where do they come up with these things?
Where do they come up with that idea?
Wait, let me see that picture again. Did they say almost unrecognizable?
Yeah.
It looks exactly like him.
What are you talking about?
It looks like a better version of him.
Yeah, he should just go with the Ben Franklin look.
Ben Franklin should be flattered that they kept Michael Douglas relatively good looking for him. Franklin wasn't like a looker.
No.
He was known for his intellect. The ladies loved him.
The ladies, that's what I was going to say. Didn't he get a lot of tail, Ben Franklin?
Very clever, yeah.
Okay, good.
Clever fella.
Are you going to watch this?
He spent a lot of time in France eventually because he's like, I think the French women especially.
And I think this is reportedly set in the age where he secured France's financing for America's ambitions of becoming their own country.
So I want to say
the Franco-American Alliance.
If I have this right, I think John Adams went over to meet and try to team up with Franklin, and John Adams was kind of like not a party bro.
He took him to a brothel.
Whereas Franklin was over there being like, oh.
Yeah.
Well, because John Adams had read all of that Ben Franklin had written about moderation and all this stuff. And he goes over, and Ben Franklin's just living the French life.
Got like 3 whores.
Yeah. And John Adams like,
I invented electricity.
John Adams like, no, you didn't actually invent it. You discovered I invented it. I've told all these Frenchies I invented it.
Nice wingman. I'm going to watch this. I say all that to say I'm going to watch this. It looks good. I think the portrayal is going to be really, really good.
John Adams is a real buzzkill.
He's not a good wingman at all. Apple TV is where it's going to be, is where you find Apple
I
TV.
Can't sign up for Appleton, Wisconsin again.
Apple TV, baby. All right.
I boycotted Apple TV after the 3rd season of that English soccer coach dude.
Oh, Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
That English soccer coach dude.
Did he die? I hope he died.
He didn't die.
Oh, I wanted him to die so bad.
Spoiler alert, he didn't die.
I was hoping that he was going to get beheaded by King Joffrey or something.
He didn't die. That would be great.
Oh, that would have been awesome if Ted Lasso.
The White Walkers show up, Ted Lasso chew his face off.
This is one thing I've learned about humans. Like, they get into their own little alternate reality for the TV show you're watching.
Yep.
So it's A-okay to, like, when you're watching Game of Thrones, you're like, oh, I hope King Joffrey dies a horrible death. And everybody's like, yeah, he should. But when I'm watching Friends, and I'm like, why will they not just have a bus hit Ross?
Yeah,
I just want to see him die.
You and I are on the
People
same
are like,
page
oh,
on that.
kind of psycho, Seth.
Yeah, no, you and I are on this. David Schwimmer, he can go to hell. I'm not a David Schwimmer guy. Is he on Radio Row? Can he hear me?
No.
Okay. All right, the Chiefs drafted the eventual highest-paid player in the league. What lessons can the Texans learn for a couple of years from now about the way the Chiefs have done things to stay in the Super Bowl with the highest-paid player in the league? We'll talk about that. And how's my daughter's boyfriend going to fare on Survivor?
Very excited about
We'll have that audio of his introductory video. He's going to be on this season's edition of Survivor. That is next.
Speaking of young.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, I'm already planning ahead. I'm planning ahead for 3 years from now when C.J. Stroud is the highest paid player in the sport of football. And the Texans, on the heels of possibly a Super Bowl, maybe multiple, like the Kansas City Chiefs, when Patrick Mahomes was still on his rookie deal, are having to plan ahead here. And I'm kind of looking at how the Chiefs did things. Mike Sando actually has a really good rundown of how these two teams have been built. It's, you know, the crazy thing to think is that the 49ers are favored in the Super Bowl, and they may have had the biggest botched trade in recent NFL history. Like the Trey Lance trade is one of the biggest botches by a team in maybe NFL history, and they've built such a good team that they're the favorite in this thing. They traded 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance, and he was a complete failure.
It goes to show you almost the stroke of fate that happened to work out, at least, was that they found their quarterback as a 7th-round pick.
Yes.
Like, so that all of those assets were spent to get a quarterback, and they felt it was justified. And obviously that particular trade didn't work out, but at the very least, they didn't have to spend even more. They didn't have to put good money after bad in trying to find another quarterback still, because at least for now they found the guy in Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
But you're right. That's where, like I told you, just even when last year, the fact that Brock Purdy could have gotten them to the Super Bowl, I felt like John Lynch should have gotten GM of the year and also been fired immediately.
That's right.
Because the Trey Lance trade was so bad. And yet you've constructed such a good team.
It's incredible.
That you can slot in Brock Purdy or honestly Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
Anybody except Trey Lance.
Right.
and possibly win a Super Bowl.
I wish they'd gone with Sam Darnold. I would have loved to have seen that heat check. Because Sam Darnold was such a disaster the other 2 places he's been, you know?
I always wonder with quarterbacks. We were talking with our Uber driver this morning, who is an interesting dude. I told you I fall in love with Uber drivers a lot. I'm like, I got to hang out with this guy. And then you realize it's time to get out, and you're like, I'm never going to talk to this guy again. But he was a former college quarterback at
Mankato State.
In
Minnesota.
Yeah. So it was interesting. We were talking to him, and he was talking about how it's a shame that players don't just kind of get a chance to sit and learn for 3 or 4 years like back in the old day. And I think there's truth to that.
Yeah.
You know, like Eli Manning. Would Eli Manning have gotten as much time to be a substandard quarterback if
right.
in today's day and age?
They might have punted on him after a couple of years.
So you wonder with guys like Sam Darnold, who just has great physical skills, if almost like a kid that's got learning disabilities, like maybe he's, like unidentified dyslexia or something. Sometimes it's just a matter of figuring out exactly what works for this guy.
Yeah.
And then it turns out they're brilliant. And I wonder if like the 49ers in their dalliance of Sam Darnold kind of feel that way. They're like, okay, you just got to figure out how he functions best as a quarterback.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a key to unlock it, but if you can keep him around for the relative on the relative cheap and figure out a way to unlock like whatever he needs in that system, there might be upside there.
They brought him in when Trey Lance was still on the team, so they must see something in him. So we'll see. It's Brock Purdy's show right now. As far as the Chiefs go, because I think the Texans are going to be in a similar spot a few years from now as the Chiefs are in right now. I think the Texans are going to be one of the better teams in the NFL. Who knows if they, the ball bounces the right way for them in the postseason a couple of times. Maybe we're here covering a Super Bowl that involves the Houston Texans. The thing I feel most confident in is that C.J. Stroud is eventually going to be getting paid like the Mahomeses and the Allens and those guys. And it's funny, Sando kind of lays out what the Chiefs' strategy was once they had to pay Mahomes, because it did. Their strategy had to change. They cleaned out all the aging guys on their defense, and they started using a lot of their heavy draft capital on young defensive guys like the McDuffie kid, Karlaftis, the Bolton kid, Nick Bolton, the linebacker in the second round. So if you look at their defense, it's a pretty young unit and very, very good.
I thought you said get rid of all the Asian guys on the roster. I was like, well,
they may have had a couple Asian guys they got rid of, but no, aging. Aging.
Well, the other thing that helped too with Mahomes is that he signed a very team-friendly contract. That once he got past the bling of the top-line number, that it was all a bunch of team options and not a whole bunch of actual guaranteed money or anything like that. And it almost looked like at the beginning of this season that Mahomes was like kind of hinting at it when he was asked questions about it, that, you want to be sure you want to help the team out, but you don't want it to be to the point where you're not getting paid a fair wage. And I wonder if this season and seeing like how tenuous their anybody's hold is on dominance. If maybe he's going to slide back a little bit towards I'm just going to keep playing this contract out because we need to spend money on other players elsewhere.
His cap hit this year is $57 million.
Yeah.
His cap hit next year is 60, and then 63 the year after that. So it's
such a long contract, though, that it's really easy to
move things around. Yeah, no, they'll always find a way to put a good team. It's just funny because the other thing Sando points out is, look, they use the draft, so you get inexpensive young players on defense. They targeted the less premium positions in free agency, so they signed Joe Thuney, a guard.
Yeah.
They signed Justin Reed, a safety.
Yeah.
Who are impact guys, but you're not paying $30 million for him because it's not that kind of. Drew Tranquill on defense.
And I think that's the absolute right way to do it. And I think that D'Amico especially, we know he values off-ball linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
So if like a Patrick Queen, who I think would just really thrive in this system. I think you could sell Patrick Queen on look, you'll be a star, you'll be widely recognized, and he's all pro this year, right?
I don't know if he was all pro or not.
So,
but he's very well, yeah.
He's still going to be more of a potential mainstay
for sure.
And safeties, safety is the weirdest position where it's almost there's all the teams look at it almost like it's just a commodity, and none of them are all that big a deal, and yet on really, really good defenses, often you find, they've got a hell of a safety. They've got a really, really good safety. So it's like when you have one that you really like, he's worth it. But that's still less money that you're going to pay for a cornerback or a defensive end or anything.
Yeah. And then the premium positions, they ship Tyreek Hill out of there to get the draft capital to go draft George Karlaftis and other guys.
Well, and then you look at the premium position, edge rusher, right?
Yep.
But then you look at the Ravens and look at the way they led the league in sacks without any one guy being particularly dominant, and with Jadeveon Clowney being the lead goose there, making a one-year contract.
Mm-hmm.
There's when D'Amico said that they were going to spend resources on the defensive line, I don't think that he 100% meant, we're going to use our first draft pick and we're going to sign the biggest, most expensive free agent out there. Not to say that they won't, but I think he probably just meant that we're gonna devote draft picks and money in free agency, maybe more so in numbers than the actual apex pick and all that.
Second team All-Pro. Patrick Queen, second team All-Pro and Pro Bowl, so really, really good football player, absolutely. All right, so confession, I've never watched the show Survivor.
Oh, yeah?
I've never watched it.
I think we watched the first season or two.
Okay, they're in season 46 now.
They're doing multiple seasons in a year.
Yeah, right. It's been around 23 years. I think they do two seasons every year. So if you were listening earlier, my daughter Judy.
Roy Orbison's not blind.
Derek Newton. My daughter Judy, her boyfriend from college, and they're still together, is going to be one of the contestants on Survivor this year. It was just announced yesterday. He posted it on his social media. His name is Charlie. He's one of 18 contestants. He is in his third year of law school. I'll let him lay out his background here.
Yeah. Well, because he doesn't lay it out that far. But, and he's been dating Judy for how long now?
A few years.
3 years?
At least 3.
Well, if he's in his third year of law school, he was an undergrad when she met him.
Right. They probably probably 3 or 4 years at least now, I guess. Yeah, so they've been together for a while. So here they dropped videos for each, like a 1-minute video for each of the contestants this year. Here is the audio from Charlie's video, and then weigh in based on his background in this audio. How do you think he'll do in Survivor this year?
I will be in different Taylor Swift eras in different portions of the game. When it's time to make a move, Reputation on repeat. I probably talk like a law student. I'm definitely conscious of avoiding stereotypes, arrogant or a know-it-all. I'm hoping that they're gonna see that I just like to have a good time. I was this walk-on type Rudy character on the Harvard cross-country team. Running is a really, really hard sport. So I'm hoping that I can use that experience putting myself in pain and discomfort, because that's ultimately the name of the game. You just keep lasting. I'm gonna be graduating law school in about a year, and then I sort of start my working life. So when am I gonna get to survive on an island in Fiji? That's why it's the perfect time to be out here taking this crazy risk.
All right.
Okay, he started off with the Swifties.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
He's hit huge with the Swifties, apparently.
Okay.
On social media.
Oh, yeah, I bet so. I read in one of the descriptions that he was active on the Survivor subreddit.
So
yeah. He's already in that community.
He's a huge Survivor fan, yeah.
He's aligned himself with 2 groups already that are very passionate.
On the internet.
So he's going to have a couple huge fan bases behind him.
Yes, yeah.
And he actually mentioned Taylor Swift in an era of Taylor Swift.
Right out of the chute.
Was that like an album name or something?
I think,
what was it?
Eras, yeah.
Reputation.
Yeah.
Was that when she was like kind of making fun of all the...
You're asking the wrong guy.
Yeah. All right, I got to think that most of our listeners are going to say he sounds like he's going to get eaten alive.
Right.
Yeah.
He
sounds nice.
He's a great kid.
Sounds like the kind of guy you want to date your daughter.
He's a great kid.
But you wouldn't bet on him on Survivor.
Yeah, here's what I think. My guess is they probably had a lot more footage than just 1 minute to put together on him. And so I think when they put these videos together, my guess is that they're crafting the characters.
Yeah.
And my guess is they don't want. I'm just purely guessing, and part of it is I'm rooting for him to win. It's already been filmed. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the results were of the whole thing, but I would guess they're not going to maybe telegraph things. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe they're painting him as the underdog, right?
That's
kind of present him as like, oh, he's such a nice guy.
Yeah,
and he's into Taylor Swift.
Right. He even said on there, I was the Rudy of the cross country team. He was a walk-on.
Yeah.
He became a 2-time captain of the team.
I think he's going to be the scrappy underdog.
Okay.
At some point, it's going to come to a point where he has to decide.
Yeah.
All right, do I screw somebody over?
Yeah.
And change alliances or something? And that's going to be the big question: is whether or not he can do it. I mean, that's where, because I told you, I haven't really watched Survivor, but I kind of just keep an eye on it every now. It seems like over the years it's just gotten more and more cutthroat. Listeners, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I know very little about the show. Is it a lot of physically grueling stuff?
Well, it's a lot of physically grueling stuff, but then there's also kind of like teaming up and forming alliances for strength. There's strength in numbers, and those alliances are tested.
Yeah, he'll be good at that because people like him, and my guess is he's got a caginess to him.
I wonder, this might end up like both with some firms helping him get a job after law school, but with some it might hurt him.
Yeah.
Like if he shows that he's genuinely cutthroat and he'll do what it takes,
some firms
he might end up getting a better job after because of it.
Yeah, I like that. I like better job.
He's in law school at BC?
BC,
Can you tell us anything about Bill O'Brien?
I don't know. Probably.
How good a lawyer is this
He's
kid?
a Patriots fan, so I'm guessing he's not necessarily fond of Bill O'Brien after the offense did what it did this year.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to check the text page. My hunch is that the Taylor Swift alliance right out of the chute there,
especially right now,
it's not going to play big with our audience.
It's very divisive. It's a very divisive topic amongst football fans these days.
We'll check it during the break. All right, hey, top of the hour interview with our friend Craig Gass, comedian who is sort of an annual fixture. Seth's laughing.
Sean,
it's not going well
already.
Yeah.
He's screwed.
Yeah, I love it. I don't think he is.
Somebody said smart, athetic, charismatic. He will make the top 8.
Okay, I like these predictions.
Are there more than 8 people on there?
There's 18,
is that the joke?
I think. There's
okay,
18.
Right.
That would be funny. He's going to make the top 8. How many are there? 6. All right. Craig Gass, comedian, going to join us top of the hour. He joins us when we're on Radio Row. Craig Gass is a fixture. He stops by. You won't want to miss that. Very funny dude. He's going to stop by top of the hour. Up next, we got the game coming up on Sunday. The non-game things that I'm still looking forward to most this week, and there's some serious Texans ties to a couple of these. We'll get to those next.
Nighttime radio is back on Sports Radio 610. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, hey, welcome back. We're back. Payne and Pendergast with you live from Radio Row. Ben screaming, "You're on, you're on." Yingling Flight bringing us here to Radio Row. We thank them for that. Also, big thanks to Bull Shirts for these awesome golf shirts, the Sports Radio 610 golf shirts that we've got, helping us look our best here on Radio Row. Thanks to our friends at the Low T Center for helping us come here this week, sending us here. And also, you can hear the big game right here on Sports Radio 610 Sunday night. Big game coverage is brought to you by Solo Stove. Feel the heat of the world's most popular smokeless fire pit. Get yours now at solostove.com. So things I'm looking forward to. We'll get to the text page here in just a second. I would say the text page. We just played the audio of my daughter's boyfriend, Charlie, who's going to be a contestant on Survivor. The 1-minute intro video of him. And it's looking like 90-10. The 90 being they think he's going to get eliminated pretty early in this thing.
Yeah.
Based on his video.
And I like your theory, though, that the producers in putting together that little 1-minute intro video tried to make it look very much like he would be the underdog.
They
even he makes a Rudy reference in there.
Yep.
So how are you? Now, he said he was the Rudy of the Harvard cross-country team.
Correct, yeah.
What does that look like? Because that was like, I feel like a Rudy of a cross-country team would be he's fat. Like Rudy in a football context is the little guy.
Yeah.
Rudy, I was like, is he actually can he bench 400 or something?
No. No, he just he was a walk-on. You know, and he dealt with a lot of injuries too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So he had to fight through injuries.
He had to fight through injuries. Multiple. Yeah,
that's good. That's good. I think the pain tolerance and endurance is underrated in how much that might help him with some of this stuff. They'll probably have one event where he's specifically well suited to it.
Yeah. I'm going to point out, he referred to Taylor Swift in the first 2 seconds of the video that he did. So that's immediately going to take a lot of the people texting into us and like, boom.
That was really smart by the show to do, though, because they pulled in that fan base.
Yep.
They're they're gonna be hardcore into him.
After listening,
Is
Sean,
Judy worried at all that now all these Swifties are going to get so? Your daughter Judy, is his girlfriend.
Yep.
Are you worried at all that is Judy worried at all that all of a sudden he's going to have I guess groupies?
Yeah, if she is, she doesn't
survivees.
She doesn't survivees. Yeah, she does. She doesn't seem worried when I've talked to her.
She hasn't felt the white hot focus of the Survivor fandom.
The reality TV fame is a different level of fame.
He sounds like just my assessment of this. I'm pretty good. I've got a lot of friends that I wouldn't trust to date my sister or daughter, and I can see him a mile away. He's not one of those guys. I trust him.
Yeah, I do
He's not one of those guys that I don't trust.
Yeah, no, he's a great kid, man. He's a great kid. Sean, a Swiftie. Your daughter can do better. My daughter is a Swiftie. It'd be appropriate she would date a Swiftie. Yeah.
A relationship can't be built upon arguing whether Taylor Swift is appearing too much in NFL broadcasts or not. That's not the foundation of a relationship.
Would you hire that young man as an attorney to represent you? Yes, in a heartbeat. He's super smart. Absolutely.
It depends on what kind of case.
Okay.
He sounds like he might be like a genuinely good person. That's not always who I want on my side. Why do you hire an attorney?
It's a little like our quarterback theory, right? He might be a Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
You may be right. The only one that's real positive was the one you read. Smart, athletic, charismatic. He'll make the top 8. Okay. If he makes top 8, that'd be pretty good.
Yeah.
That means he gets to hang around for a while. I'm going to watch the season now. This will be the first season I've ever watched.
When does it start?
February 28th on CBS. I'm sure there'll be promos galore running on the Super Bowl on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
It's CBS Super Bowl. Yeah, so Charlie's going to be on the Super Bowl.
This is going to be a distraction to him in his final year of law school.
He'll be fine.
Is this his last semester coming
up? I think so, yeah.
All right, I hope.
Yeah.
It would suck if he comes one of these stories like, I dropped out with 2 weeks left in law school because I'm chasing that Survivor
Going
money.
for that reality TV star money. Yeah.
And now all of a sudden Judy and, what's his name?
Charlie.
Judy and Charlie are like living in an RV, but not by choice.
No,
like
not a Harbaugh's deal.
Yeah, they're the big difference in living in an RV by choice versus living by necessity.
Among the things I'm still looking forward to this week, we have Craig Gass joining us top of the hour. We've still got the Hall of Fame announcement on Thursday. We've not talked much about that.
Yeah.
Andre Johnson.
I know. I almost feel like I don't want to jinx anything, even though the decision's already been made.
The decision's been made, and I'm feeling kind of good about it.
Are they having that big goon go around and tell him still?
Do they still do that? Yeah. I don't know that he's still in charge of it. David Baker was his name.
It's an unsettling quality to him. He's so big.
He's got like a bulbous face. Yeah.
I don't like. He's bigger than all the football players. I don't like that. Like I like when you go up. If you're going to approach Earl Campbell, damn it, be smaller than Earl Campbell out of respect.
He's a gentle giant.
Yeah.
Okay, David Baker. We've got a bunch of Texans that are up for awards. Like Thursday's going to be a big night.
Okay.
Friday's show is going to be big because we're going to come in on Friday and we're going to know about Andre Johnson.
Uh-huh.
We're going to know about C.J. Stroud and the Offensive Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson, D'Amico Ryans. We've still got a lot. Bobby Slowick's up for Assistant Coach of the Year.
Thursday and Friday will be big too because you and I are both trying to pace ourselves so we can kick.
Yes.
On Thursday and Friday
in the
evenings. Yeah, so we're just kind of drafting. We're running in the pack right now. And come Wednesday night, it's go time.
Yep.
So Bobby Slowick up for
Assistant Coach of the Year.
Assistant Coach of the Year.
Yeah, he's one of the 5 finalists.
Who are the other?
The other finalists, I don't have them in front of me. Jim Schwartz.
Okay.
From Cleveland, who I think is going to win.
Favorite. He'll probably get that.
Yeah, I don't think Bobby, to me, is the one that has the least chance of winning any of these awards. Both Baltimore coordinators are on there. As bad as Monken was in the playoffs, he had a great regular season coordinating for Lamar. So you got Mike McDonald, Todd Monken, Jim Schwartz, and I'm missing Bobby Slowick, and I'm missing one other. I can't remember who the other one is.
Previous winners were
might be Dan Quinn.
Tell me if I'm pronouncing this right. D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans won it in 2022.
I've heard of Dem. Yeah.
Dan Quinn won it in 2021. Okay. Brian Daboll. This is an avenue to a head coaching job.
Ooh, keep going.
Okay, so 2021 was Dan Quinn.
Yep.
Head coach. 2020, Brian Daboll, head coach. 2019, Greg Roman, decidedly not a head coach.
Not a head coach, and back in coaching now with Harbaugh in Los Angeles.
The year before him, though, Vic Fangio.
Okay.
Became a head coach.
And then
now not, but still. And then, just the 4 years before them, Pat Shurmur, Kyle Shanahan, Wade Phillips, and Todd Bowles.
Okay.
So not necessarily.
Ben Johnson was the other nominee this year. Ben Johnson, not Dan Quinn. So you got a lot of Texan stuff going on later this week too. Here at Radio Row at the Super Bowl. All right, we will. I'm going to keep looking at these texts. I've been texting with my daughter. I'm like, so how's it going? If these are the judges, Judy, I don't know how it's going to go for you.
But it's not. It's a competition of skill and guile.
Charlie's a sports fan. He knows by mentioning Taylor Swift right out of the chute what the response is going to be by largely male demographic sports fans.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, he's not. He's being himself. He's being genuine.
That's it.
Which is the best thing. I would say. I'm like you. I don't know much about Survivor at all, but in terms of like reality TV stars in general, the more outlandish and crazy your personality, the better. He seems like he's far too well adjusted to be a genuine reality TV star.
That's probably true.
Like he could be the kind of guy that wins the competition and yet doesn't get as many appearances afterwards as the person that finishes third.
Yeah, because they're just a whore for the spotlight.
Yeah, like he's just a little too well adjusted.
I've used the word whore a couple times this hour. I know the kids are listening.
Yeah, can I read a text we got from my brother?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
yeah.
So Wes, that's my nephew's name.
Okay.
Wes was asking about Uncle Seth today, so I pulled up the show in the car as I was driving into school. We turned the show on right as you guys were discussing John Adams and Ben Franklin.
Yeah, very educational stuff.
And
right.
Wes, my nephew, who's 7 now, I believe, says, "Dad, Uncle Seth is talking about the Hamilton characters." He then listens a little bit longer, and right before he gets out of the car, he says, "Dad, what's 3 whores mean?"
Tell your brother I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was Sean that referenced
tell your brother I'm
Ben
sorry
Franklin
about that.
And his whores.
Yeah, that was, not horse. Yeah, it was actually, Ben Franklin, sounds like your text message sounds like your daughter's boyfriend can't fight, but he can dial 911 real fast. That's pretty funny. Someone says Charlie sounds smart, tough, and dependable.
He was. Bill O'Brien would be such a big fan of Charlie.
He would love Charlie. Boston kid, are you kidding me?
You'd give him $6 million a year.
Absolutely. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Craig Gass, comedian, really funny guy. He's on Radio Row every year. So good to catch up with him. He joins us next. That is here live from Las Vegas on Radio Row, Yingling Flight. We, of course, thank them for bringing us here. Craig Gass is next. Stay there.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite hosts in Houston are headed to Vegas. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Thanks to Low T Center, the entire week leading up to the big game. The best football conversation, interviews with the brightest stars in sports and pop culture, and all the fun that comes along with being in Sin City. Hope you're ready, H-Town.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, this one brought to you by RonCraftChevrolet.com. Move to the left shoulder, but so just scoot to the right to get through. Still a little slow. 288 northbound at 610 South Loop. In the Knights and the Katy eastbound before Fry. Left and left center lanes blocked there as well. Headed up to a sunny 70. Enjoy the day. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Super Bowl 58 featuring second-generation Shanahans and McCaffreys isn't the only venue for father-son stories. Chris Shula, son of Dave and grandson of Don, is the Rams' new defensive coordinator, while Bill Belichick's son Steve was named defensive coordinator at the University of Washington. And, of course, Bill Callahan will now work for his son, new Titans head coach Brian. Nepotism lives. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or hiring someone to move your piano instead of doing it yourself. So, do things the better way. Bundle home and auto and save up to 25% with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Well, I'll check it out. out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and older. Abrysvo is not for everyone and may not protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. The most common side effects are tiredness, headache, pain at the injection site, and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again named #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News and World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancer.
Pleasure to catch up with our good friend, comedian Craig Gass, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. What's going on, Craig?
It's been so long since I've been in Houston. I plan on booking a show there this year. I don't know why it's taken me so long. I'm just so lazy about booking shows that I just take shows that are offered to me and I don't pursue places I want to go back to. And Houston, I'm just now settling down from all the barbecue that I ate there 5 years ago. Like, I went so crazy with barbecue that I really I remember telling a friend of mine that was with me that I'm never eating barbecue again. because I was such a pig. It was so delicious that I just went on people's advice and over-ordered everything.
Was that at the Super Bowl, too, the last time you went? Was it later than that?
It was a trip to come out there to do shows at a club that is now closed down. I think I closed that club down today.
Isn't this, in this day and age, like, people are booking their own shows a lot, right? So, for you to sit and wait for people to book you, shouldn't you get on that, man?
There's actually a great comedy scene in Houston right now, a new rebirth of comedy in that city. That there's been a couple of places that have popped up that are really cool that I'm getting an offer to, and I just have to follow through now to just get that gig. But yeah, Houston. I mean, Houston's always been. I mean, that's where Kinnison started. Bill Hicks. There was a whole scene that happened there, and then. I remember my first roommate in New York was a guy named Mitch Hedberg. I don't know if you know who Mitch is. And I remember Mitch loved coming to Houston and performing at the was it the Comedy Stop? Is that what it's called?
The one on there was the one on West Gray. What was the one on West Gray?
I don't remember. The Improv was the big one.
There was the Improv.
And now you got the Improv.
But there was always one on West Gray that was kind of like the little more kind of grassroots one. That
every year I'll come to the Super Bowl and I'll just try to get funny stuff with players, the players in the game, and then the players floating around. And always have fun with asking guys, like, hey, I remember one year I asked everyone, because the Super Bowl comes up 2 weeks after my birthday comes up 2 weeks after the Super Bowl, so I asked players one year, how do I look like you in 2 weeks? I need to lose weight and look like you. And I remember one of the guys from the LA Rams said, pray to Jesus. And I was like, oh, wow. And I was getting all these funny responses. And then Rob Gronkowski, I said, Rob, my name's Craig Gass. I'm a stand-up comedian. It's my birthday in 2 weeks. How do I look like you in 2 weeks? And he actually looked at me and went, and he looked me up and down and he went, how much time do you have? And I go,
I was like, he was evaluating the situation.
And he really looked at me and went, oh, wow. Okay. Okay, first of all, 1,000 burpees a day. And I went, what?
1,000?
The what? Well, 1,000 burpees a day. That's right off the top. And then eat, what's your diet? And I went, do you really think I can end up looking like you in ever besides 2 weeks?
I feel like Gronk is an inherently positive person, though. Like,
he
I
is.
feel like
I loved him for that answer.
He's a guy that I think probably does 1,000 burpees a day and doesn't think much of it. Like, he just is constantly working out. And not like hardcore workouts. Right. He just needs to burn off energy.
And the flip side of that positivity is me coming down here and goofing. You know what the trouble I've gotten into with every year when I come down, I think I did it with you guys. The only remotely sports guy I can do an impression of is Tom Arnold, who used to host the Best Damn Sports Show, period.
Yes.
Didn't I do that with you guys?
You did.
And I'll come in and they'll go, hey, we're live from the Super Bowl. And I go, hey, guys, Tom Arnold here, and live from the Super Bowl. A lot of celebrities are coming into town. I was actually at a Cocaine Anonymous meeting last night with Brett. I probably should say this out loud. Brett Favre's a big cokehead. And his sponsor is Bryant Gumbel. Bryant is addicted to upskirt porn. And, again, I shouldn't say this out loud, but Bryant is he's always pumping off at work. And I'll just start naming random sports people and attaching them to addictions. And every year, the internet will come at Tom Arnold and go, dude, it's supposed to be anonymous. What is your problem? And Tom has no idea. Like, once a year, he gets woken up by all these people going, dude, it's supposed to, where's the anonymity? And Tom Arnold will fight every single person on Twitter and go, did you notice that Sam Kinison was also on the air, and that guy's been dead for 30 years, you idiot. That wasn't me. It's a comedian. His name's Craig Gass. I wish he would stop, and he's amazing, absolutely amazing at it.
But he's still got that old world belief that somehow he can squash every idiot on the internet. Like like there's not an inexhaustible supply of them. He's gonna
He hasn't reached his tipping point yet.
We're talking to Craig Gass, comedian here on Radio Row at the Super Bowl. I would submit Pacino, your Pacino, that's kind of sports because he's famous from a couple sports movies, right?
Oh, yeah.
So the Pacino is, I think, kind of in that realm.
Yeah, Pacino is, having been Any Given Sunday, that voice, that speech, that staccato, that, boy, oh boy, I got to tell you,
We are here. We're trying to get some content. But Monday, all we got is Craig Gass. Sorry, folks. We did the best we could.
That was actually the first voice I ever did on Family Guy. Remember when I was telling you about how I creeped out Seth MacFarlane?
Yeah, how'd you creep out Seth MacFarlane?
We were waiting for the whole story.
So my first episode of Family Guy, I get contacted by this woman, Linda, who's the casting director. She's now at Netflix. And she said, hey, Craig, my name's Linda Lamontagne. I'm the casting director for Family Guy, American Dad, and The Cleveland Show. I just discovered you on the internet on YouTube, and I want to offer you a job. And my first recording session was with Seth MacFarlane. It's just me and Seth alone in the studio. And I am really lucky that every show I've been on has been a massive show. King of Queens, Sex and the City, Law and Order, whatever. And then I never watch those shows. Family Guy is appointment television for me. I'm obsessed with Family Guy. So when I walked in the room, I could tell already that I was creeping out Seth by laughing a little too hard at his jokes. He'd make a joke and I go, he's like, relax, just calm down. I go, oh, I'm sorry. And then we went in the studio, and the whole recording session lasted 5 minutes, where Seth kept doing one line as Peter Griffin. We kept saying, this is crazier than when Al Pacino was a slumlord laundromat tenant. And then they cut to me as Al Pacino, surrounded by a bunch of broken down washers and dryers, going,
you're out of order. And you're out of order. And you're all out of order.
And I did that 3 times. And Seth MacFarlane, who's running the board, goes, all right, I think we're good. But I'm so nervous because I think in my mind that we're going to be friends now.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're working together.
Yeah.
And so I stood up and went, all right, so you want to hang out? And he goes, what do you mean hang out? I go, you want to grab a coffee or something? And he goes, I got to work. And I said, all right, you want me to leave? And he goes, yeah, get the hell out of here. I'm sorry. And I grabbed my papers. I got up and I walked out. I didn't hear from them again for 6 months. And then Linda started calling and saying, hey, Craig, can you do this voice or this voice? And every voice she gave me, I go, I can do whatever you want. And then every time I've come back in to do any Family Guy, American Dad, or The Cleveland Show when that was on the air, Seth MacFarlane's never around. It's always a guy named Mike Henry who does the voice of Cleveland and the creepy old guy. And every time I see Mike, I go, hey, Mike, Seth around? Every time I see him, he goes, don't worry about Seth. We'll get you out of here real quick. We'll get you out of here really quick.
So you've got a rep inside the Family Guy inner circle there.
It's not just inside Family Guy. I was telling you guys get to talk to sports guys all the time.
Yeah.
Big, huge sports guys all the time. So you've gotten used to it. And I suspected that you probably get nervous about people outside of sports would make you nervous. And sports people are outside my world because I'm not in shape. I'm not in any way impressive athletically. And I am emotionally connected to sports because I cheer on sports all the time from a hotel room watching games. And so when I meet those people, I get a little too crazy around them. And I've had some really embarrassing moments.
But that's how, when you said you creeped out Seth MacFarlane, I thought you meant like you improv'd something like Stewie said that was just beyond what he even said. Kind of like, how that would have been way worse if you went to a dark place that Seth MacFarlane couldn't join you.
I've learned to lean into it and embrace the creepiness and the idolation of people that all these years of seeing Tom Brady at the Super Bowl. The first time I saw him, I said, hey, Tom, my name's Craig Gass. I'm a stand-up comedian. You're so handsome. Like when you look in the mirror, does your reflection ever just wink at you? Right? And he laughed so hard that ESPN took that footage and put it on ESPN, and they didn't give me any credit. And then a year later, I see Tom Brady at the Super Bowl again, and I say, hey, Tom, my name's Craig Gass. I'm a stand-up comedian. This is my buddy Aaron, and this is my buddy Jason. We were discussing the 4 of us as a group together, just the 4 of us, and we were ranking the 4 of us from most handsome to least handsome. Obviously, you're number 1 because you're Tom Brady. But Tom, who would you rank as number 2? And I point at myself. Number 3 and number 4. And Tom Brady actually went, wait, who am I ranking? And I go, me and this guy and this guy. And he goes, all right, fan out. And I go, what? Oh, okay. See? And we all fanned out. And I didn't do this consciously, but subconsciously, I started sucking in my gut for Tom Brady and pushing my chin out so I could just look more handsome.
Like you were pledging a sorority or something.
It absolutely was.
See?
So it's something about the Patriots.
Yes, that's what I was just
It's
gonna
an attention to detail or something.
Absolutely. And he ranked us, and then a year later, he's back, or 2 years later, he's back at the Super Bowl, and I said, Tom, my name's Craig Gass. I'm a stand-up comedian. And he actually said, I remember you. And I go, well, yeah, you're here every year. Of course you remember me. I go, I don't know, last year you ranked us from most handsome to least handsome. And we've been fighting a lot about this because in the last year, the last 12 months, between the three of us, we've lost about 5 pounds. And I want to know if the rankings have changed. And then he ranked us again. So I've learned to lean into the silliness and the goofiness of it all and have fun with the players. So.
Craig Gass, comedian, joining us here on Radio Row, here on Sports Radio 610. So we're going to get to the event that you're part of here at the Super Bowl in just a bit. You have an amazing story, though. You come from a family where both your parents and your sister are deaf, and that played a huge role in eventually you becoming so proficient with all these voices, right?
Yes, my mom, my dad, and my sister are all completely deaf. My mom was born completely deaf from a birth defect. My dad was born with all of his hearing, and then he lost over 75% of his hearing when he got into an accident that popped out his eardrums, so he had to go to deaf schools for the rest of his life. And then he met my mom, and they had my sister first, and my sister was born with my mom's genes, completely deaf, and then I was born with my dad's genes with all my hearing. So I'm the only one in my family who could hear, and I couldn't learn how to talk for my family. I learned how to talk by watching TV and copying all the voices I heard on TV. And I never got an accent from the Bronx, which I always say everybody in the Bronx.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds like Tracy Morgan.
Everybody in the Bronx talk like this, whether you black or white, male or female. That's crazy. Hey, this is the voice of your next-door neighbor, and I'm a Vietnamese girl. That's crazy.
Like everybody sounded like that.
You're exactly. I'm Alex Menelopoulos,
a
Greek kid that I knew in college. He sounded exactly like that.
Exactly. And you learn that that's your environment. And I learned that, there's so much subtlety to how you learn how to speak that your ear picks up everyone around you. And I noticed early on that when you ever call your best friend on the phone and someone else in the house would pick up the phone, and it could be somebody of the opposite sex, but they've all learned how to pick up the phone and go, mellow. And they pick up those little nuances.
Yeah.
And we learn how to speak with all the silly accents that are in our area from our environment around us. And that's why deaf people sound the way they do.
Yeah.
Because they can't hear the person next to them. So they just open their mouth and they just push sounds out, and they don't know how to adjust their sound to sound like the person next to them.
But you were just an open...
I had an open canvas, and I watched TV, and I would just... And the weirder the voice, the easier it was for me to do it. Like Christopher Walken, who's got a real stop and go kind of voice. We'll talk every once in a while. He'll stop. And then I'll keep going. Adam Sandler, whatever. And I get homework assignments all the time because I'm back on the Howard Stern show again for the first time in 20 years. And so Howard gives me homework assignments, and it's fun. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Had you creeped him out? Was there a reason you weren't on for 20 years?
Well, because I was auditioning to be his sidekick. And they narrowed it down to me and Artie, and then Artie got the job, and I started getting acting roles. So I was like, all right. And then almost 2 years ago, Howard had somebody reach out to me who I had never met before, and they said, hey, Howard wants to know if you'd be interested in working with him again. I was in an auto shop getting a bill for my transmission.
Yeah.
And I went, yes. This girl, and I go, who's calling me from New York? And she goes, hey, would you be interested in working with Howard? And I go, sure. And she goes, okay. Okay. Well, he'd be willing to pay you this. Is that okay? And I went, sure. And she goes, okay. So I'll send you some paperwork. And then I didn't believe it.
Yeah.
And then once I got on my first Zoom call with everybody, I was like, oh, my God, how? I saw some familiar, because I didn't know her.
You're still kind of waiting for it to be a prank when you got on the Zoom call.
Yes.
And until you actually saw them there.
Well, it's 20 years, so there's so many new people that I didn't know.
But, the normal people that would be setting it up.
Yeah. And it has given me a chance to go back and address, like last 2 weeks ago, Howard and I had a conversation on the air where he said, he goes, you emailed me this thing, let's talk about it. And we were talking on the air, and he said, yeah, Craig sent me this really interesting thing, and it made me think, why does Craig have my contact information? And I said, you know what? And I haven't talked to him about this face-to-face in years. I said, I remember I used to call you once a year. I would call you once a year on the anniversary of the day that you let me start sitting next to you on the show. And once a year I would call and just say thank you. Because of you, I paid my mom's bills and my bills for the rest of her life. Like I covered my mom's cost of living for the rest of her life.
Wow.
And every year I'd say, hey, it's been 6 years since you let me come in. I just want to say thank you. Hey, it's been 8 years. It's been 12 years, whatever. And then one year I'm in Minnesota. I remember exactly. I was in a rental car in Minneapolis, and I got Howard on the radio, and he goes, yeah, what else is in the news? Oh, I got to say this. Craig Gass. Leave me alone. Why do you call me? Why did I give Craig Gass my phone number? And I was like sitting there going, and Gary came in and said, yeah, I don't know why he's calling you. I told him to leave you alone. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, they're all bagging on me. And he's like, this is when he was still on terrestrial radio. So he's literally, 50-something affiliates around the country, and he's targeting one person. Hey, everybody in Houston, everybody in Chicago, everyone in San Francisco. Craig Gass is a pain in the ass. And I was like, what? And then when I said that to his face last week or 2 weeks ago, Howard said, well, let's be honest, Craig, once a year is a bit much. And
That's pretty good.
So we got to have a laugh about it. So that felt great to be able to do.
Oh, that's cool.
But, he's given me incredible opportunities. So I really am grateful for that guy.
Craig Gass joining us. Hey, before we get you out of here, you're in Vegas, you're on Radio Row, but you got a big event coming up. The actual day of the game, you have a huge event coming up that I know a lot of our listeners locally, there's one big name that's part of it that I know is going to tug at the heartstrings of Houstonians for this thing.
We're doing a show, not a show, we're having a party.
Yeah.
And it's a party for families. And families or anyone who's in recovery that wants to get away from that temptation, we're having an event called Sober Bowl in downtown Las Vegas. Earl Campbell,
there you go,
Ryan Leaf, bunch of musicians, Chris Kale, Five Finger Death Punch. We have the winner of the last season of The Voice is going to be on the show, and it's downtown Las Vegas. And it's music, entertainment, and people in recovery, and it's a watch party with lots of entertainment leading up to the game. And the game is being broadcast in this amphitheater in downtown. You can look it up on Sober Bowl. It's easy to find. Just Google Sober Bowl and all the information will be there. And it's happening this Sunday. It's a watch party for people who are looking for a place to go without the craziness.
Well, yeah, and there's people in Houston that I'm sure are coming out here for the weekend for the game and whatnot, looking for a place to watch the game, and it sounds like it's going to be an awesome time.
$20 tickets.
There you go. Can't beat that.
Tickets,
Can't beat that. Craig, it's great to see you. You got to get back to Houston, man, so we don't make this an annual thing at the Radio Row.
Man, have I got more horrifying stories to share with you.
Yes.
So let's do it.
About more people.
We call dibs on the horrifying stories when you come back.
There's been times I've been on your show, I just walked out and went, man, that was a sports station? Like, I just talked about the craziest stuff just
we
now.
like that. Yeah.
That was I've had so much fun with you guys over the years. I got to get back out there. I'm looking forward to it.
We hope it happens soon. Craig, best of luck with everything. Best of luck with the Sober Bowl on Sunday as well.
Thank you, buddy.
Good stuff. All right, good stuff from Craig Gass, absolutely a comedian, friend of the show. As we continue live from Radio Row, big thanks again to Yingling Flight for presenting us here. If you're watching on the YouTube and the Twitch, you're getting to see all the behind-the-scenes stuff, all the secrets, all the fourth wall stuff. So that's pretty cool. Low T Center as well, and Bull Shirts. Thank them. We thank them for the awesome golf shirts that we've got on here on Radio Row. Super comfy. They feel good, and we appreciate that. And also, by the way, if you want to watch the big game, hear the big game. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610 on Sunday night, all thanks to Solo Stove. Feel the heat of the world's most popular smokeless fire pit. Get yours now at solostove.com. Up next, this is the annual Youngster at the opening night media session that's coming for all of our jobs. You'll hear him next.
Yeah, I'm nervous about this kid. And you know what I'm not nervous about? I don't care what he does. He can come take my job. I've got my Daisy French onion dip. As long as I've got VATS.
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big thanks, Craig Gass, joining us on the show. Opening night was last night.
Yeah.
And we know that part of opening night, formerly known as, I guess, media night, where they got all the press conferences, all the players are out there talking to the media, answering the hard questions. And there's always two things you can count on outside of just our sports ilk. There's always pop culture media there asking, especially this year, I would imagine. I didn't get to see it.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were a ton of Taylor Swift questions going on.
Oh, yeah.
Especially for Travis
I would imagine,
Kelce.
right, yeah. And then there's always, I heard the Dallas guys next to us talking about the international flavor to it.
There's
where a lot
that.
of people that don't know or care about American football are just there for the I bet, I bet there was a huge Swiftie influence on that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Especially she's on her way to Tokyo, right?
I wonder if the fact that they're pushing everything earlier in the week this year, I was thinking it might be just because it's Vegas and they figure more people want to be here for a week. But I could totally see them turning the Pro Bowl into something that happens in the Super Bowl city, and they just try to extend it into a 9-day celebration of America's pastime.
Yeah, that's interesting. And they've had I think the first Pro Bowl games they did here in Vegas last year. They flipped them over to Orlando for whatever reason this year. I could totally see that. The other thing that you see oftentimes at opening night is a child reporter. Mm-hmm. There's always a few of them floating around, and they get to ask questions, and it's very cute. The one this year, I'm legitimately nervous about this kid coming for our jobs. He was really, really good. 11-year-old Jeremiah Fennell.
Okay.
Hopefully I'm pronouncing his name. Either Fennell or Fennell. Fennell. He was really, really good.
Yeah, I'll be the judge of this because I haven't heard this at all yet. And the biggest thing I like to judge it by is, like, okay, these child prodigies are always good, but are they annoying?
Okay.
So, like, just like with child actors, you could have, like, the kid like Jonathan from Who's the Boss, or you could have, what's her name from E.T. there?
Oh, Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost said Drew Bledsoe. Noted child actor.
Noted child actor.
Actress.
And wine magnate,
yes,
Drew Bledsoe. All right, so I'm going to let you pick
I'll tell you whether this kid's annoying
I'm
or
going to
not.
let you pick because I've got 2 cuts,
Okay.
I'm going to let you pick what order we do these in. Would you like to hear Jeremiah answer a question from Michael Robinson telling his story about how he got interested in broadcasting, or would you like to hear Jeremiah Fennell asking George Kittle to compare himself to Travis Kelce across several different categories?
I'll go with the person I know, George Kittle.
George Kittle. All right, so here's Jeremiah
I
Fennell.
don't know how the hell this Michael Robinson character is.
Asking George Kittle to compare himself to Travis Kelce in several areas.
So I want to see how you think you stack up against him off the field. So I'm going to be listing some random topics, and you're going to be telling me who gets the point, you or Travis.
Okay, I like it.
Who has a better beard?
Ooh, me, because it's red. It's gingery.
Who has the better sense of humor?
Okay, you confused?
He's pretty
I'm
good.
confused.
Okay, hit pause. Hit pause, Ben.
All right, what is he doing now?
He's interviewing George Kittle.
Yeah.
And he's asking George Kittle to compare himself to Travis Kelce across several different categories.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. All right, do you want to start over?
Yeah.
Okay, start over, Ben.
Sorry, Ben. I must.
So I want to see how you think you stack up against him off the field. So I'm going to be listing some random topics, and you're going to be telling me who gets the point, you or Travis.
Okay, I like it.
Who has a better beard?
Ooh, me, because it's red. It's gingery.
Who has the better sense of humor?
He's pretty good.
Okay, tied 1-1. Who has the better swag?
He's good. I'm pretty unique. I'm basically wrestling in shoes. He does a lot.
Who can throw the best party?
I throw Kittle Fest every year, so I'm going to take myself on that one.
Who would win in a 40-yard dash?
Me.
And finally, my last question.
Yep.
Sunday, February 11th, 2024, right here in Allegiant Stadium, 65,000 roaring fans in attendance and tens of millions of fans watching at home.
Yeah.
Whose significant other is going to get more attention during the game than the actual player?
Ooh. Ha! That's funny. I think the obvious answer is to probably go with Travis, but you know, it's going to be on everybody. And I think one thing Travis set up on the stage, which was great, is, hey, good thing it's a team sport.
Oh, okay. Who's George Kittle's significant other?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I think it was just his way of saying everybody's going to lose to Travis Kelce's significant other.
Yeah. I don't like the kid's line of questioning. I feel he's Jonathan from Who's the Boss.
Okay.
He's gonna have to become a real human boy at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna crush this kid.
Yeah. Let's. I'll play one more and see if it can change your mind. I'm not here to sell the kid to you or anything like that. I just found.
I know. I'm not gonna. You seem to be upset about my appraisal.
No.
Right.
I just want to get the full appraisal. Here he is on the other end answering the question. Michael Robinson said, "Hey, how'd you get so interested in broadcasting?"
Well, I started to do this at the age of 7 years old because I wasn't able to play sports due to some medical issues, but I still liked the sports environment, so I decided to hone my craft in journalism at the age of 7, and I started my YouTube channel. And yes, I do think that I can keep this as a career because I do still love the sport and I do know a lot about it, so I think that interviewing people could be a long career for me.
Oh my goodness, that was amazing. MJD, you in trouble, bro. I got one more question for you. Okay, the Chiefs are about to come out. Okay, who are you most excited to ask a question to?
I mean, I'm honestly excited to interview everybody. I mean, they've proved that they are the top teams in the league, so it's really just great to be able to talk to everybody.
I love it. We're going to have a ball out here tonight, guys.
Okay, I like the kid now.
You like him better now?
Yeah, when he's speaking more, just when he's answering
a little
questions.
more extemporaneously.
I could take that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He's got potential. This kid
got
does
a little something.
Now he's just got to stay away from the cocaine and heroin and all the other things that accompany fame.
All the people getting in his head about how you should broadcast.
Yeah, exactly. All of a sudden, he's sitting
Be
there
yourself.
like entertaining groupies coming to his hotel and everything.
They're coming for he's coming for these guys over here probably.
Yeah,
Syracuse.
Oh, these Syracuse guys.
Yeah.
Don't go to Syracuse. It's a den of iniquity.
He's coming for them.
No, I like him. I take back what I said the first time.
like the kid.
I like snap judgments on children. Can we make this a? Can we get a sponsor for this segment? Snap judgments on children.
Yes. He was pretty confident.
Kid's gonna make it.
You know what he had down in the first cut, the one that you didn't like as much. Yeah. You know what he had down to a T? The token laugh.
Yeah, that's what I didn't like about it. I think that's what I didn't like about it.
He token laughed a few times. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the token laugh either. And I commit it sometimes, too.
Well, that's something he'll learn, you know, sometime between now and his second stint in rehab.
Yeah.
Whatever happens with all they're going to heap too much fame on this kid too soon.
Yeah.
I worry about that Graham Bensinger sometimes. that Graham Bensinger showed up out of nowhere on whichever,
his shows
Rocket City Central Network.
It was on AT&T Sportsnet all the time. Yeah, doing those sit-down interviews.
Yeah.
He gets good interviews.
I know.
Yeah.
I feel like Landry would know exactly what was up with Graham Bensinger. We'll talk to him at the toss.
Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk at the toss. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. As we head towards the top of the hour, we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop and get their impressions so far. Day and a half into Vegas. We squeezed a lot into a day and a half so far.
Real quick, how did you feel about George Kittle's answers about whether who had more swag and all that? He kind of punted on most of them.
He did. He got a lot of non-answers.
The swag was an interesting one. If I had to go between, it's tough because George Kittle's like he strikes me as Canadian. Almost like corny, but in a wholesome way. But whereas Travis Kelce has swag, but it also feels like a phony swag.
Who would you rather be in the car with for like 3 hours on a road trip?
Kittle,
Kittle,
100 times.
Yeah,
I would jump out of that car so fast with Travis Kelce.
Or kick the door open and let him go rolling around the highway. Yeah,
that's what a lot of these people that try to make this the Taylor Swift stuff some like black and white issue. They don't acknowledge the fact that Travis Kelce, he's been on the most disliked NFL player lists for year after year after year.
Long time.
He is a very disliked player.
Right.
And people are all of a sudden just forgetting that and acting like it's all about Taylor Swift. They've been brainwashed.
Yep.
Is what it is.
If you had,
I don't like seeing poor Taylor Swift rolled up in all of it. She could have chosen somebody different than the guy who stalked her openly on his
really
podcast.
Seems to like the guy a lot. I know, that's the crazy thing. It was open stalking. Yeah. All right, if you had to do a redo of the draft last year, they've done one. If you're looking for a redo, I think we know where C.J. Stroud goes. Who winds up a Texan? Where does Tank Dell wind up going? I think that was the thing I was most intrigued by with this. Where does Tank Dell go if you were to redo 2023? Does he
go above Zay Flowers, for instance?
With the benefit of hindsight, where does Tank Dell go? We've got that answer for you coming up next.
Hey, where do you go if you've been in an accident and it wasn't your fault? Mulcairn Law. It's as simple as that. You give them a call at 281-222-2222, and they will pick up the phone.
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I often think about Carolina Panther fans on occasion as we go back and look at C.J. Stroud in the season that he had. Looking at the redraft of 2023 on ESPN.com, they did a redraft with all the beat writers for all the various teams.
Yeah,
and I don't even think I could read this if I were a Carolina Panther fan, where there's even an imaginary redraft of 2023. That says we took C.J. Stroud. Like, it's just like rubbing salt in the wound at this point. You know what I mean? Like, it's in this redraft. In this redraft of the 2023 draft, new pick for the Carolina Panthers, C.J. Stroud. Yeah, of course. That would have been really, really fun if you
that would have been, yeah. Which we should every now and then sit back and reflect upon. Just that
how lucky we are.
Yeah.
If that were to happen, if we went back in an alternate universe and the Panthers, with the benefit of hindsight, drafted C.J. Stroud, who do you think goes number 2 to the Houston Texans?
Right. That's the big assumption is that it's. Let me back up a little bit. The big assumption by people who also claimed that the Texans weren't going to draft the quarterback at all is that the Texans were dead set on drafting Bryce Young.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's
not Bryce Young.
It may have been Will Anderson. Was it Will Anderson?
Anthony Richardson.
Okay.
This is DJ Bieneme making this pick here. So these are the ESPN beat writers.
Yeah.
And he's got the Texans taking Anthony Richardson with the second pick. I don't know that I would take Anthony Richardson with the benefit of hindsight.
Benefit of hindsight is that
I might take Bryce Young before I took Anthony Richardson.
He was banged up all through college, and now he was banged up in the NFL. And he's potentially freakishly scary to play against. But, I don't know. With the benefit of hindsight, given that he missed 3/4 of the season and a good chunk of the quarter of the season that he did play, I don't know if I'd take him that high.
In this exercise, there's no trade up to 3 for the Texans.
Yeah.
They just pick Anthony Richardson and then pick again at 12. I'll be honest with you. Let's pretend there's no trade up available to 3. I might take Will Anderson over either of those guys.
Yeah.
Over Anthony Richardson or Bryce Young.
Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Now, who do they have the Texans taking at 12 in this one?
At 12, they have them taking, let's see, Jordan Addison, wide receiver USC.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah. Wide receiver USC.
That makes sense.
He was good this year.
Yeah, no. I was I have a hard time with these redrafts because I keep going back to but they have Tank Dell already,
right?
And then I have to remember okay, and they probably wouldn't have. Where does Tank Dell end up going in this?
Tank Dell ends up going 37th.
Does he go ahead of Zay Flowers?
Okay, let's see here. I'm going to skim.
Because he was a better receiver than Zay Flowers.
I'm going to skim. Zay Flowers, 14th to the Patriots.
He stayed healthy the whole year.
Zay Flowers.
So if you had to look at, if you're looking at this objectively, and you see that Tank Dell got injured midway through the season, and he's as tiny as he is, you're going to be worried about it.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's just damn unfortunate.
Devon Achane, first-round pick, 22 to the Baltimore Ravens. The other question you might have is, okay, where did Bryce Young end up going in this exercise, this redraft of 2023? Yeah. Do you think he's still a first-round pick? Would you still take him in the first round?
No.
He goes 11th overall to the Tennessee Titans.
No, I wonder realistically, I think, mid to late first round. If you're watching that first year, you'd still look at the body of work in college and look at the potential. And with anybody, guys that used to be second-round picks are now, 10th, 11th in the draft, and it makes sense. You're just taking a flyer, and hopefully somebody works out.
Again, in this exercise, you have the benefit of having seen his rookie year.
Right, yeah. You don't have to go back in time and pretend that you haven't seen this entire year.
Yeah. I think he's still a first-round pick. I think you can blame – I think there's plenty of dysfunction you can put out there on Carolina.
He has the combination of poor receiving weaponry, a bad offensive line, and dysfunction.
Yeah.
Just all of that stuff that Trevor Lawrence had to deal with. So you just kind of wipe the slate clean.
I
don't. You know how I vacillate on this. I have a hard time. I really want to hate Bryce Young, but then you see an interview with him and you realize,
he's a good kid.
He's a sweet kid.
He's a good
Probably
kid.
a little too sweet.
Yeah.
Probably just a little too nice to ever actually
be any good. How are we doing? Everyone good?
Yeah. Or even a full-grown man. But I still feel a little bit guilty being mean to him.
Does he have the big question? Does he have the lack of perspective on life to be a successful quarterback that Seth Payne craves?
I don't think so. I think he's a little too well-adjusted.
Yep. I do too.
So especially with his psychologist father, who I'm guessing gave him an S2 cognition test every morning. For breakfast.
Practice test.
Yeah.
Practice test. John Lopez is here. What's going on? Landry Locker is here in the loop. The guys on
Howdy.
In the loop. How you guys doing?
Oh, fantastic.
Nice.
I think DJ Bieniemy doesn't know the magic that Gerard Johnson and Bobby Slowick could have done with Bryce Young.
You would have taken Bryce at 2?
I think I would have taken Bryce Young.
Easily.
I would have taken Bryce Young.
I would have, too.
With the benefit of hindsight.
With the benefit of hindsight.
No hesitation.
I think people, this is a societal thing. As soon as you have some taste of something bad happening in your life, you're labeled. That's it. He's not bad. You can't label him yet.
Who's the last quarterback that was as bad as Bryce Young his rookie year that ended up being good?
That bad? No, it's probably a list of very few, if any.
Yeah.
That Dave Tepper, Carolina, dysfunction.
Well, and if we're just talking in comparison to Anthony Richardson, if that's all we're talking right now, because I just said I would take
Anthony Richardson in the second.
I said I'd take Will Anderson over either of them, probably.
Maybe.
But if all we're talking about is those
with
two
the benefit of
quarterbacks,
hindsight.
But if all we're talking about is those two quarterbacks, the problem with Anthony Richardson and the reason I'd take Bryce over Anthony Richardson, I don't know if Anthony Richardson is ever legitimately going to be a good passer. That's number one. Or healthy. That's the other thing. He doesn't finish games.
I could come up for all kinds of reasons why Corey Haim is a train wreck of a human being. That doesn't mean I'm going to let him babysit my child. That's how I am with Bryce Young. Great, you got a lot of excuses for why he was a horrible quarterback. I don't want.
So you're labeling after one season, though.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I am. I am.
Sure am.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it is that you can get a little quarterback cocky. It's fun to be quarterback cocky. I was talking about it yesterday. Though, quarterbacks, their environment matters. I just think D'Amico is the environment. So I think Bryce Young would be
better
equipped.
He is the coffee bean. Deshaun Watson's purported favorite
He is the coffee
where
bean.
he changes the environment around him.
He's the Reggie Jackson straw that stirs the drink. That I always like to throw out there.
Do you remember when I bought the coffee bean?
I do.
Because it was Deshaun Watson's supposed favorite book.
That was one of the worst books of all time.
It's a hardcover pamphlet. I spent $19 for the dumbest fake story about
45 seconds.
You read it twice in one break.
Yeah. I would have wiped my butt with it, but it was hardcover.
It made a Dr. Seuss book look like a Mark Twain novel or something like that.
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Good job on the dinner spot again. You're 2 for 2 so far.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to like this one as much.
Oh, get out of here.
When, tonight?
Yeah, I don't know about you.
Why don't me?
About you?
Oh, get out of here. You're being sarcastic.
No, I'm serious. Well, I'm intrigued.
Why? Well, okay, why don't you think I'll like it?
I think you'll love the atmosphere. You'll feel like you're in The Godfather.
Well, then why do you think I wouldn't like it?
Because you have a higher scale of Italian taste than
I don't think you're. I don't know that
you go to the
I go to the original Carrabba's.
I'm wondering if it fits up to Carrabba's.
Okay.
That's the contest. I don't know if Sean's going to like this. I'm intrigued.
It's a different mood.
I love Carrabba's, but it's not like it also is like the epitome of this is like the best example of.
Okay, good. I think this is going to be an intriguing one.
Okay.
Like Carrabba's isn't like fine Italian dining or something.
It's really good.
It's really good.
When it's not upscale.
Yeah, it's not upscale.
Yeah.
That's the word.
When you go to this spot, you'll see a lot of people go there, but you'll see you don't even need it. They're not going to hand you a menu. On the wall, there's going to be 20 entrees, and you just say you want that entree, and it's going to come with a side pasta, salad, bread, all you can drink wine, and then they'll bring out a dinner like hot chocolate.
How can you possibly
I'm gonna
think
hate
I
that.
wouldn't like? How can you possibly think I wouldn't like a place with bottomless wine?
I think you might like it, but
Yeah,
hey,
Mad Dog 2020.
Are we going to that? Are we going to that dive bar after for
100%.
$5 Patron shots and $1 beers?
We're going to that.
$5 Patron shots, $1 beers.
Yes, we're going to the dive bar next door.
All
yeah.
right, let's see.
Yeah. No, I am
whatever.
excited for tonight. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm intrigued by Vegas just from getting out and driving around a little bit about how just it goes from the glitziest, most
it's the
expensive
best
stuff ever, but just to one block on either side of the strip, it gets immediately very industrial looking and everything. Yeah,
it's nuts.
I don't know this. I got to drive around this city a
The
little bit. The
neighborhoods are something out of Palm Springs, but cheaper.
Okay.
Very desert, very little smaller homes, but just where's the strip? You don't even know what's there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So good job again last night.
Thank you.
That was very, very
see how tonight
tasty
goes.
dinner. I'm very optimistic about tonight. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm probably more optimistic about this one than the first two. Coming into the trip,
yeah,
because I'm an old Italian,
an old school Italian place named Batista's.
Yes, come on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
It's a block from the hotel.
Just wait till you go in, man. You're gonna. There's a picture. They pushed the Bill Cosby picture back further because there's a picture of him shirtless partying there. There's Jay Leno.
Really?
There's a lot of like celebs on the wall.
It's a bold stance they took, putting the picture further back.
Hey,
yeah.
Hey, it makes me want to go in more. I'd be honest with you. I can control myself though, but hey, hey,
not good enough for Jay Leno, but good enough for Jay Leno, but not for Sean Pendergast.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Are you nervous about Sean's judgment of the
No. Sean just has a he goes to. I don't know, man.
I don't. Okay, I'm fascinated by you putting Carrabba's as the bar.
Dude, he goes there all the time. It's like his spot, but sometimes you get addicted to an Italian spot.
I know, but this is where I'm having a hard time phrasing this without making it sound like I'm insulting Carrabba's or something. I'm just saying that Carrabba's isn't necessarily some high water mark where you're like, whoa, where are you going to find a Carrabba's place?
It's not
the original one. Folks act like it's the best.
You're sounding like let's pretend this were a conversation about a hotel. You and I are road tripping together.
Yes, this is perfect.
It's pretty nice. It's it's the Magnolia downtown. I know you stay at the Post Oak all the time, but it's this nice downtown hotel.
Yeah.
But I know you stay over at the Post Oak. I don't know how you're going to like this moderate downtown.
Well, you're saying
hotel.
the Carrabba's isn't like the Post Oak of Italian
I'll
restaurants.
do it this way: Mexican food.
Okay.
And this is
El Tiempo. If you only like El Tiempo.
Well, even I had a different one in mind. But
I know. Okay, no.
Let's say you go to Hugo's all the time.
Yeah.
Right? I'd rather go to Teotihuacan, and I think it's a better representation of Mexican food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what I think Batista's is. That's how I would judge it.
We'll see.
It's not froofy or fancy or clean. Well, maybe it's clean.
Yeah.
It's clean. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, man.
Yeah.
So Hugo's makes sense because that's it's a one-off. It's not a chain of any sort.
And it's kind of fancy, but it's really good.
Yeah.
No offense.
I'm excited.
I'd rather go to Teotihuacan.
I like Italian food, and I'm all about wine where it's just one price.
What's the name of that restaurant you just said?
Teotihuacan.
Oh, it's off the hook. It's right across from that Texans Community Center.
Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan or Teotihuacan.
There's no way Seth got that. No chance.
Showing off. You always said that.
Come on, try it once. Teotihuacan.
You're using English letters.
I think he can do this. I think he can do this. Teotihuacan.
Teotihuacan.
Very good.
Yeah.
Now spell it. So what's the excitement level for the game and the?
I'm pretty excited.
Where are we at this week so far?
I'm excited, and it does feel like there's a bit of an invasion. If media
got more
day
crowded.
Oh yeah. So as far as media day, invasion from
it feels like San Francisco fans are rolling very deep.
Oh really?
Yeah,
okay. With the Chiefs especially because now they've got a couple.
Yeah.
And maybe this is getting kind of the way I felt in Houston when the Patriots were there.
Yeah.
It felt like there was still a boatload of Patriots fans, but they almost felt kind of blasé about it.
Yeah.
Like, this is just what we do.
Super Bowl.
Kelsey couldn't even form a sentence. They were booing him so bad yesterday. It's Chris Jones and Mahomes. We got the audio.
Oh really?
Yeah, I think San Francisco. I'm betting on San Fran.
You think San Francisco has the underdog, gritty mentality about it?
Kyle Shanahan,
even though they're favored.
Kyle Shanahan is subtly saying that. Thank God Jimmy's not our quarterback. He's basically saying it without being a jerk about it. And then Andy Reid's trying to play up the underdog thing, which whatever, dude.
You know what? Kyle Shanahan, by the way, I like. There's some psyops going on with the 49ers because a couple things will happen. One, Nick Bosa last week when he was asked about the offensive line for the Chiefs.
That they hold?
He just said, they hold a lot. And he almost said it matter-of-factly, but I feel like he was trying to get it into their head, that they're going to go outside or put it in the officials'
heads. The
Kyle
big one,
Shanahan yesterday was kind of supposedly he was gushing about Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce, but he also slid in. I mean, sure, Kelce's had a few drops lately, but they just are really he just kind of threw it in there. Yeah.
He said drops.
Yeah. I think Kyle Shanahan. People underestimate how angry and vindictive a person Kyle Shanahan is. He just wants to destroy people, and I feel like he's going to have this team foaming at the mouth, wanting to destroy the Chiefs. Yeah,
that's the way Kubiak was.
I don't know. I think no. I think Shanahan's got more of a mean streak.
Wow.
Shanahan wants to just run the ball on you and embarrass you in front of your family.
I was just messing around when I came up here, but I took a parlay adjusted with San Francisco minus 13. Like that's how much I was feeling.
I'm kind of
just to mess around.
I'm trying to think if I want to see one of these teams blow the other one out. I get just as entertained by blowouts sometimes as I do close games,
especially in the Super Bowl.
Because of what the long-term storylines are coming out of it and stuff like that. Yeah.
The only thing is, I think that the Chiefs' defense is more genuine and real than the 49ers.
They're real good.
What was the payout on it?
So I just put like a bunch of.
You don't have to tell me the money. What was the
10
odds?
to win 300. It was for the. I just put it at minus 13. It goes up to like 3 to 1, something like that.
Okay.
I mean, I'll take him at minus 6.
So you're betting on a blowout.
Yeah, and let's be honest, I'm 0-2 betting against Patrick Mahomes. So I'm kind of just saying I'm going to go down kicking and I'm not going to flip. We can adjust our mindset next year, but I'm 0-2 betting against Mahomes. I'm doing it again. If you win, thank you. You were just like Tom Brady taking my money.
This is what I'm going to do some parlays. That's how I'm going to get into sports bet. Dude, this is like the wine cooler of gambling, isn't it? It's kind of like, oh, that doesn't sound $10.
Do a Rockets with me after. You can like bet on over under points and all that. They play at 4, so if you want to do one, it's fun.
I don't want to destroy the sanctity of my relationship with basketball. I'm going to stick with
really?
Okay, Donaghy.
I'm a purist.
Donaghy. All right, we are done. In the Loop is up next. This is Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. In the Loop starts now.
All right. So listen to this. This was San Francisco fans yesterday and how deep they were rolling. J-Lo. This was Travis Kelce trying to get a sentence out, and I don't know whether he shook or not, but it seems like Taylor Swift fans are very, very mad at 49er fans for booing their new whatever the hell you want to call them. Here it was. Here it was on NFL Network.
And it's been absolute. Y'all are firing me up, making me want to play right now, baby. Woo! I love the boos, man. I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming, Niners gang. Keep them coming.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I don't know if
he loves the boos more than the cheers.
I don't know if it sounded like he was really enjoying that. But I am starting to feel an invasion, man. And I don't know. I think this is something, and it's we always like to localize it, but I think as battle-tested as the Chiefs are, the 49ers are pretty damn battle-tested themselves. And there seems to be a subtle confidence from Kyle Shanahan that Jimmy Garoppolo ain't walking through that door. that really, like, he didn't say it, but they asked him, about this time versus last time.
No.
And Shanahan was like, well, there are some different guys on the team now than last time. And, that team was good. This team's really good. But there seems to be a subtle confidence. And, again, I say this with the understanding that I have Patrick Mahomes' foot in my butt from betting against him.
No, you've been consistent with
But
that.
I am taking the San Francisco 49ers, DeMeco Ryans' former team, and seeing that passion and seeing that invasion yesterday makes me even more confident. I'm going 49ers.
You really shouldn't get swayed by press conferences or press availabilities. You look at the game, and I've been saying all along, I can't bet against Pat Mahomes. You've been saying all along, you're going to go down with the ship. You think the Niners are going to get it done. That said, I was kind of swayed by exactly what you're talking about as I'm watching this last night. It's almost like Kyle Shanahan is like, I've got a secret.
Dude, I know.
He's like, I've got a secret.
I know.
And
he's a cool guy, but there's something, like, it's just.
Either he knows something about how McCaffrey will run against this really good defense, like he's got something up his sleeve that he thinks will work, or y'all still don't trust Brock Purdy, do you? Like, y'all still don't trust Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And I'm one of those. I think he's like somewhere between elite and very good. I think there's a middle ground there. We've talked about it. But maybe I'm shortchanging him.
Well, I think we've experienced this feeling like a month ago when, and I think all the loopholes, shout out to the loopholes if you listen, you are, when we're out here at Radio Row, thanks to our friends at Yingling Flight, as well as the Low T Center. But I think that it's similar to when the Texans were going to face the Browns. There was uncertainty. Cleveland at that time was a slight favorite. And then Bobby Slowick goes up to the podium, and I'm just like, dude, what does this guy know?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't the same against Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, some would say, well, that's how he always sounds. Nah, it didn't sound the same against Baltimore, but when Bobby Slowick went up there against Cleveland, like, it seems almost like the same level of confidence that Kyle Shanahan seems to have right now going against the Chiefs.
And I think it's Purdy or something that they think they've got on that Chiefs defense. It was real confidence. And I'm saying this knowing that for 35, 40 years, I was like, don't read too much into press conferences.
Yeah.
It's all, fluff.
Well, you're talking to a podium critic.
Or lies. I know. And you critique them more so just for the person than the content of what they're saying.
Sometimes the content can get you.
But
good, though.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I feel like the content yesterday was like, I've got a secret, man.
Yeah.
And so I'm just not going to bet on one team to win or the other. I got to do props because I think you can't bet against Mahomes, but I'm starting to really feel the Niners. Oh, one more thing about last night, and I know you noticed it. They brought up their last Super Bowl a lot. Like, they're turning this into, like, as if they just played the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And it's a revenge game.
Yeah.
And it's been a while.
Well, for some of them it is, though.
For some of them.
Here, yeah.
But it's like this. They've got that underdog mentality.
Yeah, and the Chiefs, like, trying to play the underdog, it's kind of an eye roll.
Yeah, come on.
Like, they're not
like the Patriots.
Yeah, they're not as good at this bit as the Patriots are.
Yeah.
The Patriots, it felt like it was a little bit more believed. Like, I don't feel it as much from the Chiefs. So yesterday I counted, and this was just walking around the Strip, I saw 2 C.J. Stroud jerseys.
I did too. At the Cromwell.
I saw that guy at the Cromwell, and then I saw someone walking up and down the Strip. And
I put it in my passing thoughts. I said, it's just one, but I saw a C.J. Stroud jersey. Yeah. About an hour later, I saw a different dude in one.
Yeah.
I bet you it's the same 2 dudes. Maybe not.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe it was different
we're right
guys.
in the same area, but little C.J. Stroud jersey. I never heard anyone.
Mm-hmm.
More love for D'Amico Ryans. Fred Warner. He was meeting with the media. He was actually talking to our guy, B. Scott, who was on the scene out there yesterday. This is Fred Warner with B. Scott, Brandon Scott, SportsRadio610.com, talking about the influence that D'Amico has had on his life and on his career.
D'Amico Ryans' is coaching have on your game, and what did you make of the success that he was able to have in his first year as a head coach?
I'm not the Fred Warner you see up here today without D'Amico Ryans. He's everything. He's truly everything to my development as a player, as a man, and I'm forever indebted to him. I'm not surprised by the way that they had the success that they had over in Houston this year because I knew he was going to build a culture right away of them doing the right stuff the right way. They happened to drafted a really talented quarterback who is going to be their leader of the future, and really happy for him.
He's everything. That's what he said. He's everything.
That is an endorsement, man.
Yeah.
That is an endorsement.
Very strong.
Big time.
Very strong. So we're at Radio Row, and you talk about Monday guests, Tuesday guests. What Texans players are Tuesday guests? You said John Weeks was a Monday.
Yeah, so yesterday we did Sports Radio 610 hosts.
I kind of feel like Weeks is higher up, though, now.
Well, you're about to find out. Look, yesterday we did Sports Radio 610 hosts. What
day?
What day they are on Radio Row, like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Let's go Monday, Tuesday. So I put those both together.
Mm-hmm.
Like Monday guest, Tuesday guest. Daria Gumbawale is a Monday guest because, like, normally he wouldn't even be on Radio Row.
Can we record that?
He should be. Because normally I think he should be glad.
All right.
Because he wouldn't have even been on Radio Row, but because he did the kicking thing and, all that stuff.
Yeah, let's record that one after. Peggy, can you run on that, please?
All of a sudden, it's something that he should be happy. Tuesday guest. Sorry, John Weeks, you're not to Wednesday yet, man. I love you, buddy. Going into your 15th.
But with us, he is.
With us, I'm talking about Radio
Yeah,
Row.
if they just threw you out there, yeah. No one's having Weeks on.
No one's having Weeks after Tuesday.
No one's having Weeks at all.
I think they might have.
You're telling me that if you were in freaking San Diego, you would want John Weeks?
15-year former All-Pro.
Come on, bro. That's my dog. I mean, that's my boy. Like, I talk to Weeks. But, like, let's be serious.
He's a Tuesday guest.
Let's be real.
He's a Tuesday
He's going to be probably a Thursday for us.
Okay, Gumbawale is first. Who would you have Tuesday?
For the Texans?
Yeah, like a Tuesday guest on Radio Row.
Like Dalton Schultz?
Oh, really? I think that's a downgrade.
No, like Dalton Schultz.
Wednesday, I got a good one. I think you're going to agree.
Who?
Devin Singletary. Because he all of a sudden came more of a name, had a good game in the playoffs.
That might be a Tuesday for me, too.
You think?
Yeah.
I got another Wednesday guess.
Yeah.
And that would be one Blake Cashman.
He's Monday, Tuesday.
But he also had like a good year.
Figgy.
Or would you say Christian Harris?
Figgy.
I was trying to.
You're producing a show, and we're in San Diego, and I say, hey, we're gonna have Blake Cashman on. What are you telling me?
First of all, I'm probably gonna be like, who?
Yeah, you're gonna be on Wikipedia very fast.
All right, what about Christian Harris? He was my other choice.
No, he's Monday or Tuesday. I'm talking about outside. Like
I know.
Yeah, outside. No,
I know.
No, not Christian Harris.
All
There's
right.
like guys.
Well,
that,
who would be the good?
Like guys that even like New York, like the big stations would
Do
consider.
you think
having,
Dalton Schultz?
Tuesday, maybe.
Okay, maybe he's a Tuesday. Who's a Wednesday guest? I got one.
Like for out of town?
For out of town and everything. Come on, this is easy. This is easy. Wednesday, not a superstar, had a big year. I'm giving it to you.
Who?
Nico Collins.
I guess.
Yeah, Nico Collins would be a Wednesday guest.
I guess.
Thursday and Friday, these are layups. Come on, these are bunnies.
And we're doing this not from local perspective.
Yeah.
This is from others. So don't act like we're not open to having any of these guys on.
Thursday
and we
guest.
have had most of them.
Thursday guest, Derek Stingley Jr.
Man, I don't know. He doesn't talk, bro.
I'm just saying, like, magnitude. All right, how about Will Anderson?
Yeah. Will Anderson, CJ, Casario, D'Amico. Those are the.
Yeah, those would be the ones on a Thursday. And then the only two Texans Friday guests, we can say them together. D'Amico Ryans, CJ Stroud. Man, sorry, John. I was trying to get you a spot, man. Sorry, John Weeks. I was trying to get you a spot. But your boy kind of threw you under the bus there.
Threw him under the bus. We're having him on this week. I talked to him. But
what day are we having him? That's the key.
I don't know. It could be Friday.
Well, then we're going to have to bump him.
I don't know.
We're going to have, we were going to have you
here, sure. But if I'm working in Alabama and you say John Weeks, I'm going to say, what? Who the hell is that? A deep snapper? What?
Yes, exactly.
What kind of stuff is that?
I don't think there's anybody else, as much as the Texans were kind of the talk of the town in the NFL. I couldn't find anyone else for Radio Row outside of those guys.
They'll get there.
Yeah.
Get there. Just need a little more limelight, a little more development, and we'll figure it out. Let's go inside the OG John Lopez's pockets, as we do every morning here on Sports Radio 610. Yesterday, not a good one for John Lopez. He lost nearly $340.
Yeah.
And it was a rough go for John Lopez. I will say he is developing, I think, some really bad tendencies and some really bad attitudes. Some attitudes. Don't think I didn't see what you wrote about me, mofo, on the document. He's starting the degenerative nature of John Lopez is starting to creep out very slowly, and I realize that we're not even halfway through our trip. So go ahead and say what you're going to say, here, Cowboy.
So this is what I wrote down on the doc when it came to inside the OG's pockets. Is Landry a jinx? Is Landry Locker
I didn't even
a
go
jinx?
over and say hey to you because I thought I was trying to keep your rhythm going.
But you did.
No, I said I went across the table and I went like that.
No, then you came around the back. And we chatted for a second.
Oh, yeah, a brief second.
All right, so here's the deal. Back to recap. After day one, I was down $334. I was not feeling great. I did all the stupid things you could possibly do.
Yes.
So yesterday, I went back. I said, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to be diligent. Went back, took a nap. We stopped at In-N-Out Burger. We'll get to that today. Took a nap. Got up, showered.
Well, you just lost a listener.
I might.
Someone's switching to music.
Figgy, I might lose more than one listener.
He just said.
That's a tease.
What he just said.
Finally went downstairs about a little after 3 o'clock. Started playing craps. I wanted to change the mojo, so I went to the Cromwell instead of where we were. And I went to the Cromwell, and all the signs were there. Good crowded table.
Yeah.
Remember I talked about that yesterday?
Yeah.
Nice little racks in front of a few gamblers. Couple of old school, you could tell they play dice a lot, gamblers. I walked up to one of them, and I said, how's it been going? And he goes, up and down. That's all I needed to hear. Because usually they say it's stinks. It sucks. It's been awful. He says, up and down. All right. Do you mind if I stand right here? I stood right there, and Landry Lockhart, hand to God, in 45 minutes, because we were going to dinner. In 45 minutes, I put in my $500. I looked at my rack. I had $1,100 on my rack.
There you go.
So as you walk by, before you walk by, to be fair, no, this was later when you walked by. So at the end of that round, I ended up losing about $200, 200 and change. That's fine because I was already up. So we went to dinner and I was up $400. I not only was up that day, I made up a little bit of the money from the day before.
Go.
So I was up $400.
Yeah.
Then here comes the big important question.
Okay.
Do I go back and gamble after dinner?
Yes.
Because I'm up.
You did.
I more than doubled my money overall. I mean, I ended up losing a little bit. But anyway, so I'm up $400. I'm up from the day before. So I could go into today up after 2 days by about $100, 90 or $100.
Yeah.
Of course, I went back to gamble some more after dinner.
And how'd that go for you?
Well, I went back to the same table. 713-572-4610. Was Landry a jinx? Go back to the same table. It's still pretty hot. Not as hot as it was when I went up so much. It's still pretty hot. I'm up in about 30 to 40 minutes, about $150, $160.
Yeah, so where's the bad? What's bad?
You come by.
Yeah, I had a 24-ounce strawberry lemonade.
Yeah, tap me on the shoulder.
Vodka.
We chat a little bit. What's up? Whatever. I told you I'm up about. I think I said 180. It ended up being like 150, 160 when I looked at it. I said I'm up about 180. Blah blah blah. You walk away. Crash.
Okay.
And burn.
Okay.
Not only am I no longer up 160, I end up losing about another 200. But at least I'm smart enough to say that's it. I can take a hint.
Yeah. Okay.
I can take a hint.
Maybe I'm a jinx.
So no, hold on, because maybe you're a good luck charm. Maybe you're karma. See, this is what I didn't write on the doc. So I go. I'm still up 200. 200 for the day.
Yeah.
I got $700 in my pocket.
Yeah.
I said I could take a hint.
Yeah.
Go back to.
You literally said that because I was watching. I bet live the Kansas State over under. So the bad blackjack on Monday never happened. I wiped it away.
Good.
I won a couple hundred yesterday.
Good.
So it's gone. It never happened. But I'm sitting there watching, and I got overtime. By the way, there's no better feeling in betting than getting overtime when you have an over and you don't have it. It is the best feeling in the world. So I got that. And then I hear, because I'm sitting there just chilling in the lounge, I hear someone real loud go, "Hey, I can take a hint." And I see you going over to the cashier.
But I'm still up 200, not 400.
You literally said that.
No, I literally said I can take a hint, and I went cashed out. Walk back to the link, and that's when I see Sean.
Yeah.
And he goes, "How you doing?" I was like, "I was up, but now I'm down a little bit. I'm still up overall." And I was trying to get back to the table, the craps table in the link.
Yeah.
And it was too crowded. Dude, this was unbelievable. I said, you know what? I'm going to play video craps until a space opens up at that table.
Yeah.
I won $290
video craps?
on video craps.
Holy crap.
$290.
It doesn't feel as good, though, does it?
It actually has its ups and downs. It's not as energy. It's not as much energy. But at least you control everything.
Yeah.
They're still rolling dice. Yeah, they're still rolling. It's not like it's rigged
because
like
they
a
have
slot
the roulette,
machine.
like the roulette machine. I'm like, man, I don't know.
No, that I don't ever do.
I haven't felt the vibe of getting on a roulette table. I think I'm going to go downtown today.
But the craps table, they literally bounce the dice, so it's not like it's like some electronic rig thing like a slot machine.
Let's go downtown after the show.
I'll go down. No, I got to do the podcast, but then I'll go later.
Okay.
So long story short, from Monday down 334. Yesterday, I was up $490.
Okay.
So altogether, I'm up about 200. I'm going to do the math during the break.
You're good.
About $212.
The downtown.
So you might be good luck.
Yeah, I'll take you down. Let's just get rested up and go downtown after we go to the Mafia.
So the karma was
restaurant.
So your karma, which I thought was a jinx, was actually karma to get me out of there.
Yeah.
And go win $290 on an electronic.
It could be because I had a lucky day yesterday. I'm gonna go bet on the Rockets. I don't know what I'm gonna. I'm just gonna bet on Houston sports today because if I have another day like yesterday, then nothing at all has happened.
Yeah.
Blackjack never happened. The bad sitting with the boss.
So I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
I came with $2,500. I got $2,690 in the safe.
There you go. In the OG's pockets here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up though at 12:20 in Confessions, Lopez might be losing some listeners. there might be some switches to music. Can I hear a little Nick Russo, Figgy? Because that's definitely going to be happening.
Welcome to the show. My name is Nick Russo. You're riding with 100.3 The Bull. Make no mistake about it.
12:20. We'll see if Lopez comes to his senses, and I'll let you know how I feel about it.
I was actually thanking you last night when I went to bed. I was like, dang, I would have stayed at that table and lost my ass.
Look at you. Look at you. John Lopez, Landry Locker, Aaron Figgy Fig live from Radio Row. Coming up next, why would any casual observer, I'm asking people in Houston, why would any casual observer root for the Chiefs? 713-572-4610. Let's get casual coming up next. First, I want to tell you about Orchard's win-win program. It is not.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
So we are live from Radio Row, and business is picking up a little bit. San Francisco, there seems to be a San Francisco invasion, but the Chiefs are well represented as well, and it's going to be a complete bleep show starting probably tomorrow. Let's look at this through the localized lenses, as we always do. We are a local show. And from a Texans point of view, who are you rooting for in this game? Because part of me says I can't make myself root for the Chiefs. Like I don't really like them. But the other part of me says, if the Chiefs win this game, is there a chance that Travis Kelce retires?
That's where I am.
Because if Travis Kelce is going to ride off into the sunset with Taylor Swift, then I would much rather the Chiefs win, and I will have to take all the garbage and the corny videos and all that type of stuff. I would much rather have that than just Kyle getting his, although I do want Kyle to get his.
Yeah, it goes back to what I've said all along. Cheering wildly for the Niners, and I'm not exactly sure why I'm so into the Niners. I think it's what you just talked about.
Kyle
Shanahan, Purdy. I think Purdy is actually becoming underrated, which is bizarre for the Mr. Irrelevant. I think they've got a secret. I think it's going to be a cool story. Kittle, all that stuff. So I'm cheering wildly for them. I keep saying I can't bet against the Chiefs. I might be changing on that a little bit. We'll see by Thursday or Friday. But here's the thing with why, from a Texas perspective, you got to hope the Chiefs win. You got to. First of all, dynasties don't last 20 years like the Patriots.
Yeah.
They don't.
And I feel like we're almost like in a situation where we're acting like that's the norm. Like we're looking at Patrick Mahomes and saying, okay, he's going to play at Tom Brady level for 10 more years, and the Chiefs are going to be around for 10 more years. That's just not. It's happened one time.
Name a dynasty outside of the Patriots that lasted more than like 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
Cowboys 5 or 6 years.
Well,
Packers back in the day, 5 or 6 years. Niners back in the day, 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
This could be the end of their dynasty, and if they win, who knows? Travis Kelce, you said that. Who knows Andy Reid? Andy Reid is like, what, 67? 66, 67?
Yeah.
He's going to want to step away. And then all of a sudden, they still have big cap numbers. Chris Jones might be on his way out. Like, I talk a lot about all the little things that are starting to go the Texans' way, and we'll probably get to another one that I found interesting this morning. That's a little thing. Like, from a Texans perspective, it hurt, just like when we had to cheer for the Titans, remember?
Yeah.
Not as bad, but it kind of hurts to have to cheer for the Chiefs. I think it's a little thing that could go the Texans' way if the Chiefs win. I really do.
Yeah, and I said this yesterday. Like, as much as I want Kyle to get his, I just don't know that Travis Kelce's getting the respect he deserves when it comes to, like, a countdown of his retirement and how much that impacts what they do. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, whenever Tom Brady was approaching 40, you were looking at the Patriots and you were like, oh, okay, well, this is obviously going to end there. And I'm not saying that Patrick Mahomes doesn't have the potential to be the guy that can evolve and stuff, but I just think, like, if you look at what Travis Kelce means to that squad and the age he's at and all the stuff he has going on off the field, I think it's a lot bigger deal than it's getting attention for. Because I think there's probably, like, how many more, and even then he's going to be 36. Like, he's a tight end. His body's going to get beat up.
Look at Gronk.
He's got someone else in his ear. Like, he's got someone in his ear that's a megastar that's going to, I mean, she's going to be one of the richest people in the world probably in 5 years.
Yeah.
And if they really are in a relationship, he's going to be having conversations about those types of things that he's never had. If you're telling me, maybe there's a situation where he loses and goes away too. I just want Travis Kelce to go away because as far as the Texans getting up in that tier, I think all bets are off the second that he retires.
Let's not underestimate. I don't think it's a huge factor, but I've seen a couple of stories about this. I know you have as well. There's kind of a sentiment out there. There's kind of a sentiment out there that Travis and Jason Kelce want to retire together and so they can go into the Hall of Fame together.
Yeah, I could see that.
It's not a big thing, but it's a thing, and they're kind of romantics, you know?
Their podcast has become the most popular, like a top 3.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's the Taylor Swift invasion.
Yeah.
So that –
I mean, it's not –
they have a life set up for him after.
It's not unreasonable.
No.
To think that.
Dude, he's 35 years old.
Yeah.
Like, we're not talking about someone retiring in their 20s. He's 35 years old.
Exactly. He's not Barry Sanders.
Yeah. So, but as far as, like, rooting for the Chiefs, it's really not a likable team for me.
No, but I think it could be beneficial for the Texans, and that's what we're talking about. All the little things that I'm always talking about, that is definitely one that would be in play. I think Chris Jones is it's underestimated just what happens with him. In the offseason, because he's still going to play, but he may not be with the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, he's 32.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they got to figure out what they want to do with him, and then you start talking about pieces of pie and all that type of crap. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's something to keep an eye on. But I with all that said, I want Kyle Shanahan to get his. I think he deserves it. I would like for it seems like he taught Bobby Slowick a lot. Might want to teach him how to wear a ball cap, too.
He can rock it.
Oh, man.
He really can.
I don't know. Where does he get those? How come he always has, like, the cool ones that
nobody else has?
Yeah, that nobody else has, like, everyone else.
He's the head coach. You can get them customized.
Really? Well, all the other ones are wearing, like, the ones that they're giving out, and Kyle Shanahan has, like, some sort of, like, high-end hat type of thing.
By the way, shout out to our bull shorts guys, man. This gear looks pretty good.
Yeah, we're rocking the bull shirts right now. We got the hats as well. Shout out to bull shirts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm taking the 9. I'm gonna up it to 6. I'm gonna take it -6. I did a -13 today. And again, if you've been following along, you probably go the opposite because Patrick Mahomes has dominated me. So we'll see what happens. Coming up, 2 of the more amusing stories. 2 guys that weren't good enough to be Houston Texans when the Texans were the laughingstock of the NFL. They have the last laugh, and they got a chance to add some jewelry to their collection. We'll hear from those guys in the past, and we'll hear from them in the present as we localize the Super Bowl live from Radio Row next.
All right, let's talk about La Michoacana. It is that week. La Michoacana is the place to go to get
Clinic.com.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, from being the laughingstock, the Houston Texans, to now figuring stuff out. Once upon a time, hard to believe right now, this was the worst run organization in the NFL, perhaps in sports. And despite that, there were two guys that are pretty good players. One's going for his second straight Super Bowl championship. The other one came up short last year. He's trying to get his first. But they were, for whatever reason, they were not good enough to be part of the laughingstock Houston Texans, but are now good enough and were immediately good enough to be on contributing teams. The two guys I'm speaking of are Justin Reed, friend of the show, and Charles Omenihu, friend of the show. I want to go back in time and just I don't think this gets the attention that it deserves, how ridiculous their stints were with the Houston Texans. And let's start with Justin Reed. The man of the year, Justin Reed. We literally had a bit with Justin Reed, a weekly bit, where we had him just say something positive because his positive energy was so perfect that we just wanted to experience it.
Yes.
He got suspended from the team.
Disciplinary reasons, Landry.
For disciplinary reasons. Let's go back and listen to David Culley explaining the disagreement he had with one of the best guys we've known around here.
Justin Reed and then Justin Will, you said that you would know more today. Have you decided yet if he would play against the next game?
We'll have a meeting this afternoon and we'll talk about it.
Have you determined more about Reed and his return?
We'll talk about it a little bit more today, John.
Looking for when you have your discussion with him?
Well, just to make sure he understands that we're all in everything that we're doing, and I'm not saying that he wasn't all in, but, we have rules.
You just did.
We have standards here, and I just felt like that last week during that particular situation, he didn't meet those standards, and when that happens, then I made a decision.
What is sort of your standard for when coaches and players disagree in a meeting or in practice?
It wasn't just in a disagreement. It had something to do with our rules and our standards. It wasn't just in a disagreement.
What is the challenge for you as the head coach when you have a situation like this involving Justin mid-season, challenges of not allowing this to become a distraction within the team?
Well, it's not a distraction anymore.
Figgy, how did this happen?
And those things happen, you take care of them, and then you move on, and that's what we're doing in this situation.
How in the hell did this happen? Like, of all the stuff, like the Easter bee and all that speaks for itself, but Justin Reed getting suspended for bad behavior is that. And then you hear that explanation. It's even more hilarious now.
And the thing is, this isn't like looking back on that now. All
Justin Reed's going for his second ring, by the way.
Yes, he is. Like, at the time, we were like, how in the world could this happen with Justin Reed? And we speculated, and we're going to get to the next guy, and I think it's the same thing, that they had the guts to say,
this is
yo,
awful.
bro. This is not how we should do these things.
This is not the NFL.
They were professional, and they were like, this is how.
A minute who's a little crazy.
You're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Justin Reed, like, he knew how the game should be played, how they should be prepared.
His brother played in the league.
He had opinions. Exactly. I was just going to say that. He's seen good organizations, how they do things.
Yeah.
He probably raised his hand or said something or got in an argument and said, nah, man, we got to do it this way. And they're like, don't
undermine David Culley.
Yeah.
Here's David Culley after they met. And Justin Reed caught up with B. Scott yesterday. Actually said he was rooting for the Texans. He wanted to see the Texans in the AFC title. Here was David Culley after, I guess, him and Justin Reed talked it out.
Yeah, David, you said you were going to meet with Justin Reed on Monday. Have you decided whether he'll start and play on Sunday?
He'll play on Sunday. Everything, we're moving forward. Back to business as usual.
How did that meeting go, and how do you feel that'll be?
It wasn't a meeting. We just said we're back business as usual. We're ready to go. He served his time, and we're moving on.
He mentioned, we're going to meet. We're going to meet.
God, I miss Cabina.
Even when he was asked what happened, he said, we're going to meet. And then he said, well, really wasn't a meeting.
I miss Cabina, man.
Well, those three guys, McLean and Berman and Cabana.
Yeah, this would not get asked these days, I don't think.
Yeah. Because say what you will about McLean, he would ask it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, Cabina would be on it too.
Yeah. And just keep going.
And he would have to be the bad guy, and then other people would be like, oh, I can't believe you're asking Coach that. Well, he's doing his job.
Yes, he's doing his job.
Here's Charles Omenihu now, and we'll hear from Justin Reed a little later in the show. From the jump, like even before the weird David Culley stuff, and we'll hear B. Scott with Omenihu. He caught up with him yesterday. Bill O'Brien had something weird against Charles Omenihu, and it's weird because D'Amico Ryans enjoyed coaching Omenihu, and now Steve Spagnuolo with the Chiefs enjoy coaching him along with Andy Reid. So those guys enjoyed him, but right off the jump, just listen to how weird Bill O'Brien was when talking about Charles Omenihu, and this is just kind of the vibe that was set as soon as he came here. Okay.
He's done a lot of good things. He's a hard worker. He's young. He's still learning. I think it's important for Charles to stay humble and hungry. Stay humble and hungry, Charles, because if you don't, it's a tough league.
What is that?
See, now,
what is going on there? Like, what? I mean,
humble and hungry is a euphemism for don't talk back. Don't be don't go against what we tell you. Just be a good guy.
And by the way, he's in the league and you ain't, buddy.
Exactly.
And it's been that way for 3-4 years now.
Good luck, Boston College.
Yeah.
With all that.
Yeah. Play that again. Like, what is BOB's problem here?
He's done a lot of good things. He's a hard worker. He's young. He's still learning. I think it's important for Charles to stay humble and hungry. Stay humble and hungry, Charles, because if you don't, it's a tough league.
He's threatening to cut him, is what he's doing. No, he is. He's threatening to cut him right there. If you don't do what I say, and you try to undermine or go against my authority, I'm gonna cut your ass. God, don't get me all riled up again about that the whole era.
Right, well,
it was a joke.
Well, Bill O'Brien left us, and things continued to be weird with Charles Omenihu. This is David Culley. Remember when Omenihu was 4th on the depth chart?
Yes. I forgot about that.
You remember that, Vic?
I remember that.
Here was the back and forth with David Culley talking about why Charles Omenihu was 4th on the depth chart.
Inactive with Charles Omenihu today? We just felt like some other guys needed a chance to. They hadn't played. Jordan Jenkins hadn't played this year. He'd been inactive.
What?
For the most part. We felt like he had a good week of practice, and we wanted to give him an opportunity.
Every player has to play at least one quarter. Remember that in Pee Wee basketball?
Yeah, you'd always start the scrubs.
You would always start one good player with the rest of the scrubs.
Yeah, and then you set your best player in the second quarter.
Give it to Billy.
You have one guy sit out the first quarter, then you have the second best player sit out the second quarter.
Everyone has to play at least one quarter.
So here is Charles Omenihu now, and we're happy for these guys and that they've latched on. And we think this stuff like mishandling of good assets is a thing of the past. But Brandon Scott caught up with Charles Omenihu. This is what Omenihu had to say about his time in Houston and looking at it from KC now.
D'Amico did his thing, bro. Like, he's a leader of men, so I wasn't too surprised about that. He somebody knows what buttons to push. He obviously knows defensive scheme to run. And I'm happy for them guys. There's some guys still on that team that I rock with. So I'm happy that we'll have a chance of success like that.
Now that you've been a part of it, two different organizations after coming from what the Texans were going through at the time, things seem to be on the up for them now, though. But what's kind of like the difference? What's that key difference in a sort of a winning culture between what you were?
Honesty with players and being straight. That's how you gonna get the best out of them. You honest with them, tell them what you want, what you don't want, what they're not doing, what they are doing, why they're not playing, why they are playing. Guys just gonna go to bat for that.
Oh. There's your answer. Okay, if you play just that part after the Bill O'Brien stuff.
Honesty with players. What do you want? What do you expect?
There's your answer. Like if we knew then what we know now kind of thing.
Yeah.
Bill O'Brien was just a snake with him.
Yeah.
Just a snake.
Cully was weird. But
okay,
that was the Easterby carrying him by his britches. But, God, man, it's crazy. Good for those guys. Justin Reed looking for his second ring. Amenahu looking for his first with the Chiefs. Not good enough when they were a laughingstock, and now they have the last laugh. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. You know, like kind of a lost art. You talk about, out with the old and in with the new.
Mm-hmm.
Man, with where we're going and we're not going far, just a good old school taxi doesn't feel too bad, man.
I can't believe that they're all over the place.
Hey, and they're around the same price as the Oob too.
Maybe like a couple bucks more.
Yeah, but
it's worth it.
There's just
because they're right there. You don't have to wait.
Well, it's just cool. I just kind of like the experience where yesterday Lopez, a weak ass wave down, but you did okay. Eventually, it happened.
What's that?
Weak wave of the taxi, man.
No. That was professional. Three fingers.
Yeah, he didn't know what you were doing.
Three fingers with a little wrist shake like that. That's a taxi wave.
I don't know if the taxi wave was going for you, but eventually it came
worked.
Through. And
that was a veteran move right there. Taxi?
There was some satisfaction, though, in the bellhop opens the door.
Oh, yeah.
And he says, to the link.
And we don't have to do anything.
Just hop in. Yeah. Taxi guy, you're going to the link?
Kind of got jacked a little bit on a taxi later, but I didn't care because it was convenient.
Yeah, I'm still going to
get to that on
but
passing thoughts.
The taxi's nice, man.
Yeah.
Little old school feel there.
Yeah.
And they like to talk, man. The taxi. Sean, you want to talk about someone who's chatty with the Ubers and the taxis?
Both of them.
My man Sean.
Both of them.
My man Sean can talk.
Seth and Sean.
They're good conversations.
They keep up a good conversation. I'm known for that a little bit, but I pick my spots.
Yeah, Sean does his thing in there. It's actually really entertaining.
Yeah.
I wish I would be on like that taxi trivia game.
But, I watched that.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
That'd be sick.
I'd like a shout out, please.
Coming up, the Texans offseason shaping up, and there's a name that they cannot escape when it comes to a potential target for C.J. Stroud. We'll talk about that next.
Low T Center right now. Low T.
live on the free Odyssey app. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so the Mike Evans thing won't go away. Most recently I saw Brandon Scott mentioning this. I just don't look at the receiver position the way that I anticipated looking at it. And Mike Evans, no, he's a local guy. We think the world of Mike Evans, by the way. Like, if they sign Mike Evans, that I think it benefits you in multiple ways. But it's a name that won't go away. The price tag, I think, is going to be over $20 million. I've seen 4-year deals, and then I've seen 2-year deals. Where do you sit on this Mike Evans thing? Because I don't think either one of us disputes that, especially in the short term, your football team benefits at an extreme level with Mike Evans. But where are we sitting when it comes to the possibility? Is there a line in the sand? Is there no scenario where it makes sense? Where are we at here?
I absolutely would take him in a heartbeat. You know that. Instant Hall of Famer, still in his prime. Last year he had his best season in 4 years.
Yeah.
I think he had whatever it was. I looked at the numbers. It was his best season in 4 years, yards, touchdowns, yards per catch, and everybody said, well, he had a few drops. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool story.
He had a few drops.
Yeah.
So did Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
So I'll take him in a heartbeat. My big kind of catchphrase this offseason is smart, big money.
Yeah.
I'll take him. But I don't think that's smart, big money.
Yeah.
I think smart, big money is, say it with me, Gabe Davis. And that's my guy this offseason. And
a running back.
And Saquon.
Yeah.
Saquon or Josh Jacobs. That's smart, big money. You're still going to pay.
Yeah.
But when I was looking at the, kind of the market values of these guys.
Which sometimes can be off.
It can be off. Market value for Mike Evans is $25 million a year.
Yeah.
For Gabe Davis, it's 11.
Yeah, which is crazy. I think someone's going to money whip him.
Yeah.
The other angle that I'm wondering when it comes to Mike Evans, and look, this is easy for me to say. This is, I don't know how he's approaching this, how he's looking at it, but let's say you're Mike Evans. Like, let's put ourselves in Mike Evans' shoes. He's already been playing in a place where there's no state income tax. He's made good money.
Yeah.
He's a Hall of Fame receiver. He's already won a Super Bowl. He played with Tom Brady. Mm-hmm. He's from the area, man. So normally, when we look at Texans free agents, and maybe we need to adjust, because on one hand, we're sitting here saying how appealing this place is, and then on the other hand, we're talking about these guys, and we're saying market value. Sometimes when there's appeal in multiple ways, that sometimes market value comes down a little bit.
Yeah.
So maybe, I don't know that Mike Evans is going to come to the Texans and say, hey, 2 years, $40 million. I just want to finish my career here.
Yeah.
I'm a Galveston guy.
Yeah.
I don't know how much longer I want to play. I like what C.J. Stroud's working with. Hell, ever since Tom Brady, Baker Mayfield was the best quarterback I played with, and you look at the guys before that. I know what the Texans organization is about. My parent, I think he lives in one of the suburbs.
Yeah.
I
think his wife was from Cyprus.
Yeah, Cyprus, something like that.
Yeah.
But I do wonder, when it comes to Mike Evans, we're talking about this, and we're just sitting here saying, the price is gonna be the same for him here instead of somewhere else. Maybe the price is right because of all the appeals, the natural appeals, along with the local appeals, and on top of the accomplishments. Because even let's say that Mike Evans is even ring chasing. Let's say that Mike Evans decides he wants to go try to win a ring. What other teams are even an option there? Does Mike Evans want to go to the Giants and play in New York for 4 years?
Could the Chiefs afford him?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
The answer would be no. And would he rather play there or would he rather play here? Mm-hmm. So when we start looking at this, you're kind of in that conversation of the elite, and with Mike Evans, there's just a lot of extra sentiment to where maybe the price is going to be right, and we're looking at this the wrong way.
Well, and if the price is right, that changes everything. Even if it is $20 million as opposed to 11 or 12 for Davis or someone like that. It becomes much more attractive because, he immediately makes this a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
Like even before the draft, even before any other free agencies, people will look at him and say, "Holy crap!"
Yeah.
Mike Evans, Nico Collins, Tank Dell with C.J. Stroud. So yeah, it could change it. It might be worth the investment.
I mean, it's easy for me to say, but like if let's say that I don't know, Tennessee or something wants to try to bring in a receiver for Will Levis. Like, do you want to go play with Will Levis?
No.
Like, there's got to be like when you've played with Tom Brady, when you've won a Super Bowl, when you're a future Hall of Famer, and on top of where I think if it were equal, I think the Texans would even be in the conversation when it comes to best football situation for Mike Evans. But I just don't know how you look at it. Like, is an extra year to play with Daniel Jones in New York, where there damn sure is a tax there.
Yeah.
Like, is that better than taking less money to play in Houston? I'm not sitting here saying that Mike Evans signs a $10 million deal or something like that.
I think the key thing with Evans is he's got a ring already.
Yeah.
So it could work both ways. It could work like, I just want to go home and I can maybe get another ring. Or, you know what? I'm not planning on playing more than 2 or 3 more years. Let me get $60 million.
Yeah.
So it's like, but I don't think Mike Evans is that guy. Like, he is a truly good guy. He's one of the best people in the NFL. I don't think he's swayed by that, and he's made $1 jillion already.
Yeah.
So if you had to pick, is he the guy that's going to, like, you know what, 2 or 3 more years, $60 million,
yeah,
we're going to be set, and my kids and my kids' kids are going to be set for
Yeah.
life? Or is he the, you know what, Galveston kid, Cypress wife, and back to Houston with that guy? I think he's more that guy.
Yeah, I think so too. And I don't like maybe Baltimore would be interested. I just don't. I'm wondering if the price could be right. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Aaron and Figgy, live at Radio Row, presented by our friends at Yingling Flight. So you were talking yesterday about Gerard Johnson, quarterback coach, Houston Texans. I like Gerard. I don't want to call him a square or anything, but I will say that Gerard Johnson, he's never drank before. Let me just put it that way. He's never had a sip of alcohol in his life. He's about as straight edge as you can be. Fun guy, though, still. I'm not saying that, but he's a fun guy.
He's the cool straight guy, like D'Amico.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about Gerard Johnson getting in trouble like that. That's
Never.
like it's a 0% chance.
Yes,
and that I can say that like unequivocally 0% chance.
Yes.
You told me yesterday that apparently Gerard Johnson took Johnny Manziel on his recruiting visit. Like,
he visited with him on his recruiting visit to A&M.
Okay, how did that go?
About like you would expect. So he was. So he was already the big man on campus. I mean, Gerard, this was before he hurt his shoulder, all that stuff. So he was the guy. And Johnny was being recruited by Mike Sherman.
Yeah.
And people don't know that. They always associate him, with Sumlin and all that. It was Mike Sherman that got Johnny to come. Well, Manziel was kind of a legend in South Texas at Kerrville-Tivy. But also a legend, as we well know, for his escapades and drinking and partying and all that stuff. So Gerard was one of the guys that was hosting Johnny Manziel on his visit. And they had breakfast one day. I guess it was at the facility, maybe somewhere else or whatever. And Gerard was kind of giving him a hard time because all these stories about, Manziel scores 5 touchdowns in a game, whatever. And so he's kind of chatting with Manziel and says, so what'd you have? Because this was a Saturday morning before a game, and they're having breakfast. He said, what'd you have, like 4 or 5 touchdowns last night? Manziel goes, 8. So we started talking about it. Like, can you imagine, like, how the heck did Gerard and Mike Sherman sway Johnny Manziel? Like, Gerard would be like, hey, you want to go to a book reading? We're going to go play Trivial.
Johnny's tearing out pages to blow lines.
We're going to go play Trivial Pursuit at my buddy's house. Have some punch, and we might get crazy and have a Mountain Dew. Manziel must
diet.
Diet Mountain Dew, and Manziel must be going, what the hell is going on?
That's crazy. That's absolute crazy.
Can you imagine Gerard? Like, it's like C.J. Stroud hosting, I don't know, Johnny Manziel, something like that.
Do you think the Texans are knucklehead friendly now, or do you think
they're
like
cool
a line?
Nerds?
No, I'm talking about like if there's like an incredible knucklehead coming out of the draft. Do you think the Texans are more knucklehead friendly now, or
Yes.
do you think it's still, we want this. We want the right type of guy.
I think they want the right type of guy, but I think if they get one that is a little wild, a little bit of a knucklehead, he'll accommodate them. It won't affect the culture.
Okay.
Like they'll make sure he fits them, not he hurts them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always wondered this because we talked earlier about Amenahu and Justin Reed, and they're not knuckleheads. Charles is a knucklehead. He's whatever.
No.
But he's crazy. How would you describe Charles Amenahu, Figgy? He's just fun. I mean,
he's not a bad dude.
No, he's funny.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think that, like, let's say there's someone with like some off-field problems or something like that? Do you think the Texans are going to be like more willing than they would have in the past to like at least look into it and see if it's something they could deal with? I'm not sitting here saying they're going to take like murder or something.
No, I know exactly what you do. A little edge guy that maybe has a couple of
like Bill O'Brien,
not bad, but different personal tendencies.
As much as Bill O'Brien wants to sit there and glorify what the offense did when Randy Moss was there, your ass wouldn't have brought him in.
No.
You know what I mean? So, like, let's say there's like a Randy Moss type of situation. Do you think the Texans would be more open to that?
I do now. I think because between D'Amico and let's face it, Caserio, he's right in that mix as well. And CJ, like, there is no way even those guys, even if they have some off the field whatever tendencies, they're not going to affect this squad. They just won't. I think because some guys do.
Yeah.
Some guys could come in here and it just ruins everything.
Because we've already talked about the shopping list being like heavier, where there's appeal and all that.
Yeah.
I just wonder if like they're going to be a little more open to the knucklehead type of guy, which sometimes can put you over the top. But sometimes it can crash and burn, even like the good organizations. I do wonder where they're at there.
Can I make a confession real quick?
You can.
I got a confession, Figgy. It's a weird one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
These are my confessions.
Brandon Scott just showed up.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, outside of seeing him at the elevator on Sunday night, it's the first time I've seen Brandon Scott on this trip.
I was with him yesterday.
I'm pretty sure.
Me and Brandon Scott.
He's busting his ass.
We had a 2-mile walk yesterday.
I saw B. Scott at the elevators the first night. He just walked into Radio Row.
Well, he was at Media Day, sir.
That's what I'm saying. He's busting his ass. I'm not criticizing.
Yeah, he was at Media Day. We were not.
This is Tuesday. And this is the second time I've seen Brandon Scott the whole trip outside of when he got here.
Yeah, he's here.
That's weird.
We went.
What are you doing with yourself, man? What's going on with B. Scott?
He and I went gardening yesterday, and then we walked to the hotel.
I went to the flower shop.
You avoiding me?
I went to the flower shop. Yeah. Hey, look, man, I didn't go. You've been fishing probably.
No, that's tomorrow.
Okay.
I got a red car. I'm gonna be going to Lake Mead. I got all my fishing gear.
Did you think that you wouldn't have to go that far to fish? I mean, you can go out to where our Uber pickup is at, and you can throw your reel out
I saw
there.
your video.
Did you realize that? I bet you didn't anticipate
I'm
that.
not riding the rapids, man.
Yeah,
I ain't riding the rapids.
Hey, man, but I've been out here grinding and sticking to my rivers and lakes. I heard your story. I got to tell you, man, I appreciate y'all coming to the air and being transparent about your losses, because they teach people lessons. I'm like, hey, you know what?
I'm putting together a thing. I'm going to send it to you for the website or for a post.
Yeah. Hey, look,
I'll send it to you right now. First 2 days. Today, no promises.
We're doing a super Rockets betting session today.
Yeah.
I'm going to corrupt you today.
Oh yeah, no, I'm down for it.
I'm down for corruption.
But see, I feel like a Rockets bet is going to be the most informed type of gamble that I can possibly make while I'm here. So I'm gonna feel good about that, even if I lose it.
Yeah.
Even if I lose it, I'll feel good about money well spent.
You should.
Your informed bets aren't always the smartest one.
No, who cares?
No, it's good. It's cool, but I'll feel better about the process of it, and even the losing of it. I'll be fine with it. I'll be fine with it.
Super parlay.
But I'm one of those people. I know Seth was talking about this earlier this morning, like being one of those addictive personalities, or knowing your limits. I'm like, hey, you know what? I got enough vices.
Yeah.
And this is Sin City, and it plays to every vice that I already have.
Oh, I know that.
Gambling just doesn't happen to be one of them.
You're just chilling, bro.
So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna stick to my rivers and lakes. There is something here for me.
Yeah.
What's gonna corrupt B. Scott the most in Vegas? How many times you been here?
This is only my second time.
What's going to corrupt him the most?
He won't be corrupted.
No. Affect him. He's going to get sucked in. That kind of thing.
Hey, I'll tell you what messed me up.
What's that?
That damn 2-mile walk with Landry yesterday. Look, hey, we took an Uber to go gardening, to go to the flower shop, and
Good
and
Lord.
look, on the way back, Landry's like, "Hey man, you just want to take a long walk?" And I'm down. I'm kind of like the down for whatever.
We're
guy.
high. We might as well.
I'm just like, hey, look, I'll do.
I had soil on my hands.
Yeah, I just, hey man, you know what? I'll do whatever. Man, about a mile and a half into it, I was like, yo, this wasn't the best decision at all. I still got to do opening night. I still got to walk my ass around the Legion Stadium.
You earned the right. You earned the right to eat bad, and you earned the right to do it. It's all good.
Only thing I regret is not stretching first.
Yeah,
that's all I regret.
I should have
stretched before the walk.
I just emailed you in Lopez Pockets. So we'll do an update every day. After day one, I was really embarrassed because I broke every rule. We talked about that.
Good.
I'm up again. I did the math, Landry.
Yeah.
Total for the trip, I'm $1,000 in on the stake, up $296.
So there you go.
So tonight will be another $500.
Well, give me that figure. You're up.
Up 296 after being down 334 on the first night.
So you found.
And I owe it to Landry in a weird. I put it in the story is in there. Y'all see it. Y'all will see it on SportsRadio610.com.
We'll see how it goes.
I thought Landry was a jinx, man.
I might be.
And then I went, I'm out.
I dang sure could be.
And then played video craps and won some money.
Yo, but you're doing good because you were down 334 yesterday. Yeah.
There you go. We're live at Radio Row. B. Scott here. We'll talk to B. Scott about what he saw at Media Day, some localized interaction that he had. But coming up next, there's a lot of dangerous places in Las Vegas. Like, if you make the wrong turn, you can end up in very, very dangerous places. But none are more dangerous than the passing thoughts of John Lopez. Next.
All right.
By La Michoacana Meat Market. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we're going to get B. Scott's obs from Media Day a little bit later on, perhaps in the noon hour, perhaps coming up next. Just right along with us. We're live at Radio Row here on Sports Radio 610. Let's go to a dangerous spot.
It's a dangerous spot.
Sometimes when you make a wrong turn, especially around here, you can end up in a very dangerous spot. We're going to the most dangerous spot of all, inside the mind of the dirty OG, John Lopez.
I actually kind of like that intro. I wanted to be upset and hurt by it, but inside the mind of the dirty OG, that's my first passing thought. You got to stick with that. I don't mind that at all. All right, so my first passing thought, and B. Scott had a great video of it. Like, dude, we're, as Houstonians, when there is an eighth of an inch of sleet, it freezes the entire city.
Brother.
Dude, this is rain.
Dude, they are not. They are built. They are built to handle Super Bowls to where it's not even a big deal for them. But you give them an inch and a half of rain, it's over.
It's no more. Yesterday was more than an inch and a half of rain.
Bro, you had to walk on the other side of the sidewalk on that northeast corner of the strip.
Uber driver said, "No, I can't do that."
Yeah. Well, our guy tried to drive into it. I was like, "Hey, brother,
that was different."
I was like, "Brother, chill out." He's like, "No, I can take you there." I'm like, "Dude, no, you can't. Stop." I'm getting out.
Like, rain absolutely chokes this city. Like, chokes it like a quarter inch of ice in Houston.
Every Uber ride that I've taken has been tenuous in some kind of way. Like, it has been like, hey, can you meet me over there? Hey, I'm sorry, I don't have a boat to get to you. Hey, I'm gonna quit and pass you off to the next Uber driver. And then I had an Uber driver just straight up tell me, hey, man, and I'm like, thanks. It's a little late for this. He's like, hey, man, when it rains here, where you're staying at is the worst. The link is the worst place to stay.
That.
And I'm like,
there's no doubt about that.
No bleep, my guy.
No
bleep. I'm seeing that.
Doubt. I finally asked my guy this morning on the way over here. I was like, exactly, because Aaron mentioned it yesterday. Like, how many days does it actually rain? I asked him. He says 6 or 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool, though. Good.
So 3 of them are going to be while we're here.
Yeah. Hey. Well, another Uber driver said we don't get a rain like that, but for every 6 months or so.
Yeah.
So like twice a year.
6 or 7 days of rain.
I'm like, yo,
it's
what?
Wild. All right, so I'm going to get to this next passing thought in detail during confessions. I'll just say this right now. In-N-Out Burger is elite.
What?
He's going to lose a listener.
Elite.
All right.
Elite.
All right. We'll talk about this.
We'll get to the details.
Have you had the one in the link?
That's it. I'm switching to music.
Because the one in the link is like first of all, just when me and Lopez sat down, they had 40 customers, so they're not. It's going to be. It's
I'm going to get to
game.
that. Like, put a pin in
they're
that.
building a Whataburger on the strip.
There's
by the
one
way.
thing no, I'm not even going to say it.
Yeah, they're building a Whataburger, but this is like your A game front, like perfect in and out. So it's if you're going to judge in and out, this is like how you're going to judge
it's
it.
Patrick Mahomes in his prime.
Okay.
It's almost unfair.
I'll get to the details and probably lose some listeners during confessions at 12:20.
Yeah, I've only had the In-N-Out in Stafford, so.
Oh yeah,
I'll check this one out. Okay, I got you.
You probably should.
I had the most. This is another passing
You
thought.
definitely probably should.
I had the most Vegas experience you could possibly have. Went up after the show yesterday, got some In-N-Out, took a nap, went out to go gamble, walked toward the Cromwell, Dude, I looked at my watch. It was 3:30 p.m. It's the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah.
Out walks this pretty little bachelorette. She's got the sash on, cute as a button. Just looks like she's
drunk as hell.
Well, I couldn't tell that at first because she was walking but not really stumbling bad. And she walks out of the Cromwell, and I'm walking in, and and all of a sudden she hunches over, puts her hands on her knees,
pukes,
just all over the front of the
Good for her, man.
Yeah, I bet you she felt a lot better.
She looked like she could have been like a beauty pageant late girl. You know, like just cute, wholesome, just all over the front at 3:30 in the afternoon.
Her, man.
Yeah. Next passing thought. I think I might have got jacked by a taxi. So we were going to dinner at Herbs and Rye with Landry and the gang.
A taxi? What is it, 1975?
That's exactly right. That's the first part of it. So some people got out of a taxi at our hotel, and we were trying to find an Uber, and Parker and Seth and Aaron were with us. And Parker's on his phone trying to find an Uber. I said, "There's a taxi right here. Just ask him." It's not like we can't trust them.
Yeah.
Like he just let out some passengers. So asked him, told him we're going to Herbs and Rye, and he goes, I can take you guys there for $30. And I said, how much was the Uber? We're already getting. I just weighed in. I didn't even listen to them. I was like, we'll take it. We'll do it. I ended up paying because the Uber ride was $15.
Yeah.
So I said, I got this one, guys. I just wanted to get there.
Man, my Uber was almost $30 coming from Allegiant Stadium last night. I thought about sleeping there. I was like, I'll just stay here.
I was hungry, and the reservation I thought was still $5, but it ended up being $5.30. On the way back, two things happened.
Yeah, I ditched you.
Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast, Landry Locker. I've got witnesses, by the way, because we talked about it. We're sitting at the table finishing up our steaks. I looked Sean dead in the eye. First of all, Landry says, I'm going to go outside for a little bit.
Yeah.
And
I had to do some gardening.
Yeah. And I said, cool. I looked Sean dead in the eye. I said, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll meet you guys outside.
Yeah.
He said, okay.
Yeah.
I said, okay. I go outside. Gone.
I was just.
They're gone.
Dude, I was just planting basil, and I saw Sean and Seth getting picked up, and I said, well, why not hop in?
What the hell, man?
I mean, they were leaving, so I was
acknowledged.
I don't know why they were in a hurry.
Don't they do the acknowledgement?
I don't know. I think they were trying to get away from us, and I just said, hey, I'm hopping in. They might have been trying to get away from me. But he actually
said, okay.
Yeah.
I come outside, there's nobody there. I go back in to Parker and Aaron and everybody. I'm like, what the hell happened?
Hey,
look,
I hopped in.
So I think, this is the first time we've traveled together, Lopez. I am actually notoriously known for ghosting my group when I go places. And I think it's because I have gardening priorities. Sometimes I got to leave the group, and the garden matters more than the group.
Yeah.
But I cannot be mad at Landry because that's a thing that I do. Ask like my mother-in-law, my family, they're like, where is Brent? We'll be walking the zoo, the mall, anywhere. Like, where did he go?
Yeah.
I'll be back.
But if you
find my
say
way.
okay.
I didn't say anything.
No, you didn't.
I didn't say anything. I just said, okay, hey,
now
can
you
I
know what
hop
okay
in?
means.
Yeah.
I said, hey,
it
can
doesn't
I hop
mean okay.
in? I don't know. And that Uber, man, I don't know when they ordered it, but, I mean, I'm talking like it was right there. Boom.
Yeah.
All right.
So there was a little bit of a silver lining. We got an Uber.
Mm-hmm.
It was a Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I've never ridden in a
Tesla?
Either way, Tesla. Either way.
I mean, if you're always going to correct me with my...
It's Tesla. I say Tesla, you say Tesla.
It's Tesla.
It's data. I say
no.
data, you say data.
It's Tesla. It's like when I say Chili Relino. You don't like that, do you?
Anywho, I've never been in one. Those things, like our little bashful driver, I kept asking her questions, that big screen and all that. I'm telling you, man, say what you will. Those are bad rides.
So I've been in a Tesla or Tesla once before because I really don't care how you say it. But I'd been in one once before. But the thing that stood out to me was just how many of them are Ubering out here.
Yeah.
Like I didn't realize. Like,
dude, they get a whole parking session at the link.
Yeah.
They have a whole parking lot.
They're
Just for
sweet,
Teslas.
man.
Yeah,
They are
badass.
really.
They're incredible. Have you seen those trucks?
They're 0 to 60.
I saw one.
Have you seen the trucks out in the wild yet?
I saw one. I did see
They're
one.
0 to 60 is better than most vehicles, like other cars.
It's insane.
It almost doesn't feel like you're in a car.
Yeah.
No, I feel
like you're in a jet.
Yeah.
As we're getting back to the hotel, I texted, because it was later back home. I said, in the Uber back to the hotel, good night, I love you.
Yeah, he sent it to me. I said, and how did I reply? How did I reply?
What did you
with the kissy face emoji?
No, Lopez. Yeah, look how I replied.
Oh my God,
the blushy face emoji.
I was like, good.
Or the eye
cool
roll
story,
emoji.
bro.
I said, cool story, bro.
Everybody does that, but
He
of
said,
all people,
he said in the Uber on the way back, love you, and I said, cool story, bro.
I said on the way back, I wrote it down. Good night, I love you. He's like, whoops, that was meant for somebody else.
Hey, I'm glad it was that and not something else.
I'm glad that was
Send me more pics.
Right. That could have ended so much worse.
Thinking of you, honey.
That could have been such a better story for the radio.
Or maybe it would have been me sending a pic back. That would have been fun. That would have been. Okay, back to reality here with the Radio Row. Michael Buffer, dude.
He's a legend, bro.
That was so badass.
And he's got trademark.
That was so badass.
He's trademarked Ready to Rumble, so you can't even say that.
No, I got to complain about that though.
It was awesome.
You didn't. You wanted him to say, "Let's get ready."
No, not. No, I wanted to hear it. This is a complaint about the sound system up there.
Oh,
at
you
Allegiant.
couldn't hear it.
I was probably, I'm going to say, 30 yards away from him, for maybe 40 yards away from the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Could not hear him.
Oh,
really? Like their sound system. Like if you heard it on TV or whatever, their actual audio output was great. But from standing right there by the guy, I was like, oh. That's my man.
Yeah,
that's the Ready to Rumble guy.
Legend.
And I could not hear a word.
It was so Las Vegas too.
Yeah, you can't say that. Like it's
yeah, you
insane.
don't say it. Nobody's saying it.
My bad.
No, you didn't say it. No, you didn't.
No, you just can't. Like, did he? So did he say it in the?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
I guess we could play the audio.
No, I'll take your word for it because I don't standing right there.
He's not. He's made like so much money on like.
I don't want to get. I got a few more passing thoughts here. I shouldn't say this too loud because they're all around. Runners, I call them snaggers.
Yeah.
On Radio Row.
Oh man, you gotta.
They're like their own breed of people.
You got a fake phone call. You got a fake headset. All that.
Dude, I heard somebody the other day. I'm not going to mention the name, but not because I won't, because I don't remember who it was. But they put their chest out for the most innocuous get.
Yeah.
That you could like. We're determined as a show. Only big guests, only relevant guests.
Tomorrow. We got a couple radio rows, but they'll
be relevant. Either big or relevant. Like we didn't even have a guest yesterday. We don't have a guest today.
Yeah, thank God.
Because they were Monday and Tuesday guys.
Y'all also do well, not to stroke y'all's egos, but y'all also do well with the most obscure guests that you can.
But it was like this.
So y'all are good with that.
But there is a line. So we got Nate Boyd. I'm like, why?
I don't remember the name. I'm going to use another name.
Why?
But it was the equivalent of I'm walking out yesterday. And I hear some runner, like Chris Jones back in the day. Our Chris Jones, remember?
Oh, God.
Put his chest out. I got tired tart. I'm like, he was so proud. Got John Weeks. Yay!
By the way, Weeks is going to come through.
Well, you can say it. Got tired tart. This is another one I probably shouldn't say too loud. Peter King.
Oh, he's over there. He's the worst.
I think he's one of those guys that
he's about 40 yards away from us.
I think he's one of those guys that is only friends with you if you can help him.
Oh, 100%.
Like,
dude, everything's about him. Like he will make everything about him.
I used to talk to. Now it's been years.
In football.
Maybe he's forgotten me. I think I'm more unforgettable than that. But like, I used to talk to him. Hell, I used to work for Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
Occasionally, I passed him in the hall this morning. Hey, Peter. Drinking his Starbucks.
He's a joke.
I think he's your friend only if he thinks you can help him.
He doesn't help. I don't like him.
I'll take that as a moment to shout out the great Bill Roden because I met him yesterday.
He's the best.
And I mentioned you.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about a book that he wrote, and so I was like, yeah, I work with John Lopez.
I know Bill well.
And he's like, oh, yeah. And I said, oh, yeah, I know Lopez.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he recognized you. Yeah.
Bill Roden is a good person.
Yeah. Shout out to Bill Roden, the legend.
Last one. I got to look around because somebody's going to throw something at me. I saw Frank Caliendo roaming around here.
Yeah. How is he still doing this?
Why?
I didn't recognize Ron pointed him out to me. I couldn't even pull him out of the lineup.
Why would you be interested?
Dude,
everybody's here though.
He's gone from a Thursday guy to a Monday guy.
How does his brand not struggle with what's happened to Gruden and Madden dying?
Well, he just doesn't do those bits anymore.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Then what's he doing?
He's got Barkley, I think. What
Once
else?
upon a
He's
time-
got one. He's got Barkley and one more.
Once upon a
But I'm
time, he
forgetting.
was a Thursday guy. He's at best a Monday guy today.
Dude, so I'm looking at this list.
Does he not have a Mahomes? He doesn't
I
have
should.
He doesn't have a Mahomes?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm looking at this list of guests tomorrow on Radio Row. So guess who's on Payne and Pendergast? This is actually pretty funny. DeAndre Carter, Bill O'Brien's favorite player of all time.
wow.
DeAndre Carter is going to be there. We're going to have Nate Boyer, Radio Row guest, and then Chris Myers. Chris Myers, the interviewer. That's whatever.
No, he'll be good.
Afternoon show, though, they have Ed McCaffrey.
All right.
And Brian Jones. Brian Jones, our dude.
All right. Those are two.
Those are legit.
That's what we're trying to do, too.
We got to have Trey Wingo.
Okay.
On Thursday. I can get down with that.
Yeah.
And then Brian Baldinger. And then
that's a good one.
And then I think these guys might garden too. I want to ask them how they grow their tomatoes. Kyle Turley and Ricky Williams.
You think?
Yeah, I want to ask them how they grow their tomatoes. I'm kind of intrigued to see how they.
We can have any conversation we want about that. It's legal here.
Yeah.
And they don't care. They're known for it.
Well, Ricky, I don't think Ricky's running from it.
Yeah.
No, Ricky is not.
I remember that was one of my first games. Got a picture with Ricky Williams.
Yeah,
back in the day.
Ricky will not be put off by the smell of my
I just
backpack.
remember when Kyle Turley threw that helmet against the Jets and then he flipped off the sidelines.
He's in a band, right? He's a really accomplished guitarist, isn't he?
I don't know.
I think he is.
I don't know. I feel like 90% of white dudes think that they're
No. He's like in a legit. Like he's legitimately good.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. I got to come through for that. I didn't know. I didn't even see. I got the guest list, but I didn't see Ricky's name on there. I overlooked that. So I'm going to have to get here for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I voted for him.
Shout out to Ricky.
This is good.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah, just you know.
Who didn't?
Who was the other candidate back then?
Was that 98?
Yeah.
98?
Was it even controversial?
No.
Yeah, that was his year, man. That was his year.
Yeah.
For sure.
He broke Tony Dorsett's record, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was. You know who he did it against?
Dat win. Dat win. That's OG passing thoughts coming up. Let's go local and inside the mind on the field with what went down yesterday involving the Chiefs and 49ers. And I want to ask Brandon Scott. He was there. Is my inclination correct about a potential invasion that is coming to Vegas? That's next.
All right, D&M.
in the month after you enroll plus taxes and fees. Additional restrictions apply. See website for data management practices and full terms.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, this was Travis Kelce. There's a lot of young ladies who are very upset with the 49ers. This was Travis Kelce trying to get a sentence out yesterday at Media Day.
And it's been an absolute... Y'all are firing me up and making me want to play right now, baby. I love the boos, man. I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming. Niners gang, keep them coming.
All right, there you go. And I'm telling you, man, these Swifties are very much into this game. Like, I keep referencing TMZ, but TMZ is like, they got like a few girls that are like big Swifties, and they are like all about the Chiefs. Like, they're all in. This isn't like some sort of, you know, some drummer from wherever. And they are into this game. They did not like the booze.
It's a budding, like, war. Like, not a literal, but a budding war here between the Niners fans and Travis Kelce. Man, I could show you right now. I got one this morning. Have you met Travis Kelce yet? Well, first of all, yeah, we've met before. Not since he's been dating Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
And no, like, it's about, have you seen Taylor Swift? I mean, Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Have you met Travis Kelce? Biggest crowd of anybody, correct?
Travis Kelce, B. Scott was on the scene.
Yeah.
It wasn't even worth it, right?
Yeah, Kelce and Mahomes both had really big crowds, as you would imagine. But I would say Kelce's was significantly larger than anybody else's.
Is there a 49ers invasion happening? Like, did it feel that way? Or were they just the loudest? Because I sense that there was kind of like, I feel like 49ers are going to roll deep.
No, I mean, every time the Chiefs got up there to speak, you know, they do their little pomp and circumstance.
Yeah.
Every time the Chiefs got up there to speak, there were heavy boos. Like, they booed Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. The two biggest stars, I would say, along with Kelce, the biggest stars in this event got booed. It got to make you think that it's a Niners invasion, which makes sense. I mean, proximity, all of that.
I'm going to preface this by saying pause, but I do feel that a lot of Swifties are going to be watching this game for Travis Kelce.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like Brock Purdy, a lot of them are going to fall in love with Brock Purdy, babyface Brock Purdy.
Nope, not going to happen.
No way.
No how.
They're going to turn on the football game.
No way.
And I think that a lot of these Swifties that are watching these games, the teenage girls all the way up to like the hardcores that don't watch a lot of football, I feel like babyface Brock Purdy they're going to fall in love with him.
You know better than this. You
Nah,
know what Swifties are. It's either Swiftie related. I mean, they might say, "Oh, he's kind of cute," but like, it's gonna be like Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, 100%.
Nah, but I do think that there's something to the idea of Travis Kelce and this Taylor Swift thing opening the doors for everybody that is in any way associated with it, that can reach out and touch it.
I think Brock
Purdy included as an opponent of Travis Kelce.
Brock Purdy's going to be on some middle school girls' a poster on the wall. Do kids still have posters?
No.
I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Kids don't have posters.
Not posters. They might have like something hanging on the wall. Like, I know my kids got some stuff hanging on the wall.
You're telling me kids don't have posters anymore?
I got a 13-year-old daughter. She doesn't have posters.
Man.
She's got some stuff hanging on the wall, but they're not posters.
That's rough, bro.
Yeah.
That's
posters were the thing.
My son's got a Flash and a Black Panther poster.
I had so many posters.
All right.
So my son's got a couple posters.
I had so many posters back
I had
in the
a
day,
bunch.
just all over.
Yeah.
What were your first three big ones that you remember?
I don't. I had a Nolan Ryan. Like one that was like framed. I had a Dream Team 1. I had a Dream Team 1 framed. That poster, and I like the first ones. I think those are the two that I remember.
I had the Iceman when he's sitting on those blocks of ice. That's a classic. I had Farrah Fawcett. Speaking of classics. I mean, those are the only two that I remember.
Yeah, I had Magic Johnson driving baseline against a Nick. I can't remember if it was John Starks or Derek Harper, but he's driving baseline against a Nick. And then I had a poster of the first, so after the Bulls won their first three-peat. So I must have gotten that in like 93 or 94. A poster of them. It was like, it's got Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Horace Grant, and I think Paxson on it.
Here was, the 6-piece. They sold that one at the book fair. I remember that one.
Yeah.
Here was Justin Reed. They did. Here was Justin Reed talking about, they do those, the Texans and why he wanted to see them.
First and foremost, the Texans are a talent, man. And I was actually really hoping to play them in the AFC Championship. That's the team that I want to play. Playing my old team, playing against C.J. Stroud, who has been spectacular this year. I love that for them, that they're developing into a program that they're meant to be, which is a powerful program. Very blessed, man. Very humble. Thankful that we get a chance to play in 2 Super Bowls my first 2 years here. You're in a winning atmosphere, in a winning culture. You're playing around superstars who are just as humble as a man next.
There you go.
Yeah, and y'all missed the beginning because so I asked the question, but I did one of I made a mistake. Mm-hmm. I did one of those where it's not a 2-part question, but you don't know how much time you're going to get. So I basically asked 2 questions
like
at
just
once.
Jammed them in together.
Yeah, and so he forgot the first question, and then the re-ask wasn't as good as the first ask. It was basically, trying to get him to talk about getting suspended.
Yeah,
but
he just moved on.
But we just kind of moved. But he asked me to re-ask the question, and I asked it different. I was like,
you was.
Just tell me about the transition from 2 years ago.
And
at that point, I kind of lost my footing. So that's on me. I'll take that L.
Playing the hits here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Brandon Scott was on the scene. Kadarius Toney, man, we heard his rant.
Yeah, man.
About not being injured. This guy is the gift that keeps on giving. Apparently, he thinks he's a number 1 receiver in the NFL. Here was Kadarius Toney.
The number 1 receiver in this league? Yeah, if I get it. Yeah, if I get the ball, yeah.
Sure.
You gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. You know I had to ask, man. Last one, and then I'll let you go. What would it mean to leave this game a world champion? It means everything to me.
All right, sure.
Well, wait a minute.
I don't know about that.
Hold on a second.
Now he's saying.
Wait a minute.
That he never criticized the Chiefs. He said he wasn't hurt and said it was a lie. He's saying that he never criticized the Chiefs.
First of all, a couple of things. They won a championship last year, so he's won one before. But also, where did that question come from? Is he even the number 1 receiver on their team? He's probably the most talented. He's probably he's the most talented receiver on their team. But nobody even views him as we view the Chiefs as a team that doesn't have a number 1 receiver outside of having a Hall of Fame tight end that's a shell of himself, that's kind of playing better and everything. But they don't have a number 1 receiver. So where does that question come from? He's not a number 1 receiver on the team that he plays on.
Well, you're familiar.
So how is he a number 1 receiver in this league?
You're familiar with Media Day.
Yeah,
you don't get the most in-depth.
I wasn't going to do the thing where I'm just going to be annoyed with questions, but that question was kind of just like, what
apparently he said he didn't attack the Chiefs. I got to hear this one.
Yeah, it kind of started that, but in the process of that, I get interrupted, so it got like a mixed message behind it, I guess you could say, and then a lot of footage got chopped up in the release. So it made it like I was attacking the one I love the most, like I made in the post I was referring to. I never attacked the Chiefs, never said anything about the Chiefs. Who I was referring to was the Giant fans or whatever people that in my comment, you know what I'm saying, my comment box, not even on my live recording, so you wouldn't even know if they were there.
That makes sense.
But I was referring to them, which I shouldn't have. I just wanted to go out there. I feel like, how you say, get my message across as far as my injury, but I shouldn't have did that at the end of the day. I'm a man. At the end of the day, I can accept my mistakes just like I accept my wins, but I'm just moving past that right now. We're here now. We're trying to,
Man, he might as well have finished that with you can't even cook a ham sandwich. Why don't you just eat it cold? That's pretty much what he just said.
In his defense, he might
as well have said your bike ugly.
In his defense, whatever he's saying is hard to understand. So I don't know if he was criticizing, if he was celebrating. Man, look.
Oh, on the Insta.
But he wasn't vague.
Man, he wasn't clear either.
He said, I'm not hurt.
He did
say that, but just the whole messaging, where you're coming from.
I get it. It was
tough to follow.
It was a chore.
I'm gonna tell you that it was tough to follow. So maybe he can pull this off. Or no, that ain't what I meant, man. I don't know what you meant, brother.
Coming up, the energy of the bowl is a dream and nightmare. The same thing when it comes to the localized POV of this Super Bowl. We'll talk about that. Let's have some lunch live from Radio Row next.
Night Time Radio is back on Sports Radio 6. Here, always live on the free Odyssey app. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so what on the list of good results for the Texans in this Super Bowl, is there anything that could be more impactful than Travis Kelce retiring? And is there any result you think that makes it more likely for Travis Kelce to retire?
Yeah, I think yes on both questions. I think if and people think this is off the table. I don't. Andy Reid. If Andy Reid retires, that's just as impactful, if not more so, probably more so than Travis Kelce. I just feel like I'm not going to pick against Mahomes. I'm not even going to bet on the outcome of the game. I'm going to do prop bets because I would have a hard time.
That's what you call a wuss, but okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
You have to bet on the Super Bowl.
I am, just not like who's going to win.
No, you got to bet on who's winning.
Why?
I don't know. Made up rule.
So I'll do some prop bets. I feel like you shouldn't bet against Patrick Mahomes, but I'm kind of feeling the Niners. But that's neither here nor there.
Do you think a loss makes it more likely for Kelce?
No, I think a win.
Because going for a three-peat, that's something that's never been done before.
Yeah, but I think a win altogether would be more impactful because I think Chris Jones is a wild card here. If he gets a championship, money's going to be the biggest language, for him.
He already has one, though.
I know, but another one, and he'll be able to just go after the money.
Money's his thing.
Andy Reid, I could probably see, because he's a different kind of guy that actually puts football ahead of everything. And so maybe he would come back. You know what I mean? Maybe he would come back. But I think if the Chiefs win, there's a likelihood that Kelce could retire, Andy Reid could retire, Chris Jones is gone. That helps the Texans.
Yeah, I think it would be the best thing that could happen and the best possible result for sure. But before Travis Kelce became this megastar, we made an interesting discovery about just the difference in sounds at times when Kelce's on the field. I'll let you decide. Heck, here is Travis Kelce. This is what he sounded like. This is 4 or 5 years ago. This is Travis Kelce mic'd up on the field.
Boom! Woo! Big Paul got hit their ass with the on their ass, boy. 9-9, how you doing there, brother? Keep working. We working. Can't stop y'all. Listen, man, we gonna keep working. We gonna keep working. Hell yeah. We keep doing this show. We groove. Come on now, yo. Come on now, yo. Woo! What, you scared? Hey, you know what? I'm gonna have to just hit the weight room. Gonna have to get in the weight room. You know what? That was gonna help. You making plays like that? You making money, son?
All right.
Kadarius Toney thinks that's weird. Kadarius Toney thinks that's a lot.
And that was Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
But here was him with the trainer on the sidelines in that same game.
Hey, can you call my mother for me from that phone right there? Can you call my mother? I don't know if I can use it on the sideline. And tell her that I don't want the macaroni and cheese with the regular noodles. I want the gnocchi. How do you say it? Gnocchi? Ganache. Gnocchi, Ganache noodles. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Yeah, not the regular noodles, the Ganache noodles. I got you.
All right, there you go. Travis Kelce.
It's gnocchi. Just say gnocchi.
Travis Kelce.
Oh, man. That's a lot.
It's a lot, man.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. I cringe now watching Travis Kelce at the podium.
Really?
It's just too much. Oh, yeah, her album dropped. Yeah, I'll let her do it.
Oh, yeah, the story about
it's amazing.
I got to win a trophy because she can't be the only one that gets a trophy.
It was like, yeah, now the pressure's up. I got to bring home some hardware, too.
You do know how much the Swifties are crazy, and they're all in on this stuff. I still think you're underestimating it.
Underestimating it how?
Like, it's all about – I got a text this morning from my daughter that said, let me know if you see Travis Kelce. I'm like, okay. I mean, like, this is the mindset. Like, it's everything and anything and everything about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce is just going to be it's like something you've never seen.
Yeah.
What? When would she ever?
I just want him to retire.
I do too.
That's all I want.
Mm-hmm.
I just want a retirement. That's it. That's all I need.
That was
just
weird.
retire. I don't know why that guy was taking your picture.
Some dude walked by, took my picture.
Probably because you were talking crap.
It's all right.
Talking crap about Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
He's ready for you, bro.
Travis Kelce or Kadarius Toney? Who was that?
You're crazy, dude. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So they had Michael Buffer there yesterday. Was it Bruce or Michael? It was Michael. The boxing one. Here was what it sounded like when he brought the guys on the field. There's some energy right here, man.
Hailing for the home of Chiefs Kingdom, Kansas City, Missouri, with a regular season record of 11 wins and 6 losses, led by Coach Andy Reid, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed Super Bowl.
No, it's good.
He might be washed.
The Kansas City Chiefs!
That was awesome.
I don't know. He might be washed.
It was a boxing. It was perfect for Vegas.
I don't know about that.
The environment is what made it.
I don't know about that.
It's a heavyweight match. It's Vegas.
I'm kind of not as excited for the game now.
It's Michael. You know what? Let's watch something else.
Yeah, what?
Let's see what else is
Yeah,
on.
I don't know, man. I don't think he's got it anymore.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, he's got the name and stuff. That one didn't do it for me, man.
Yeah, no.
Didn't do it for me at all. But, yeah, I think the best result would be Travis Kelce retiring. That would be very significant for the Texans, to say the very least. Justin Reed getting a second title, I'd be happy for him. I don't know. I kind of want to tame that a little bit.
I'd be happy for him.
I like Justin.
He got a raw deal here.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like 2 super. That's a little much. That's a little much to me. I don't know. That 2.
He's good. He got a raw deal here.
Did
He's
some
a
good
great
work in the
guy.
community, but
All
2.
that.
But 2. Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
You don't want him to have 2.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah. I'm not there yet, sir. That's not where I'm at. So I'm gonna root for the 49ers. I'm actually gonna bet on the 49ers. I want Kyle to get his. I want D'Amico's boys to get one. So that's where I'm gonna go. That's where my head's at.
I want it. I need to really dig in. You brought a sheet of some.
My head and bread.
Your head and bread. You brought a sheet of some bets. Are there any prop Niners Chiefs bets on there?
No,
I got to dig in today after the show.
You go to the Caesars machine and mess around with it.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
No, it's easy. Just go to the link.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
Yeah.
Just click NFL and then click same.
I'm not going to do the stupid, crazy prop bets, but like something that I think could easily happen, no matter who wins, that kind of thing.
Something that could easily happen. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like what? A Christian McCaffrey touchdown?
A Kelsey over under or something like that.
Yeah,
like,
yards, all that.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, whatever. Screw Kelsey.
Maybe that was a bad example.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The big game, by the way, Solo Stove is in charge of our coverage of that. Those things are sick. That's the Snoop Dogg quitting smoking thing, the Solo Stove.
Okay.
Yeah, those things are tight, man. They're really.
Have we heard of a C.J. Stroud appearance yet? He's probably Thursday. Friday?
I think Thursday Cheetos. Yeah,
but he might be doing some other stuff.
Yeah,
too.
I just talked to Weeks. I guess he needs a day pass. I don't know how.
Oh, we can get him. It's right outside. We can get him one.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Consider it done, John.
So what do? We just go out there?
Just go there, put his name on there, and who he's going to come see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll make that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. It works.
Stick with me, man. I know things.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we can do it. Good stuff. Man, it's business picking up a little bit out here. We're starting to see some bigger names.
Mm-hmm.
Saw Will Compton, Taylor Lewan making the rounds. Your guy, Peter King, your boy.
I actually like Peter, but I just made an observation. He's been fine with me over the years.
Why?
But it's like you can tell that he kind of has this, like, what can you do for me, a vibe going. So that's fine. Some people are like that.
Man, you seem like you got your feelings hurt, man. Your ego got checked.
No.
Figgy,
not at
our
all.
guy got checked, man.
I literally just said I like Peter. Like, just said it.
But
no, I think he's one. I think he's one of those guys.
By the way,
yeah.
I think you might owe me an apology.
Why?
Because yesterday you came on the air and you started making fun of me for being the Vegas guide and doing too much.
That wasn't making fun. That was actually just describing what happened.
Okay. But I got us where we needed to go.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the show, you say you know some magical shortcut to get somewhere, and we ended up walking around for 25 minutes and asking for directions and walking outside more than I had the entire trip.
Maybe 10 minutes. And I actually took a right turn instead of a left turn. I came in the right. If you don't go with me this time, it's go at your own risk, because I know the way to go now.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll get us there.
That's what you said yesterday.
We'll be set. Well, I thought I did.
Yeah, that's what I heard yesterday. And that did not happen.
Yeah, I thought I did, but I got it now. It was the first day.
It didn't happen, brother.
Yeah. It's a piece of cake.
By the way, I've accepted yours and Figgy's challenge at 12:35.
And that is?
Top 58 plays of the Texans season.
This is like one of the things I have no doubt is going to be accurate.
Top 58 plays. It'll be a fun trip down memory lane.
This is what you do.
This could be a fun trip down memory lane.
Yeah.
Top 58 plays. And it took me, I'll be honest, it took me 7 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is
7 minutes to give you the top 58 plays for the Texans. I'll present it in 2.
Are there any surprises in the top 5?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm not listing them 1 to 70, 1 to 50.
Oh, gotcha.
Come on, dude.
Okay.
That would be too much.
Yeah.
Because then we're not going in order. We got to go in order.
Yeah.
Just the memories. In order.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how we need to do it.
Yeah. I'm not worried about it. This is what you do. I mean, this is your wheelhouse. Nerdy football stuff.
You know what, man? I feel like you should play tennis, man.
Why?
Because you've been backhanding all week, backhand compliments like crazy. I feel like you might have a better backhand than Serena Williams this week.
This is you saying this?
Yes.
This is you saying this.
Yes.
You freaking Pete Sampras.
You think I backhand compliment more than you?
Well, you just try to like tweak and get under my skin.
Figgy.
Yeah, you try to tweak and get into my skin.
Who's the more backhanded compliment guy, though? We'll get it, but in the category, who's the bigger backhand compliment guy?
I feel like Lopez is the one up guy. He's the one up guy. I feel like Lopez is more.
He's taking it to another level.
No, it's the one up guy. It's not like I don't think he tried to do it on purpose, but I feel like Lopez is the one up guy. If you talking about something you did, and be like, I did that too. I met the president before.
Okay, but here's the thing.
I don't think
Landry,
it's a backhand, though.
Here's the thing.
How does Figgy get this, and it's coming back to me?
No, because I'm answering.
He just took it to a new direction.
I'm answering his point. Landry is the guy that has to tweak me or exaggerate something or imply that
not always.
Or hold on, or imply that I said something that I didn't. At least 6 or 8 times a show. And I get it, and that's what he did. That's what he is. That's what he does. So when I give Landry a hard time, I don't want to, tell him, try to get under his skin. It's kind of like say something nice before you say, what you're really thinking. So I'm actually, you can call it a backhanded compliment, but I'm telling you honestly, you've been on your game on these first 2 days. But you've also been over the top. At least Monday. Yesterday it was cool. Like you were the tour guide.
Well, I'm just saying
you were the chatty tool guy.
I'm just saying I tried to take a step back and trust you, and I basically ended up 25-minute journey.
10 minutes.
20. It was 20.
It was 10. It was 10 minutes.
We'll go 15. We'll go 15.
Even though it was 10. But I told you I took a wrong turn. I know now which way to go.
Okay.
Piece cake.
Yeah.
Piece cake.
If you were
don't even have to go outside.
Let's be honest.
Literally don't have to go outside.
Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
If we're here at the big game,
mm-hmm.
thanks to our friends at Yingling Flight,
mm-hmm.
and we're talking quarterbacks, I'm Mahomes, you're Garoppolo. You're not even Purdy when it comes to that.
See,
the way that you've been managed, like you're not even Brock Purdy right now when it comes to this.
See, Figgy, this is exactly what I just talked about. Like he is perfectly illustrating what.
So you thought yesterday was a Brock Purdy performance?
By me?
The guide out. That was Garoppolo. That was missing the open guy.
Tom Brady threw some picks. Tom Brady threw some picks. He threw some picks.
This was Garoppolo missing the wide open receiver in the bowl.
Tom Brady occasionally had a bad read.
Okay, well, hopefully you can transition into Brock Purdy today and redim yourself because yesterday was Jimmy G. That wasn't a Super Bowl performance.
I wasn't even down 28-3. I was down like 7-3. So this is a lock for Tom Brady. This is a lock for Tom Brady. But you just illustrated what I was talking about. See?
What do you mean?
He's trying to tweak me, exaggerate.
No, it was a bad performance. It was a bad performance. That is not an exaggeration. It was a very bad. Anytime you say I know a shortcut and we have to ask for directions twice, that's not good, sir. Like let's be honest. And by the way, speaking of that, I don't know if there's like some like bias against the state of Texas, but we asked some cop for directions.
Oh, yeah.
He was about to point us about a mile.
No, he did point us.
Yeah, he pointed us and told us which way to go. And then this other guy steps in and goes, no, right here.
Follow me.
This staircase right here, you're good. So I don't know if there's like a bias against the Lone Star State or what. I'm not sure. Lunchtime confessions coming up. I put my money where my mouth is. And I like someone who a lot of football fans don't appear to like. That's next.
Radio Row will be filled with plenty of guests and big game conversations. market. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions live from Radio Row. By the way, challenge accepted. Top 58 plays of the Texans season in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna present it in a couple of minutes, but I'm gonna do it in 15 minutes. I'm gonna compress it.
Wow!
I'm gonna go quick, man. I'm gonna go quick. Top 58 plays, challenge accepted in the spirit of Super Bowl 58. But it is time right now. John Lopez, listeners, let him have it. 713-572-4610. I can't believe he's going here, or can I? Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. Get ready, Figgy. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Go ahead, man.
So you want me to throw the haymaker right out of the chute?
Do what you want to do, sir.
I think I will. The haymaker, I'm saying this knowing full well
Figgy,
that I may get canceled, that I may not be allowed back into Houston, that this may be the end of my career. And I'm not exaggerating. So I'll put it this way. Yesterday we stopped at an In-N-Out Burger. What's that?
Link.
What? Yeah, there's a little that name. That street has a name. Whatever it's called, the Boulevard.
The Link Experience.
The Link Experience. I'm not going to say it was better than Whataburger. I'll say this though, because I'm not going to lie. That was a better all-around experience, from the food to the service to the style and cleanliness of the restaurant, than any Whataburger I've eaten at in the last 2 years.
Okay.
Maybe 5 years.
Okay.
So I'm not going to say In-N-Out is, it's better, because people get in that argument. It's better than Whataburger, or Whataburger's better than In-N-Out.
Yeah.
What I am going to say is this, and I'm going to give you some details here. I'm not just, you got to back up.
I was there.
You got to, for our listeners.
I was there.
You got to
too.
back up every one of your opinions with some sort of stats.
Yeah.
Facts.
Is that a new rule for you?
References. That's what I do. That's what we all do. We try to say, this is my opinion, this is why. So that's my opinion. The In-N-Out in Las Vegas on that Link Boulevard, or whatever it's called, Link Experience.
Dude, it was better
than any Whataburger experience I've had.
In fairness, if they build something on the Strip, it's going to be top notch. They are building a Whataburger now.
They are
like
not
down
walking
the
distance from the In-N-Out.
Yeah, down the street. But yeah.
So I'm telling you, at least
if
2 years.
you want to go best on best, that's probably the way to go when they build that Whataburger.
Good on good, like the NFL people like to say.
Like you get a single from Whataburger and you get a single from In-N-Out. It's going to be good on good because they're not going to mess around.
But I'm just saying, I'm being honest. At least in the last 2 years, maybe the last 5 years, and I'll tell you why. We ordered and I remember it, our number.
44 and 45.
Yeah. We ordered double-doubles with fries, not animal style, just double-double, fries, and a drink. I had tea, you had whatever. You were number 44, I was number 45.
Yeah.
In the time that we got our food, and it was like this, man. It was boom, 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 boom. From the time that we got our food, first of all, there was just as many people as the busiest Whataburger you'll ever see in that restaurant.
Yeah, people were waiting to sit down.
But nobody was waiting real long.
Yeah.
From the time we got our food to the time we stood up after scarfing a burger, and we were hungry.
Fast.
And we were hungry.
We ate fast.
40 more orders were taken and delivered. When we left, it was like order number.
What about the actual burger taste?
Well, hold on. From the time we left, it was like order number 86.
Yeah.
And I made note of that, because as we're leaving, he goes, 86, your order's ready? I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
We scarfed, and they had 41 orders come through. And then there's the burger. Dude, this place was like a
assembly line.
There were hundreds of people coming through there.
Dude.
Hundreds.
So many employees. It was perfect.
And
they were awesome.
It was fresh.
They have a ketchup pump, too.
The fries were always fresh. They had a ketchup pump with the little paper cups. And you mentioned that. And then the environment, It was so clean. And you know what's kind of cool? Just a little bitty touch.
That burger was off the chain, by the way.
It was off the chain.
And the fries were good.
A little bitty touch that In-N-Out does that kind of makes you feel nostalgic and realize you're at a really good burger place. The paper hats.
Oh, my God.
They have the paper hats, the old hamburger paper hats.
Oh, my God.
It's cool. So,
and this is their best. This is their best shot. So this isn't like, hey, there's one in Stafford or something like that. This is their best shot, and their best shot, it's going to be hard to beat.
I understand.
It's going to be hard to beat.
I understand how great Whataburger is. I'm just telling you, at least in the last 2 or 5 years, that was better.
Yeah, if I could have that, what we had yesterday against any Whataburger, I would go to that.
Yeah.
That, again, their best shot. Their best shot. I will admit that. Now, I will say this. Like,
and
the experience,
here come the texts.
Yeah. I will say this. The experience was good, but I was a little disappointed in you, man.
Of course you were. Why? Why
What do you
this
mean,
time?
of course I was?
Because you always say that.
Of course I was. You let the girl punk you for the table.
I was being a gentleman. Figgy, I'm going to ask you this. Because he's B. Scott's joining us. B. Scott, get in here. You didn't even hear what we were talking about. I said something blasphemous. I said our In-N-Out burger experience yesterday. I'm not saying Whataburger's not great. I'm not saying Whataburger is not up there. All I'm saying is
a lot of equivocation here.
My In-N-Out burger experience. Service yesterday was better than any Whataburger I've had in the last 2 years.
And that's why I'm going to. That's why I'm going to walk to Hooters after this because Hooters are falling apart, and this is.
And then this is why I want you in.
Okay.
He just said that I got punked by a girl.
Yeah.
Let me.
John, you were sitting right by the table, and she just walked in and sat down.
Right. Let me tell you all the truth, and then he's going to tell you his version. But Figgy,
come on,
B. Scott,
this is what happened.
It's packed, and they're running people through there.
Yeah.
And I'm standing next to a booth. And Landry's to my right, and I don't know what's behind me. And these two people could get up, and this girl kind of walks to my left, and I say, go ahead. Go ahead, you take the booth.
She ran. Dude, he was about to sit down.
She ran up on my
left.
left.
We were sitting by the table, and she sprinted and set her ass there and said, oh, were y'all waiting? What the hell does it look like? You just sprinted like Jackie Joyner-Kersee and dove in there like
I
Simone
was being
Biles.
a gentleman.
Okay, so it wasn't an issue of you not standing your ground. You let up.
First of all, I didn't see what was behind me. I just saw Landry to my right. So I don't know how long she's standing there. He said she just ran up. I'll take his word for it, even though he likes to exaggerate, as we all know. But let's say she was just running up. I'm still going to be a gentleman.
Yeah, good for you, man.
Yeah, I am pro gentleman, but I am also anti trying to get over and cutting in line. So I am likely to check somebody. Like, I've had to do it a number of times. Like, I've seen a guy just.
You would have said, nah, man.
I'll just say I was standing here. I was first. Or normally I'll say it to the person that's working there.
Yeah.
Kind of passive aggressively, but so the person that cut me can say, hey, I was next.
Figgy?
So I think, look, I understand you was being a gentleman, but in an environment like that where it's just packed and busy and you got it first come, first serve type of deal.
It was packed.
Yeah, I got to take that spot. If it was like another place where it wasn't really that crowded, then I'd be like, oh, you can have it. But in a place like that, you got to be a savage.
I might give it to you if you're not trying to take it. Pause. That's how I feel about it. Like, I might give it to you. I might give it to you if you're not trying to take it. But it sounded like the way Landry put it on you, and I wasn't there. But
it was outlandish.
If she was trying to take it, I ain't giving it.
She took advantage of John's kindness. She did. No. Lunchtime confessions.
She's not the first.
Here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think the Swifties are going to fall in love with Brock Purdy, Pauls. But I really do. I really do. I think that they are going to turn on the game to watch Travis Kelce. He's taken. Patrick Mahomes, he's taken. Plus, he's not like known for his looks or anything like that. But I think that they are going to fall in love with Brock Purdy. I think babyface Brock Purdy is going to be one of the most popular guys among the Taylor Swift demo behind Travis Kelce, especially if the 49ers win this game.
I think they're going to say, oh, he's cute, but nothing's going to get in the way of Swifties' love for Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
If this happens, if Landry's theory is correct, the person I feel bad for, and I know he's doing well anyway, is Christian McCaffrey. because that's the bigger star, and he's got the kind of
he's
got
not the supermodel girl though. He's
yeah,
fine.
that's what I'm saying. But that's the person that I think probably deserves more of the attention. So yeah, if this does happen, I think it'll be also Christian McCaffrey getting overlooked.
I'm going to do a real-time confession here.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm going through this ticker of a message board.
Oh God, you're getting killed.
No, predictably, I'm getting killed by a lot. But I got to tell you, there's more support for my take.
Well, the Texans are an in-and-out team now.
Yeah, there's more support for my take than I thought there would be.
The Texans, so we've had To'o on. We've had who else? Figgy, who else is big in and out? Like Woods.
Yeah, Robert Woods.
Robert Woods.
Toa was wanted all the smoke.
CJ not on this show, but yeah.
Brevin Jordan.
Brevin Jordan said it ain't close.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's not about in and out, just in a random spot. Although I think it's good too, but it's about them. Their best shot is
I'm
sick.
I'm getting the usual John Lopez. You're a traitor. Stay out there. We don't need your ass home anymore, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm getting a lot of.
I'll say this too.
A lot of
their ingredients.
You're not wrong.
Their ingredients are fresher. Those onions were grilled.
They cut the potatoes there.
The onions were grilled. The lettuce and tomato and all that was elite. And oh, by the way, there's something to be said for simplicity of a menu.
Yeah, and it's more profitable.
There's something to be said for the simplicity of the whole menu.
Tell me your thought on this text that I just stumbled across.
713-572-4610, YouTube, Twitch, all that.
Okay, I'll just let y'all decide. Look at the person working at an In-N-Out Burger, and then look at the person working at your typical Whataburger. Come to your own conclusion.
Oh, damn.
Now you took it somewhere. You should.
Damn, I'm offended.
Yeah.
I am offended.
That was the most jackass thing you've ever said on the air.
I didn't say it. It was a text.
I know, but you
I am
read
offended
it.
on their behalf.
It's not about race.
Good Lord.
I think it's about
it's about
draw your own
It's not
conclusion.
even race. Not
this is going where I didn't. That's elitist garbage.
This is like Waffle House versus IHOP type of stuff.
Yeah,
I'm not. Nah,
I'm
man.
with you, Lopez. A little more support than I thought. I thought I was going to have my Houston privileges revoked.
Yikes!
Hey,
sorry, everybody that works at Whataburger.
Just move on, just move on. Sorry, move on.
Let me ask y'all something real quick on this whole In-N-Out thing. So, do y'all like it better in Texas?
No.
Because
This is the best shot.
I don't think the ones here is not good because I had it in LA and it was really good. Yeah. But here it wasn't the same, man.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and that's probably part of the equation as well.
Yeah, I got to try it here. I haven't tried it here yet. I've only tried it, like I said, in Stafford, so I got to get the real thing.
That's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, challenge accepted. It is Super Bowl 58. 58 top plays of the Texans season compressed into just a couple of minutes next.
We saw it on Sunday. The siege.
97.3 network.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, challenge accepted. We're at Super Bowl 58. Texans not here. But I have the top 58 place for the Houston Texans this year. It's going to be a fun trip down memory lane. I'll do this as quick as I possibly can. This probably took about 6-7 minutes yesterday.
It's not a surprise.
Just a little something. The top 58 plays of the season for the Houston Texans. We'll start with number 1. C.J. Stroud catches his own pass versus the Ravens. The first completion. This will be a fun trivia question one day. Who did C.J. Stroud complete his first pass to? It was none other than himself. Play number 2, Will Anderson, first sack against the Ravens, actually drew a flag and sacked Lamar Jackson. That's number 2. Number 3, Ravens threatening Steven Nelson, all the drama in the offseason. How's Steven Nelson going to handle it? Steven Nelson interception. That's number 3. Number 4, C.J. Stroud, first career touchdown pass to Nico Collins against the Colts, right there in the back of the end zone. And then number 5, Tank Dell's first career touchdown against the Colts. Number 6, this one's against the Jags. You might remember this one. This was C.J. Stroud deep pass to Tank Dell inside the 5-yard line, set up a Dameon Pierce touchdown. That was where we kind of saw the beginning of the explosion from Tank Dell. Going through the top 58 plays. Challenge accepted here on In the Loop Sports Radio 16 in the spirit of Super Bowl 58. Play 7, Brevin Jordan, touchdown from Stroud against the Jags. We thought Brevin Jordan was going to be dead. He was not dead. He was much alive. Touchdown from him. Play 8, and this would probably be in the top 10 if they did a SportsCenter type top 10. Andrew Beck kick return. The Jags cut the lead to 7. Looks like they got all the momentum. Andrew Beck, fumble. Oh, my God. Same old Texans. Nah. Touchdown, Andrew Beck down the sidelines. Play 9, the dagger. Bobby Slowick in his bag, the long 68-yard dagger to Tank Dell. That was play 9. Play 10, Devin Singletary to Schultz against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Little trickery from Bobby Slowick. Halfback pass. Play 11, the Nico Collins bomb from CJ in the FU to the Steelers. They were going to ran up the score on the Steelers. Right there on the bottom corner of the sidelines, Nico Collins catches it, middle finger to the Steelers and all their fans in the stands, although I don't think he did that. Play 12, Tank Dell makes an amazing catch against the Falcons. However, he lands on his head. It was a nice catch, though. He would miss some time with that. He ended up having a concussion. Play 13. God, this could have been magical. C.J. Stroud, apparently, first play of the 2-minute warning in the fourth quarter. He drew up a play with Bobby Slowick, and he found Dalton Schultz right down the middle, but he left too much time. Texans end up losing. Play 14, Steven Nelson, interception against the Saints. Ices the game. Another play from Steven Nelson. Play 15, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Texans don't have a kicker. They need to score fast. They need to answer the call. 75-yard touchdown from Noah Brown starts the rally. Play 16, C.J. Stroud to Dalton Schultz, followed by the C.J. Stroud run for the 2-point conversion. That's a little combo plate for you. Play 17. I think this would make my top 10 list.
Yeah, as you're talking, I'm kind of thinking, what would my top 5 be?
It's kind of a chip shot, but Dare making the field goal, I've never seen the crowd loud during the season up to that point. There was awareness. I was proud of the crowd because there was awareness. Man, this guy's kicking the field goal. Boom. That's play 17. Play 18. C.J. Stroud to Dell makes it 23-22. This was the long pass on the opposite side where they end up winning the game. The long pass to Dell, the first touchdown. At that point, you're kind of thinking, maybe they can win, maybe not. There's no kicker. But they don't make the They don't make the 2-point conversion, so they're struggling there. Play 19, fourth down from the 9. This was tough. Dalton Schultz, touchdown, keeping hope alive. Play 20. This one was underrated. Tank Dell on the sideline on the final drive, coming back. Tank Dell coming back on the sideline. That was probably one of Stroud's best throws on the sideline. They made it look kind of routine. It kind of had a DeAndre Hopkins vibe because you're like, wait, did he stay in bounds?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's in bounds. That's play 20. Play 21, Tank Dell touchdown with 6 seconds left against the Bucs. Play 22, Tank Dell, big body response on the drive against the Bengals. The Bengals scored on their first drive, the long touchdown on Stingley, or was it on Petrie? Who knows? I mean, there was something that went wrong there. The Texans then, this was like where you said, dang, Tank Dell might be a pure receiver. They throw it to him sideways on the 5-yard line. He big bodies his way in there against the Bengals. Play 23, C.J. Stroud long toss to Brown against Cincinnati. This was the one where he rolled out, and Noah Brown kind of found his way open. C.J. threw it. That was play 23. Play 24, we're going through 58. Fun trips down memory lane. I'm kind of smiling.
I'm liking this.
Remembering this. Play 24, Devin Singletary, 22-yard run against Cincinnati. This is where you kind of saw, hey, man, this guy might have something. Little Devin Singletary up the middle, 22 yards. That's play 24. Play 25. Who the hell is Houston Carson? I don't know, but nice interception against the Bengals. They really needed that one. That's play 25. Play 26. Pour one out for him. He ain't here anymore. Shaq Griffin, interception in the end zone, quick knee. Without that, Texans aren't where they are, so shout out to Shaq Griffin. Play 27. C.J. Stroud to Schultz for 25 on 3rd and 6 against Cincinnati. This is where you're kind of anticipating, damn, Bobby Slowick, he threw the ball twice on 2nd and 2 and 3rd and 2. They punted. Now the Bengals have all the momentum. 3rd down. Are the Texans going to have to punt to the Bengals? Nah, they're just going to get it past midfield. C.J. Stroud to Dalton Schultz, continuing to trust him when it matters most. Play 28. This was huge. Noah Brown, final offensive play of the game. Not only does he catch it, but he gets an extra 10 or 15 yards to move up closer for Matt Amendola's field goal, which is play 29, the Matt Amendola game winner against Cincinnati. Play 30, Dalton Schultz slide-in touchdown against Arizona, sliding in the end zone whatever. Play 30 against Arizona. Play 31, Derek Stingley, he back, and he's looking elite. Kyler Murray tries to go to his old buddy Hollywood Brown. Derek Stingley just outruns him. Boom. Randy Moss type stuff. Play 32, the Tank Dell 40-yard bomb from CJ against Arizona on that bottom right corner of the end zone. Play 33. This is underrated. This wouldn't make anybody else's list. I can promise you that. George Fant making the tackle on C.J. Stroud's third interception.
For sure.
Third interception against the Arizona Cardinals.
He was picking them up and putting them down.
If he does not make that tackle, I don't think they beat the Arizona Cardinals.
No, that would.
But George
absolutely.
Fant starting at right tackle, him making that tackle is play 33, and it's one of the most underrated plays of this season. Just absolute hustle. We saw Tank do something similar against Cincinnati. It didn't make the list because Tank's fast. George Fant, I mean, I'm not saying he's slow, but that's that. 34, C.J. Stroud in the All Reds, the spin out against the Jags and the plant and hit Dell. It was kind of similar to the Pro Bowl where he goes backwards. So they're at the end zone. They're going to the right, and he rolls out, and then he pump fakes, and then he goes across and plants and finds Dell. And Dell's at the front of the end zone. Yeah. So Dell catches it, like cradles it, and there's two guys on him. Yeah. That was big by CJ. Play 35. Hey, it didn't work out. It wasn't a positive play, but don't tell me it wasn't intriguing. The Texans decided to kick a 58-yard field goal with Matthew Amendola
that's fair.
Instead of going for it. It hits the front.
That was the talk of the town, yeah.
Boom. Play 35. Play 36, Derek Stingley's first interception against Denver. I felt like the momentum was swinging in Denver's direction. It was a one-possession game at that time. Denver fans were kind of taking over NRG, if we're being honest. Derek Stingley had that first interception, which is 36. Then 37, Jalen Petrie bites on the fake by Cortland Sutton. Derek Stingley turns around, runs over the shoulder.
That was a hell of a play.
Second interception. That's number 37. Number 38, again, not a good one, but it was a pivotal moment, big play. C.J. Stroud leaves the field against the New York Jets, kind of stumbling a little bit. You wonder if he will be back. Play 39, Case Keenum starting against the Tennessee Titans. Titans in control early on. Will Levis had just ran and moved the chains, and you knew he was going to give you a chance to get back in the game. He did. 2 plays later, Steven Nelson with the interception. He made a lot of plays this year. Play 40, Case Keenum to Noah Brown touchdown against the Tennessee Titans. Play 41, the Dalton Schultz insane catch that probably should have been an interception. Play 42. Keenum rollout to Singletary for 41 against the Titans. That pass, man, he almost had that walk-off run too as well. Play 43. D'Amico, we sure we're this comfortable with the 53-yard field goal from Fairbairn? We're going to try to get a little bit closer? The answer was no, and the answer was yes. He came through. Play 43, the Fairbairn game-winning field goal against the Titans. Play 44. Now, it was all for nothing, but you talk about momentum swings. I thought the Stingley interception against the Browns was a momentum swing. This could have been, but it just turned into a total assing. The first time around against the Browns, Dameon Pierce kick return. Ooh. Didn't see it coming. It was the first time that he was returning kicks. He takes the kick return touchdown, actually cut the lead to 7. That's play 44. Play 45, the Sheldon Rankins touchdown against the Titans.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, that one was a
C.J.
Stroud's
right?
return. Yeah, Jerry Hughes with the strip, Rankins with the touchdown. Play 40.
They were injured in that game.
Yeah.
Play 46, two-piece combo. Will Anderson, 12 snaps in that game. 2 sacks on 2 snaps at the end of the first half. Titans still ended up getting the field goal, but Will Anderson with the back-to-back sacks. Play 47, C.J. Stroud to Nico on the first play against the Indianapolis Colts. The Indianapolis Colts get a field goal on the opening drive. What is Bobby Slowick going to do? Well, what he's going to do is he's going to go max protect. He's going to let Nico Collins run, and C.J. Stroud's going to throw a dime, and the Texans are going to take the lead.
Beauty.
Yeah.
Play 48, C.J. Stroud, second down pass to Nico Collins. Some thought he was maybe trying to throw it away, but the Texans had actually gotten behind the chains multiple times. You remember they had the penalty on Tunsil that made it first and 20. They had a sack, and then they had a penalty on first down after moving the chains. C.J. Stroud on second and long, he finds Nico Collins on the rollout. Perhaps, I mean, it's in the conversation of C.J.'s best play of the year. Play 49, Andrew Beck, touchdown at the end of the second quarter against the Colts. Play 50, the drop pass by Indianapolis on fourth down. Jonathan Taylor on the sidelines after completely thumping the Texans. He was a little bit banged up. Shane Steichen calls the timeout, draws up a decent play, maybe the wrong guy in there, and the pass skips. Play 51, we're at play 51. C.J. Stroud to Nico over the shoulder against the Browns. This drive actually stalled. It ended up being a field goal, but when they got their first points where Nico adjusted, C.J. kind of got hit as he threw, and then Nico adjusted at the 5-yard line. They ended up getting real weird down there, and they ended up kicking the field goal. But that catch by Nico, play 51. Play 52, Nico TD caps off the Bobby in the bag drive. This was where on the first play of the drive they tossed it to Stingley. He got 21, and then on the final play of the drive, the fake toss and then the throw across to Nico Collins for the first touchdown against the Browns. Play 53, Brevin Jordan long-ass TD.
Oh, man. I forgot about that one.
Man, it looked like he had
70-some yards?
78?
Yeah, 76 or 74, something like that.
Yeah.
We're in the 70s. The Brevin Jordan touchdown, which was huge momentum. And then play 54, across the field at the end of the first half, CJ rolls right. Dalton Schultz wide open. He'd already dropped the pass earlier. It looked like he was almost going to drop that one too, but he catches it. Texans take the lead, and then play 55, the Steven Nelson pick six. That was kind of the end for the Browns. They'd actually just converted a 2nd and 16 or 3rd and 16. Play 56, Christian Harris. We saw the viral video with D'Amico Ryans, the Christian Harris pick six. Play 57, the FU Singletary run, where he goes down in the corner. I kind of thought that was a little bit mean, but they did it. And then play 58, not many to choose from against Baltimore, but the Steven Sims touchdown, you felt like you had some hope. The Texans offense had stalled. Steven Sims activated because Noah Brown's out. Play 58 here at Super Bowl 58. Steven Sims, punt return touchdown.
So the 3 biggest, that was a hell of a list, by the way.
Yeah.
3 biggest to me in order would be number 1, has to be Dalton Schultz. For me, you don't get anywhere without that catch.
Yeah.
You don't.
That was so big.
You don't go. You don't go to the playoffs more than likely. Without that.
Yeah.
I don't think
number 2, and I hadn't thought of this because my mind was in more Texans mode, was the drop against the Colts.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're done.
Like
your season's over.
You don't go anywhere.
Your
if that
season's
happens.
over.
So the first 2, you're not even in the postseason without those 2 plays.
Yeah.
The third one, it's got to be Christian Harris. like that stadium was like J.J. Watt Bengals loud.
Yeah,
it was.
And I wasn't there for I wasn't in stadium for the J.J. Watt stuff. I've never felt that way in the stadium.
Yeah,
like never felt like that. That with the Christian Hitler, it solidified the win. Never felt like that. Never seen the stadium like
wild.
that.
Let's go around the NFL. We got a lot going on in the NFL. The Boo Birds are out, and they have a clear target. We'll talk about that and everything else going on in the NFL next.
The Rockets are making moves for the future. Former Grizzly. free Odyssey app. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, the internet went nuts because of Travis Kelce getting booed. We'll get into that at 1:20, but let's hear some other guys getting booed, some of Kelce's teammates, starting with Chris Jones. Chris Jones grabbed the mic, and 49er faithful let him know how they felt about him.
As fast we trust, baby! Let's go, KC! As fast we trust!
They were getting roasted to the point where Pat Mahomes even had to kind of call out the 49er fans a little bit.
We're playing a great 49ers team, but we're going to go out there and play our best football and see what happens. I appreciate it, Niners Nation. We're here.
Oh! Niners fans, he's calling you out.
We're here.
I actually appreciate the Niners more.
He said we're here.
I think it's cool. They don't give a damn. I don't care about your rings,
man.
I don't care about your rings.
I'm seeing a lot of Chiefs fans, but there is a array of San Fran fans, potential San Fran takeover. We'll hear from Travis Kelce in a second. Let's do a little throwback, though, of Travis Kelce. Once upon a time, we kind of discovered a little bit of a difference in the sound of Travis Kelce. This is what Travis Kelce sounded like. I don't know if this is still it, but this was 5 years ago. This was Travis Kelce mic'd up.
Boom! Woo! Big Paul got hit there with the hood on their boy. 9-9, how you doing there, brother? Keep working. We working. Can't stop y'all. Listen, man, we're going to keep working. We're going to keep working. As long as we keep doing this show, we groove. Come on now, yo. Come on now, yo. Woo. Was you scared? Hey, you know what? I'm going to have to hit the weight room. We're going to have to get in the weight room. You know what? That was going to help. You making plays like that, you making money, son.
All right. There you go.
And then what happened?
And then he talked to the trainer on the sidelines, and this is what he sounds like with the trainer.
Hey, can you call my mother for me from that phone right there? Can you call my mother?
I don't know if I can use it on the sideline.
And tell her that I don't want the macaroni and cheese with the regular noodles. I want the gnocchi. How do you say it? Gnocchi?
Ganache.
Ganache noodles.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Yeah, not the regular noodles, the ganache noodles.
I got you.
All right, there you go. That's Travis Kelce. His teammate now, Kadarius Toney. He's been in the center of a controversy. He's been inactive the last couple games. Now, they insist he's injured. Kadarius Toney says that he is not. And yesterday he said that he believes he is a number one receiver in the NFL.
The number one receiver in this league? Yeah, if I get it. Yeah, if I get the ball, yeah.
All right, that's enough of that.
Yes, it is.
Now here's Kadarius Toney saying, this is weird. Like, you literally said that they were lying and that you weren't hurt. But now we're like, here's his explanation on the rant that he had about the Chiefs being some sort of misunderstanding.
It kind of started that, but in the process of that, I get interrupted, so it got like a mixed message behind it, I guess you could say, and then a lot of footage got chopped up in the release. So it made it like I was attacking the one I love the most, like I made in the post I was referring to. I never attacked the Chiefs, never said anything about the Chiefs. Who I was referring to the Giant fans or whatever people in my comment, you know what I'm saying, my comment box, not even on my live recording, so you wouldn't even know if they were there. But I was referring to them, which I shouldn't have. I just wanted to go out there. I feel like, how you say, get my message across as far as my injury, but I shouldn't have did that at the end of the day. I'm a man. At the end of the day, I can accept my mistakes just like I accept my wins, you know, but I'm just moving past that right now. You know, we're here now. We're trying to, you know.
All right. Well, then accept them. Like, you can't say, basically, it was out of context. I was misunderstood, but I can accept my mistakes when you're denying something that everybody heard you say. He said I wasn't injured. Flat out. Right?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. He's going to be inactive again, right? Like, they're not going to activate Kadarius Toney all of a sudden.
I mean, I don't know why they would.
Deshaun Watson, we're going around the NFL here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Deshaun Watson has a new offensive coordinator. It's going to be Ken Dorsey. And Ken Dorsey insists that he is working, despite what we've seen the last couple of years, And despite the fact that there's a shoulder injury now in the mix, Ken Dorsey insists that he is working with an elite quarterback.
He's one of the premier quarterbacks in this league, and from everything I've heard about him, a really quality human being. So I'm just excited about that opportunity.
What part did you hear? He says, from everything I heard about him, he's a quality human being. Did you hear everything?
But we've heard that.
Did you hear it all?
But we've heard that.
You might have not heard something.
We had good. Yeah,
but here's the thing.
But I don't know that you can say everything that I've heard about.
That's what I'm saying. What part did you hear? Did they leave out like a little 2-year gap? Like, was there just 18 months of? I didn't get that update.
From everything I've heard.
Yes, from everything I've heard. You know what he's heard, and not only that, like we were fooled.
Yeah.
Like he can't be fooled by now. Like we thought Deshaun's act was legit.
Yeah.
It was fake.
Yeah. I mean, it was odd. He changed after the deal, but Ken Dorsey, I don't know.
From everything I heard,
like if you
may want to ask a couple more people.
So let's put this way: if someday, like let's say that this time next year, let's say that we're ranking the quarterbacks in the NFL.
I like where this is
1
going.
to 32, starting based on their performance.
Yeah.
Let's say Deshaun Watson plays the whole season. Where do you think we would be ranking Deshaun Watson with Cleveland next year and with all the elements? Like if you had to guess right now.
And I'm not trying to be biased here. I'm just looking at what I saw on the field since he's come back. Not top 10.
I would say like
not top 10.
16.
Maybe that low.
Top 15 maybe.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not like they don't have the most explosive weapons.
Yeah.
They're probably going to try to run the pill a little bit more.
Yeah.
The shoulder, man, like he has.
There's that too.
He has a hurt shoulder, and he hasn't been worth a damn the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And I think the mental.
Oh,
toll.
you guys are just no, man. I'm trying to look at just like what we've seen.
Yeah.
I don't think he's top 10. Maybe he's 15, 16, like you said.
Yeah. I don't think he's elite. I don't now. Can the Browns put together a squad to where? Between Njoku, between Chubb, between being able to run the ball and all that type of stuff, could they put together a squad to where maybe he doesn't have to do as much? Yes, for sure. Absolutely.
And he's got better coaching. I don't know about Dorsey, but they've got a better staff. They got a better defense. Like he's got a lot of things going for him. But you're saying quarterback?
Yeah,
man, not top 10.
There's like some talk in Cleveland that it was a big loss. Bill Callahan as their offensive line coach, one of the best offensive line coaches of all time. He's going to Tennessee, actually, to coach with his son. I thought Stefanski handled it really classy yesterday because it
was great.
They asked Stefanski about it. You know, how do you let one of the best offensive line coaches in the NFL leave your staff without putting up a fight? And he said, look, it's a unique situation. He's going to work for his son. He said, hopefully his son lets him have it too. He's like kind of joking, but he's like, he basically just said, unique organizational situation. We're not going to get in the way of that. Which good.
That's class.
You can't do that.
John McClain always said, he's a class guy. That's a class guy. That's a class guy right there. He's a class act.
He's a class act. Everybody says something good about it.
Yes, but that's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of person are you if you're the Cleveland Browns? Like, if D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, let's say that, I don't know, like, let's say someone on their staff's son gets a head coaching job and he wants to go, we would kill Nick Caserio. And you want to do what it takes to win, but we would kill Nick Caserio if he said, nope, you're stuck here. You're stuck here coaching our offensive line.
Yeah. No, we would kill him. And first of all, they would never do that. But no, that think about it in any context. Radio, accounting. I mean, my dad's opening a company.
Yeah.
I mean, my son's opening a company. I want to go work for him.
Yeah.
Sure. How could I stand in the way of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the right answer. Going around the NFL. Speaking of that Titans thing, Diana Rossini's kind of like to Mike Vrabel as Albert Breer is to Bill O'Brien. I got a feeling that they get like "you up" texts. Not in that way. Diana's happily married with a kid, but like
it doesn't quite translate.
It doesn't quite translate like Albert Brewer and B.O.B. Hey, you up? But Diana Rossini, she had this to say about Mike Vrabel. And when you hear this is basically either the message that Vrabel wants to get out or how Diana is presenting it based on her info. So here was the quote from Rossini on Vrabel. Quote, "I don't think there was a fit for him. I don't think he sat in front of any owner who thought that his style was going to work for what they were looking for. I had a GM at the Senior Bowl who mentioned to me Vrabel's physical build, that he's a very large human being and can be very intimidating to people in an organization that are going to be part of these decisions, and that is a factor." What?
Hold on. That's a lot. That's a lot right there.
I had a GM at the Senior Bowl who mentioned to me Vrabel's physical build, that he's this is from Diana Rossini, that he's a very large human being and can be very intimidating to people in an organization that are going to be part of these decisions, and that is a factor. This is Diana Rossini. So, like, if this had just been a random quote from somebody, like if what's that guy who doesn't say much but tries to report? Jeremy Fowler said this. I wouldn't listen to him because Jeremy Fowler would say, it could be Mike Vrabel's physical build, or it could not be Mike Vrabel's physical build. It could be anything. But, like, when she says that, I don't – like, I get really uncomfortable when people say, I had a scout told me, I had someone in the league, because, like, how low – like
that, that's bizarre.
If I have a general manager that is physically intimidated by Mike Vrabel in a sport in which you walk into a locker room and there's an area that has 6'4", 300-pounders, there's an area that has 6'2", 230 jacked guys, and all this, like, if Mike Vrabel's physical build is – I don't know if he's just trying to find an excuse for why he's not getting a job or what, but I find it hard to believe that a general manager in the NFL is not going to hire Mike Vrabel because, wow, he's just really big.
Yeah, because there's no big guys in the NFL. You never see any of those. I think this is Vrabel.
Trying to find an excuse or what?
Calling ownership a bunch of you-know-whats.
Could you imagine if Cal was like, man, I really like DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, he's too big.
He's intimidating.
He's a little too muscular.
He's a little too muscular for me.
Hit them weights. Yeah.
No, I think this is Vrabel setting down those people are from Amy Adams to everybody else. They're just a bunch of you-know-what.
I mean, like, if you want to say
soft,
if you want to say his style is combative, or he wants to have too much control,
different.
Or his personality is too much, his physical build.
How did Dan Campbell get a job?
Yeah, exactly.
How did Dan Campbell get a job?
He's a big
and he's
dude, too. Yeah, and he's wired up and geeked up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if there's anybody that's coaching that would be
I wouldn't want to be around him very long.
A little scary, that might be the one.
Yeah, that cannot be true.
Yeah.
That cannot be true.
He's basically saying they're soft, and I don't want to be a part of that anymore. They're intimidated by me.
What GM said this?
It wasn't probably a GM.
Caserio was at the Senior Bowl. You think Caserio's scared of Vrabel's physical build?
No.
Oh, he probably hiding under his desk then whenever he sees DeMeco.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, Caserio flying in Thursday, leaving Thursday night.
Hey, it's picking up in here.
That's the way to do it, though.
It is.
That's the way to do it, man. He's not going to be as buck-eyed as I am.
At least 3 times as many people as yesterday. Today as yesterday. At least.
Yeah, it's picking up. I got a feeling this is going to be a wild Friday.
That's what I was leading to. It was.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. There's your boy Anthony Munoz.
Hey, what's up?
Look at that. That's your hero, dude.
He is my hero.
Yeah, your hero, Anthony Munoz.
He's one of them. He's one of them.
One of what?
My heroes.
Oh, okay. What? You said
Figgy.
You said one of them. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what. I had no idea what that meant, sir.
You didn't have any idea what that was.
I had no idea what that meant.
You just asked a bizarre question.
You said he's one of them. I didn't know.
He thought y'all was Ken.
If I was talking about that, I'd say one of us.
The funniest thing, we're in the cluster with Mega. Shout out to Mega, legendary station. Figgy and me were sitting at our group awards where B. Scott got one and Tyler got one.
Yeah.
And one of our engineers, Jose Cruz, got one. And the Mega people were behind us. Figgy, I don't know if you remember this or not. And they yelled, La raza.
Viva la raza, viva la raza. Con ganas, Jose.
Am I making this up, Piggy?
No.
And then Piggy goes, "What'd y'all say?" And they translate with it.
Yeah.
Pretty much pay them more, give them a raise.
Yeah, they're doing their thing there. Shout out to that. So yeah,
hey, well, Figgy, you better have did something too for me then. Hey, man, we got to hold it down. I think me and you were the only ones in there, more than likely. Me and you.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. We got to figure out.
I know we need like a code word or something. Yeah,
something. So call out. We got to do something.
Figgy had a fist up.
We got to step it up. Step it up. It can't be silent.
Figgy was silent. Figgy looked like Farouk in the Nation of Domination.
Yeah. There go my naysayer.
That's what Figgy. As soon as Brandon Scott got his award, Figgy. I heard Figgy start saying, "We are the nation of domination."
That's right.
Sarah was doing the Obama handshakes with all the winners.
We did. Hey, there was a different handshake, different hug for everybody.
That's around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Swifties are mad at a fan base, and I don't know. I want you guys to judge this. A coach was at the podium yesterday. Is he a hardo or is he a cheese ball? Internet going nuts next.
Nighttime radio is back on Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
Travis Kelce booed yesterday. A lot of Swifties upset about it. Here's what it sounded like.
And it's been absolute. Y'all are firing me up. Make me want to play right now, baby. I love the boos, man. I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming. Niners gang, keep them coming.
I don't think he does.
Do you?
I don't think he does.
No, he doesn't. And I'm loving the Niners because of this. They are here en masse, as they say. There's a bunch of them out here. And I had Travis Kelce on my internet going nuts as well for obvious reasons. But it made me think about a question. He's more popular now than J.J. Watt was at his peak.
It's not
right?
even close.
Is it not close?
No, it's not. I think he was popular before he even started dating Taylor Swift.
No, J.J. was like, come on.
No.
SNL.
No.
J.J.
Travis Kelce hosted SNL.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So he's more.
Yeah.
So you don't
Travis
even think it's close? Figgy?
No, I don't think it's close at all. Like I think,
know he is now.
I think Kelce was more popular nationally than Watt before Taylor Swift even came into the picture.
Before, I don't know.
I think so.
But because JJ was,
he was popular,
he was everywhere.
But he was never on the big stage in his sport.
Right. Yeah.
So that's the problem. Like he was never on the biggest stage. Travis Kelce, before he even dated Taylor Swift, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
So who's he?
That's 5 years.
Is he more popular than Patrick Mahomes? I think so.
Travis Kelce, they're the same. Mahomes is pretty recognizable, and he's all over the place.
And the power of those Swifties.
But yeah, like Travis Kelce, yeah, he could be up there. By the way, he was asked about Taylor's new album yesterday. Here was his answer to that.
She's unbelievable. She's rewriting the history books herself. I told her I'll have to hold up my end of the bargain and come home with some hardware too.
Okay.
I'll have to hold up my end of the bargain. All right, buddy.
Yeah, because 2 rings on a team of 53 guys is just like the greatest pop artist in history, some would say.
I do wonder if Taylor Swift looks at, if he loses the game, if she just looks at him as a loser.
She moves on?
Well, I mean, let's be honest. If Travis Kelce played for the Bills, she's not dating him.
Now, you've said that in the past, and I mean,
come on.
I agree.
Yeah, she's not I agree. Let's be real. He ain't. He's not getting this status without being on the biggest stage and being as good as he is. Let's be real. I ain't saying shit. Nah, I'm just kidding. Internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 16.
I got the internet going nuts.
You know how my mind works. Kind of very much conspiracy theorist, very much like what's the layer underneath the surface telling us. So Jim Irsay,
oh Lord,
tweeted for the first time since January 7th today.
Oh Lord, he says he's okay.
On the mend. Thanks for all the prayers and thoughts, etc. He says,
good for him, man.
I'm on the mend.
Good for him.
So January 7th was the last time he tweeted.
Mm-hmm.
He was found unresponsive about a week after that, reportedly. And I
mean, it was obvious that he was not in his right frame of mind.
No, it's in the police report.
He's loony, but no, I'm talking about the way he was tweeting before. There was some. I mean, he was whether it was a prescription, something like that, whatever it was. It was blatantly obvious.
Look, so he was found unresponsive. That's not rumor. That's saying basically. The police report says it. Secondly, he was, he's one of those guys that has been in rehab at least 15 times. Now he's tweeting for the first time in a month. Definitely at rehab, right? It's been a month.
I mean,
how long does rehab usually last?
I don't know. It can last. It can last
30 to 90 days or whatever, but.
Yeah, he was not in his right frame of mind.
Yeah,
he was
so I'm glad things are, at least he's doing that.
No, for sure. I mean, and Jim Irsay, for all the, he's a likable dude.
Oh, I like him. We talked about this last week.
He's a very likable guy.
He's a goofball.
Yeah.
But I like him.
Yeah, he's a free spirit, but I haven't really, but I mean, he's a little bit of a loose cannon, but something was up. Good for Jim Irsay.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
You know what the 49ers should do, Figgy? I don't know how this would go over with their fans. You know what they should do?
What?
Since Taylor Swift is kind of the face of fandom of the Chiefs, they need to get Kanye out there on the field. How would that go over? What if? How nuts would the internet go if? I mean, they're like if the 49ers win. You damn right. I'm putting up a GIF of Kanye going up there and taking Taylor Swift's shine. What if they just said, "All right, Kanye's our fan of honor"? How many sponsorships would they lose?
I think Kanye's almost not even. The rules don't even apply altogether with him.
Ah, man, he's lost some money.
Yeah, no, I'm saying they don't apply, but not as much.
He's wearing a Jason mask now. To the airport and stuff. That's what he came on with Travis Scott.
I saw him mask. Didn't he wear it at at the French show?
Dude,
whatever.
I just can't even.
Yeah.
No, but who knows? Dan Quinn, coach of the Washington Commanders. I want you to tell me if this is hardo or cheesy. This was Dan Quinn getting hyped up about his new gig in Washington.
Includes the players, it includes the staff, every single man, woman in this organization, and each and every fan, because that is who makes up the entire Washington Commander team, all of us. And that's awesome because I'm going to give myself a little grace and allow one swear word here because I've done a pretty good job so far. I haven't had any, and I swear a lot. But there is nothing I enjoy more than doing hard with good people. And these guys here, they're some really good people. And I cannot wait to get it rocking here. I can't wait. And so we'll hit the ground running. There's lots to do. And but I want to let you know, man, I've been waiting on this moment. And so to be here with you guys today, I cannot wait to get this thing rocking. So with all that said, let's begin.
Get it rocking, Coach.
That's the Dan Campbell effect there. He's getting all puffed out a little bit with the tough stuff. All right, Figgy.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts / confession. This was a confession I didn't get to, and had our little circle of the internet going nuts a little bit yesterday. Phil Maton, no longer an Astro, signed a $6.5 million deal with the Rays. Here's the confession part. I'm not that broken up about it.
I didn't even know that he was even a possibility of being here.
Yeah.
I already thought he was gone.
Yeah, I'm not even that broken. I know it's the Rays and all that stuff, but not that broken up about it.
He had a nice stretch, but I just kind of got annoyed looking at him later on in his tenure, and that's not to say anything I just was I'm over this guy.
Yeah,
let's get the hell out of here.
But he's now a Ray.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah,
good for him and good for them. They are moving on. Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so TMZ, man. Been mentioning this a lot. Apparently, you can eat like a king for $2.5 million. Wagyu Glizzy Surf and Turf Buffet in a luxury suite. So, Christian McCaffrey's mom.
Oh, yeah, that's the one they got?
She talked. Well, no, she didn't get a suite.
No, I thought they ended up getting it after all.
Well, they didn't get this one, I don't think.
Okay.
There's a luxury suite at the Super Bowl that comes at $2.5 million, and it will be fully stocked with the finest grub. Apparently, there were some media types who got to look at it. It's basically surf and turf buffet with Wagyu beef, lobster, carne asada fries, seafood stuffed potatoes, bacon wrapped hot dogs, cheesecakes, and your classic souvenir popcorn. $2.5 million is the cost of the suite. That just sounds like, okay, let's go to the Bellagio or Wynn buffet.
Hold on a second. Take away the fancy words.
Yeah.
Popcorn and hot dogs. Give me the fancy words again. Like the such and such. No. They're giving you popcorn and hot dogs, bro. They can put all these titles on them all they want. It's popcorn and hot dogs. That's what it is. For $2.5 million, man.
Hey, got it.
If you got the money, man. If you got the money, smoke them if you got them.
This is going to be a once every 5 year place for sure. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah,
I mean, they're doing it. This is excellent job they're doing in Las Vegas,
Yeah,
man.
just need a little
Perfect,
water is all we need.
Safe, all that. John Lopez is going to complain, of course.
No, I'm not.
Hey, Lopez is the new media type complainer.
No, I made an observation to you guys. I'm not complaining to anybody. Water. It's the most basic, essential item in our lives.
Man, they got a lot going on over here,
Just
man.
a little water.
Got a hell of a lot going
That's
on
all I'm
over here. Yeah, it ain't that big of a deal.
How do you go through a whole show without drinking water?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't whine. I do the show,
I'm not
man.
whining.
I don't whine to listeners about my lack of thirst. I'm seeing all these liquids over here.
That wasn't even the question.
It's not about it's about the people. It's about the product.
See, that wasn't even the question. The question wasn't like, do you whine? The question was, how do you go through a whole show without drinking water?
Well, if I don't, people won't know because I won't whine about it.
Again, not the question. The question was, how do you go through a whole show without drinking water?
Coming up, the invasion has me thinking about the what if that we've been talking about a lot. We'll talk about that. We'll also collab with our buddies from The Drive, live from Radio Row next.
So the weight loss plan has been just so good for me. Thank you.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we're live at the big game here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, about to pass it off to Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley. Media night yesterday, always entertaining. It did feel like there was a certain healthy amount of respect between the two squads. There also seems to be like a weird confidence with Kyle Shanahan. I don't know if you picked up on that. He seems to have – he's always a confident dude. But it kind of reminds me of Bobby Slowick heading into the Cleveland game. Kind of seems like old Kyle Shanahan is – it almost seems like he has a secret or something.
That's what I said. That's the exact feeling I got. It's like you listen to him, read between the lines. You're like, he's kind of sitting there going, I got a secret.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what that is. I don't know if he thinks he has some answer to that great Chiefs defense with the running game and McCaffrey, or maybe some twist to the game plan, or maybe he thinks, and I think this is a big part of it, Brock Purdy all of a sudden almost seems underrated. like
does he?
He almost because think about what he's done, and now here he is at the Super Bowl, and there's still a question of is he the guy? Is he not the guy? They got great complementary pieces, and other quarterbacks could. Yes, C.J. Stroud with the Niners would be okay. I think he'd be all right, but it's the system, et cetera, et cetera. He's making the plays. He had more rushing yards in that championship game than Lamar Jackson had.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know what I mean.
I mean, he's not Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
But he had more rushing yards, significant rushing yards than Lamar Jackson.
I think Brock Purdy's about to become pretty popular with these Swifties. I think they're going to be tuning in for Travis Kelce, and I think old babyface Purdy's gonna win over a lot of that Swiftie demo.
And I think that is, of all the crazy takes you and I have had this week, and it's only Tuesday, that's probably the craziest. To me.
No, I mean, they can like multiple guys. I think some that old babyface dude, man.
I think they're going to go, collectively.
Yeah.
He's cute.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about some more Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. They are loyal beyond words.
How do you think Texans fans would show out if they made the bowl? Because San Fran, it's easy to talk about a takeover, but they're very close to the Las Vegas. San Francisco is. They're very close.
This is the one thing where being the older guy on the show, I think, can get and can offer. Hopefully, there's more than one, but can offer some perspective. Houston would be all over that city, like nothing like you've seen, or like teams that take over cities that have that. It would be ridiculous. Everybody who's possibly could be there would be there. It would be off the charts. Speaking of which,
what you distracted? What's going on?
No, I just said off the charts.
Oh, okay. Speaking of which,
that's like me on the airplane.
This guy here.
Oh, well.
I think that was like the Hunt family, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Yeah, I think that was the Hunt wife and daughter. Yeah.
That dog can hunt. That dog can hunt.
Hey.
I'm just saying. That dog can hunt.
Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley. They are in the building. They are here. Clint Stoerner looking fresh, man. What went down last night?
Well, my bank account won. And my head on a pillow at an early hour. So yeah, I feel fresh in Vegas on a Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm feeling a recovery coming your way.
Well, I mean, I didn't expect to live out what we discussed yesterday, and you kind of checked up and questioned, wait a minute. You'd rather lose early, win late. I didn't really plan on that being my game plan.
You don't ever plan on losing early.
Yeah. Right. It's a would you rather, right? And I didn't plan on executing that game plan.
Yeah.
But the first quarter and a half has gone according to plan.
He went Kyle Shanahan. Wasn't it Kyle Shanahan that called a couple plays knowing they wouldn't work?
Yeah.
Because he was going to set up another play that would work.
Great call.
You were
going
Kyle
Bobby
Shanahan.
Slowick.
You went Bobby Slowick, Kyle Shanahan.
The first 2 nights I have been right in line.
You threw it in the dirt.
Yes.
Yes. Well, the key element is, though, they did it on purpose.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I did, Ron.
You haven't. No, you didn't.
Fair. To be careless with that kind of bread would be no, that is rich.
Look at them shoes. Look at that son of a gun.
I think that's what boy's a rapper. Actually.
Look at, I don't give a rip what he is. He came to play. What is your Thursday outfit? What is your Friday outfit look like? If I could describe that, Landry, you're the best describer.
Dude's got some black skinnies on. He's got a nice fashionable jacket, got a cowboy hat on. He's got the bandana in the back, so he's accessorizing.
Yes,
but
details.
those shoes,
that's it. That's
boots, those shoes. He's going black and white.
Yeah.
They're like nice boots, but they can from far away they look like sneakers.
Like
you see them, you're like, what kind of sneakers are those? And then they walk up, you're like, damn, those are boots.
He said, I'm not playing not a damn game this week. Not a damn game.
That is a.
I got to get that guy.
100%. That is a laid out his outfit last night guy.
Last night.
100% last night.
He came up with that outfit 2 weeks ago. He said, I'm going to the damn Super Bowl.
This is
Tuesday. Week. This is Tuesday. That's what is Thursday and Friday look like?
Yeah.
Listen, I can't. I have to tell you, fellas.
It might be bad.
I don't know who he is, but he looks like a big deal.
He damn sure does. He damn sure. I wondered if he got that stuff on a deal. I wonder. I don't know. I will say this, fellas. I was not as lucky as Clint to lay my head down at a good hour.
Hey, man, look
what
where
time did you go to bed?
I think I'm in the 1 o'clock hour. I think I was in the
so 3.
What were
you my phone? Hey, Locke, you can relate to this though, right?
I ran into it.
You can relate to this. Like up here, like I don't typically keep my ringer on ever. Like my ringer's not ever on. I'm not making an excuse for not answering the phone. My ringer's never on. You get here away from the wife and the daughter and the kids. You all of a sudden, especially for the first time, you're like, hey, I'm keeping my damn ringer on.
Yeah.
This guy. I'm in the bed last night licking my wounds. I mean, counting my bills over there. And this guy, ding, 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 ding. I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? Ron's down there. He done go ahead, Ron. I didn't mean to steal your
I just stumbled into a beer pong table.
So
I didn't stumble.
So
that's your jam.
Oh yeah, I sat there for 2 hours.
O'Shea's
beat the hell out of that kid.
Ron's down there looking at them all, like trying to get all the angles down.
When he texted me, I thought he was joking.
I beat the hell out of Juan. I beat the hell out. Oh, I did.
So O'Shea's back in the day, like when I first started coming to Vegas, like probably like 14, 15 years ago, the link didn't exist. And O'Shea's was like a place on the Strip where you could get $1 Jaeger shots and 50-cent Miller Lights, and all it was beer pong tables. And it was much dirtier, and you just had beer pong tables all the way up and down, so just kids would just be playing beer pong and getting like full-ass pitchers and $1 Jaeger shots and all that on the Strip.
By the time it was over, man, it was multiple people. Shout out to the people in the Lowe's convention next to us from Detroit and Charlotte.
Lowe's convention.
Yeah, we had ourselves a good time.
Drills going and stuff.
And I don't apologize, but I beat the brakes off of Juan. Oh, I kicked
Where
his
was
ass.
Juan from?
I don't know. I think he's local, but I beat the hell out of him. Juan and Ron.
I think he's local.
So Clint,
I kicked his ass.
I'm being completely transparent this week. I might end up losing $2,500. I might end up winning.
Okay.
But every day I'm keeping a tally. I had a good night yesterday.
Did you? Oh,
Yeah.
I was hoping, man.
I was down 334. Long story short, ended up 400 in about an hour. I was in for 500, walked away with $900. So I'm like, I'm already even. For the 2 days that I've been gambling.
Right.
Ended up losing another 160. Landry came by. I thought he was jinxing me because I lost another 160. And this is after dinner. And it ended up not being a jinx because I went to another table. That table was full, so I played video craps. Won 290. So I'm up.
You're welcome.
I'm up a couple of hundred for the 2 days.
You're welcome, man.
Now, that might disappear tonight in spades. No pun intended. So are you going to give us a ballpark here, or what are you going to do? I'm being transparent.
If there's a spades game.
Oh, I don't have a problem being transparent.
Yeah.
I mean, my room number has something very similar to what I'm down.
Oh, my God.
Wow. I mean, my digit, it's one digit too big.
I was about to say.
What floor? Aren't you on floor 8?
10. Take a number off of it, though, guys. I'm not trying to big lead
down
here.
to granite
I'm
league.
not trying to. You hit the nail on the head.
He's down to granite league.
1060.
Ooh,
1060. That's not bad.
Fellas,
I mean,
what do you mean that's not bad?
It ain't
it's how I got
What are
there.
you talking about? That ain't bad.
It's
He
how I
came
got
with a
there,
bigger
boys.
bankroll than I did.
It's how I got there.
Was it dumb?
I can be. No, it wasn't dumb. It was just. It was like, hey, man, sir, would you put your hands on the table and slightly hinge your hips? I mean, it was rough.
I've never heard it pull like that.
Yeah,
it was rough, man. I mean, it was just a slow bleed, just constant. Like, I don't mind because what I do is I typically try to
charge it to the game.
I play until the table gets hot. I don't care what.
That's what I do.
You play and then when it gets hot, I'll put a bigger amount out there to try to strike them, right?
You're right.
Yeah.
I never got to a point. It was just a slow stand. And if I end up losing $500, because at the end of the night I was like, I'm hot, boom, let me see if I can hit him for a couple of G's, and I lose cool, no big deal, I'll walk off.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a slow bleed to what now over a 2-day span is $1,060.
Okay.
Well, go get them today, then.
$10.60.
Man.
Oh well, tonight
Nah,
we got big plans tonight. So I knew tonight I wasn't going to be gambling much because I'm not going to stay. I'm not going to pull an all-nighter like I typically would down here. We got some responsibilities.
Yeah, you could.
So I could, but I'm not going to. I've really appreciated how good I've felt the last 2 mornings waking up.
I'm gonna run into that beer pong table again.
I mean, I'm going to come down. I'm going to come down and watch you. If y'all hadn't seen this guy do beer pong,
I have.
I think it's well worth the watch.
He's very serious.
It's geometry.
I mean, it is very Bill Cartwright like shot on the beer pong
Bill
table.
Cartwright, man. I'm not coming all the way back.
It is
coming all the way back with 2 hands.
It is leaning back. I mean, it's fade away sometimes.
He does.
And it's impressive. I give him credit. It's impressive.
I was in my bag in that second game. Had a lady walk past with some drinks. I said, which of the 3 you want me to hit?
Oh, brother.
And you knocked it down?
I did. She said the one in the middle. And I did. And, I walked away. I did. I was in the back.
Did you turn your back?
I didn't. I just walked away. I said, okay, pick the next one. She said, well, I got to serve these drinks. I said, well, damn.
This dude brought his own ping pong ball.
They
come in a wooden case.
I got my own table.
They're in a wooden case.
He's got the mini bag with the ping pong ball.
Till them damn kids got in the way.
He's like the Blues Brothers. Got the handcuffs on the case.
I remember when it was over when I had to put them strollers in the back in the trunk because I got a table with my name engraved over it,
Good
and it
Lord.
folds up into a briefcase. And I used to keep that cups and balls in the trunk. Then I had to get them strollers in the trunk, so I had to take all that out, and it's buried underneath stuff in the.
So hold
in the
up.
garage.
So hold up.
Oh yeah, I used to.
So
drive.
you would pop the trunk and have a.
I'm ready to go at any moment. And somebody go get some
for beer
go
pong.
Somebody go get some Coors, and I'm ready to go at any moment. I had the cups and the balls and
y'all didn't ever play with stones, just Coors.
I played with everything. Beer pong is what made me be able. I couldn't drink beer.
Yeah,
like it was like they say it's an acquired taste. I couldn't drink. We played with Natty Light. That was what we played with. And I mean, if you could just bang down Natty Light, you can bang down anything.
We played with Keystone Ice. You want to talk about being like Keystone Ice? Oh,
crazy weekend in Ames, Iowa. That it was roped around a keg of Keystone Ice.
Man, Keystone Ice was just not what that was for me. God, that
boys, I'm still searching for the cowboy rapper.
You thought he's a rapper?
I'm pretty.
I'll go check.
I'm almost positive.
I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna walk over there.
I got it. I got it. I got to talk.
I'm almost positive, and I'd be able to find him. Really, I can't remember whose umbrella he's underneath or who he's related to. But it's something in the South. I can't remember if it's Louisiana or Texas. But there's something. I think that's him.
You don't think he's Chingo Bling, do you?
No.
Okay.
No. This dude, he's not.
The singer,
he's not
Louis
as
the
big
singer,
as this
Louis
guy
the singer?
looks. No. This guy looks like a bodybuilder on his social media, and that old boy was built pretty good. Louis the singer is. I mean, he's spent some time in the bellied up to the bar having some pops now.
Yeah.
Louis not quite.
Yeah. See, I didn't. I just saw the boots.
This guy always wears the old.
I'm searching. I can't find it. Keep going.
I can't find it either.
What was your search?
Cowboy rapper.
Read the search for me.
It's Jelly Roll. It's Jelly Roll. He's in Jelly Rolls.
Oh, he's under Jelly Roll.
He's in Jelly Rolls mix.
Let me see that. Let me see.
It's
what's
not
on the
him.
search
Cowboy
bar.
Troy. It's not Cowboy Troy.
No, it's not Cowboy Troy.
I'm just checking. I didn't know where we were going.
Search Cowboy rapper. What's wrong with that?
No, I just checking.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah. I'm with you. I mean, I trust you. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, we'll see who it is.
Yeah.
Y'all figure it out. He'll be coming back this way. You don't wear an outfit like that and not make a couple strolls around the.
Oh shoot!
You don't wear that and not.
Bad boy.
You don't wear that and not be in entertainment to
That's
some
one
degree,
for the
right,
books.
boys?
You got to be.
That's not a Tuesday outfit. That's what I'm saying. What does he have coming down the pike?
Yeah,
bringing it. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live from Radio Row.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I see my man T. Mill is in the building, ready to roll as well. Clint is here as well. It's a good one. I see it. People on the text line jumping right off. If you had to go with it, what you choosing? Keystone or Natty Light? If you were forced to go with the Keystone or Natty Light, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, if you got to go, Keystone or Natty Light? Tyler, where you take it away? Where you at? Keystone, Natty Light.
Man, those two right there, I think, are virtually the same. And I'm not being a hard ass. I felt like they're both water and they go down easy. As long as it's not Bud Ice, I'd take either one of those.
Tyler's got a father, I believe, like I do, that at one point in time was a Bud Ice man.
Oh, I think we all three have fathers who openly chose to get Bud Ice.
I agree with you. I can't get down with the Bud Ice.
Milwaukee's best too.
Milwaukee's worst. Yes, God, Panama, 2007. That spring break, they were selling cases of Milwaukee's worst, is what we called it. Milwaukee's best. They were $4.99 at that damn Walmart, and everybody just got them. And that went down hard.
Ooh. To answer your question, I'm Keystone, bro.
Really, I'm Natty.
Without a doubt.
I'm Natty. I think it's nostalgia for me, but I am Natty. You go Keystone on that sucker. I go Natty.
Keystone goes way back to not to spend 2 days talking about my river days and the fact that I'm a river rat, but it goes back to
I think that's been established.
Ron. One day we pulled up, and I had 3 or 4 of my buddies, and we may or may not have been of age, but we walked in the store, we piled all our money together, and we walked in that store, and the best deal in the whole place was Keystone Light. And we bought as many as we possibly could. We put it in an ice chest in the inner tube, tied it to us, and we floated that damn river and smoked them joints. And not joints. We drank the cold beer. Sorry, Tyler was like, hey, look out now. But we drank 800 Keystone Lights on the river that day and got sunburned like you wouldn't imagine. And ever since then, they've held a special place in my heart, without a doubt, man.
Yeah, I got to go Natty. Natty was the one. That was what I started playing beer pongs when I could get beer down. Going Natty Light from the text line, rolling through. Get Keystone Ice. Oh God, that's got to be rough.
I mean, anything that ends in ice.
Yeah, anything. Yeah. They trying to hurt you. Yeah, they trying to hurt you on that thing. All right. As we get here, you know, we want to kick things off, Tyler. Dirties Daily, Day 2. Day 2 on this thing. I don't think the flood was an issue today, so we heard a little bit about you. Did you hear that, Tyler? Clint has lost over $1,000.
Oh, I had not heard that.
Oh yeah, he's down $1,000.
I feel your pain, bro.
Listen, I knew it didn't go well, Clint, because you told me we were at the bar, me, Brandon, and Park. We were there. We're probably there another 45 minutes, maybe 45 minutes to an hour after you walked off and said you was about to go play. And I got out of there. I was like, here, let's go see what Clint's up to.
Yeah.
I walked up there, Tyler. Clint was gone.
No, I was there. I was there. I may have been at a different table. I was at a 3-card table or the roulette table.
Well, I'm just saying, we looked all around the area where we were. We couldn't find him.
Maybe I didn't last very long.
We were like, damn, Clint.
No, you're right. No, you're right. Because I went and ate with you and then came back. Yeah, you're right. No, my second go-round, the first 100, 120 went pretty quick, and I was like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to sit here and bleed.
I was going to say, Tyler, he was gone. He was gone
right.
quick.
No, you are correct.
Hey, when you know, man.
I said, damn, that didn't last real long.
I mean, I'd have been there till 2 a.m. probably had we not known that we were going to be here.
I'm proud of you. You're good, man, because you can stop yourself. Because some people are just like, I got to get on this.
Well,
I got to win this.
If I was catching a flight today, I probably would not have had such a. Yeah, I mean, I probably would have hung in there and tried to make that come up. But truth of the matter is, we got some days here, so I got plenty of time to to turn the corner, man.
Yeah.
So it was a rough. It was a rough run at.
Someone texted in and said, "Clint, this is karma for tweeting about your wife farting." That's what someone texted in.
Maybe.
She's getting hurt by it too. Then I don't know if it's fair that 1,000's coming out hers.
Hey, man, did you throw 100 for me down on 13?
I have not. And I wanted to specifically discuss that because hopefully you think more of me because of it. Because I could very easily say, you know what, Tyler, I threw that down on that roulette table, and that 100 went down the drain real quick. No. I'm going to let you know when it's happening. I don't think they'll let me take a picture. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I'm going to let you know when it happens, and we'll go from there. I will maybe have somebody step away from the table and secretly video or something so that I got video evidence. Absolutely.
Sounds good.
Absolutely.
All right. What's up with what's Dirty's Daily today?
Well, it starts from when we left here yesterday and got into Uber with Big Rick, and we were in the Uber with. Myself, Parker, and Laura, who is here with us, and y'all have heard her doing traffic, sometimes sexy, sometimes not, here on Sports Radio 610. And we're riding around with Big Rick, and Big Rick thought it was he would just start telling us random stories about how he bed down some gal, and she wanted to make it serious, and he got up out of the bed and put his clothes on and went to the house because he didn't want any commitment with
Laura, are you confirming this? This is a story that happened?
Tell him about Big Rick, Laura. Tell him about Big Rick.
This is a story that happened?
Oh, yeah. It happened, and can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
Big Rick, yeah.
Yeah, so he's telling the story, and I'm just going to say
there
that I highly doubt it. Okay?
Oh, so you didn't believe him?
No, because... Come on, you saw what he looked like.
No, Ron wasn't in the car with us.
Ron went. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Okay, you said that maybe if he had a haircut, maybe that was potentially possible.
Well, that was when I had that vantage point from the back seat. But by the time I got a good look at Big Rick,
there's no way. No
Big Rick's honest to God, Ron, Big Rick's ear hair was as long as his sideburns. dirt under his fingernails. I couldn't see his teeth from my vantage point. Dirt under his fingernails and some gray Nike shorts. I may have seen you in a pair of them before, but his are like filthy, like just it was. And he is like volunteering stories about bedding down some gal and how she wanted him to make it official and commit, and he just got up and got dressed and bounced. And
do you give a guy a 5 rating for that story? Like when Rick makes that decision, do you?
I think it's BS and you deduct.
You deduct, right. That felt like a 3.
Well, and then he thought I was Parker because by the time we got out of the vehicle, you know how I like to talk to the Ubers and the Lyft guys. By the time I got out of I kept calling him Big Rick, and he didn't appreciate it. Like he wasn't. He wasn't a heavy set guy at all. But I said Big Rick. He said, "Is that a fat joke?" I was like, "Well, I mean, no." Like he almost got offended by it, right? Well, anyway, when I get out of the car, he goes, "All right, little Parker." So Big Rick was the start from here. But let's. I want to circle back to you. Did not go back to the hotel with us because you went to media days over at the stadium.
Yeah.
Which by the way, can I say that I'm highly disappointed in myself? I didn't put 2 and 2 together of what the hell that was. Like I didn't put 2 and 2 together until I got to the hotel and saw videos of all the players on podiums, and I don't know why.
And all the players on the ground.
Yes. So my dumb ass, I feel like not putting 2 and 2 together, and I should have been there and hung out, and we should have created some content kind of deal, and I just didn't put 2 and 2 together. I don't know where my mind was. I don't know if I had a little fatigue from losing money and doing radio or what. But
so you went and lost some more money.
So instead, I went and double down on them. And the other thing, I found out, Tyler, I told you guys about the river running under the Link Hotel here.
Did you get you a tube?
Well, I could have. There's no doubt about it. I could have. You should have seen this thing screaming when we went back, by the way. I mean, it looks like a full-blown flood river running down there. And apparently, like, I am shocked at how many people aren't panicking. Like there's couches stuck underneath rails.
Like this water's fine.
Tyler, it is like I'm gonna tell you if it rains in the hill country and the rivers come up and they start raging a bit, you know, like people like immediately start saying, hey, stay out of the river, enter at your own risk, blah blah blah. I mean, this is running through the middle of Vegas. And nobody, this is walking around like it's no big deal. And so I had to do some digging. come to find out,
it's a new whitewater attraction.
It could be if they would channel that water the right way. It damn sure could. And clean it up a bit. It damn sure could be. But here's the deal. Here's the deal. I feel like I did the link a disservice now because this is clearly part of your experience when you stay there. Apparently, this hotel was built on top of a drainage channel. And so it was built knowing that that water is going to scream through where the front desk is or the front drop-off is at the Link Hotel. It is legit by design. The hotel was built on top of a drainage channel. So if you stay at the Link and that happens, it's no big deal. No wonder nobody's acting like it's an issue.
Can I add that I had to go to Target this morning and actually buy new shoes and buy new socks.
You had to go to Target?
I had to go to Target because I stepped through the river that Clinton is talking about because there was no way around it, and everything was totally toast. So I went to Target this morning. These are brand new shoes on my feet now, brand new socks.
You wouldn't pick it up. See, I mean, this is a serious issue.
It is ridiculous.
But now,
I'd have never done that.
I mean, you would think that the Link would have somebody there telling everybody, hey, get up. Here's how you get around it when it's happening because it happens so often. And here it is.
Oh, hey, when I got dropped off from my Uber, I had the flight and the distance I had to go to get to the door. I had to walk through the parking garage to get from where they dropped you off. So yeah, man, it has been crazy.
Two more quick things, Ron. You and I ate there again last night. If you are in Vegas and you stay at the Link, the Mexican food joint Tequila Bar downstairs is phenomenal. I've had 2 meals there, phenomenal. The drinks are phenomenal.
4 daiquiris last night.
4 of them. You had a large one. You had a large one when I left.
Yeah, 3 more.
Oh wow! And here's the best, y'all. All right, 2 more things. If you're ever in Vegas, Flow Barbershop.
You did.
Flow Barbershop.
You did. You got to see. That's
my boy Richie at Flow Barbershop.
You got a haircut.
It's a 10-minute Uber from the Strip. It's $35, and everyone a Puerto Rican dude. Boom, boom, boom. Just to the T, son, and got me out of there. It was less than 10 minutes to where we're sitting right now. The other thing,
got up and got a haircut.
I'm coming through security.
That's something I could never do.
I'm coming through security, boys, and I walk out. And guess who's standing right in front of me?
Big Rick.
Also, no, hell no. I don't think Big Rick has gotten out of that driver's seat in 3 days. Mad Dog Russo.
I know you said something to him.
Well, no, he said he looked at me. He goes, "You can go ahead. You can go ahead and go." He was agitated. You can tell. He said, "You can go ahead and go." So I set my bag down on the security, and he immediately goes, "Nope," and he points at my bag. "You got that tag on it?" He said, "They're making us take all the tags off." And so they clipped my tag off, and I was like, all right, cool. And as I'm going through the security line, he's going, "I can't believe y'all are doing this. This is going to be a radio and a TV topic for the next 2 days. This is a joke." And I'm walking. He goes, "You're going to cut that off? That's got John Madden's signature on it." and so we go through the security line, right? I'm thinking
he's losing it.
Oh, he's lost.
He's gone.
He is who you see on TV, like losing. Like he's losing it on these security people. And one of the security gals go, "You still got it? Put it in your pocket."
She get with him. She get with him.
Yeah. I don't even know if she realizes who, because he's standing there.
She don't give a damn who that is. Who you talking to?
He's standing there by himself. So anyway, we get through, and there's a long walk like down a hallway. And
I wonder what church she goes to.
And he's back behind me, and Mad Dog is irate. I mean, he is irate. Can't believe they're making us cut these tags. They didn't do that yesterday.
About some damn tags.
I can't wait to talk about this on TV. And he is heated the whole way through. And in my mind, I'm thinking, damn, man, like, does he ever turn off? Like, that's just the way dude is.
When he's mad, he's mad.
It's unbelievable, man. So anyway, if you do watch Russo today or in the morning, I'm sure
gave it away.
There's going to be, I'm giving away his topic, his A topic. Security here at the convention center at the Mandalay Bay at the.
Yeah, it just ain't that damn deep, Chris.
It ain't that serious. I mean, he was like his blood pressure was up.
If you see him, I want to flag him down and get him on, and let's get in here and talk about it.
Blood pressure was up without a doubt.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
I bet you right now, if we said, "Hey, Mad Dog," he would keep on going. But I bet you said, "Hey, Mad Dog, what about them tags?" I bet he'll stop in his
There ain't no doubt. There ain't no doubt.
And go off with them tags.
Oh, I mean, Ron, he was heated, bro.
Hey, Tyler, you see, Mad Dog, I bet he was spitting all on everybody.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean, you know he's a spitter when he talks.
Trench coat up. I mean, crazy thing, one guy, No entourage, no security,
Yeah,
no
that sounds
nothing.
right. He plays tennis. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, I mean, he was. What does tennis have to do with it? I mean, Mad Dog, he strikes me more as a pickleball guy at this point.
No, he is a hardcore tennis player.
Well, he better. I bet.
Short white shorts. Let's go.
Well, let me
Cal
tell you
is a kick-ass racquetball player.
Yes. Yeah. Let me tell you what.
I'm not gonna lie to you. That is.
There ain't the guy I just saw. There ain't no way he is a kick-ass tennis player.
I'm telling you.
I mean,
don't let him say
he
that.
ain't moving well enough to be a kick-ass.
Man, I bet you he is. I've seen him. Now this may have been 20 years ago, but I've seen him. That's his deal.
Well,
that's his sport.
If intensity does it, that's it. I just couldn't imagine being that intense all the time.
That man, that Cal is a kick-ass racquetball player. That's got to be one of the top. For me personally, one of the top 5 things that I just caught me off guard in laughter, and it gets me every single time. Just out of nowhere. But I bet Cal's a kick-ass.
I bet he is. I know he denies it.
He denies it.
Cal is a kick-ass racquetball player.
Shout out.
River Oaks Racquetball Club, I guarantee you he's in the mix.
Shout out to our guys and our people, Yingling Flight, who have helped us get here, as well as Low T.
Yes.
Hey, again, day 2. We're in here in our nice new polos. All shout out to old Bull shirts that hooked us up. I got the gray on today. You went with the blue. So we appreciate all of our sponsors helping us get here to cover Radio Row. Hey, we lost a legend there. Toby Keith. We lost Toby Keith. I woke up this morning. Tyler is a little bit behind us, so he was up. And I saw the text. Tyler said, we lost Toby Keith. By the way, Tyler, I don't think you ever described death that way until you met me.
Oh, that's fact.
We lost Toby Keith, and 62 years old, man. Too bad. And you know me, my issues with country music. I don't always have them, but I got Toby Keith.
You got Toby Keith is one that I would imagine.
Oklahoma. I got Toby Keith, the legend. My favorite Toby Keith moment was when he suplexed Jeff Jarrett and held his ass up. Toby, I didn't know Toby was that strong. Held him up and then slammed him. Back in the day, that old Toby Keith, man, strong son of a gun there. Damn, we lost Toby.
Big boy. Look, there's no doubt, man. You talk. I did not realize. I'll be honest. I watched a Dean Dillon documentary. For those that don't know, he wrote a huge chunk of George Strait's number one hits and some of his albums actually. I did not know that Toby Keith had worked so intimately with Dean Dillon in that run where he had everything he touched was gold. I didn't know Dean Dillon was behind a lot of that. But my point in saying all that is now, I obviously am aware of Toby Keith, but I had no idea how many hits Toby Keith actually had until you look at the list. Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue, obviously should have been a Cowboy, as good as I once was. How Do You Like Me Now? Red Solo Cup, which I am absolutely disappointed in myself for 2 things. Number one, not understanding what the hell was going on yesterday at the field here in Vegas and going. Number 2, there is no reason we shouldn't have Red Solo Cups on our table right now, drinking out of Red Solo Cups, boys.
That's a good call.
I love this bar.
And she
made
went to
in
Target
America.
today.
I mean, who did? You went to Target
Lori,
today? Yeah.
she could have got him.
I mean, just on and on. Beer for my horses. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. The hits that he had, as well as you talk about a guy that did so much for our troops fighting overseas, would go over there and do concerts for those guys and gals. And we lost a good one, man. No doubt about it, man.
You ever see him live?
I did. Saw Toby Keith multiple times.
Tyler,
live.
you ever seen him live?
I saw him do a song or two actually in the Bull, our sister station here, in their tent a couple of rodeos ago.
I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, before our cookout. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
He's tremendous. But again, when you and a lot of his songs are drinking songs or patriotic songs, and so it's hard to not have emotional swings or attachments to your Red Solo Cup, or they're just easy to relate to or move you emotionally. It was just. He was awesome, man. I did have. I always now I feel bad, but I had a bad experience with Toby Keith one time. Chris Cagle is a buddy of mine.
Is that the concert in Dallas?
Yes.
Where you got thrown out?
No. No, I did not get thrown out of this one. We were at Billy Bob's in the back room, and it was kind of I don't remember exactly what kind of event it was, but Toby Keith was. There were several artists there, and Toby Keith was one of them, and he had been drinking. I mean, after his show, he kind of big leagued my boy. Chris Cagle, and I didn't appreciate it, so I was mad at Toby Keith for a while, but I got over it. And Toby, I drank many a cold beer to Toby Keith music, but We lost a good one, man.
Gone too soon, man. Cancer sucks.
We lost a good one, man. He fought, but it was one of those where you could see when you'd see him, like his last performance.
He had lost a lot of weight.
Oh, yeah. So, but, yeah, sad day in the country music world for sure, man.
Yep. Pour one out for Toby Keith. Rest in peace. As Clint said, lost a good one. Lost a legend.
I'd pay $100 right now for a red Solo cup.
I would not. Coming up, one of the big questions about Sunday's game in the Super Bowl here, one of the big questions that's being talked about for the 49ers. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys out there, ladies too, if you're listening, you have
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The sexiest afternoon show in the country is back with you right now. Clint goes with the fresh haircut.
Okay.
Damn
Tyler,
right.
look at big Tyler, man. Look at Tyler out there, man. And then, I mean, of course, the visionary. As we roll through, I can't even get that out without laughing, man. As we roll through. Here, someone texted in, had to be awesome to go to Media Day to see your team run. I bet your son was jealous as hell. What I tell you how pissed off Trey was when we initially told him we were going to the Super Bowl? That man ran to his room and cried.
Really?
I gotta stop taking him to stuff. I mean, I guess he thinks he's entitled to just go.
We going to Las Vegas.
He just we going. Oh, you going to the Super Bowl and I'm not going?
I mean, he should have said, well, Dad, you can get 12 tickets for the KC game. Dad, you can get 4 tickets to the KU Houston game. Surely I can go to the Super Bowl with you. Surely.
I started messing with say, you know what, man, son, I think I'm going to go ahead and just stay and go to the game. I'll get it for you.
I think you got to text him that right now on his little watch.
He was
watch him melt.
I told him down here, I said, I just got done talking to MVS. Just got done talking to George Karlaftis down here on the field. I said, really? Oh, he was so hot. I said, yeah, I'm going to go to the Super Bowl. We're going? I said, no, I'm going. Oh, he was hot. I said, man, if you don't calm your ass down. All right, speaking of the Super Bowl, Clint, one of the big conversations obviously is you've got a unique thing with coach and quarterback. You've got I think there's an argument, the two best coaches in the game. I think Sean McVay is in there too. As well, but Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan, especially when you start looking at consistency, these two have been two of the most consistent teams, the Chiefs and the 49ers, in the last several years. This is the second meeting of these two teams in the Super Bowl. So they've been really consistent. And then you got the quarterbacks, obviously Mahomes, and now Brock Purdy has been a major talking point in this thing. For the 49ers in particular, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in with your thoughts as well on the text line 713-572-4610. Who do you think has the most at stake coming out of this game between Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan? Who do you think has the most at stake here, the quarterback Purdy, or the coach Kyle Shanahan?
That's a good question, man. I think it's you could probably make a case for. In fact, I know you can make a case for both of them. I'm going to say Brock Purdy simply.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, because look how you started the segment, right? I mean, you said these are the two best coaches in the league, arguably, right? Shanahan's going to get his respect. Now, there's a conversation to be had about why didn't he win a Super Bowl if he doesn't win a Super Bowl, and why couldn't he get over that hump and all that kind of jive. But as long as he consistently wins, and all of us can easily see that he is a top tier head coach and a great offensive mind and a great developer, I think he's gonna get his love. I think it's Brock Purdy. I mean, the guys before us in the loop just had a quick conversation right before we came on talking about Brock Purdy getting disrespected. I don't know how you can look at it. Call it disrespect, call it doubt, call it whatever you want to call it. If a guy was 6'4", athletic, had a loose arm and crazy arm talent, and came into the league and was 24-6 in regular season and the playoffs, went to the NFC Championship game, got hurt. All the quarterbacks got hurt. They lose the NFC Championship, and the next year runs them back to the Super Bowl. If anybody that was a first-round pick or even a top 2-round pick and had some kind of sexy play to his game, they would be the talk of the NFL right now. And instead, the conversation around Brock Purdy consistently is, well, he's a system guy, and he's the last pick of the draft, and can he do this or can he do that, or what does he have to do to be taken serious? I think it's Brock Purdy, and I don't even, to be honest with you, I think it's a great question, but I don't know that it's close, because the only way Brock Purdy's going to get the respect that he deserves is to win the big one and beat guys like Mahomes. Like, getting to the Super Bowl is not enough. Like, he's got to go beat Mahomes in the Super Bowl to get the respect.
And see, I think it's easy the other way. I think it's Shanahan. And to what you're saying, though, like, and I'll get to my reasoning for Shanahan. What you're saying is just it's so ridiculous for Brock Purdy, right? Like, Brock Purdy is in this weird situation where everyone, and almost everyone, no one believes he's, like, great, right? Except they have these expectations for him to perform like that, right?
Go beat
like
Mahomes.
It's like, yo, no. I want to spend all this time letting you know that he is not elite and he is not great. But if they don't win, the person I'm coming at is not Christian McCaffrey, who I keep telling you is great. It's not even Kyle Shanahan, who I know is great, or Debo, or any of these other guys. It's you. You the reason. It's weird.
Yeah.
We don't believe that you are good. You're that good, but we're going to put all the blame on you if they lose, right? So it's a weird situation. Like, Brock Purdy should already be in the, hey, man, I was the last pick of the draft, and I have helped lead this team to back-to-back NFC championship games, and we made the Super Bowl in my first 2 years, right? And there's an argument that we would have made it last year if I didn't get injured, right? Kyle Shanahan has 28-3. Where he was the OC and helped give up that game. He had a 10-point lead with 6 minutes and 37 seconds left against the Chiefs in the last Super Bowl he was in, and they lost the game. He's just got these weird moments, and I think for him, he's the one that we feel is great, and he needs the hardware to solidify that. And so I think it's a bigger deal for him because I think it's going to be the one because you know it. I mean, he's the one that gave up all those draft picks to go and get Trey Lance, and that blew up, and nobody gives a lot to that. So, and paid Jimmy Garoppolo and wanted all that. So I think it's Kyle because I can't bring myself to believe that Brock Purdy in year 2 of getting to the Super Bowl in his second year, like.
But it doesn't just stop there, Ron. Like there's as we were eating last night, I keep looking up at the screen, and there's a highlight of Brock Purdy in the pocket. My man gets front side pressure, and he pedals just a bit and puts his foot in the ground and drives a touchdown throw to, I think it was Brandon Ayuk. It may have been one of the other receivers, but I think it was Brandon Ayuk. And I'm going to tell you, if Pat would have made that throw, it was an unbelievable highlight reel type throw. And that throw right there should be enough for you to say, this dude's gifted. This dude can spin it. This dude he's not just a system quarterback. He's not just a game manager. Like, he makes big boy throws in big boy moments. And yet it seems like every time I turn the TV on, it's about him being a system quarterback. And it's just there's the lack of respect for me is at some point we got to quit talking about Brock Purdy being the last pick of the draft. I mean, in a negative light, right?
I know we got to go to break. I got to take you. It just came to me as you said it, and I want to get your opinion because I think it's going to make some people here listening in Houston freak. But I got an opinion based off something you just said, and a person and a player for the Texans who needs to have the offseason of his life. A person we don't talk about a lot, but we need to be talking about him more. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys out there, you've heard me talk about
610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into to The Drive. We are live here at Radio Row here in Las Vegas, getting you everything you need to know about the Super Bowl coming up, and obviously talking about what you want to talk about as well in Houston, and having a little fun as we always do here. And Clint, we were talking about Brock Purdy. You were saying you were just breaking it down, talking about there are a couple of throws that he made that, you know, had that been somebody else that was a higher pick or that had a little sexy thing that he does, we would view it differently. And I agree with you. I think Brock makes. There was a play to Kyle Juszczyk in the NFC Championship game where he avoided a sack and threw it like it looked like a shortstop in the hole and threw it, and Kyle caught it and kept his feet in bounds. Like, that's not just a Kyle Shanahan called a great play. But I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, when I watch him, I think he's not. Like, when I watch CJ, it's not that. Like, they're in the same ballpark. When I watch, they
play the same game.
That's when I watch CJ Stroud, and when I watch Brock Purdy, like, I don't look at them and think, man, you know, like, yeah, they play in the same game, but boy, CJ is like way up. Like, I watch and I think Brock makes a lot of plays that CJ makes a lot of throws that CJ throws. Like, that's like, they remind me of each other's game. Like, CJ is more athletic than maybe you give him credit for, and CJ, you give him a shot to run, he can go and get yards, but I mean, he's not Lamar, and Brock's less accurate than him, I think, and I think he puts the ball in harm's way more than we've seen CJ in this first year. But their games are they are a very similar watch. One is a number 2 overall pick and doesn't have as many people around him, and then but that he reminds their games remind me of.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, man. I mean, I agree. I mean, you start talking about the way Drew Brees plays the game, and the supporting cast Drew had when he won Super Bowls and made big runs, and I mean, it's just it's crazy that the lack of respect that the kid gets and has gotten to this point is it blows my mind. Look, by the way, to your point of like C.J. Stroud being more accurate and putting the ball in harm's way less, C.J. Stroud does that better than anybody in the league right now. I mean, C.J. Stroud does that better than anybody in the league right now. So there's 31 other quarterbacks that we could say that about. So. And that, like, that's a great conversation of like from an accuracy standpoint, but just like the lack of respect, the play that I just talked about, the discipline and the habit that you have to create, and the calm, cool under pressure that you have to possess, skill that you have to possess to under pressure pedal and stay on your surfboard and stay on your platform and not bail and go try to make plays with your feet, and then when you're getting hit in the chin, driving the football in that tight window for a touchdown on that highlight play I was just talking about. Like, that is a tremendous skill. That is an unbelievable skill. And it's just wild, man. And I love the Cam Newton, original Cam Newton comments that sparked this whole game manager deal, because I think it's a great conversation. It's a great talking point. And it's been good for us over 2-3 weeks, so I'm here for it. I just can't wrap my head around how much disrespect ultimately the kid gets.
Yep, and he makes a lot of the same plays that CJ does, and their games are not that far off. Speaking of, he's just got a lot more help than CJ does, right? He's got a lot more talent around him than CJ does, and some of the plays that are made behind his throws, But hopefully that will change for CJ next year, and he has more explosiveness around him. And one guy, I don't know if he's going to be a part of this or not, but a guy that needs to have a hell of an offseason. And, Clint, I know for you did not have a lot of belief that Nico Collins would have the type of season or turnaround that we watched this year.
Yep.
You were open about that before the season. Like, a big reason was, hey, I don't love this receiving core because Nico Collins is a guy that you're going to be really depending on. Maybe your top guy. But he did make a jump and did something, and you weren't alone on that. There made a jump and had the Pro Bowl level type season he had. I'm not saying that this player is going to make this jump. Do you have any feeling that John Mechie could pull any kind of type of Nico Collins to have a jump in his play to where he really impacts this offense? Because last year, man, he's 16 catches, 158 yards, no touchdowns, 3 drops, and he ran the ball once for 4 yards. Just a season where it started off slow for him, obviously recovering from the health situation, but then he did get in the lineup more as the season went on. You get any sense that John Mechie could surprise you the way that Nico did?
Well, it would have to be the way Nico did. I mean, that's ultimately.
Because right now you're probably less confident now than you were
I thought
Nico.
more. No, I mean, I thought more of Nico than what I think of John Mechie right now. Like I just thought we knew who Nico was, and that was, a guy that's got a nice body and can run a little bit and may catch a 50-50 ball from time to time. But beyond that, there was nothing that we had seen or there was nothing that we had heard from the coaches that led us to believe he was going to be what he ended up being, which I'm not talking about the 1,000+ yard receiving. I'm talking about the way in which he put up those numbers. Like John Mechie, if he does surprise us, it will definitely be in a Nico Collins-like way. Because what we've seen from John Mechie at this point in time, and I understand the sickness and him fighting and the hell, I gave him more time than anybody else was. I didn't think he would even see the field this year after what he went through last year. But when you look at what John Mechie did this year, I mean, just the inability to create any level of separation. Like, forget the ball being thrown your way.
Yeah, that jumped out.
Forget the ball being thrown your way. I'm talking about.
And with his size, he's got to. Like, yes. He's not Nico where.
Well, there's got to be a Tank Dell dynamic to him where he can change directions, and he's a great route runner, and there's a burst, there's a change of speed. There's a level of twitch that's there that allows him to create the separation because he's not going to be Nico and run through a bunch of tackles and hopefully catch some 50-50 balls.
Yeah,
and I'll be honest with you, I didn't think that Mechie was ever going to transition to the league and be this burner and catch all these deep routes like we saw him catching at Alabama.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, if he does play well and he does put up big numbers next year and he does contribute in a big way, it will absolutely be a Nico Collins level of like, wow, where did this come from? Because there's been nothing outside of film at Alabama. There's been nothing that we've seen at the NFL level where you look at it and you go, okay, that's a glimpse of what this is what we got to get more of, or this is what we've got to focus on and work around and getting touches in this manner. Like there's nothing outside of the wheel route where Bobby Slowick schemed it up against the Browns, and he had that little chunk play. I mean, outside of that, there's just
that's the part, because I see a lot of people say, all right, like I've seen it on the text line, year three, this is it, year 3. But man, the worst thing for him to me is the immediacy of what Tank Dell can do.
Yeah.
Right? Like the immediacy of like and it could be for whatever reason it is. But fellas, he's not close to that.
Yeah.
Like I mean, what I just talked about. Oh, hey, CJ and Brock Purdy not being in the same. It's like he is not anywhere near what Tank is showing to be out on the field and Tank's a receiver that was drafted later than him, is smaller than him, and went to a different type of school, and he went to Alabama, and I understand the medical situation. I really do. I'm not saying that had to do with it. I'm just simply saying, moving to this next year, that's the scary part, man. As you said, his lack of ability to create any kind of separation. The Jets game was a real eye-opener to that. He could not get away from anybody. And then and then seeing what he did in games. Okay, all right. You're all right here? I mean, what are we doing here? Who is that?
That's
Carrot Top? Oh, my God. Tyler, have you seen Carrot Top? I'm sorry, but just John Mechie, you're going to have to. Wow, my God.
Something, isn't it?
Carrot Top looks like the way that Peter King looked walking up them steps yesterday.
Holy
cow. The back arch.
You're talking about the posture.
The posture.
Clearly, you're not talking about the appearance.
Not the appearance, yes.
I mean,
by the way, he's got some triceps, though. My goodness. Carrot Top's got some real triceps over there. Wow. That's that on him, but.
That is interesting.
That is a hell of an attire there. That's a look there. Wow, how old is a good Carrot Top? He's got to.
I don't know.
Is Carrot Top pushing 60?
I think he may be joining us tomorrow.
Is he?
He is 58 years old.
I was about to say he's got to be pushing 60.
Good gosh.
Yeah, that fella there looks like that fella that just walked in looks like he's lived a hard life.
That attire.
That whole look.
That's an interesting get up.
My God, man. What's he eat? Jesus.
He is. Carrot Top is joining y'all tomorrow, 4:40, right here.
We got this guy. Oh my God.
Carrot Top, 4:40 tomorrow. Mark your calendars and alarms now.
We got Carrot Top, 4:40. Oh, yes.
Right after Ed McCaffrey.
Right after. We got Ed?
Yeah, we got Ed McCaffrey.
Oh, God. I'm going to have to tell Ed to his face I sports hate him.
Here's one you're going to be real excited about for tomorrow, Ron. Brian Jones is going to join us as well.
Brian Jones. Oh, I like Brian Jones. Yes, yeah. College football. I like Brian Jones. But yeah. Ed McCaffrey. I used to sports hate Ed McCaffrey when he was at the Denver Broncos. His son is obviously Christian. Oh, it'll be a fun day tomorrow. God, Carrot Top. My God, man. Whew. Boy, what kind of parties he been through. Jesus. He looks like he still drinks Keystone, Tyler. He still drinks Keystone.
You think he still gets down? You think he still parties big time?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, by what just walked through here, hell yeah.
It looks like he had him a night.
I mean, he looks like he parties solo. Like
he hurts his nose, I believe.
Okay.
I had to retire early. I hurt my nose.
Yeah. Hey, Tyler, I swear, I have not heard him speak. The way that guy walked through here, he seems like a slow talker. He seems like what you just did hurt my nose last night.
He might be until, you know what I mean?
I can't wait to hear his answer to the first question that we're going to ask him, which is, do you think that Taylor Swift's going to get a ring by the end of 2024? I cannot wait to hear what he gives us coming up. All right, big three coming up. Mauricio Dubon. He got a W last night. Good for him, man. Good for him. We'll give you the latest on what happened with his contract situation. And coming up in the next couple of days can be a really, really huge day for one of the biggest athletes and the best athletes in the history of Houston. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, Twin Peaks. Y'all know that's the place.
To Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1, we're live here at Radio Row here in Las Vegas. And number 2, Clint, apparently the way this camera setup is, the people can still see me during these breaks. And as I see here on the on YouTube and Twitch, right here. Hey, Ron from Sally, are them wings good? Marlon King, got to be. Joe Green, you giving that chicken hell, Ron. Sally, damn wings. CJ Jack, damn, Ron, cleaning the hell out of them wings.
The wet mouth.
Apparently, I'll tell you, I'm going to break a wing down now. I'm going to get all that meat off of it. Oh, damn, Tyler. All right.
What happened?
He's salivating with that drop right there. I'm going to get all that. That's not the last time I'll hear from. I'm going to get all that meat off of it from Tyler Milner.
You know it already, man. You know it.
Yeah, yep. People over here hooked us up with some wings, and I found out that break was a good time to polish them bad boys off. I'm gonna get through them, and I ain't gonna leave nothing on there. I'm gonna get to the bones, baby, right on off that thing. But As we are live here, a little baseball news. We talked about yesterday. There was an arbitration hearing between the Astros and Mauricio Dubon. And Dubon, who countered at $3.5 million, and the Astros wanted to go ahead and go with just a flat $3 million. According to Chandler Rome of The Athletic earlier today, Mauricio Dubon won that arbitration case against the Astros, and he'll make $3.5 this season. He got his $500,000, damn it. Mauricio Dubon got the W. And I'm wondering from you two questions, everybody out there listening, although Clint will be the first one to be able to answer verbally on this. One, you think you got any concerns that maybe he takes a step back and last year was just kind of an anomaly and he doesn't have the impact on the team that he did last year? And two, the other question, where do you think he ends up playing? Do you think he ends up just being a utility guy, or do you think he ends up being a bigger part, potentially an everyday type player?
I absolutely believe he ends up being a bigger part. Look, it's going to be hard to I think mirror what he did last year, because that wasn't just good numbers. That was like he was clutch as hell.
You remember how bad we were talking about him from the plate?
Yeah, I mean that was unbelievable. I mean, the year he had last year was wild. So I would think that he would, either way it goes, he would have a hard time duplicating last year. But I still think he is just immensely important to this season with the Astros. If I had to bet right now, he would end up being your center fielder.
You think so? You think that by at some point this year he becomes the everyday center fielder or outfielder?
I think Jake Myers would have to pull a Nico Collins for me to feel like he's the best option in center field for this baseball team. That's right. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I hope Jake Myers goes out there and hits 300. His speed is a game changer. In center field, his range is crazy, and he's climbing. I hope Jake Myers becomes whatever in the hell the Astros scouts and their coaches and their organization, whatever they think of this, whatever they've seen. I hope that he becomes that guy. But if he does, it would be a Nico Collins-like emergence for Jake Myers, and I've not seen it. To me, I don't. I think it's going to be underwhelming from Jake Myers this year, and I think it's going to be very, very, very difficult for the entire organization to even shape their mouth to say, "Hey, we're going to keep Dubon on the bench after what we saw last year, and we're going to keep riding this Jake Myers experience."
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, Clint, because this year you'd either say, like, hey, he is like he finally got it, like whatever it was, that whatever the comfort is, it clicked. Or, like, did he just have a hell of – because last year is a clear outlier to the rest of his career. Like,
you talking about Dubon?
Dubon, like that, like
absolutely.
He's career highs across the board, 10 home runs. I mean, and to fairness to him, the most at-bats he had ever gotten in a season was 243. Last year he got 467. So he got doubled his at-bats. And then when you look at that, he's got 130 hits, 26 doubles, 10 homers. He gets double-digit homers, 46 RBIs, and he was sitting in that leadoff role a lot. Hit 278, and that was with it dropping there. And then, as you said, he even performed even more in the postseason and won a Gold Glove last year for his work as a utility player. So there is a thought that maybe that was just a big season. But I'm with you, man. The way he played last year, it feels like it's just hard to keep him off the field, right? And listen, I know some of you all don't want to hear this. Somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody's going to get hurt. And I know you don't know, Tyler, you don't want to hear it, but you know this team, and you know the guys that they have on this team, and you know certain positions, I won't say their names for bad luck, but are going to do a stint or two on the IL. They just do. They just do, and so we'll see that he'll probably get a lot of playing time that way as well. But it just seems like it's going to be hard to keep that dude off the field. And boy, Jake Myers just don't seem like the guy that's just going to be able to just keep him off the field. You're right, man. Jake's going to have to pull a.
Well, to your point,
have to pull a C.J. Stroud.
To your point, I mean, if something happens in the middle infield, either of the middle infield spots, and Dubon has to obviously play a significant amount of games at the middle infield spot, then maybe Jake survives. But to me, the best Astros right now.
Damn, you just said that too. Somebody just texted and said, I think Dubon could go out and get Pena's job if he's not producing at a certain rate.
No, I don't believe that is in any way, shape, or form a possibility. But if he has to play because of injury in the middle infield, then I could see where Jake Myers lasts a little longer than maybe his play would permit. But it is like Jake. What does Jake have to do? Like, what kind of season does Jake Myers have to have for at the trade deadline? We're not sitting here talking about
getting an upgrade.
Well, I mean, whether it's an upgrade or at the trade deadline or All-Star break, whatever midseason, like for us to not be going, hey y'all, Dubon was lights out last year in clutch. Like, he has to hit 300. He has to hit 300 and his speed be a game changer, and the defense with everything except for the arm strength obviously has to be a major
You're
plus.
saying to even out.
To eliminate Dubon from the center field conversation. Like Jake Myers, what kind of year does Jake Myers have to have? I mean, he's got to be out of his mind, right?
Well, not to them, I don't think. I mean, to them, I don't think, because what has he done to start the sucker? Like, what has he done? Like, what has he done to make you think, yeah, he should start this year at center?
Well, like I said, I firmly believe the only way I can couch this up is that.
And you're trying.
Well, no, I just think that this is hey, let's see who we got in this young dude. Because I've said it multiple times. Like, I don't like the rotation in center field simply because, as a hitter, you would like to settle in some kind of routine, and you'd like to have the opportunity to work out of a slump when you're slumping. Like, none of those guys have that opportunity because they're rotating so often. And so, I think it's unfair to label a guy as lesser than or greater than, to be honest with you, when that's the case. I think it's give him extended time in center field, commit to him, and let's see what we got in this young guy.
Yeah. All right, Dubon, we'll see what happens, but he does get his money, and he should be happy and ready to go for spring training coming up here very, very soon, and we'll see what type of impact he is allowed to have on this team coming up this year.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
I forgot all about that doobie. All right, Texans legend Andre Johnson, arguably the best player in the history of the organization. He will be up for the Hall of Fame for the third time. Will the third time be the charm? The other finalists this year, and I think we'll find out all of this Thursday. So that'll be a big one coming up as NFL honors, and usually that's when we find out. I would imagine somebody is probably going to sneak this out, and maybe there's something that jumps out before that. But as soon as we get any kind of information, we'll talk about that. But Andre Johnson's there with Reggie Wayne, Torrey Holt, Eric Allen, Jared Allen, Willie Anderson, the tackle, Jair Evans, Dwight Freeney, Antonio Gates, Rodney Harrison, Devin Hester, who there have been drops that Devin Hester might be in. I've heard that rumored this week. Julius Peppers, Fred Taylor, Patrick Willis, and then a guy you know very, very well, Darren Woodson, are the finalists. And I don't know what's going to happen. I just find the whole thing ridiculous. Like what will now make you believe, all right, now I know Andre's a Hall of Famer? To me, what is it now about year 3 that you know, all right, to me, I think Andre's a Hall of Famer. All right, you got to wait stuff. What is it about year 3? Like, aha, it's hit me. The stupid rule stuff about, we got to wait. It's dumb. It's just dumb. It's silly. It's silly about the whole thing. He's a Hall of Famer. He should be in, and if he's got to wait 4, 5, 6, 7 years, it's just silly as hell to me.
Yeah, no, I think it's silly. I think the conversations around. Well, you also have Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne are in the mix. So that's 2 other receivers. We're talking about Hall of Famers here. I don't give a damn if 3 of them are wide receivers. Like, I don't care what the class looks like.
Get
like
in.
And I've heard McClain talk about it multiple times. Well, that's going to play in. That's not going to play in his favor. And like, I don't get. I hate those kind of conversations of, well, you can't have this many guys in the same class from the same team or from the same position. Hey, man, if you're a Hall of Famer and you deserve to be in, man, get it done.
Man, it is the reason why I'm annoyed by Hall of Fames.
It's awful.
Because they put limits on who can be in there. And so the difference is, to your question, Ron, is like, what's the difference between now? He's no more of a Hall of Famer now than he was a couple of years ago. The difference is the pool and who he goes up against. And so he's more of a Hall of Famer against his competition, as opposed to just isolated what type of player he was. He was a Hall of Famer when he retired. He was a Hall of Famer when he first became eligible. He is a Hall of Famer today. It is insane. I couldn't agree more.
But to the point you're making, they've never even reached the limit, though. Like any of the years that he's been available, they've never reached the threshold of amount of guys they could. But they put in like 2 last year.
And that's the thing about it, though. Whatever the gatekeeping is, it needs to cease. Like I feel like they should be way more liberal about Hall of Fames, because there are certain folks, to me, are automatic. I don't think Andre's automatic, but he's definitely a Hall of Famer to me. But like, imagine this: 4 years from now, Tom Brady and J.J. Watt are going to have to be voted into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
To me, there should be a criteria. 5, 8 All-Pros, whatever it is. If you meet this certain criteria, we ain't got to sit around and do no song and dance.
Right.
You're in. You get the moonwalk in if you want to, and we can move on to the next thing.
Or there's no deal of, all right, Andre, all right, Chris Carter had to wait 7 years, or T.O. had to wait 5 years, so now we got to make you wait 5 years because we were all stupid during that time.
And there's that domino effect, because now, and think about it, fast forward to that scenario that I talked about, J.J. Watt and Tom Brady going to keep somebody out.
Yeah.
Somebody that should have probably been in by then, when they shouldn't even factor into it. They should just be in, period.
But to the point like this, Clint, and you, and I feel bad for him, and you know him more than I do, and I think I'm really surprised that Darren Woodson hadn't made it to the Hall of Fame. You know, usually when you have a great team like that, anybody who is all pro, they make it. There's like, when you look at any of the dynasties, they got a load of them. And Darren Woodson was always in the Pro Bowl and was one of the top guys on that team. But Clint, how long has Darren Woodson been retired?
Ooh.
You know what I mean? Like, how long is he?
I don't know exactly, but
it's
got to be close to 20 years by now.
I'm just saying. So he's still a finalist. Like, he's a final. Like, how many?
I bet it's been 15 years.
I bet he's been on this list double-digit years. I mean, come on, man. What, year 11? Oh, now Darren's a Hall of Famer.
Darren Woodson has not played in the NFL since 2003.
03, yes.
Yeah, I thought it was 20 years.
That's my first year of college,
years.
Clint.
Yeah.
My first year of college.
04, I'm sorry, 04. Excuse me, forgive me.
That still might have been my first year of college.
Same thing, though.
That had the same grade.
It's absurd.
It's just.
I'm going to go ahead and kick my soapbox, man. You struck a nerve with
it. It's just, well, that's Brandon Scott, who was out playing beer pong last night, too, losing. Not to me.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
I handed you a winner.
Yeah.
And I handed you a winner.
I ain't lose like no bitch or nothing, but it was shameful. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, man. I handed you a winner. I mean, and now Juan had to pick up his confidence against you. All right. Speaking of that, man. I found them last night, boy. I told you I was gonna run into some daiquiris and some problems. I found them bad boys last night, and it got away from me. And I got to address something, because I don't know. I'm out of the loop, Tyler, but people keep saying this on YouTube and Twitch. Like, oh, Ron, are you going to address the Area 45 guys? I have no idea what I need to be addressing, Tyler.
Some accusations, man. Some accusations.
Really? Oh, hell, I like this kind of party, as Mike Singletary would say. Let's do that dance coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Yeah, all right, man. If you've got chronic joint pain, you got to be sick of it, man. You got to dread the idea of surgery. I mean, who wouldn't at this point in time, right? Good news is I've got a solution that doesn't require surgery, and it's QC Kinetics, man. The state of healthcare is always changing.
every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. An hour from now, Brandon Scott said I was too sensitive about something that happened yesterday to Patrick Mahomes. I don't agree. We'll see if you and the people and Clint and Tyler agree with him. I almost used you as a reason why I don't think I'm being too sensitive about the situation. So
if it's what I think it is, which I have no idea, but I did listen to everything yesterday. If it's what I think it is, I'm completely in your corner on this.
Yeah.
I thought Tyler may. I think Tyler may have snuck into media days last night.
Yep. We're on the same page. Okay, about an hour from now.
Damn, Tyler.
An hour from now, was I being too sensitive? And don't just assume yes, because many of you just will assume yes. Hey, last night, I said I had Tyler. I had four daiquiris, and it would have been 5, but the place was closed. That's right by the elevator. It shut down by the time I was walking up, but I had planned to get another one on the way up as a finisher. But those daiquiris, them strawberry ones. I just put them away. Tyler, Clint, you saw the first one.
These are big boys, too, now. I mean, these are big boys. Tyler, they look really big in Ron's hands.
Houston's all about that purple drink. My man Ron, the show, is all about the pink drink.
Yeah.
All about the pink.
It was strawberry, baby. It was strawberry, and I mean, whoo.
Yes.
The first one in our guys, that second, those last 3, Clint, wow. That was strong.
Were they regular? Were they at least regular shaped jars, or were you in on like some of the long neck? Like
the guy is drunk.
Neck, kind of hurricane type drinks.
So I had 2 of the one that was the size you saw me, and then I had 2 of the smaller one, the smaller size. Brandon ordered one, so I said, "Well, I can't have you drink alone, so I'll drink another one." Sure. And I was itching to do it anyhow. But I had that one, and in my mind I had planned. I saw Laura get that. It was like a strawberry and a lemon. That was a pink lemonade number
at the.
My plan after playing beer pong.
Grab one. and go
2 pitchers down of that. Gonna grab one of those as a nightcap right by the elevator. Why not?
Right.
Saw that Red Bull's gonna get a couple of those for the morning, and I was ready to go.
By the way, those are $9 a piece.
I know. Yep. I got another one. Woo!
Love that money.
Yeah, dog, Tyler, I ran into them bad boys. I was 4 daiquiris down, and I'm telling you, boy, I was on a hot streak. Someone said yesterday, it's probably boring to go to Vegas with Ryan. I found that beer pong table. Listen.
I know that elbow of yours.
Listen, I'm telling you, where I am, the type of guy on the table where I am is you better get me in the first game. You better. I am Justin Verlander. You better get me in the first 2 innings. Justin in the first 2 innings, you got a shot at getting
Ver's
Justin
going to be Ver.
Verlander in those first 2 innings, he might load the bases up, might walk a couple. If you remember him in that game 1 against the Twins, and then he just went ahead and shut him down in the division in the divisional series. That's me. He got me in that first one. I had a lead on him, 3-1, and then I let Juan get back in it. In the second 2 games, I just whooped his ass. I'm telling you, that game 2, man. Time. That game 2, he had 6 cups left when I finished that thing off.
I'm in there trying to get some sleep, being a responsible adult on a work week, and he's texting me that he's beating up on Juan.
I love it.
And Juan's good. Now Juan is who is a player, who's a quarterback, that just takes chances. That's good and really talented, but just takes chances. Don't just
Brett Favre.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, yes. Juan's Josh Allen. Yep, Juan's Josh Allen. See, we played 10 Cup. Juan came off the bat and said, "Hey, we got 2 re-racks."
Wait, but so y'all were playing one-on-one?
One-on-one. But Juan's like, "I'm not going to re-rack." Said, okay.
Oh, he's not going to.
No,
so
he refused to.
Oh,
so he
wow.
just left holes all over.
Yeah.
You know who did re-rack?
You.
This guy. Just drilling.
The professional.
Just drilling it.
Mr. Professional.
You can sit there. You can sit there and be hard if you like to, but I'm sure the hell gonna do it.
Y'all didn't have teammates, though. Y'all were playing one-on-one.
We was playing one-on-one. We did, man. We had a series going on. We had a 3-game set. And then I worked him over. That last game, I let him in. He lost by 4 cups.
I'm proud of you, dude. That's a hell of a night.
I saw Juan then start getting down to it. Then Juan finally hit his one rack in that last game when he was getting beat down. Juan tried to do a bounce on me. I hit that thing all the way to the.
He tried to bounce it in.
Oh, I hit it all the way to the other side of the table. I swung that sucker.
Dude, Dikembe Mutombo'd him.
And I'm probably going to catch one game tonight. I'm watching.
And by the
end
of it, I think Brandon came on in that last game, and he was there, and I had done a really good job of not talking trash to Juan and just playing a friendly game. And then by the end, but I don't know him well, I don't know him. But then by the end of it, then I just start talking trash to Juan. I said, Juan, man, I told him, I said, Juan, why don't you just go ahead and just give me the ball? You're not gonna make it.
after that third daiquiri.
After that second pitcher, I said, Juan, man, just give him to me, man. You ain't gonna
I'm
make
just now picking this up. It was a pitcher.
We had pitchers of beer to play the game.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant your
we went through 3 pitchers of beer.
Okay, gotcha.
Brandon got the end of the third one, but we went through 3 pitchers of beer and played that thing. All right, Tyler, I need to – what is going on? Because you said you haven't understood.
Dude.
What is going on with the Area 45 guys? Someone texts – I've seen this a couple of times on YouTube and Twitch that are we not going to address the Area 45 guys?
There were some accusations made last night, dude. Some very serious accusations made against you in particular. Me and Dirty Red are I guess
we're innocent bystanders.
We're innocent bystanders as of now. I told them I didn't know if it was true.
Somebody said they're talking trash on you guys every night.
Well, maybe so, but in particular last night, a very bold claim by our guy Patrick Creighton about you, man.
Because I see some of the text line. Yeah, PC be mocking Clint. I want to hear.
I did hear an impersonation. That's true.
What is going on?
I'm flattered.
Let me hear this. Let me hear this
in particular. I'll play it for you now. This was the accusation made against you last night.
Now this is Patty Cakes.
This is PC, Patrick Creighton, and Sean Bajani. Gotcha. Area 45 last night.
Can't wait to hear it.
I saw a rumor on our YouTube message board, though, and you've since responded to it.
I've confirmed the rumor. The rumor is true. Listen, I said you're going to get the truth on this show. The rumor is true.
Yep.
Ron Hughley blocked us from going to Vegas. 100% true. The only reason Sean and I are not in Vegas is because Ron put up a monster stink, started a whole big thing, got Parker involved, went and got my bosses involved, and he said that because we were a new show, we weren't worthy of going.
So we're not worried about like the night guys. We're the night guys. We're not worried about the night guys going because nobody's going to be there. It's a waste of time and resources and stuff like that.
Not to mention, we could have been like doing stuff during the day, to promote the station, catching interviews, shooting video.
That's what I was thinking.
We were told we were not important enough to go, and that was all at the hands of one Ron Hughley, who apparently has problems with the night show. I don't know what's going on with that.
He won't leave us alone. He started crap from day one.
Trying to bully us.
Day one, it's been
trying to bully us.
It's all good, man.
Is there any truth to that, Ron?
Oh, my. That is like a very, very strong accusation.
That is interesting for Patty Cakes and Shiny B. It's all true.
Oh my!
Oh, hell, man! I didn't even know Patrick's name when they got the flights.
When they bought the flights, you told me.
When they got the flights, I didn't even know Patrick's name.
I don't think you knew yours either, man.
Ron Hughley.
He blew it the first time, and then the last time. Listen. Now I will say, now Patrick, I did not say this. All of the things that you brought up, though. They do hold water, right? That is an extra couple of plane flights and extra couple of rooms, and that's extra couple of meals, and you're just starting, and there's nobody in here from the hours of 7 to 10 in here. You'd be in this room by yourself. I don't even think they'd give you access. So, now I do think what you're saying holds water. Now, I didn't say it.
You wish you could claim it as it came from you, huh?
No,
So you deny this claim?
Yeah, I'm just not a hater like that, man.
See, that was my thought. They had me on the show and asked me my opinion, and I told them I hadn't heard anything. But at the same time, in my own mind, I thought there was a smidge of a chance. It didn't sound like you, but you do often say,
See?
No, hear me?
See?
You do often
No, I don't wanna hear
say
you
when
out.
someone goes low, you go lower.
But what do I have to go lower?
That's what I didn't
What
know.
do I have to
I
go
didn't
lower
know
about?
if there was a previous
Now, let's
beef,
pick
and
this
you were
up on
like,
the
all
other
right, I'm
side.
not letting this dude
Let's
go to
pick this up,
Vegas.
'cause Tyler, this is your anger at us because you're not here coming out,
What?
Tyler. I really believe that. This is your anger at me.
I'm not angry, y'all.
I am hurt. I am absolutely devastated.
Damn.
Tyler is like one of my best friends in radio.
You should be.
You didn't even say that convincingly.
In radio. I am
Depressing.
hurt.
Short list.
Coming up, we'll figure this out. Wow, I thought there was a smidge of truth to this. What a son of a bitch. All right, coming up, we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out with Tyler. Just, sickening. And also, I do want to know, when we're looking at the Super Bowl, it feels like the Chiefs are becoming villains. And I wonder for people, do you hate the Chiefs, or do you just have fatigue over the Chiefs because they're winning and they're always there? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Generator Super Center of Houston. Look, y'all, it's never a good feeling to lose power at the house, man. Your family's dependent on you, and obviously when you lose power,
Live from Radio Row, coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Very disappointed right now, and very disappointed in the text line and YouTube and Twitch. Coming up here in a few moments, we'll be joined by Laura Oakman, who is she's going to do the sideline reporting for the Super Bowl coming up for Westwood One. She's been in the game for a long, long time, and so she's going to be right there joining Kevin Harlan and company and doing the Super Bowl. And she'll join us. We'll get her thoughts on everything going on around here coming up here in just a moment. But like right now, what I'm seeing, Clint, is Patrick Creighton. A real despicable human being just came out here and just made up a complete lie. And
Ron Hughley.
I mean, for God's sakes, he said Hughley again. A despicable lie is what he did, saying that I was the one. Me. Like I got that kind of power. I mean, clearly I am a visionary, but I didn't have Patrick or Sean Bajani in my visions. I got other things to do. But to think that I would hold them up from going to Vegas, that I would stop them from going to Vegas. And here it is, Clint. I mean, it is just going rough shot here on YouTube and Twitch. Ron just got busted. I thought so too. Fess up, Hughley. C blocker. Ron totally deflecting.
C-blocker.
Yes.
I just got
Why
the
is
red
Ron
carpet. We're running into a controversy.
Care about what the station spends on a trip? Yes. Why the hell do you think I give a damn? Just despicable. Like I care about Patrick and them having a good time.
Hold on,
right?
Joe.
I don't know what has gotten into them making
That
up
sounds
these
like
bold-faced
sounds
lies.
like something Hughley would do. I tell you.
Yep, and then Patrick jumps in. I think he C-blocked Tyler from coming too. All right, yeah. Then I stopped Ben and Figgy from coming as well, didn't I? I stopped everybody. Get out of here. Are you kidding me? What What do you think I do every day? Sitting there saying, how can I mess things up for Sean Bajani and Pat Creighton?
The showman.
How can I mess things up for those guys?
No one is. I tell you what, you did it. I mean, you were successful. It worked.
Is that what I did?
Mission accomplished. Whatever you did.
I got it.
I mean, that was a hell of a game plan. I'll be honest with you. I've known you for about 4 years. I don't know that you've ever worked that many layers into a plan.
Really? I mean, that's really visionary, isn't it?
That was a 5-step plan right there, man. Well executed, sir.
I mean, that's ridiculous. You got to be ashamed of yourself.
Well executed, man.
Sad.
It's a hell of a deal.
Hello.
How are you?
As we said,
Yes.
Laura Oakman, who's going to join us here, she's going to be on the sideline for Westwood One, as she'll be helping call.
Act like you've done this before, Laura, will you?
She's been here. She's been here before. Yeah, there it is. As she joins us here on Radio Row, how you doing, Laura?
Hi, I'm wonderful. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us, and we got to kick things off the way we do with every interview on this show this week, and we've got a tally going up. Let's
Don't
go,
say
man.
prediction.
Come on now. Oh, hell no. I don't know what. We ain't that lame, Laura.
We're
I don't know what.
That'd be a tough kicker there.
Does Taylor get a ring by the end of 2024?
Oh, that's funny.
Does Travis get on the knee by the end of the year? Does Taylor get a ring? I mean, she's in deep thought, folks.
So the second they started dating, I was like, this is it. Because I was so excited. I was so excited.
This is it.
Because you look at the men that she's dated, and they've all been intimidated by her success. And also more of a peer, so she was more successful than them. And watch them shrink away. Watch them not talk about each other. And so as someone who found love late in life, and I have a man who supports the hell out of me, like I saw that and was like, that's hard for one of the most successful women on the planet. And knowing Travis, that like the second that started, I was like, that's a man. He is going to support her. He is going to take care of her. He's
into her. You can tell.
She hadn't dated an athlete. And so it was like, he stepped into that, right? Like, let me shine the light on you. Sure. So I don't know. I'm not in the marriage prediction.
You got to give us a prediction.
But I'm in the love prediction. I mean... Sure.
You got 10 months here.
Sure.
You got 10 months, Laura.
That's a yes.
10 months.
That's
they're in love. We all heard them say it. But I sat down with him last night and had our interview with Westwood One before, all the hoopla starts. We get, one-on-one conversations. And I hadn't had a Chiefs game all year. And that was the first thing I said to him was, I've been saying it behind your back since you guys got together. I just need to say this to you. It's 5 words. And he's like, what? And I said, love looks good on you. It's just, I love it. As a woman,
I bet he lit up like a Christmas tree.
Lit up like a Christmas tree.
I like that one right there.
Is it me, or has he let the beard grow out?
It's a lot.
His beard's growing out like his brother's. Now I can see the brother, the resemblance of the two brothers now
with the
with the lumberjack beard, right?
Agreed.
When it's not lined up the way he looks a little different. So.
But we know she 1,000%. I'm like, but she must like it, because that man is not going to do that if his woman doesn't like it, right? Like, my husband is keeping that beard because I love his beard.
I just cut mine because my wife thought mine was disgusting.
Exactly, but that's the point.
Completely honest with you.
But that's the point. Either she likes it or doesn't.
Let me tell you, Laura, when I was convinced, because I didn't think it had much of a chance, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, you weren't real. I believed it the whole way.
Of course you did. You're a Swiftie.
Listen, I'm not a Swiftie.
I mean, you got a little thing for Kelsey.
I know, love.
I know Travis, and I've seen him. And I don't know him like that, but this looked different. You could tell.
Yeah.
He lights up watching her perform, blushing when she said it. That man is
and he's
love.
tried to really protect the relationship early in a way that was different.
That's all cute, y'all. But let me tell you, when it became official, right after the AFC Championship game, what's Mama's name? Debbie or Donna?
Donna.
Get it right.
Donna was heading her way towards the stage on where they were presenting the trophy to the guys, and Swift had 12 security guards around her. Obviously, she was okay, and Mama Bear turned around and said, "Come on, Taylor." Literally 2 fingers, 1 glance, 2 fingers.
Mama's got you.
I said,
"That's
it. Mama's in now. It's over."
So. I was really nervous. We were the first interview with him last night. And so everyone on Westwood One was like, are you going there? Are you going there? I'm like, I don't know. Let me see. And so my feel it out question was, you look good in love, right? Love looks good on you. Because either he was going to kind of do this or
and
do
let
this.
You know what
So I just kind of waited for that, and he leaned in so fast. And so it's kind of, you only get like 15 minutes, so I'm like, it's airing on Super Bowl Sunday, and what am I going with? But what I really love was, I said to him, I have an organization for women in sports, and this has been one of the best years with conversations with women and conversations with men about their women and their daughters and all of this, and having these moments. And so I said, I've talked to you for so many years now about how important it is for you to raise young players, for you to inspire young men. Are you aware, or do you want to be aware of what kind of an impact this relationship is making? And he very much said yes. And yes, he's aware of that. And I said, I didn't know how far I was going to go with this, because I was waiting to see, it's the Super Bowl. We should talk football. But as someone who found love late in life, I want to talk about my husband. I can't get enough talking about my husband. And so he very much did I love Taylor. I'm so proud of her, and I want to have these conversations. And he is not shying away from, that's what I do, that's who I am. And let me just say this too, because this is why this year's been my favorite, with so much testosterone around me and so much estrogen with Galvanize, is there's something really cool right now about, this is the season that men are supporting their women like crazy. So I talked about it with Kyle Juszczyk, about his wife, Kristen, who got that big deal with the NFL with the designing clothes.
Yep.
George Kittle, we talked about it last night with Claire. And I'm like, I've been doing this over 30 years, and men have never so loudly and proudly been like, let me tell you about my lady. But it's been nonstop. So he's part of it. They're the biggest part of it. But I think it's a whole era right now we're ushering in of men being like, let me show you my badass women.
Tell us, speaking of that, you mentioned it briefly, but tell us a little bit about Galvanize and what you got going on.
Galvanize is everything that I wish I would have had when I was first navigating this industry. And my first Super Bowl was 1992. And I get so sad when I think of that poor young woman, that poor young woman who was here, and she was in so over her head, and there weren't many women here, and so I was so I was so consumed with, you don't belong, don't screw up, don't make anyone look at you, don't ask a dumb question, and so I just shrunk. And so probably those first few Super Bowls for me were just sad and lonely. And so Galvanize is everything that I wish I would have had. I wish I would have had a group of women to say, you're crushing it, you're doing the best you can. Thanks. That you're kicking ass. That hey, let me go over those questions with you. And no, that is a great question. And so I started it at a time when I started seeing all these young women getting thrown into our business, and I was like, that's cool, there's so many of them. But I also started seeing them get thrown in way too high and way too fast, and the industry is just kind of chewing them up and spitting them out, some of these stations and networks. And so luckily it started happening when I was 40 and not 30, because 30 I would have been judgmental of the women, and at 40 I was like, how can I help? And I became more like a mom. I became much more protective, and that was a dozen years ago, and now it's over 5,000 women. And I mean, I'm watching right now. I brought 7 rock star women to the Super Bowl, and they're all on different ages, different stages, and doing different things in sports. But it's hopefully a place that women in sports go to and find confidence in themselves and each other, whether you're navigating the locker room or the boardroom or the classroom. And it's just everything I would have wanted.
That's awesome. Laura Oakman with us. She'll be on the sideline for the Super Bowl with Westwood One. Real quick with the game, Laura, we've been talking about it a little bit today. What's your feeling? You've been doing this a while. What's your feeling on how the conversation is around Brock Purdy? That is interesting to me, that somebody who appears to be as successful as he is, but the conversation is so odd around him.
Conversations are just so odd these days, right? It's just, he's the best, he's a Hall of Famer, and he is the worst. I've done about 6 Niners games this year, and probably more than that last year. We had him a bunch, and I have never heard veteran guys praise a guy like that when he started. And I just remember having a conversation with George Kittle, and George Kittle was like, I have never seen a young guy command a huddle of veterans like this. And he's like, but let me define veterans. Trent Williams and George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and Kyle Juszczyk, those are men. And so the way that they said that he walked into that huddle, and the way they were all like, any play, we're like, we're going to get it because he's so confident. So I say that to say, they all were speaking that language. I talked to Kyle about that, Shanahan, and Kyle was like, I said, have you ever had a young guy like that? And he said, never. So there's all of that. What I love about talking to Shanahan last night was I said, I've talked to you, for this whole year plus about this ascension of Brock. How important was it to see Baltimore and 4 interceptions? How important was it this season for us to see a second-year quarterback, which he is, because he skipped so many steps because of that, quick ascension? So what I would say is he's a second-year quarterback that has had an incredible start, but also has navigated the stuff that he probably should have earlier, and he's still navigating it. But what Shanahan said and what every Niners player says is they all watched, he never changed either way.
Yeah.
So he's so young. He's so young.
Yeah. We appreciate you joining us. Good luck with the game coming up, and we'll be listening to you, and I'm sure many people will as well. We appreciate you joining us, Laura.
I've so enjoyed this conversation.
Good luck with Galvanize, too. That's
awesome. I appreciate it.
That's really cool. A lot of people in not just the media, they have ideas and think, well, that would be cool, and I'd like to help, and it usually dies on a vine. To see somebody and speak with somebody like you that obviously put the work in and made it happen is really cool.
I so appreciate that. And really quickly, let me say this, because when I go and I talk to women, we always talk about Galvanize, and I love that. But there's nothing I enjoy more when men ask me about it, because women supporting women is awesome, but it's a bubble. If you want to be in the sports world, that is not what it looks like. And so it takes great men who galvanize and awesome men who support women. So just by you guys asking about it and caring about it means the world. So thank you. And please go over to our booth and get some hats.
All right, appreciate it. We'll do that. All right. Thank you, Clint.
We got big heads, though. I mean, they're not I need a bucket hat now. It's got to be a big one. So.
He's got a big
stretch that.
That's right. Come on now. All right, C.J. Stroud, he joined Ryan Clark and the Pivot guys, and I haven't given you guys a football horny clip of the week or day in a couple of weeks. Well, I have one, and Houston, you're going to like what your quarterback had to say. We'll have that for you, and we'll discuss next. But as I tell you guys all the time, man, whether you're at the house hanging out and you're with the family and you are a chips and dip kind of family,
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Yes, sir. Oh, Jimmy Shapiro, Tyler, you guy, man. He
What
just
up,
stopped
Jimmy?
through and said
Jimbo.
hello, man. He told me to tell you to go to hell, but I hit a couple.
Damn,
of
Jimbo
words.
Slice.
He didn't tell you to go to hell, man.
Nah, he didn't do that. He didn't do that. I told you guys a little earlier that I ran into Mad Dog Russo down there in the security line, and he was heated. And then my man Ron runs to the restroom in that break, and apparently
almost
Ron
took him out.
Ron about took him out.
We were on two trains on the track coming around the corner, and it's going to be crazy tomorrow. And bam, I almost laid him out. He said, "Oh, excuse me."
Yeah, he is.
I'm telling you, he could play on that tennis. I'll tell you that quick move he made almost like a half spin.
We got to get to the bottom of this. I mean, you've got Mad Dog Russo as if he's Andre Agassi or something.
I'm not saying he's Andre Agassi.
Relax
I'm saying he can go down to any local spot in Houston and give some people, some regular players a run.
Maybe in the
not in just the senior division.
In the senior division,
some guys that just play around. Yeah,
in the senior division, maybe. Otherwise, no chance. There ain't no way he's moving.
You don't even know what he is. What he's bringing to the table.
He got a little sidestep because you about.
It was a hell of a step, man.
You about headbutted Mad Dog, so he sidestepped you. So now all of a sudden you think he's Andre Agassi.
He's in his early 60s, I'm sure.
Yeah, all right. Well, maybe we'll have to pin him around here somewhere and ask him what the hell's going on, how good he is at tennis. How do you even like golf? Obviously, it's what you handicap, and that number will tell. How does tennis even rated? Like, how do we? What is there a number or a level that he can give us that would tell us how good of a tennis player he is?
It's just like a hooper. Like you watch them and you watch them play and you see how they play against others.
Okay, well, I didn't know. I've never been a tennis guy. I didn't know if there was a quote unquote handicap in the game of tennis. But either way it goes, we'll have to figure that out before we get out of here. But look, it's been a couple of days since I've given the people what they so greatly appreciate, which is a football horny clip of the day. And Houston, you are going to love this one. I'm going to get to it second, though. After telling you how much you're going to love it, I'm going to get to it second.
A little bit, huh?
Well, look, C.J. Stroud, I mean, he joined the guys on the pivot, and I wasn't able to finish the podcast because I don't know if it just dropped or what, but I just found it right before the show, so I was able to listen to probably the first 30 or 40 minutes, and I'm telling you, it's tremendous. C.J. Stroud is unbelievable. The dude just keeps on making us proud. And this dude's got it figured out. I mean, I know we get repetitive talking about it, but damn, it's good, man.
I don't think people are tired of it.
Well, I tell you, we should never grow fatigued of what this guy brings to the table because it's absolutely tremendous. But a couple of different sound bites from the first 30 minutes that I listened to. It's a great listen, but not all of it is obviously for radio. A lot of it is storytelling for podcasts. But the guys at the pivot do a tremendous job, and C.J. Stroud is second to none. But here's C.J. Stroud talking about really what we all watched, kind of his coming into his own and when he knew that he could be a top NFL quarterback. And listen not only to the message, obviously, but the way in which he delivers it, I think, speaks volumes. It's absolutely tremendous. Here's C.J. Stroud on when he knew he'd be a top NFL quarterback.
And we played week 3 against Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I mean, I went trim on them boys, yeah. My bad, Fred. Yeah, it's all love. The thing that was crazy about it, though, is because I had so much respect for Jacksonville.
Right.
And I think they kind of came in like, oh, this is a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
And that was the last time that happened. We played the Steelers week 2. They didn't treat me like the rest of the season, I never got treated like a rookie quarterback. Because they would just blitz me. I just would pick it apart. Like, you blitz me, I'm going to go there. Like, I just played a game, against the D.C., you want to take this away? Okay, I'm going to be smart, take the check down. And it took about 3 weeks, 4 weeks to get used to that. I was always trying to take the shot, trying to squeeze the little window. Sometimes just taking that completion definitely helped. But back to you saying my numbers and everything, that was my first time ever hearing that out loud. So I appreciate you just doing that.
I didn't do you the service that you deserve. You missed 2 games.
I did miss 2 games. This ain't the old Houston Texans. Nah.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
Oh, my. I mean, that was good, and it definitely would have been a football horny clip. had this next one not surfaced. But Ron, I just love. It's crazy to think, not of CJ, but just of a rookie quarterback that's so young in the league to be able to go back and explain and articulate like what he was able to do in week 2 and week 3 and week 4, and in a sense of coming into his own. I mean, it just shows you how mature the guy is, and the more we hear from him, the more it's not very difficult for me to understand why he's having so much damn success.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. It keeps getting better. But here's the football horny clip that I just it's turning me on just thinking about it, Ron. To be honest with you,
good Lord,
because this is moving forward. This isn't looking back to when did you know kind of deal. This is looking forward. And Houston, this is the mindset of your quarterback and what he wants the opponents to be thinking or preparing for as we move forward with the Houston Texans. Here's C.J. Stroud.
Going to those games, like the Bengals game, that was our first big time game. Like, I think that was the first time we actually played on live TV, and I knew it. And I was like, okay, this is my coming out party. And it was back in Ohio, back where I played college, and we ran out, and I just hear boos. And we went we had a decent first drive, and we came back out, and I think one of their teammates, one of the dudes was like just talking mess. I was like, all right, bro, I'm gonna be here for 60 minutes. Like I'm not tucking no tail. Like he like bumped me after I threw a pass. He was like, you better be. Like, I'll see you after the game. Right. And I seen that same dude after the game. Oh man, you the best. Like you know, it's all love. Right. And I'm showing her love back. But it's like you can think what you want to think about this rookie young dude. Like whatever. Like I'm gonna be here for 60 minutes. Right. I might throw a pick. I might make a mistake, but I'm here.
It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, he goes on and on about, like, I want the opponent to know that C.J. Stroud is here and C.J. Stroud is coming, and you got your hands full because C.J. Stroud is in the building. I mean, he is, Ron, it doesn't get, as a fan of the team, it doesn't get much better than the message from C.J. Stroud. I'm going to tell you, I'm not typically, you know this, I'm not typically the guy that likes someone breaking their arm to pat their own damn back. I'm not big on the guy that's got to tell me about something. I'd rather you show me about something. But when you've got a very authentic, genuine, sincere, down-to-earth way of saying it and doing it, it is absolutely beautiful. And C.J. Stroud's got that licked, man.
Well, my thing about both the clips that I like to hear is, you know, there is a thought, like, hey, man, is he just straight nice guy? You know, like, there's a thought, like, is he just nice guy? To me, like, for what he does on the field, there has to be some level of cocky, arrogance, confidence, you want to call it. You know, and there's got to be some level. And it's good to hear it right there, to hear it, because you got to have some of that. Yeah. You got to have some cocky, I am that dude. And no matter if you say it all out, but you got to have it. Like, even if you can think of some of the guys that would try to hide it. Right. Right. You know, Mahomes was like that early, but then you'd watch him on the field count how many touchdown passes he's thrown, just to let you know, I got a little bit of that. Right. That because you got to have it. You got to have that killer, because CJ shows too much killer instincts, or, you know, that dog in him to just be the nice guy stuff. Yeah. And then you would hear Jeter, another one who would do that. Then you would see Jeter do, oh, there is an a-hole in there, or an overconfident dude in there. So I love to hear it and see it from CJ.
It's interesting you say, Pat, because I think like from a distance, you would know more having been up close and personal. But it strikes me as there was probably some insecurities, uncomfortableness, however you want to couch it, with Pat. And Pat, like you and I were watching the TV last night when he came walking into the media day.
Different cat.
That was a different Pat that I saw walk in. Like that was, and it was a confident, the king just walked in the building kind of walk. And I've never seen that from Pat. I mean, obviously he's not a rookie anymore, but I've never seen that from Pat. And so it's interesting that CJ hasn't shown any level of insecurity, but he also hasn't gone over the top. And as I said, he's not breaking his own arm to pat himself on the back kind of deal. It's refreshing to look, to each their own. I mean, if a guy can play the way that Pat can, he can be insecure and maybe a little bit, maybe a little bit to himself. And if a guy can play, hell, he can come in and be the loudest guy in the building and tell everybody about it. Hell, who am I to judge? But I know personally, the one that I appreciate the most is the one that's an absolute killer, that goes out and does work and doesn't have to tell you about it every time he steps in front of a mic. And C.J. Stroud is that guy. But it just turns me on to hear him talk about, wanting people to know that C.J. Stroud's in the building. And y'all got y'all's hands full today.
Yeah, gotta have that. Gotta have that confidence. I don't want a 100% nice guy.
Yeah,
you gotta have it. You gotta have a little bit of it.
That's Ron Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Ron, we got a big night tonight, bud. We got a big night tonight. You're not gonna embarrass us, are you?
No, I'm not gonna embarrass you, but I plan on going for it.
What does that mean?
I'm going for it.
What are you going for?
Last night was just a precursor. That was just tomorrow. Tonight I plan on really feeling myself.
Are we going to eat anywhere in between?
Right? I don't know. I saw some sandwiches being walked around over here.
No, I'm not talking about something free. I'm not talking about something free.
You want to go grab some?
I'm talking about some dinner. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I mean, we got to grab some dinner, and then we got a media party. Do you know what to expect from this media party?
I don't. I don't. I just hope I don't get too drunk where I say something crazy to somebody. Like Tyler, I know Diana Rossini's going to be there, and I apologize.
Well, look, Tyler, there's been a couple of – I mean, I just want you to know you're on our mind, man, constantly.
You are. Me and Brandon were standing right next to Diana yesterday, and we almost took a picture with her just for you, but I don't think I could do that to you, even though you believe that there is a part of me that would have told the bosses to stop Patrick Creighton.
No,
and
that's not what I said.
And Sean Bajani from going to
Don't
Vegas.
You start that yet. Don't you start that yet.
I'm just saying.
We're circling back to that, Tyler. You got some. I'm gonna be honest with you. You got to put the shovel down, man.
Y'all didn't even let me finish explaining.
Hell, we were up against it. We had a break.
And then we had Laura.
When have y'all ever cared about being up against it?
Hey,
always.
Hey, now, Ron does a hell of a job getting us out on time now. I mean, let's go. Hey, but you can.
Coming up next.
Did Tyler just kick the break?
He did it. Coming up next. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, that is absolutely beautiful.
No, but real. Coming up next, we'll let Tyler explain himself and
just put the shovel down
and explain himself, because that hurt. It hurt. It was a nipple twister. I'll tell you that. We'll let him explain himself.
You got nice nipples too.
Yeah, nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Hold on to your nipples.
You better hold on to them, both of them. And Brandon Scott said I was sensitive about something yesterday with Patrick Mahomes. I want to have this conversation to see where you all feel on this. So we'll discuss all of that coming up next on The Drive.
All right, Our Vision Homes, y'all. I'm talking about Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder. And here's the deal. It's pretty simple. If you are looking to build your dream home, whether you want to build on your own land or you need help purchasing or finding the dirt to build on, heck, even if you're just thinking that you might want to build your dream home, Our Vision Homes is where it's at. They're family owned and operated. They've been in business for 17 years. And my favorite part, look, I like to do business with Houstonians. I like to do business with Texans, but more specifically, Houston.
yourself. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on Radio Row here in Vegas. As The Drive is continuing to be live. We'll be here all week. It's just Tuesday, baby. Is that it? It's just Tuesday. Just Tuesday out here. All right, Tyler, you can explain yourself. I want you to play this again as Patrick Creighton. And I want you to hear this, folks. And I know some of you have whatever made-up issues you have with me, mostly being because
I've got a couple of real ones.
Because I wasn't born in this city or state, and whatever, and what other reasons you have. But I want to tell you this right now. This is all lies. None of this is accurate. None of this is true. Patrick Creighton is a liar, and I'm saying it out right now to him, and I'll challenge him to it. You're a liar, and the truth is not in you. Lie, and you shame yourself. You shamed your country and the rest of this station, you liar. That's what you did. And, Sean, you're lying, too. And I don't need to listen to the rest of the tape. You didn't step in because I heard you co-signing it, too. Your ass is a liar, too. So I want you to play this because my friend that I thought said he thought that I could be this low. And then I'm talking about is Tyler Milner thought I could be this low and actually do this. He said there was a thought. I know Clint never thought that this was true. Not a thought. He knows me, but you didn't.
I thought it was plumb-ass silly.
Just a damn shame. All right? This is the lies that Patrick Creighton is spewing on Area 45. And you should listen to it every night. It is entertaining, 7 to 10. But these lies he is spewing about yours truly, the visionary.
I saw a rumor on our YouTube message board, though, and you've since responded to it.
I've confirmed the rumor. The rumor is true. Listen, I said you're going to get the truth on this show. The rumor is true.
Yep.
Ron Hughley blocked us from going to Vegas. 100% true. The only reason Sean and I are not in Vegas is because Ron put up a monster stink, started a whole big thing, got Parker involved, went and got my bosses involved, and he said that because we were a new show, we weren't worthy of going.
So we're not worried about like the night guys. We're the night guys. We're not worried about the night guys going because nobody's going to be there. It's a waste of time and resources and stuff like that.
Not to mention, we could have been like doing stuff during the day, promote the station, catching interviews, shooting video.
That's what I was thinking.
We were told we were not important enough to go, and that was all at the hands of one Ron Hughley, who apparently has problems with the night show. I don't know what's going on with that.
He won't leave us alone. He started crap from day one.
Trying to bully us.
Day one, it's been
trying
to
bully us.
It's all good, man.
Well, let me clear one thing up real quick. And I'm just a bystander here. But the second time through, Johnny was a little more. He was a little.
I didn't
more
hear that
involved.
the first time.
Yeah,
I didn't hear it. It was more than co-signing.
Oh yeah, no, that was.
Your ass is right in it.
Definitely more than co-signing.
Yeah, your ass is right in it.
Sarah Jessica Parker, man, she's always done it for me.
So Tyler, you weren't 100% sure that this was a fallacy.
See, y'all are framing this and putting words in my mouth. I never said anything. Thank you. I never said anything to that effect. I said I thought there was no way that the guy I know on the show, Hughley, would do such a thing as to block his coworkers, his new coworker, from making a free trip to Vegas on the company dime. I said if I had to sit and try to find a way to understand it, you do say you aim lower if someone goes low on you, and I didn't know if there was any background with you and Patrick.
You
tell me there's not.
Because now
you tell me there's not, then I have
now
no
I'm tempted to get in the basement. I'm tempted to go to the basement.
Well, with me?
No, yeah. I won't go to
You said that a little different, Tyler, at 4:30 than you said it at
that's because y'all's asses jumped all over me and started interrupting.
No. The way you said it the first time was you said there may be a smidge.
Yes, it did.
Not much. I think you even repeated it. Not
he
much,
knew what he said right
but there
after
may
that.
be a little bit of a smidge possibility that it happened like that.
Yeah, if I had to try to figure it out, that's where it would be.
I'm not going to the basement with you, Tyler. You just hurt me.
I think that's fair.
But Patty and Sean, now I'm tempted to go to the basement with them. Now I'm tempted to go right on down with those liars. Okay, all right. Now they are lying. Now I've given you some ammo. Now people are telling me, I've been seeing here in the last couple of hours, Clint, that this is a nightly occurrence that they like to bring us up. Well, now you got ammo. All right. Now you got ammo, sucker.
Now that you took the bait, it's probably going to happen more often.
That's fine. That's fine. Listen, I'm just telling you, you want to just come out and create really bold-faced lies.
We keep
just
it
bold-faced
100.
lies. No, you don't. And then say, I told you what we're going to do is the truth on this show.
Hey, don't get Mo Karam involved.
What you're going to do is the truth on this show. You lie.
Ron
I'm going
Hughley.
to tell you just like my Aunt Yolanda said.
That's the best part is the Hughley.
He said it on purpose wrong.
Great.
Just like my aunt said one time when my grandfather got up in front of the church and said something, she yelled at, "You just a L-I-E. You just a L-I-E." That's what I'm doing to you, Pat.
Hold on, Joe.
Y'all just some L-I-Es, some liars. Damn shame.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
you're
easy.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Just a liar. All right, Tyler. I listen. I hope you're on my side. Yeah, from the text line, you're an okay guy, Ron. First off, I'm a stand-up guy.
Gentleman
Amazing
and a scholar.
fellow. Right? Visionary. Gentleman and a visionary. I'm not a scholar.
Visionary. Yeah.
Well, and look, you call a lie a lie.
I call one. Yep. Now people this is ridiculous. Now I'm getting blamed for McLean. That's what people are texting it now. I mean, this is a damn shame.
You know, Riley, funny thing, little history here. Before you came along, right? This is the funniest thing. Before you came along, we were rolling through different. Like I was working with different people in this time slot weekly.
Oh yeah,
daily sometimes, right?
Yeah.
It was amazing how. Like once we hired you, or let's say I didn't have anything to do with the hiring, but once they hired you, it was my fault that this guy or that guy didn't get hired. They heard through the grapevine that I didn't. It was my fault.
Oh, you were axing people.
Oh yeah, it was my fault that so and so didn't get hired and so didn't get hired. I'm like,
I hate to tell you.
I mean, I'm 3 months into full-time radio. I'm thinking, y'all think I got that kind of power?
I would like to say, Patrick and Sean, I am having a great time down here.
It is.
It has just started. Tonight's the media
Easy,
night.
I'm catching shrapnel here.
I'm not talking to you.
Maybe you
I'm
deserve
just saying we are having a great time. And I think even you two could find yourselves having a good time here as well. Room is great, too, by the way. Just want to let you know. Fantastic. I got a great view, too, Pat. Sean, so.
Got a great river view.
Hopefully next year. Maybe next year. Maybe next year.
Maybe next year they make it out.
Yeah, maybe
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Woo. That'd be nice.
I would have pushed for you.
Not now, huh?
No, not a chance. Not gonna work against you. But if they ask me about you,
huh? You'll be a neutral party.
I'll be a neutral party. I'll be a neutral party. All right, let's get to this because I want you let me know if I'm being sensitive. Now, some of you think I'm being sensitive about the lies being spewed about me from one Patrick Creighton and one Sean Bajani. But let me know if you think I am. I know Tyler. I feel like Tyler's not going to be on my side. And I wonder how many people think that I'm being sensitive to this. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Yingling
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the text line, let's get Ron and PC in a cage match. I think Ron would take him. Nah, man, I'm 39 years old, man. I'm not fighting that, man. I'm not getting no cage match.
Cage match, huh?
No, man. I got to be really in a situation to throw hands. Not now. Not in this situation. Well, I got to be hammered. You got to really press my. Yeah, man. I'm trying to continue my my career of non-jail time.
Well, I'm
just too old for this.
I'm starting my boxing and maybe a little grappling classes.
You are?
Yeah, but probably next month.
You're starting some?
Yeah. No. I'm going to start attending some. I'm not going to start it myself.
I mean, you starting attending some?
Yeah,
How about that?
I mean, I
didn't know you, Tyler. Did you know he was doing that?
I got a
month
old. I got a 2-month-old and a 2-year-old. I got to do something.
Some grappling. I like that.
I mean, I got to do something, man.
That's probably a hell of a workout right there. There you go. I want to get into this little grappling action. Okay. Yeah, Red's got a boxing class up there. I'm good. Them boys be tired, boy.
You probably ought to step in there, get your cardio in, man.
I could.
Learn some footwork.
I watched them in 5 minutes, and I was like, oh, boy, I don't know that I got that in me. All right, we were discussing this at the bar last night, and Brandon Scott, who's here with us, he thought I was being sensitive. He thought I was being sensitive because it was Patrick Mahomes. He's like, hey, man, this is a scenario where it is a joke. All right, Tyler, you got this. Yesterday, we were at opening night. Opening night, several players for each the Niners and the Chiefs had podiums, and then the rest of the players were down on the ground. It was a crazy, interesting event to be at and be a part of, trying to get interviews and things like that. But Mahomes was at his, and you just fire out questions. And at this event, man, there's, it's not like your normal presser where, there's some outside stuff. It's a Super Bowl, so there's different people trying to get stories and stuff like that. And, you could imagine with Travis, there were a lot of Taylor Swift questions and things like that. And so there were some things with Mahomes. This is a question that was posed to Mahomes, and I remember when I heard it, and I give it to Pat. Pat, stepped in. I would have told the guy in some form or fashion, go F yourself. That would have been my response. And Brandon Scott said he thought I was being too sensitive over the situation. So this is what happened last night at the media event last night. Mahomes was hit with this question and gave this response.
What is your best Kermit the Frog impression? I'm talking right now. That's it.
So the dude hit him with the, what's your best Kermit the Frog impression? And he says, you heard there, I'm talking right now. I just said, man, go F yourself. Or at the very least, next question. But I'd hit him with that going F yourself. And he said I was being sensitive. And listen, you could tell me 713-572-4660. Like, yeah, to me, it's just like, what are you doing? Like I have no idea who you are. You're clearly asking the question to be kind of a Richard Head or an a-hole.
We asked him because he sounds like a frog.
Exactly, right? And
hey,
so I'm
the Frog here.
Listen, man, I'm Patrick Mahomes, man. I'm 6-7 years into this. This is a joke that's been rolling with whatever. And this dude just comes, whoever this is, just comes up. Hey, can you give me your best? I know what you're doing. You're being, and I've been like,
I'm talking right now.
The guy to be removed. I've just been like, man, either an F you, something like that. Like that would have been my thinking. Maybe I wouldn't have said it, but that's to be like, dude, what are you doing?
I'm 100% with you, man. It's funny to me. It's funny to me that there's. I'm assuming there was 200 people around Pat Mahomes trying to get a question in, and you get selected. They're like, hey man, what you got? And that's your question.
Hey, Kermit the Frog here.
I would have like if I'd have been Pat, I'd have been like, man, that's what you got. Like all the questions you could ask about the Super Bowl, anything. That's what you got. Like, I mean, it's silly. It's silly. I got a buddy of mine that's a little bitty dude, and like the small guy jokes constant. Like that's all you got. I mean, you don't think he's ever heard that before? Yeah. It stuck out to me too. Is that like when I heard it, I was like, really?
So Tyler, you think it's just fun? You like the way that he handled it?
There is nothing wrong with that. This isn't a guy writing a 30-page SI article of like some deep dive in journalism. Obviously, I mean the surface level of the question, it's understood it's silly as hell, but the dude sounds like the green frog from Sesame Street, and we want to hear it.
Listen. Mine isn't anything to do with journalism or anything like that. Like if we had Carl Lewis right here, I wouldn't get on here and say, "Hey, Carl, sing the national anthem for me."
You got one question. Hey, Carl, you sang the national anthem.
Hey, can you, like even like to me, I don't have a problem with fun, silly questions or whatever, or whatever. Whoa. But like, hey, Carl, sing the national anthem. Carl, I don't know Carl. You know I'm doing this to be a D-head to you. And this is something
I don't think it's D-head. I think it's
he's trying to be cute.
I'm not trying to be cute. If we had Kim Matumbo on this show, I'm asking him to sound like Cookie the Monster.
But do you?
I'm not talking about you, T. I was talking about.
But do you think anybody else got asked the question last night to do a Kermit the Frog?
Nobody else sounds like Kermit the Frog but Pat.
Being a jackass.
No, it's because he sounds like a damn cartoon character.
So you would do that? That would if you
I personally probably wouldn't, but I don't have a problem with the guy doing it. That's his own thing. I don't know who he's affiliated with, if he even covers sports. I mean, he sounded like a nice guy. He's just looking for a laugh.
Someone texted in, it's Ron. You're arrogant, F, and part of the cause of the Chiefs. Can't wait for their downfall. Well, okay. Thank you. They're in there.
Why do you want the Chiefs to fail because of Ryan?
Doesn't want me to see. Doesn't want my happiness. Someone texted and said the Kermit question had to be a dare or a bet. Like I said, I have no problems with the fun questions because that happens in the Super Bowl. Like messed up stuff. Like to me, like if someone will ask, like, hey Andy, what's your top 3 types of food? What whatever.
Protractor out there.
Whatever. You get questions like that. This one to me is, hey, I'm gonna be a D-bag.
Nah.
I'm gonna say something D-baggish to you. I'm gonna do because you wouldn't
why
walk
is
up
it
to
D-baggish? Like Pat knows that he sounds like the frog because all he says is it's right now.
Okay,
I'm talking.
You think the making fun of his voice is something that like oh yeah man, it's he loves. That's what he's about.
I mean, I wouldn't call it making fun of. I mean, I don't think anyone's feeling bad for the guy in his voice, his frog voice. But the fact is, whenever he talks, it sounds like a ribbit. Like it's just what's going on here. What we're dealing with is a frog quarterback for the first time in the NFL, and we're trying to capitalize on it. I respect the guy asking it because I want that audio.
And Tyler, I almost it wouldn't even bother me as much if this was the Super Bowl in 2018, and this is Patrick Mahomes' second season starting. Man, this is 6 years down, man. All we've heard this is old.
But reporters flock to these Super Bowls that aren't even they know jack about football or sports. Like I need to know this guy's affiliation, who's he with. I mean, if he's with the local PBS station, I can't grill him too hard because he probably doesn't even know what to ask.
Like, to me, it's just, I know it's not close, it's not the same, but to me it's like, all right, if somebody just hit Clint with a fumble joke.
Ooh, I think that's way different.
And I think I'm not going to say it's on the same plane, but I just it's a person coming up that knows there's something that you don't love, and I can tell you that Patrick Mahomes does not love his voice being made fun of. I got to tell you that for certain.
Stop making fun of me.
Right, and it's just like somebody, Clint. Hey man, hey, can you catch this if I throw it to you or something like I'm not saying it's on the same plane, but it is coming out being a jackass, and I'm sure you've probably had people try to joke with you about.
Well, I've not been in that setting, obviously, but I mean, it's just I can't get beyond if I put myself in the media scrum, which, as I've said before, I'm pissed off at myself for not going last night. I didn't put 2 and 2 together with an idiot. But, I put myself in one of the 200 people right there in front of Pat Mahomes who's going to be there. I'm going to guess he was on that podium for 10 to 15 minutes. And he's probably going to get hit with maybe 20 questions. And my man mustered up the guts to say, "Can you give me a Kermit the Frog voice?" I mean, that's
hard, man.
I just can't imagine being in that position with arguably the best quarterback we've ever seen play the game and go, "Hey, can you give me a Kermit voice, Chief?" Like I just can't.
Yeah,
that's the part that, to me, is like, wow, my man, he actually had the guts to ask it.
Well, Tyler, if this is where you are, I want you to have the balls to go ahead and do this.
Well, but there's a time and a place and a person. Like, it's all different. Like, it doesn't.
Tomorrow would be really funny content if I said to Carrot Top, "Hey man, you doing any crack today?" But
again, I don't think that's even close to the same ballpark. Like, I mean, if you can't laugh at your own frog voice, like he's living on top of the world. This dude's in his third, fourth Super Bowl he's going to in Las Vegas. Like this.
Tyler, would you? So you don't think that this thing, the frog voice thing, has gotten old to him?
I'm sure it's gotten old. No, I'm sure it's gotten old. But if my man's getting like upset and walking off the podium later and griping about being asked about his frog voice, like
it's not. No, I don't even think it's that big of a deal. It's just, to me, it's not a prolonged thing. But I would have just been like, man,
I can hear what you're saying.
I can hear what you're saying. Get on, man. What are you doing?
The dude didn't sound like he wasn't trying to. Like it didn't sound like a very D-baggy question, if that makes sense. Like, it's not like he, like, going in, he was like, "Yeah, I'm here to have a good time." Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, someone, I think it's hilarious and took a huge set to ask. Someone texted in, "I'm with you," but it's just whatever, man. All right, coming up, there is some actual news coming out of this game that we've heard today that really could have impact after this game ends. So we'll give you the latest on that. And we have a resolution. The Astros, they lost. They lost today. We'll tell you what that means coming up next.
All right. Y'all know I got to do it at least.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock, and congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty the Dilf. The big Dilf. That's right. And Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest is we're here on Radio Row here in Vegas. As we're holding things down, covering the Super Bowl, the who's who are rolling around here, man. You never know who you will run into and see. But it is it's a good time, and we're trying to get you as prepared as possible. Clint, today we heard from today and yesterday we heard from a lot of the players and coaches, and Andy Reid was asked about retirement because that's been something that has come up a lot. Are you going to retire? Is this going to be it? That's been brought up. He said today is not the day to talk about it, which is a kind of an interesting thing of not denying it. When I hear that, Clint, and we're talking about Andy Reid, who I think currently is the best coach in the NFL, and I think has an argument to be a top 5, top 10 all-time coach. especially if he's able to win another Super Bowl. When you look at it, him and Belichick have been 1-2 over this last 10, 15 years. I definitely think, Clint, it is on the table that he retires. I think that is absolutely on the table that this could be his last year.
Yeah, look, I mean,
at least on the table.
It wouldn't surprise me if it happened. If and when they win another Super Bowl, it wouldn't surprise me if it happened in the off season. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Andy's been at this thing for a minute now, but I'm gonna tell you, man, if you got the bug, if you've got the bug that these guys that coach for years do. And play for years.
65
clearly.
Years old.
Yeah, I just ain't got it. I mean, like there's a level of success you reach where you're like, all right, let me move on and see if I can either do something else or let me go spend some time with my family. But when you're wired the way that these guys are, the great ones, and Andy, obviously, as you mentioned, is one of those. When you're wired that way, I just don't know how. I don't know how you hang this thing up when you've got Patrick Mahomes. And you've got a team that's built in a way and appears to maybe the last couple of years has weathered the storm of not having as much talent as you've had in your first 3-year run. You weathered it by winning a Super Bowl and at least going to another. Like, I don't know how the guys that are wired the way that the Andy Reids of the world are wired, I don't know how they walk away from that scenario.
Yeah, he's been a head coach in this league since 1999.
Yeah.
Tyler, where were you at in 1999?
I was at Stephen F. Austin Elementary School in Baytown, Texas.
Damn,
Go Gators.
And Tyler's not 27, folks. Like Tyler is well past 30, and I'm not meaning that in a mean. You are well past 30.
You'll be knocking on 40 before we know it.
I'm 33.
I know it. You're 3 years past 30. You're not 31. You're well past 30. And Andy, you were in elementary school, right? 99. Hell, I was in middle.
25th year.
And that's in a row. There's no break within that. And I would say if you look at this year, like the Chiefs have been the underdogs. This will be the third straight game they've been underdogs, and that's for good reason because this has been a probably much more of a stressful year than it has been in the past for Andy Reid. I mean, he's really had to kind of hone into things. So this was not an easy season. Like, and I'm not saying they're easy, but there's more that he's probably had to do. As you said, it's not just talent out there. You had to really figure in distractions and things like that he's had to deal with. So,
well, you think about like Andy's run. I mean, the last, golly, I don't know. I mean, over half of that 25-year career as a head coach has been like straight up in the spotlight with Super Bowl expectations.
Yes, and there's a different level of pressure and stress that goes.
Yeah, and management, like you're dealing with a different type of player, a different locker room than, hey man, we're not getting a lot of attention. Let's rebuild this thing for 2-3 years, and then let's hope he's been in the spotlight, and I mean literally with Super Bowl expectations for over half of that 25 years he's been in the
Eagles
league.
With the Eagles Super Bowl aspirations.
So I mean it's wild, but again, when you're wired that way, this is what the hell you hope and pray for. I can't see him stepping away from it. In the middle of this, and like I said, I think the Chiefs.
I was going to say real quick, what kind of hit would that? Like, how different would you view the Chiefs if Andy Reid stepped away?
Oh, they'd come back down to earth. I mean, it would be
like that would take the Texans' opportunity and chances in the AFC.
Hell yeah!
If Andy was,
absolutely. I mean, the only thing worse that could happen to the Chiefs is if Patrick Mahomes moved on or retired, right? I mean. At the end of the day, that would be. You want to talk about the literally the architect and the contractor. I mean, the brains behind it, the manager, the play caller, the whole thing. I mean, you don't just lose one layer, man. You lose multiple layers with a guy like Andy Reid, and so that would be that. I would think that would be a crushing blow to an organization to lose a guy like that.
He's clearly left the door open. when I think when Andy's been hit with this question before, it's been pretty definitive. Now he's saying today's not the day to talk about it, which means it's probably on the table. Also on the other side, I don't know how big of a deal this is going to be. The 49ers said that they were having issues with their practice field, soft practice field. I don't even what is that? What does that? Help me out. What does that mean? What do you do with a soft practice field? I don't.
My only guess is that the rain is outside here. It's been raining since we got here in Vegas, and they got major issues with drainage, and I would think that they're on turf.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Maybe it's a certain kind of turf that's got deeper, rubber pellets in it, so it holds water differently than what the indoor facility at San Francisco. I don't know exactly what that means, but I know it's brutal. I mean, if you're a week of preparation leading up to the Super Bowl, and there's any level of
slipping, you're all of that.
Well,
stuff.
I mean, if the surface is in any way, shape, or form even part of a conversation in a negative light, I mean, you've got a disadvantage. I mean, that's a real struggle, because now, especially in today's game, is you don't just grin and bear it and get better and fight through it. I mean, guys start worrying about their knees and their ankles and injuries and all that kind of thing, and so that could be a major problem. I have no idea what the hell a soft practice field. I don't know what that means beyond the obvious of it's awfully wet out here in Vegas, and maybe they're having to practice outdoors. I would think that UNLV has an indoor facility.
Something could be taken care of, yeah.
If that's the case, it's probably a different kind of turf than what the NFL uses and what they're typically used to, and so it's a different grab on the cleats and different wear and tear on the players' bodies kind of deal. So it shocks me. Like, I wonder where the 49ers are practicing. Like, if this is a deal where the Chiefs, right? Chiefs. Okay, yeah. I was looking over at the first topic. Like, if this is a situation where one team practices at UNLV and the other team practices with the brand new Raiders facilities, like that seems like
if the facilities aren't on par.
Well, yeah, we're not talking about Alabama. We're not talking about Oklahoma, Texas. We're not talking about like a A&M, like one of these are the premier athletic facilities in the country. You're talking about no disrespect to UNLV, but you're talking about a level program where I'd be shocked if there's not some major issues.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, their locker rooms and their facilities are.
They're not going to be up to par with the Raiders.
No, I'd say they're subpar at the college level.
Yeah.
I mean, so, boy, if one team's having to deal with UNLV facilities while the other one is the brand-new Raiders facility, boy, that's a hell of a disparity there.
Luckily for them, I was on the field yesterday, and I think the field's not going to be soft there, and it's indoors, and the field is already there, and it should be in good shape coming up there. But that's kind of the latest news here on the Super Bowl as that game gets ready to go, and we'll end the season coming up on Sunday.
5 o'clock fire.
I said it. The Astros lost. They lost their arbitration case with Mauricio Dubon, but they really win. He was trying to get 3.5. They were hoping to pay $3 million. They go into the side of Mauricio Dubon, and he gets the salary of 3.5 this year. Just real quick, do you have the feel that Mauricio Dubon will have a similar impact on this team that he had last year? Do you get the sense he'll have that type of an impact?
I don't think he has the same impact, because last year had to do with, one, it was a career year for him.
You mean production-wise, exactly?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was a lot of reasons why he got so much run, right? I mean, there were some guys that got injured. Clearly, he was playing lights out kind of deal, but I don't think that he gets the opportunity that he had last year. So I think it's going to be hard to one up from that perspective. I think it's going to be hard to one up from a box score, from a stat perspective, because he was lights out. But I do think that the value that Mauricio Dubon brings to the organization as a whole is absolutely tremendous, and I do think that it could end up being, that value could end up being as big, if not bigger, than last year, because I said this earlier. I think he ends up being your center fielder.
Yeah, I get the feel that Dubon. I get the feel that last year's production from Dubon was because he actually got a real shot at playing every day.
Yeah,
like some level of consistency, and I mean, and it wasn't great consistency, but some level of consistency. Like he played the first couple. Remember, he had a battle for the second base job. Remember, they were going to rotate that like they do in center field, and then
with him,
then David
Hensley.
Then he touched Megan's ass, and then that was over. That's ended his career.
We ain't heard him since.
No, we haven't.
White Pants will do it.
And he took that gig, and then finally got some at bats with Altuve out, and then Altuve came back, and Altuve got hurt again, and then center field had some issues. So he finally got – I mean, he got nearly 500 at-bats last year for the first time when 240 or so was the most he'd ever gotten. I'm inclined to think that this is a situation, Clint, where he's on the rise, right? Like he got experience, and now this is closer to him than what we've seen before. Because what we've seen before, we were saying, like, come on, man. Like, he don't need to be the center fielder every single game for Verlander. 2 years ago, that's what we're saying.
Right.
Like,
right.
I mean, there's no, I mean, we were comparing him to Maldonado at the plate. I just think, Clint, it's real. I don't think it's just an anomaly. He'll go back to being that guy. His at-bats were just too good and too consistent every single time he came up, Clint. And I get the feel that he's just going to be somebody that is difficult to keep off the field.
Very.
Like I just think he.
And unfortunately, Jake Meyer, to me, there's a bar that's been set.
Yeah, there's a clear spot where you could get him in. You see it.
And if it, at any point in time, Jake's not getting the job. I say any point in time. I think they're going to give him an extended period of time to start the season. But at any point in time, the fact that they could go to Dubon, I think, is going to be a plus for the Astros organization.
Yeah. We'll see what happens there. As Dubon wins his arbitration hearing, and we'll see what he does moving forward.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we know the Washington Commanders hired Dan Quinn as their head coach, which means the Cowboys are going to be looking for a new defensive coordinator. And Clint, this gentleman they hired. I think you played. And he was a coach on the staff when you played with the Cowboys.
Yeah, Zim.
And that is Mike Zimmer, former head coach of the Vikings, longtime head coach of the Vikings, and really good defensive coach. They always have really good defenses. He is interviewing for the D.C. job. Hell, he threw his name in the hat last week publicly, and now he is interviewing for that job. It's weird. They've got parts over there defensively, but something, even under Quinn, something was off.
Yeah.
Right, and multiple times. What's your thoughts on Mike Zimmer going there? Because we heard Andrew Sandeo talking about his personality and the way he operates.
Yeah.
Him and Micah Parsons and that. Like, what's your thoughts about him going there and taking over that defense?
Well, no surprise that Zim threw his name in the hat. I mean, hell, you Micah Parsons, Diggs on the outside, the Bland kid now. I mean, you got some pieces there that
Lawrence,
I mean, you got some pieces there that I would think that an unemployed former head coach that's defensive minded would love to get back in the league and make a little noise with. So I understand why he threw his hat in the bag, and I absolutely love it. I mean, Zim will be a throwback in the league. He's a little bit different style, I think, than most of these guys in the league right now. But Zim was a he's a player's coach.
Is he? I didn't get that sense.
I don't know how of a head coach he was, but I know from a defensive coordinator perspective, when I was there with him for 3 years, and I don't get to know most defensive coaches, but I was literally his scout team quarterback for a good chunk of that. And Zim,
it seemed like he was just tough.
He's tough, but he's very tough. Don't get me wrong, but he is a player's coach. He's one of those guys that has. I mean, he loves as hard as he coaches. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So it works for him. And so. I don't know as a head coach how the hell he was, but boy, as a defensive coordinator, I think he's got that it factor that allows him to be a hard ass, old school, a little bit more physical than these new school coaches, and get away with it because they love him and they don't want to disappoint him, and they'll play for him. So I think if he ends up in Dallas, I think it'd be a tremendous hire. I like Zim.
All right. As we continue here at on Radio Row, we'll continue to get you ready for the Super Bowl and everything happening out here in Vegas. I do want to talk about a player that I think is going to listen. I honestly think this training camp is huge for him to really, really show his face and make a name for himself and to get himself back into the place that I think the Texans desperately need and want him to be. We'll discuss that player coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you guys a little bit about advanced hair. Look, if you look in the mirror every morning or hell, every time you
leader. Sports Radio 610. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I mean, just a credit to his, I would say, physical and mental toughness, his work ethic, and just his ability to fight through, something that probably not a lot of people could fight through. But at some point, you got to kind of turn the page into, it's a great story, into we got to play football and got to figure out a way that, players can help the team, because in the end, that's the most important thing. But love John, love having him here. And, now it's going to be about production and, what everybody does with those opportunities.
All right, that was Nick Caserio, general manager of the Texans, and he was talking about wide receiver John Mechie. And this is a big offseason for John Mechie. We talked about it, Clint. I know, as you said, this team needs a weapon that can go out and just, as you said, a man beater, somebody that can go and just make plays. As you say, a one receiver, somebody at least that does something to the opposite. We brought up names like T. Higgins. We brought up names like Mike Evans, other names like that, guys in the draft. But, Clint, we also talked about the fact that they have got to get better and upgrades on the Robert Woods and Noah Brown area. They've got to get upgrades deeper down behind Nico Collins and Tank Dell. That was the part is, like your thought was, they don't have a guy that's just a man beater, but then also they can't also say, all right, let's put out 3-4 guys out here in a route that we feel really good can just go out and beat, press coverage or beat certain coverages. Because listen, Noah Brown had some moments this year. He was probably the closest thing, but Robert Woods struggled with getting separation and things like that. One thing that could really help is if your second-round pick from a couple of years ago, could step into the role of what you hoped he would be. And I guess my thought to you and the people here, 713-572-4610, people on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this as well. Is there any way that you can realistically envision John Mechie making a bit of a surprise or pulling off what Nico Collins did last year? And I'm not saying go for 1,300 yards and 8 touchdowns, but I'm talking about really raise his level to a place where he is a big-time contributor to this team. Because right now, he's coming off of 16 catches for $158, right? Can he get to a 50-catch, for a third or fourth receiver, 800 yards, 750, 900 yards. Can he make that kind of step? Can you envision him being able to pull that off?
No is the direct answer. If he does pull off where he's contributing at any second or third tier or third receiver with this team, then it would be a Nico Collins type arrival. It would be out of nowhere. It would be what nobody expected. Because look, let's be honest. I mean, we've watched John Mechie for a couple of years now, and then there's just the inability to create separation, the inability to run by anybody. And look, he hasn't necessarily been given a large sample size, a big opportunity. But
a lot of the success we've seen has been him schemed up.
Well, it didn't take 400 snaps or 400 targets for us to go, well, Tank Dell's got a little something else to him now.
It was preseason,
right? I mean, it was preseason, and you got guys coming out. The third string quarterback, mine just went blank. U of H kid.
Case
Keenum coming out and saying, "Hey man, this dude's got as much twitch and change of direction as anybody I've seen." You got guys coming out making comments like that. Like, we've not seen nor heard anything that would lead us to believe that Mechie is showing signs of being able to do that. Now, the question that I have is, because I was not as high on John Mechie at Alabama as everybody else was. But the question that I have is the inability to separate, to separate, and all the other things that I just mentioned, is that because of the health issues that he had and he had to overcome? Or is that because his game it just didn't translate to the NFL? That's the big question here. And so if he contributes at any level, Ron, like if he contributes at a third receiver level, like what we hoped Robert Woods would be this year, then it would be a Nico Collins type arrival. It may not be the leading receiver in 1,300 yards, like you said, but it would be a huge
700 yards would be the equivalent of what Nico did, right?
It would be huge. Yeah, I mean, if he comes in and plays in the slot and allows Nico and Tank to be outside guys and do their thing outside, and he kind of mans the middle of the field and is the safety blanket for the quarterback, and he's good in the screen game and the boot game and things like that. Yeah, that would be tremendous for this football team. I've not seen nor heard anything that leads me to believe that's going to happen. But, hey, I had not seen nor heard anything from Nico Collins to believe that would happen, and it damn sure did.
Yeah. That's because that's the thing is, if they could just get 3 and 4 improved, that would go a long way. And I'm looking at the Chiefs, their third receiver is at around the 500 mark in yards.
Yeah.
Their third guy.
Who is that?
Justin Watson has like 4.6.
And he missed some games, didn't he?
He missed a couple of games with the arm, but he's in that space, and it's tough with the Niners. I'm looking at it because Christian McCaffrey is their third receiver, but he's at 560 something yards. But that's the area.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I cannot wait to hear this. Tyler, what is the breaking news on this? I can't wait to hear the numbers.
Breaking Astros news in the city of Houston on a Tuesday. Chandler Rome of The Athletic, he is reporting that the Astros have signed the great Jose Altuve to a 5-year extension. Altuve is going to remain an Astro at minimum through 2029. What up, Tuve?
Yeah, and listen, the Astros have tweeted out, Jose Altuve will be an Astro for life. That's what they have tweeted out themselves, the Houston Astros. So a 5-year extension. I am really intrigued to see what the numbers are on that puppy, on what he is getting right there on a 5-year extension. And
Crane gonna get another team-friendly deal?
All right, I'm seeing it right here. Jose Altuve's new contract extension has a $15 million signing bonus. It will pay him $30 million from 2025 from 2025 through 2027, and $10 million in 2028 and 2029. The source tells The Athletic. The total value is $125 million in new money.
125 over 5?
Yeah. For 5 years, $125 million extension on that. All right, your thoughts on it? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, your thoughts on it? I can't. These are my first things, Clint. Congratulations to Jose Altuve. I love the move in terms of the thoughts of, one, he is still one of the best players in baseball at his position and just in baseball in general if he can stay healthy. And two, there are going to be some milestones. And, boy, Tyler, we've talked about this off air. It'd be really weird to see Jose Altuve hit some of these major milestones in a different jersey. Like 3,000 hits of the potential, other things as well. So it looks like the Astros are weighing that. The other part for me, Clint, is like you got Kyle Tucker, you got Framber Valdez, you got some of these other guys. You just dropped that money on Hader, and now you've added 5 more to Altuve, who's a great player, but you still have 2 or 3 other younger players that you don't have locked up that are going to be, some of your real big players. I know the issues that Kyle Tucker had in the postseason, but Kyle Tucker finished top 5 in the MVP voting this year,
And he has been all MLB the last 2 years and one of the best players in baseball. And boy, you know he wants to break out and get a big check, in which he deserves. And the Astros have given up a lot of money in this 5-year span, and you just wonder what this potentially means for a guy like Kyle Tucker and Framber Valdez. So those are the two thoughts that jump in my head immediately.
What did it end up? 5 years? What?
125.
5 years, 125.
And what did they give? What did they give Hader, Tyler? Did he get 95 over 5 years? I think Josh Hader got $95 million over 5 years.
Yeah,
if I remember.
That
correctly.
is accurate. Yes, sir.
All right. So that's a big. But those are things that jump out to me immediately. Congratulations to Altuve. I think it's big for the Astros to try to keep him here the rest of his career. But what is this going to mean for the other guys?
Well, I think every contract that's signed from here on out, right, the question immediately following is, what does that mean for Tucker? What does that mean for Framber? And at some point it's going to impact those guys. But, look, I think – and I have no idea how it's going to impact them off the rip here. But when you look at you got what I would believe to be is a team-friendly deal from Yordan Alvarez. If you can get guys like that you're paying big money to, like Lance McCullers, to contribute in some way. What's my man in the pen? My mind just went blank that got paid and messed the bed last year.
Oh, Montero.
Montero. Yeah, I mean, you get guys like that to start performing, then I think it lessens the concern in terms of where you're going to spend or how you're going to be able to spend money on guys like Tucker and Framber Valdez. But, look, I think this is the right move. I absolutely love it. Jose Altuve should never play a game or swing a bat without an Astros uni on his back, and this all but ensures that.
It looks like they won't let it go. We'll continue with the top story. New money, new deal. They give an extension to the great Jose Altuve. We'll continue that live here in Vegas on The Drive.
Nighttime radio is back on Sports Radio 610.
We might once again be on the doorstep of entering into the golden age of Houston sports.
The Astros are still going to be good. The Texans, they won 10 games. They won the division. They won a playoff game. The Rockets won 23 games.
changer for us, and they have been a part of helping us get down here to the Super Bowl. And there's our good people here at Low T right there taking care of us. And
thank you, Low T.
Oh, Lord, there's a football involved.
Yes, indeed. Got to get my hands on it.
They got a Low T football. There you go. Yeah, so Low T, a big sponsor helping us get down here. Shout out to Yingling Flight as well.
This Low T ball gets firm, got a little air in it. We need to get this Sports Radio 610 ball on some Low T, Chief.
There it is.
Get that thing down to the nearest Low T clinic and get it taken care of. It's a little soft.
Looking like a Brady ball.
Yeah.
That old Low T ball got plenty of air in it, y'all.
Yeah, that's a nice little cup you got there, right there.
Yes, look, hey, it's mine, bro.
I'm gonna get one.
It's mine, man.
That's all right. That's a nice cup. I see that cup right there. Look at that cup right there.
Look at it.
I'm gonna get that cup.
Ron's gonna comment on it until he gets handed one.
I'm about to work my magic. Yeah, there we go. I'll take it. If you think I ain't getting that damn cup, Parker, that ain't your cup.
Parker done weasel his way in there and got him a cup, didn't he?
Yeah, that's a big cup. I don't even know where that's gonna fit. That's got to go to the bottom rack of the dishwasher there.
Wait till your wife starts putting it in the cup holder and you get in the truck and bang your elbow off of it. The old Stanley.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hold on to that bad boy. So we serious. I see another one in that bag right there. Though I'm gonna get that.
Hey Parker, will you let him hold that cup so we can finish our radio show?
I just want to hold that. Yeah, that is nice.
He got sidetracked.
Oh, it's got a nice handle to it too. Straw built in. I told you I was gonna give him a hand on that cup.
Actually, you probably ought to give that back to Parker.
Damn, so.
All right, but once again, man, let's the big news of the day here. Even though we are here in Vegas for the Super Bowl, but still the biggest news right now in the city of Houston, sports wise, Jose Altuve, one of the greatest athletes in this city. He is going to be, at least by what the Astros are tweeting, an Astro for life. That is their tweet. Jose Altuve, an Astro for life. They give him a 5-year extension, $125 million in new money over that 5-year span. And the thing that I said, man, it's going to be great, Clinton Tyler, to see that he will probably have a lot of these milestones, and it will happen in an Astros uniform. But the other part is, listen, there's no way that this contract extension is going to be a failure at all. It's Jose Altuve. You've already gotten what you need from him. He's a great player. There is no way this can fail. But, Clint, it does put a little bit more emphasis on his health and him staying healthy and the need for him to be around and be healthy. Shout out to Tech 9 in the building. It does put a little more emphasis on that, Clint, because he missed quite a few games last year with his injury issues, and we've seen him hit the IL really multiple times a year. It would be big if these next couple of years at least we see a return of him being able to get a good amount of games coming in for him when you're giving this kind of money now.
Look, I need him to get enough games in to be ready to go in the playoffs.
That's it, huh?
That's where I'm at.
33 years old right now.
Yep, that's where I'm at with Altuve, man. Finish your career in Houston. Look, he's still impacting the game in a major way, undisputed, no doubt about it. Your leadoff hitter, and it is a game changer, and so. Not to mention, and I don't know, Tyler, I know we talk Astros a lot and we talk about the chemistry in the clubhouse and all. I don't know to what degree that Jose Altuve is responsible for that, but obviously to some level he's a big part of that chemistry that we always talk about that, in my opinion, is so hard to find in pro sports, and it's a big game changer for the Astros organization. So, yeah, this is great news, man.
All right, let me ask you this, because the texter brought up a really good point. Don't forget about Bregman either. I thought that Bregman is included in guys that could leave soon under contract for long term. In order, let's look at this, guys, and 713-572-4610. Everybody on YouTube and Twitch can jump in on this too. If we look at these guys, what do we got, Tyler? Help me out. Tell me if I'm wrong. Guys, Framber, Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman, those are the three major guys that aren't going to be here long term. Of importance for the Astros to keep, and now thinking about how much these guys will cost, how many of those three do you think the Astros will actually keep long term when you look at Bregman, Kyle Tucker, and then Framber Valdez? How many of those three you think they will actually keep?
Ooh, this is a tough one for me.
You know what I mean?
I think Jim Crane is going to, at some point, I think Jim Crane is going to surprise us and give a longer deal, and I think it may be with Kyle Tucker. But I'm going to answer your question based on what we know, and that is Jim Crane is not going to do that. Right? Has not shown the even remotely be interested in doing that, and so I think the likelihood is I would go with Framber, because I think Framber is going to. I think there's a good chance Framber is going to be in a position to accept a shorter term. And obviously Bregman will, because I just don't think Bregman's next contract is going to be one of those 10 years.
Yeah, see, that's the one. Bregman's the one that jumps this. The Bregman looks like he fits right into what the Astros would do.
Yes.
Right, like right now. They don't have no problem getting you five. Like they will, and this is one of the things that I kind of disagree with the Astros. I don't disagree with Clint them giving this contract to him, but they are more inclined to say, "Hey, man, we'll pay a guy big money, even if he's going to be in years 37 and 38." But if it's a 5-year deal or a 4-year deal or like a 3-year deal with Jose Abreu, like last year, we'll be willing to pay big money. But they don't. But they'll pay you to 38 years old. But they're not. They're like, nah, man, we ain't gonna get nobody. 8 years.
Right.
You know what I mean? I think Framber could get done with 8 years. I think Tucker could get done with 8 years. But I get the sense that they wouldn't go past 6 with either one of them. And they may not even do that. So it's weird. I think Bregman is the one that is most likely of the three to come back. Now that's not who I think. I think Kyle Tucker and Framber should be the absolute priority. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think they should be the priority before Altuve. Like, if we're gonna put together money, and I know that probably sent Tyler to the edge, but I think Tyler knows what I'm talking about. I'm not saying you don't sew up Altuve, but I'm just saying those two dudes over the next 5 years, along with Alvarez, are going to be the three main cogs. They are going to be the Altuve, Bregman, and Correa or Springer. Those were the main moving forward over the next 5 years. Those three dudes are going to be the guys that really kind of carry you out. Jordan, Tucker, and Framber. So I mean, those would be the most important. But Bregman feels like the guy. All right, man, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Let's go ahead and get this thing. We can get Bregman about 4 or 5 years. Bam, we can rock and roll. But Kyle Tucker going to probably want 8. And like the Kansas City Royals just signed a player, Bobby Witt Jr., 11 years, $288 million with player and team options that could make the deal 377 over 13. And this is the contract Kyle Tucker and Framber have to sign to get their big money. This is the one for them. And so those two, I am in the hopes for the Astros that they can get one of them. Get Bregman back and just get one of them. To me, and I feel like that's probably the plan and the route they're going. It's just which one do you choose, the pitcher, or do you choose?
Got to be Tuck.
Or choose Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, I am. It's 100% Kyle Tucker for me at this point in time. I'm more convinced that Kyle Tucker is, if Crane decides he's not,
even with Verlander 1 more year left.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, I like Framber, and I think Framber has earned this next deal. But I wonder what that deal, like how convinced are we that Framber is a guy that gets one of those longer term deals for monster money? Like, how convinced are you of that?
If he got on the open market?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think to me money. that's the question. I mean, Obviously, he's had a hell of a couple of years, but I just like I just don't look at. I don't know. I don't look at Framber Valdez in the same category as
who's that guy you made fun of, Tyler? Who's with the Rangers? Who you openly cheered
I make
for his
fun
injury?
of all the Rangers.
No, you openly cheered for his injury. The pitcher.
DeGrom.
Yeah, Jacob DeGrom, who
poor guy,
who was really good. Won a Cy Young. I mean, and Framber has been up in that,
right?
But has constantly been injured. Even before this one that took him out before.
Right.
And he got huge money. Framber. Framber's going to give you over 200 innings, and is going to be there and has had clutch moments. He has some mental things that people come up and down every other year. But I think he's going to get big money for
I don't know, Ron. For me, I believe that it's going to be a lot easier for somebody to pay Kyle Tucker that huge money in a long-term deal than it is Framber right now.
Now
they may both get it, but I'm just if I'm comparing those two, I'm convinced that Kyle Tucker needs to. He's going to get it.
Because someone texted